The story unfolds in an illusory, formless world, vast and boundless as the universe itself. A pair of eyes appears, explaining the nature of the souls humans possess. It turns out that in this world, the soul exists as a form of energy, and humans can transmute that energy. This soul energy is known to humanity as Ida, the very essence of the soul. Humans mine their souls to create objects with specific forms, such as weapons and tools. At some point, people become aware of the Ida within their souls and gain the ability to summon it. A boy in red says to his friend, "When I summon my Ida, a long sword appears." For real? Let me see. Ida became a common topic in daily conversation. The red-haired boy cheerfully used his soul energy to manifest a long sword, showing off to his friend, "Tada! Whoa, that's awesome. Humans could summon Ida as objects at any time." The boy in red asked his friend in black, "What's your Ida?" The friend replied awkwardly, "Mine is a brick." Hearing that his friend's Ida was just a mundane object, the red-haired boy's expression instantly changed. As this phenomenon spread, humanity began to divide into classes. The boy in red looked down at his friend sitting on the ground and asked, "You're an E rank?" Souls, once equal, were now categorized based on what they could create. The boy in red walked away with a look of disdain. "I can't be friends with an E rank." Those who could only create ordinary objects were looked down upon, and eventually, humanity was segregated. Ida academies became popular, but they soon turned into tools. Elite students were groomed and exploited, with those possessing high-ranking Ida sent to the front lines of wars to elevate national status. The scene shifts to a school, one of those very institutions, Hanyang Special Training Academy, where our protagonist is currently enrolled. On the school grounds, a basketball game is in full swing. A group of guys surround a young man, shouting, "Hey, surround him! Damn it, block him!" The young man flashes a confident grin. He crouches low, gathering momentum to dash past the red-haired boy blocking his path, then leaps into the air. From his hand, a massive axe is summoned from soul energy, the great iron axe. He swings the weapon, laughing loudly. "Is that all you freshmen have got? Try struggling a little harder." Seeing this from below, the red-haired boy looks a bit panicked. He immediately manifests two batons from his hands, bracing himself to block the incoming strike. Light flashes as the opponent crashes down like a descending deity. The red-haired boy can only use his Ida to defend with all his might. But the axe wielder's power seems superior, and the boy's legs begin to buckle. The axe wielder spins and delivers a sweeping slash, sending the surrounding crowd flying as collateral damage. Stop, he broke through. Shit. The red-haired boy looks furiously at a teammate standing on the sidelines and screams, "Hey, Puh Jinsung, you bastard, don't just stand there watching. Do something." Standing off the court is a bespectacled student who looks rather frail. That is our protagonist, Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung scratches his head and speaks up. "You say that, but me joining in won't help anyway." Hearing Puh Jinsung say that, the red-haired boy instantly flies into a rage. "Arg, you useless piece of trash." He charges back into the fray, turning his head to yell, "Wait until we're done with these guys. I'm going to settle the score with you." After the match ends, a foot slams straight into Puh Jinsung's stomach. The red-haired boy from earlier and another guy start interrogating him. The red-haired boy stomps on his head, saying, "You think you can just let this slide? We lost because of you. It hurts." The other two take turns mocking Puh Jinsung. "I can't believe we were on the same team as this loser. Talk about bad luck. What did you expect from the guy ranked last in the whole school? It's like stepping in shit." Puh Jinsung hurriedly pushes the foot away, laughing apologetically. Sorry, I'm sorry. He's right, though. What did you expect from the school's dead last ranker like me?" Hearing Puh Jinsung say that, the red-haired boy gets even angrier. "Motherfucker, you son of a bitch." He raises his leg to kick again, but Puh Jinsung seems to use some skill to dodge the blow. Go to hell, you F rank." Puh Jinsung keeps the smile on his face and says, Isn't telling me to die a bit much? Can't I just surrender?" The boy in the vest smirks and explains, "Rank F, since we're tired, we'll settle for just hitting you 10 times each." Meanwhile, the red-haired boy is furious that he missed. "How dare you dodge? At this rate, we're going to spend the whole break beating him up. Guess there's no other choice." He runs while being chased by the group, screaming, "Someone save me. Anyway, just run for now." The sounds of the chase echo through the classrooms, accompanied by the laughter of classmates. How dare you run? Catch that bastard. He's running again, buzzing around like a fly. After a brief chase, Puh Jinsung is caught. Ah, damn it. Two of them hold his arms tight. The red-haired boy starts stretching, while Ji-song reminds them not to use Ida, saying it would hurt too much and they should hold back. We'll only beat you enough, so you can't go tattling to Mr. Yong Anhao. You know we're banned from using Ida at school, right? A kick sends Puh Jinsung rolling across the ground. Two classmates sitting nearby watch him get beaten and mock him relentlessly. How did an F rank end up in our class anyway? I just want to beat him half to death. The others don't have anything nice to say either. Studying with this trash is so embarrassing. I don't know why he even comes to school. Whatever, he's just a useless F rank anyway. After taking a beating, he clutches his chest, groaning in pain. Yet, he still smiles and says to them, "Hey guys, I really don't think the team lost because of me." Hearing this, the boy in the vest and the redhead go absolutely berserk. Arg, this bastard, seriously. An F rank dares to talk back to us. The classroom door slides open, and a man who looks like a teacher appears. All right, sit down, everyone. I have good news for you today. The group quickly returns to their seats. TCH, Teach is here. I haven't even hit him enough yet. A student immediately asks, "Sir, why are you so happy today? Are you getting married?" Amidst the laughter, the teacher admonishes, "All right, settle down." Puh Jinsung also returns to his seat, his whole body aching. What is this? I feel terrible. The teacher slams his hand on the chalkboard, speaking loudly. All right, pay attention. I am announcing to the class that our school has finally been recognized by the government. Someone with their feet up on the desk asks, Sir?" A guy who looks like trouble, Bianjing, asks in a provocative tone. Judging by your voice, it's probably some bullshit regulation coming out of nowhere again, right? He is a notorious delinquent in the school. The teacher walks up to his desk and warns, "Bianjing, break time is over. Put your feet down." He slams his hand on the desk. Can we drop this act? You're not the one deciding, so you'd best get used to it slowly." The teacher continues speaking to him. "Besides, this is all thanks to the outstanding performance of your seniors in the third year." The teacher walks as he speaks. "Starting today, our school will become a pilot testing zone for the military system." He points at his students. "In other words, you will be awarded military ranks based on your performance." The class immediately erupts into whispers. The teacher adds, "You are all comrades now, understood?" He points to himself and introduces, "Every homeroom teacher has been commissioned, starting with captain, holding the position of platoon leader. From now on, you must address me as platoon leader of the 10th platoon." The arrogant guy from earlier speaks up immediately. "We're class 10, so we're the 10th platoon? What are they trying to turn students into here?" The teacher informs him, "Stop complaining. This is a government proposal, so give it your all during training. You'll have to salute military style. Now, surely a ton of people will want to enroll in our school." He looks at the students. Simply put, you are all soldiers now. At this moment, Puh Jinsung is slumped on his desk thinking about this military stuff. He stands up and asks, "What if we don't want to follow the military style?" The teacher glances at him. He explains to Puh Jinsung, "Of course, the school won't force you. If you don't want to, you can apply to the government to transfer to another school." Transfer schools. The teacher looks at Puh Jinsung. "Yes, Puh Jinsung. I hope you'll think carefully about this opportunity. Surely you know the reason why." Puh Jinsung answers weakly, "Yes, sir." Other students start questioning the teacher. "Sir, why do we suddenly become a militarized school?" "Yeah. Teach, at least tell us the reason." The teacher smiles and tells them, "I told you, didn't I? The third years are very special. It was the third years who helped our school get designated as a militarized academy." As he speaks, he dumps a pile of name tags onto the desk, and all of them have been awarded the rank of sergeant. Hearing this, the students exclaim in shock, "Sergeant? All the third years are sergeants." The teacher pats a student on the shoulder. "Yes. The third years are the bright future of Korea. They've been recognized by the government." He starts distributing rank badges to his students. Only the top students of the second year can become corporals. The rest are privates first class. Puh Jinsung raises his hand to ask, but the teacher ignores him. "Rank evaluations will be conducted by your platoon leader at any time. You can come to me whenever, and I will do my best to help, because your future depends on this." As the teacher rambles on, Puh Jinsung calls out, "Since badges can't be pinned on uniforms, You must keep them safe? Sir, it seems the teacher still hasn't noticed him. Later, you'll get a student handbook guiding you on how to attach the badges. Wait, it should be called a soldier's handbook now, right? Puh Jinsung patiently calls again, sir. The teacher ignores Puh Jinsung and continues. Among the entire student body, including the first years, there's only a single student who cannot receive the rank of private. The teacher looks at Puh Jinsung, sighs, and gives him a side eye. He announces that the student is him. You will start as a trainee. Puh Jinsung's expression is a mix of awkwardness and disappointment. Say what? In the faculty office. Puh Jinsung timidly walks in and calls out, Sir, you're here, Jinsung. Yong Anhao replies. The boy stammers, You call me here so early. Is something wrong? Nothing much, Yong Anhao says while clearing documents to the side. I just think we should talk about your future. His expression shows no regard for the boy. Speaking coldly, I'll be blunt. How do you feel about transferring to another school? Realizing immediately that he's about to be expelled, Puh Jinsung asks in panic. Huh? Transfer schools. Ignoring the timid, frightened student, Yong Anhao continues organizing his papers. This school seems too much for you. That much is clear to me. Now that our school is converting to a military academy, you won't last long. Knowing the hope is slim, Puh Jinsung still tries to persuade the teacher. Sir, you have to look at my inner potential. What if I suddenly perform well? Yong Anhao abruptly turns his head to look at Puh Jinsung, making him jump. His voice is dripping with contempt. What? As if hearing a joke, Yong Anhao clutches his stomach and laughs out loud without restraint. Haha, Puh Jinsung, you're really funny. The boy's eyes go dark, a surge of hatred rising in his heart for the teacher who has mocked him since their very first meeting. Yong Anhao coldly admits, Puh Jinsung, ever since the school established a ranking system to categorize students, your school life has been incredibly difficult. You know I can't go around caring about isolated students. Puh Jinsung can only bow his head, enduring the silence, his exterior calm, but his mind filled with disgust. Just as expected, my teacher thinks I'm good for nothing but taking a beating. Muttering to himself, he looks at Yong Anhao's mocking demeanor and just wants to punch him a few times. He doesn't want an F-ranked student in his class. Puh Jinsung's gaze grows sharper. He probably thinks I'll drop out automatically since I get bullied every day. Basically, there's no reason to keep an F-ranked student around. Puh Jinsung speaks up, prompting only a humph from Yong Anhao. Sir, I'm a bit curious. Puh Jinsung continues. Do you believe that souls are also divided by rank? Finding the kid completely absurd, the teacher clutches his stomach laughing again. Are you kidding? Of course they are. Puh Jinsung pretends to agree. I knew it. He clenches his fist, his expression gloomy, but his voice bitter. I don't think so. It seems Puh Jinsung is utterly disappointed. When class time arrives, Yong Anhao walks into the classroom, shouting loudly, All right, get to your seats. The bell rang. Holding a tablet in one hand and chalk in the other, he turns to the students. Now that our school has switched to the military model, squad sergeants, report your numbers. Sir, 10th platoon, 1st squad, total strength 10, present 10, absent 0. Sushan turns to report for her team, squinting and waving in a friendly manner. Another student follows, 2nd squad, 10th platoon, total strength 11, present 11, absent 0. Puh Jinsung crosses his arms on the desk, looking around the classroom, thinking with disdain. Asterisk, what a joke. Why do we have to play this military game? Asterisk, sensing something missing, Yong Anhao asks, Where's the 3rd squad? Why no report? Bianjing raises his hand, his face and voice full of dissatisfaction. Sir, do we really have to do this? Students complaining won't change anything. Bianjing, you're the sergeant of the 3rd squad, right? Don't ask questions, just do it, Yong Anhao orders. Jing clicks his tongue and reluctantly complies. Total strength 10, absent 2. One's in the restroom. I wish that guy would just vanish for good. Present 8. End of report. As soon as Jing finishes, the whole class bursts into laughter. They join in, pointing and mocking Puh Jinsung. Hey, Bianjing, your squad only has 9 people, right? They point at Puh Jinsung. You don't even count as a person. To make the count work, he says you should just vanish, haha. This class is rotten from the teacher down to the students. The student sitting next to Puh Jinsung immediately stirs up trouble. Sir, do we need to count that trainee? Yong Anhao doesn't object, replying, What does that thing count as a person? Hey, no need to count him. Seeing the joke is no longer amusing. Yong Anhao quickly picks up his book to start the lesson. All right. So the numbers are fine. He wipes the board while instructing. We won't have class today. There will be an activity at the stadium. Government inspectors are infiltrated among us. Even the school doesn't know where they are. While the other students are happily joking around, two mysterious figures stand on the rooftop looking down. Yong Anhao continues. They will observe how you react to sudden changes in the environment. A student with short hair interrupts him. Sir, can you get to the point? You're talking too much. The person next to him props his chin on his hand and agrees. Exactly. Scene shifts to the training room, where a person in green uses a magical knife to relentlessly attack a student. The matches will be selected by the supervisors. Yong Anhao explains calmly. Fine, no more superfluous words. We will be divided into squads from first, second, and third years. Another student looks impatient. Wait, isn't it third years versus third years? They completely disrespect us. This is ridiculous. Yong Anhao immediately cuts him off. All right, calm down. Puh Jinsung, seeing himself as just background noise, is happy to be idle, thinking, perfect timing to be a spectator and kill some time. Yong Anhao leans down to ask student Bianjing, you're an Edis C rank, correct? Bianjing's face shows clear annoyance. Asterisk, is this achievement something to brag about? Why is this tactless teacher saying it so loudly? Asterisk, so what if I am? Yong Anhao doesn't stop, pressing on. This guy talks too much. What level is your comprehensive combat ability? Annoyed by the questioning, Bianjing answers carelessly. Why ask so many questions? I can beat the opponent, you don't need to worry. Seeing the kid acting tough, Yong Anhao steps closer and declares, very good. First match, your squad will fight against the first squad. First platoon of the third years. The guy jumps up in fear, shouting, what? Now, the entire third squad go down to the training ground downstairs. You have 20 minutes to prepare for the match. Ignoring Yong Anhao's instructions, Bianjing just clutches his face in horror, looking like Edvard munches the scream. How the hell did I end up in this mess? The others laugh gloatingly and walk out of the classroom. Good luck, third squad. Hey, trainee, don't get beaten to death. Haha, poor warriors. What point can you even get fighting them? A team member turns and scolds Bianjing, who is grinding his teeth in rage. Are you stupid? Dragging an F rank along. How are we supposed to fight? Bianjing storms angrily toward Puh Jinsung, who is lazily slumped on the desk trying to sleep. Fighting the third years. What a pain. Bianjing's voice makes Puh Jinsung lift his head. Hey, trash. Puh Jinsung breaks into a cold sweat, sensing something bad is about to happen. Ah, you call me sergeant? To vent his anger, Bianjing violently smacks Puh Jinsung's head, making him cry out in pain. You really are a piece of damn trash. Bianjing grabs his hair, pulling his face up to continue the abuse. Your barking is really pissing me off. Even though Puh Jinsung is helpless to resist, Bianjing is still irritated. You want a beating before the match. He uses magic to shove Puh Jinsung hard onto the floor. Puh Jinsung adjusts his glasses, looking at Bianjing, who is scratching the back of his neck in frustration. Even if our class ace joined in, it'd be hard to win. But just because a piece of F-rank filth like you is here, isn't the result already obvious? Puh Jinsung puts on an innocent face and forces a smile. We're going to lose anyway, so it doesn't matter if I participate or not, right? Bianjing feels insulted, grabbing Puh Jinsung by the tie and shouting, bullshit. We won't be as pathetic as you. He pokes Puh Jinsung in the forehead, like provoking a dog. If my rank drops, can you take responsibility? Seeing the other guy being so arrogant, Puh Jinsung retorts, this guy really worries about nothing. I don't see your rank being that high anyway. What's there to worry about? Bianjing's face twists. What did you just say? Puh Jinsung, terrified, quickly covers it up. Ah, nothing, Sergeant. I didn't say anything. Bianjing helplessly sits aside, scratching his head. For a waste like you, I can't beat you up because you still have to go on the field. Puh Jinsung smiles bitterly, trying to stand up. Great. Being beaten by a warrior versus being beaten by a high ranker. What's the difference? Bianjing stands up with hands on his thighs, grinning slyly. Of course I know. I'll let a piece of trash like you be the sergeant of Squad 3. He pats Puh Jinsung's head like petting a good dog. Can you do it? The boy sweats cold bullets but accepts. Of course, I'll do whatever you ask, sir. Ha! Bianjing grabs Puh Jinsung by the collar and hauls him up, letting him bewilderedly listen to the order. From now on, you are my human shield. Got it, trash. On the training field, Puh Jinsung is being held by the collar by Bianjing, blocked in front as a living shield. Puh Jinsung is definitely dead this time. Right then, Yong Anhao holds a microphone on the field. Mic check. A considerable number of trainees have gathered in the training grounds. In the center, 2 squads are lined up neatly. Yong Anhao stands straight, his voice echoing through the microphone. Captain of 1st Squad, 1st Platoon, 3rd Wing. Captain of 3rd Squad, 10th Platoon, 2nd Wing. Bianjing puts his hands in his pockets and clicks his tongue. TCH. Yong Anhao steps forward and pats the 2 on the shoulders, asking, Team 2, are you ready? Saying that, Yong Anhao looks over at Anhao, smiling with ill intent. Captain Anhao. Yong Anhao glances up at the 2 people watching from the upper level. Show off all your skills. The recruiters are watching. Anhao bows his head, his face expressionless. I will do my best to cooperate with my teammates. Yong Anhao pats him on the shoulder. Good, very good. I trust you will do a great job. Yong Anhao shouted into the mic. All squads to your positions. 1st Squad, 1st Platoon, 3rd Company. Step onto the stage with confidence. Everyone sighed in disappointment, seeing the glaring power gap between the 2 squads preparing to face off. Standing between them, Yong Anhao raised his arm and announced, the squad competition officially begins now. Each captain will receive a specialized bracelet. The moment he heard that, Bianjing grabbed Park Jinsung by the collar and dragged him over impatiently. Get over here, you piece of trash. Caught off guard by the sudden shove, Park Jinsung gasped, Ah. Yong Anhao continued explaining the rules. These bracelets use Ida power to protect the wearer, but they will shatter if hit with enough force. Bianjing snatched the bracelet right out of Park Jinsung's hand. I'm keeping this so I can stay in the game longer. Yong Anhao's voice echoed. A shattered bracelet means immediate disqualification. Bianjing handed the bracelet to their opponent while still gripping Park Jinsung's collar tightly, making him wince. Hey, Captain, could you not grab me like that? I feel like a dog on a leash. Yong Anhao continued, however, considering the experience gap between the 2nd and 3rd years. Hearing Park Jinsung complain, Bianjing snapped, Shut it. You're nothing but a human shield. Park Jinsung sighed in defeat. Sigh, I'm not even treated like a living thing, just an object. Class 2 to 10 will have a secondary condition. You must hold out for 5 minutes to claim victory. Hearing this, gloom washed over everyone in Class 2 to 10. Someone muttered anxiously, With this lineup, I'm not sure we can even last that long. Another person clutched their head in despair. And we have to go up against those guys. Park Jinsung glanced at the timer on his wrist and thought, 5 minutes for a win. If we pull this off, will the teacher finally consider my transfer request? Park Jinsung watched Yong Anhao announce the rules from a distance, clenching his fists in deep thought. Yong Anhao shouted, Both sides salute. Zheng Hao immediately obeyed, bringing his hand to his forehead in a perfect military salute. Salute. On Bianjing's side, things weren't going quite as smoothly. He stammered, Damn it, sa salute. Yong Anhao laughed and declared, Well then, let the match begin. Before Park Jinsung could even react, Bianjing grabbed his collar again and sprinted toward the back of the team. Hey, Park Jinsung watched in shock, confused by what was happening. Wait a second, Captain, he tried to call out. But Bianjing didn't care. I told you to shut up, you trash. He didn't even look back as he charged forward, thinking, We just need to survive for 5 minutes. The squad members began to panic, shouting, Bianjing, give us an order. What about the formation? One of them cried out in fear. The upperclassmen are already here. In an instant, their squad was surrounded. Someone finally snapped, Bianjing, you need to lead us. Using Park Jinsung as a literal meat shield, Bianjing roared at his teammates. Everyone shut up. Just protect me. If we last 5 minutes, we win. Suddenly, Zhou Yi lunged forward, landing a brutal kick to an opponent's stomach and taking him down instantly. Zheng Hao was just as impressive, taking out one of Bianjing's team members with a single move. Zhou Yi easily snatched the opponent's bracelet without breaking a sweat. The same thing happened on the other side as Zheng Hao effortlessly collected another bracelet. Zhou Yi leaped into the air, clearing the crowd, blocking her path. She glanced at Bianjing, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Terrified of being targeted by Zhou Yi, Bianjing's soul nearly left his body. He trembled and hid behind Park Jinsung's back, screaming, Whoa! That senior is looking right at me. Zhou Yi charged straight toward the two of them. Panic-stricken, Byun Ji-young shoved Park Jin-cheng forward while backing away. He screamed, "Block her, you piece of trash." "I said block her." Dragged along. Park Jin-cheng said helplessly, "How am I supposed to do that, Captain?" Seeing Zhou Yi closing in, Byun Ji-young shrieked in terror, "Ah, damn it. Do whatever it takes to stop her." Park Jin-cheng turned his head, trying to reason with him. "I mean, shouldn't we just run the other way instead?" Right then, Yong Anhao flashed a bright smile at him. He winked and gave a thumbs up. "I'll take care of your transfer request." Park Jin-cheng froze for a moment, feeling awkward. That's before he could finish his sentence. Zhou Yi was already in front of them. The cowardly Byun Ji-young immediately let go of Park Jin-cheng and bolted in another direction. Seeing the strange look on Park Jin-cheng's face, Zhou Yi asked in surprise, Trouble within the ranks?" But she didn't dwell on it, launching an attack at Park Jin-cheng. He accurately caught her arm and swiftly tilted his body to dodge the blow. "Wait!" A flash of disbelief crossed Zhou Yi's eyes. Park Jin-cheng looked at her, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Zhou Yi immediately activated her Ida, equipping combat armor starting from her shoulders. It spread down her arms to her entire body. In the blink of an eye, a suit of jade-green Ida armor fully formed around Zhou Yi, looking both powerful and majestic. Park Jin-cheng's cheeks flushed as he looked at her with an infatuated gaze. "Wow, your armor looks amazing, senior. Both the look and the function are pure Ida, huh?" Losing her patience, Zhou Yi called him out. "Stop playing dumb. Didn't you just react to my speed perfectly?" Park Jin-cheng pointed at the fleeing Byun Ji-young, trying to change the subject. "More importantly, look at our captain making his grand escape over there." Zhou Yi followed his finger and gave a meaningful hum. Park Jin-cheng glanced at the timer on his wrist. 3 minutes and 5 seconds left. "I need to double-check the time." He winced, feeling anxious. "Damn it, still 3 whole minutes. I have to stall her at all costs." He ran the numbers in his head and made a decision. Park Jin-cheng suddenly started jumping around like a clown in front of Zhou Yi, rambling nonsensically. "Canicalio, cease. I'm not flirting or anything, I promise." He put on a worried face. "Oh no, sorry, did I make you mad? I'll just call you senior then." Zhou Yi stared at him and calmly exposed his plan. Stalling for time is useless. "Summon your Ida." Park Jin-cheng feigned ignorance, steering the conversation away. "But since we met like this, shouldn't we introduce ourselves first?" Before he could finish, Zhou Yi began rotating her wrists, ready to strike. "If you keep refusing to summon your Ida, I'm not holding back." Park Jin-cheng acted terrified, quickly waving his hands. "Wait, please, just a moment." Zhou Yi's patience was gone. "Bring it out already. Yours looks much more valuable than your teammates' gear." Cold sweat poured down Park Jin-cheng's face as he scrambled for an excuse. "Why the rush, senior? You should know that keeping a cool head is the most important thing." A vein popped on Zhou Yi's forehead. Her patience had completely evaporated. Park Jin-cheng kept babbling. "That's what my dad always says whenever my mom's lecturing him." Unable to take it anymore, Zhou Yi stepped toward him with murderous intent. Park Jin-cheng shrieked, finally making Zhou Yi stop in her tracks. Okay. I'll show you, all right?" He grinned. "I'm taking it out right now." A streak of blue light flashed in his hand. He slowly counted 1. Zhou Yi waited intently. "Dagger!" Park Jin-cheng shouted as a small dagger appeared in his grip. A system info box popped up. Dagger, F rank Ida. Overall combat power, F, a standard dagger with no special skills. Park Jin-cheng held the dagger up as if it were a priceless treasure. He beamed, "Tada!" Zhou Yi rubbed her temples, getting a headache. "Don't tell me you're—" Park Jin-cheng acted shocked and exaggerated his voice. "Huh, senior, are you not feeling well? Maybe you should head to the infirmary." Zhou Yi asked suspiciously. "Let's see, are you that F rank guy from the rumors?" "Yep, that's me. The infamous F rank," Park Jin-cheng admitted bluntly. Zhou Yi nearly collapsed. She covered her face, looking utterly miserable. Holding the dagger, Park Jin-cheng said proudly, "But to me, this dagger is S rank among regular daggers." Disgusted, Zhou Yi turned to leave, not wanting to waste another word on him. Park Jin-cheng immediately blocked her path. "Senior, I'm sorry. Where are you going?" Zhou Yi said in disappointment. "I thought you were worth something because of your reaction speed, but looks like that was just pure luck." Park Jin-cheng shouted after her. "Wait. Don't go. You're the one who wanted to see it. You can't just leave all disappointed like that. Looking frustrated, Zhou Yi ignored him and kept walking. Watching her back, Park Jinsung clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and yelled, "If you take another step, I'm attacking you from behind. This is your final warning. You hear me?" Zhou Yi finally snapped and turned around. "In a time-limited match like this, I have no reason to waste my time on you." To her shock, Park Jinsung actually moved. He lunged forward as she watched in surprise, launching an attack with his dagger. Park Jinsung thought with a bit of regret. I thought she'd keep ignoring me. She's way too honest. The dagger blade swung straight toward Zhou Yi. Her eyes widened, but she didn't panic. Instead, she raised her arm, letting the blade strike the armor on her forearm. She calmly looked at her arm, which was completely unharmed. Still holding his pose, Park Jinsung gave a dry laugh. As expected, it's just as tough as it looks. In reality, he was dying inside. He was laughing, but tears were practically welling up. The trainees watching from the sidelines couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's an F rank for you. Even the senior looks confused. Did he really deal 0 damage? Park Jinsung stared tensely at Zhou Yi, his hair standing on end. Zhou Yi looked away, done wasting time. No matter how fast your reactions are, if your Ida is this weak, it's useless. I've seen enough. It's completely worthless. We're done here. She casually started walking away again. Park Jinsung stood there, scratching his head awkwardly. Sigh. I still need to stall a bit longer, though. He looked at the countdown on his wrist. 2 minutes left. Seeing Zhou Yi heading his way, Byung-ji-young cursed in fear. You piece of trash. You couldn't even hold her for 5 minutes? Zhou Yi walked up to him and said flatly, "Does a guy who turned tail and ran really have the nerve to say that?" Cold sweat poured down Byung-ji-young's face as he backed away. "Senior, I was just going easy on you." Despite his words, his inner monologue was begging. "Please don't believe me." He tried to sound tough. "You better stop right there." Zhou Yi gave a hollow laugh. "Oh, there's no need to hold back on my account." Suddenly, she lunged, closing the gap instantly. "Now let's see what you can do. If you want to surpass Yong Anhao, then prove it again." Byung-ji-young cursed internally. Damn it, what a shitty day. As he backed up, he tripped over a rock. Feeling the stone, Byung-ji-young thought, this rock showed up at the perfect time. He burst into a sly, villainous laugh. "And that giant boulder over there, it's supposed to be scattered everywhere like this." Zhou Yi remained expressionless. "So, when exactly are you planning to prove yourself?" Byung-ji-young smirked. "If that's what you want to see, senior." He roared with a twisted expression. "Then I'll show you." He immediately activated his Ida. Zhou Yi was stunned. "What?" Park Jinsung turned to look at him, thinking in surprise. Byung-ji-young's Ida rank. No way. Has he been hiding his true strength this whole time? Park Jinsung rushed forward to stop him, shouting from behind, "It's dangerous, senior." Using his Ida, Byung-ji-young ripped a massive boulder straight out of the ground. Byung-ji-young sat atop the rising boulder, looking down at Zhou Yi with smug satisfaction. He sneered triumphantly. "Rip out the stuck object and hurl it." The system displayed his Ida info. Ida rank, B+. Overall combat power, B. Capability. Can use stuck objects as weapons. The weight of the uprooted object can be ignored, depending on a user's skill. The trainees watched in awe, but some are still worried. "That's a third-year senior. Is he going to be okay?" Another added, "But that boulder is huge." Zhou Yi looked up at him and smiled, her face showing genuine excitement. "So you aren't planning to run anymore. You were waiting for the right moment to use your Ida on that rock." Byung-ji-young lifted the massive boulder and leaped high into the air, looking down at her. "Senior, you really are a reliable third year. Now get lost." He hurled the giant rock straight at Zhou Yi. Byung-ji-young screamed, "Become the path I tread upon to show the true essence of Ida." Byung-ji-young laughed as if victory was already his. "Think being a third year makes you special? I, Byung-ji-young, will be the winner." Just as he was reveling in his triumph, a dark shadow appeared behind him. The shadow spoke coldly. "Sophomore, pardon me." Byung-ji-young turned his head in shock. That voice is... Before he could react, Yong Anhao knocked him out with a single punch. Byung-ji-young yelled in protest as he fell. "Damn it. How can a third-year senior sneak attack like a coward?" On the other side, Zhou Yi focused her power, creating a shield with her Ida to stop the massive boulder. She thought, "Asterisk, It's stronger than I expected. But thanks to my Ida, I can hold it. Asterisk. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. I will definitely catch you. Immediately after, the giant rock in front of Zhou shattered into pieces. Yong Anhao smashed through the boulder and appeared before her. Zhou brought her teeth together, her face darkening as she glared at him. This was supposed to be my chance to show some authority. Why did the captain interfere? Yong Anhao replied calmly. That attack was a bit dangerous. I'm just fulfilling my duty to protect my teammate. Zhou frowned. Are you saying I couldn't handle it? Yong Anhao looked her in the eye. Zhou, of course you could have handled that rock, but he glanced at the person charging from behind with a baseball bat. That guy's tricks don't end there. I will definitely catch you. Yong Anhao used his Ida, effortlessly neutralizing Bian Jiyang in an instant. Watching this, Park Jincheng scratched his cheek nervously, unable to stop himself from commenting. Geez, our captain is such an idiot. Right then, Yong Anhao suddenly turned to look at Park Jincheng. His eyes glowed with a cold, terrifying light, like a hawk staring down its prey. That sophomore over there. Park Jincheng jumped, yelping, ah. He gripped his dagger in fear, pointing it toward Yong Anhao and shouting in high alert. Ah, I surrender. I surrender. Yong Anhao walked up to him and asked curiously, earlier, when that guy activated his Ida, you warned Zhou. Why did you do that? Park Jincheng gestured wildly, flustered. Huh? Because our captain has a short fuse, so I did it because I didn't know what she might do. Yong Anhao stepped closer, bluntly calling him out. You really are a top-tier liar. Holding his dagger, Park Jincheng said in a panic, wait, I already surrendered. Yong Anhao ignored him and launched an attack. I will definitely catch you. Yong Anhao grabbed Park Jincheng's arm, sending the dagger flying. Clutching his collar, Park Jincheng gritted his teeth and gasped. Please, just listen to me. The dagger flipped through the air and began to fall, but it landed perfectly back in Park Jincheng's hand. He lunged at Yong Anhao with the blade. When someone is talking, he started, using the knife to slash through the hands holding him. Yong Anhao was forced to let go. Park Jincheng took the chance to put some distance between them. Yong Anhao's expression turned solemn. You sophomore. He took a defensive stance, watching Park Jincheng warily. Who exactly are you? Park Jincheng looked at him, thinking, whoa, this killing intent is no joke. Outwardly, he feigned being stressed. I'm a member of the 3rd Squad, 10th Platoon, 2nd Wing. Park Jincheng, F-rank Ida holder. Yong Anhao narrowed his eyes, asking in disbelief, You? I see. Park Jincheng checked his watch frantically, drenched in sweat. Is time not up yet? Yong Anhao seemed displeased. Where are you looking, sophomore? Park Jincheng gave a nervous laugh. Ah, having a senior pay this much attention to me is a bit scary. But inside, he was thinking, just 1 minute left. Park Jincheng tried to buy more time, pointing in another direction. Look, there's a crowd over there. They seem to be enjoying my terrified expression. Don't they, senior? Ha, pretty mean, right? He prayed silently. Time, please move faster. Yong Anhao tilted his head, annoyed. Are you trying to stall? I hate people like you the most. Park Jincheng recoiled in fear, explaining quickly. What do you think I could possibly do alone? No matter how much you say you hate me. Yong Anhao cut him off. Why aren't you trying to defeat me? Park Jincheng raised his hands helplessly as if Yong Anhao was being unrealistic. Try? I'm just an F rank. What can I do? Yong Anhao said calmly. This isn't a warning. It's advice. Park Jincheng was confused. Yong Anhao patiently explained. The word is that during this assembly, the student council president will pick out students who underperformed. Those lacking skills will be expelled. Park Jincheng froze, his eyes turning serious. He fell into thought. Asterisk expelled? So that's why the homeroom teacher had that look on his face. Asterisk Park Jincheng gripped his dagger tighter. Senior. Yong Anhao looked at him. Yeah. I don't want to be expelled. Park Jincheng said firmly. Yong Anhao stared back. Then show me what you've got. Park Jincheng took a step back. If you're my opponent, senior, I can't guarantee you'll make it out of this alive. As he spoke, he activated his Ida. His long hair shadowed his eyes, hiding his expression. Suddenly, Park Jincheng's pupils constricted violently as thick veins began to bulge across his smooth face. His entire body erupted with a crimson-red Ida energy. The system flashed a red notification, like a warning for something extremely dangerous. Ida, F-rank dagger. Overall combat power, F, a standard dagger with no special abilities. Park Jincheng broke into a twisted, eerie grin. The system alerts kept coming. Your physical strength has tripled. You can now see the opponent's fatal weak points and their Ida. Park Jinsung held his dagger in one hand and covered his face with the other, looking absolutely terrifying. The system updated again. You can identify the most efficient method to kill the opponent with your current skills. Only when you completely destroy the opponent's Ida or take their life can you stop. You have been consumed by the urge to kill. The true murderer, S-rank Ida. Park Jinsung laughed like a maniac. Yong Anhao stood his ground, watching Park Jinsung without making a move. Yong Anhao said, I can see that an F-rank dagger isn't the extent of your Ida skills. I will definitely catch up to you, A-rank Ida. Overall attack power, A+. You can catch any target you aim for within a certain distance. You can teleport to that location. Park Jinsung narrowed his eyes and sneered. Your power rank is even worse than I thought. Hearing those words, Yong Anhao felt a sharp sting in his heart, and his face went dark. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way. How can he see someone else's Ida? Puh Jinsung just smirked, a wild, maniacal grin, then pointed his blade straight at Yong Anhao. Sorry about this. I can't hold back anymore. You're going to stop me, right? At that moment, Puh Jinsung looked like nothing less than a demon wearing human skin. That's right. The killing intent radiating from him was enough to shock even Yong Anhao, a truly terrifying aura. He asked a single question. Your emotions, aren't they a bit too mature for your age? Puh Jinsung's eyes glinted. I know you'll be fine, senior. He twirled the dagger in his hand like a pinwheel. I can trust you, can't I? Why aren't they fighting yet? Why is he just standing there? Perhaps Yong Anhao felt the guy wasn't worthy of a duel. The red-headed boy grumbled. Hey, why aren't you moving? I came here to watch you get your ass kicked. At this moment, Yong Anhao was breaking out in a cold sweat. He observed and assessed simultaneously. The guy looked completely defenseless, yet he wasn't revealing a single opening. Over on the other side, he also sensed the anomaly. What is that energy? In Yi's eyes, Puh Jinsung wasn't human right now. He was a monster. This was completely different from their last skirmish. She remained rooted to the spot, thinking to herself, in this atmosphere, I feel like I can't leave him alone. Seeing Puh Jinsung acting so frantically, she felt something was wrong. She shouted, I order all members. Attack immediately. At her command, the others swarmed from behind, rushing in to stop Puh Jinsung. People piled onto people. Some were shocked. Others hadn't expected it to come to this. The scene turned into chaos until Puh Jinsung was subdued. Pinned firmly to the ground, Puh Jinsung actually managed to laugh out loud. Aha! Senior, you guys are so heavy. Yong Anhao questioned Zhou. What is the meaning of this? He looked up at him and replied, just as you protect your team, I wanted to protect mine. Yong Anhao said nonchalantly, we didn't need to protect me. He shot back. Senior, are you sure about that? The question made Yong Anhao pause and think. We attacked him. In that instant, he had rushed toward Puh Jinsung to launch an attack, and those behind her followed suit. At that moment, he was chasing down Puh Jinsung. Yong Anhao was so shocked he froze. She had attacked so relentlessly that he couldn't even react. Yong Anhao loosened his tie and said, actually, I'm not so sure. He rubbed his chin, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. But when Zhou saw that expression, she was beyond furious. He's smiling. Yong Anhao reminded Zhou. Anyway, Zhou, release it before your Ida shatters. She asked in surprise, what? In the blink of an eye, the hairpin on her head cracked. That attack was so fast. Even her armor shattered, leaving her stunned. Did he really deal that much damage? The others were in the same boat. They fell into a panic. Huh, my bracelet broke. Mine too. What is going on? Why are everyone's bracelets destroyed? It must just be a coincidence. Zhou scratched her head in frustration, while Yong Anhao fell into deep thought, looking at Puh Jinsung lying on the ground. By now, Puh Jinsung had returned to normal. He forced a laugh. Haha, great teamwork, guys. So heavy, though. Yong Anhao watched silently, not saying a word. Seeing his reaction, Puh Jinsung called out, Senior? Yong Anhao couldn't bring himself to look him in the eye. He turned away and asked, Are you back to normal? Puh Jinsung lay limp on the ground, groaning, Senior, it's been 5 minutes. Can everyone please get off me now? Seeing that things had returned to the status quo, Yong Anhao turned to leave, but not without a warning. Next time, I hope for a match without interruptions. Puh Jinsung waved his hand in refusal. Hey, what next time? This one time was enough for me. Yong Anhao didn't linger, but as he walked away, He offered some advice. Before that happens, you'd best do something about it. It was sincere advice. This startled Puh Jinsung, who didn't understand at all. He reached out as if to stop Yong Anhao. Wait, senior. I told you there isn't going to be a next time. After Yong Anhao left, the others also trickled away, leaving him alone. Let's go. Only Puh Jinsung remained. He lay flat on his back on the ground and sighed. Haze man, that was tough. Yong Anhao announced right there on the spot. Second year, Class 10, Squad 3, Bianjing's team, victory. Inside the principal's office, a complaint rang out. Ah, Mr. Counselor, why are you in such a dump like this? Then came a man's laughter. Haha, I came here in secret, you see. It was Lee Xin. He crossed his legs, playing the part of a wealthy heir perfectly. Anyway, are the documents I requested ready? The principal stammered as he handed him the files, replying, Here, right here, sir. He took them and flipped through. When he reached the page with Yong Anhao's information, he paused. Is this the famous Yong Anhao? The principal forced a smile. Ah, yes. Yong Anhao is an elite student, famous worldwide. Ah, no. That child is the pride of our Hanyang school. Ah, he mused. Did he win any awards in middle school? He looked at the document, asking and answering himself. But in high school, he's won every single match. Does he realize that himself? The principal cut into Lee Xion's train of thought. If only that child's eater rank were a bit higher, it would be perfect. Such a pity. Lee Xion retorted. No, that's not it. You can't get that far on reputation alone. Suddenly, he pulled out a file on Puh Jinsung. He asked the principal if the school had a trainee. Hearing this question, the principal's face instantly turned sour. Yes, there's a student with a rank even lower than the first year's. After that kid filed an objection, we placed him in the combat class. Listening to the principal's explanation, Lee Xion tapped his finger lightly on his forehead while reading the file. I was just asking about the trainee, but this is quite interesting. He asked about the student's background. Standing behind him, the principal replied, Yes, but you really don't need to look at that, sir. But Lee Xion did the opposite, flipping to the next page to check the history. Special status. Parents died early when he was 8. Perhaps due to that shock, his Ida failed to awaken. He was exploited by his legal guardians, an uncle and aunt, for a long time. At age 10, a burglar broke into their home. The uncle and aunt suffered severe physical and mental trauma and were committed to a mental hospital. As a result, he awakened his Ida that very day. Lee Xion looked up and asked the principal, Doesn't Ida usually appear at age 8? The principal replied, Yes, there was a slight variation. Typically, Ida manifests at 8 years old. Lee Xion reviewed the file again. Asterisk at age 10, a burglar broke into their home. As a result, he awakened his Ida that very day. Asterisk he pondered. An Ida awakening late under special circumstances, yet only achieving F rank. He asked again, Has his combat ability been F rank from then until now? The principal explained, I'm not sure, but since entering our school, that child has consistently been F rank. Holding the file, Lee Xion thought to himself, Asterisk F rank combat ability is just 2. What is his ultimate goal in hiding his true power? Asterisk. Then he told the principal, I want to meet Puh Jinsung privately. The principal asked curiously, You mean, I think that kid will rank up soon, since he's only F rank right now. Lee Xion challenged him, Is that so? The principal responded, But counselor. Lee Xion placed his hand on a stack of files and said, Right, first of all, principal. The principal asked, Why do you want to turn our school into a militarized institution? Lee Xion shot him a glance that made him jump and panic. Such a dangerous question. It is a secret government project, a military plan that I don't know about and don't want to know about. The principal panicked and explained, I apologize. I shouldn't have asked. However, Lee Xion wasn't angry. He just smirked. We are already prepared to accept ridicule from the North. He pushed the 2 intelligence files on Yong Anhao and Puh Jinsung forward. With this system, we have hope. He said, There will be students who help us change the past. My routine every morning goes like this. The alarm clock on the desk rang. I wake up at 6 a.m. Puh Jinsung sat up in bed, stretching his body. He adjusted his clothes. Standing before the mirror, he tied his tie. Puh Jinsung looked at himself in the mirror and flashed a refreshing smile. He raised a fist, his face full of determination. I have to get my all today, too. Then he left the house at 6:30. Opening the door, Puh Jinsung said brightly, Let's head out. The sky outside was blue, the sun playing hide-and-seek behind the clouds. The reason I get to school so early is that lately, I've been in charge of all sorts of cleaning duties and odd jobs. Some members of the student council blocked Puh Jinsung at the school gate. A girl with long blonde hair looked at him with unfriendly eyes and asked, "You're a second year, right? I don't think we need to dress as neatly as he does." She continued. Puh Jinsung brought his hand to his forehead in a salute. He laughed goofily, playing along. "That's right, this works too." Someone standing next to the blonde girl pointed at him and said, "Wait, isn't he the only trainee in our school?" Puh Jinsung scratched his head shyly and laughed. "Haha, am I really that famous? You guys are too kind." "He looks even dumber than I thought." The guy looked at Puh Jinsung with mockery. The blonde girl rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. "I feel like the people in Platoon 1 are slacking off a bit too much." Faced with their ridicule, Puh Jinsung forced a smile. "Huh," another boy in the trio chimed in, sneering. "Isn't your Ida just a tiny knife? That thing is useless." The boy who had just mocked Puh Jinsung was a bit curious, so he immediately added, "How did you use that thing to fight against Yong Anhao?" The blonde girl speculated, "He probably just makes mistakes sometimes." The three of them went back and forth, laughing as they spoke, making no effort to hide their contempt and malice. Clearly, they didn't acknowledge Puh Jinsung's strength at all. Puh Jinsung clapped two eraser pads together, sending chalk dust billowing into the air. "Sai, why won't this come clean?" He stood by the window, clapping the pads while leaning back to dodge the dust, complaining, "Those guys even have government support. So why don't they use whiteboards instead of this stuff?" Puh Jinsung mopped the floor with a soaking wet mop. Then he dragged it back to the starting position. Every inch of the floor was mopped thoroughly twice. Puh Jinsung mopped with gusto. Wherever he passed, the floor became sparkling clean, without a speck of dust. "So that's how it is." A classmate with thick glasses watched him and said, "I think you really finished your job by running away." The red-headed teenager next to him rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Why didn't you treat us like this from the beginning?" "I'm actually impressed," the glasses-wearing friend said, patting Puh Jinsung on the shoulder. "If you're F rank, it's a real surprise." Hearing the glasses boy speak, the classmates all burst into laughter. Even though things are definitely going to be unlucky. The glasses boy closed his eyes, grinning broadly. Even though Puh Jinsung ignored him and went back to his seat, the guy kept rambling on. "After the team challenge match with the third-year seniors, my image in everyone's eyes has gradually improved." Suddenly, a hand slammed down on Puh Jinsung's desk, startling him awake. The owner of the hand shouted, "Hey, I said wake up, you piece of trash." Puh Jinsung bolted up, looking at the person in front of him. "Sorry, were you calling me?" He thought to himself. "Oh, looking for a fight again." Bianjing stood before him, arms crossed, looking arrogant. "I didn't get the math notes last time. Go get them for me now." Puh Jinsung agreed without hesitation. "Huh, sure thing." Bianjing wasn't satisfied. He added, "Go now. I need to copy the answers." Puh Jinsung pushed up his glasses, a bit dazed, confused inside. "Asterisk, huh? He's not going to hit me? I guess because of that, they've gradually stopped beating me up." Asterisk. While Puh Jinsung was struggling to mop the hallway, someone called him over. "I didn't turn in my social science homework last time. Remember to turn it in for me." Another classmate walked by and casually added, "Hey, mine too." Yet another ordered him around. "Puh Jinsung, return these textbooks to the office later." Puh Jinsung looked at the three of them, his head spinning. But instead, they've started giving me all sorts of errands. He hugged the mop handle, sighing wearily. "Haze!" Noise erupted from classroom 2 to 10. A classmate stretched and shouted happily, "Yeah, school's out." Yong Anhao stood at the podium, looking a bit displeased. "Settle down, everyone." Yong Anhao looked at that student and said, "You know today is the last day to join a club, right?" The student rested his chin on his hand, replying calmly, "Yes, sir." Yong Anhao continued, "This is a mandatory activity for second years, so if anyone hasn't joined one, go register quickly." Down below, Puh Jinsung held a club application form in his hand. He stared at it, lost in thought. Asterisk a club, huh? Which one should I join? Is there anyone who needs me? Asterisk. Yong Anhao looked at Puh Jinsung and said, "If you don't join any club, we're going to have a private chat. Do you understand, trainee Puh Jinsung?" The classmates started gathering to mock Puh Jinsung again. Haha, surely no club would accept an F-rank loser. Maybe they'll give him an entrance exam just to see how weak he is. Listening to them, Puh Jinsung thought, "All you guys want to do is make me into a joke." He flipped to the back of the application form and froze in horror. His face turned pale, He couldn't believe his eyes. What is all this? Puh Jinsung gripped the paper tightly, staring at the club information, his mind a mess. All the clubs are related to the military or using Ida. A boy in the class tilted his head and called out to another student, "Hey, which club are you joining?" The guy stood up and walked over to the girl he had called. "I think I'll join the squad combat club." The girl asked curiously, "What are the reviews like?" Another girl in the class heard them talking and stood up. "Wait, let's join that one together." As the classmates walked out of the room, they chatted. "The reviews are pretty high." "Oh, I'm looking forward to it," the red-headed boy said happily. "Wait for me. I'm coming too." Finally, in the empty classroom, only Puh Jinsung remained. He scratched his head, unable to decide what to do. What should I do? I really hope they can overlook the rank restrictions of the Ida department. Puh Jinsung picked up a pen and started crossing out the names of the clubs printed on the paper. These aren't clubs. They're cliques for people with connections. Finally, his pen stopped at the HT club. Not related to Ida usage. Specialized for physical enhancement purposes. Oh, Puh Jinsung was overjoyed, as if he had found treasure. I bet not many people will join this. Thinking that, he quickly made a decision, grabbed the application form, and left the classroom. Even though only one club gets to use their famous gym, it still feels a bit weird. Imagining a scene where clubs were packed with people arguing, "Mine, get out." "No, it's ours." Puh Jinsung felt a bit hesitant. It should be fine, right? It says it's unrelated to Ida usage. So, Puh Jinsung stared at the long line of people in front of the club he was heading to. His train of thought instantly cut off. He muttered to himself, "Why are there so many people?" Puh Jinsung looked anxiously at the crowd, unable to help his suspicion. Did I come to the wrong place? He looked at the address on the guide sheet again, his face a bit bewildered. But I'm sure it's here. Suddenly, someone pointed at him and shouted, "Whoa, that upperclassman F-ranker is here too." Everyone turned to look at Puh Jinsung and recognized him immediately. "Huh, you're right." One student glanced at him and spoke to the person next to him with a sneer. "He's an upperclassman, but actually just a trainee. Should I go over and talk some trash to him?" Puh Jinsung broke into a cold sweat, thinking, most of them are first years. They aren't even required to join a club. He crossed his arms, looking a bit gloomy. So why are they gathering here in such numbers? Suddenly, the crowd of first years stopped paying attention to him. Someone cheered excitedly. "Over there, the club president is coming out." Another girl hurriedly asked, "Really? Where?" "Wow, so cool." The students cheered in admiration. Puh Jinsung waved his hand slightly, trying to squeeze through the crowd. "Huh? Who is that club president?" The application form in Puh Jinsung's hand suddenly dropped to the ground. He startled, thinking anxiously, "Huh? What's going on? I need to run." He muttered, "This is crazy, seriously." Just then, a student spoke up. The rumors were true. And Yong Anhao was walking out when the noise caught his attention, and he suddenly turned his head. Spotting Puh Jinsung in the crowd, he immediately walked toward him and called out, "Puh Jinsung." Puh Jinsung was pushed right in front of Yong Anhao. Seeing Yong Anhao, the first-year student screamed, "It's Yong Anhao. Wow, he looks so handsome in person." "Senior, I'm a fan." Facing Yong Anhao, Puh Jinsung naturally felt a bit awkward. Excuse me, are you the president of the HT club?" And Yong Anhao smiled, looking very welcoming. "I didn't expect you to come here, Puh Jinsung. You left a deep impression on me." Just then, Yong Anhao's voice echoed from inside the room. "All applicants, you may enter and prepare." This made Jinsung's face turn pale. He thought, I need to run now. If I get involved with this senior, it's definitely going to be trouble. But just as he turned around, Yong Anhao called him back. "Puh Jinsung, where do you think you're going?" Jinsung forced a laugh and said, "Ahaha, I think I got the wrong club." He pointed outside as he spoke. "Let me go check around. I'll come back later." And Yong Anhao crossed his arms and told Jinsung, "This club doesn't have any other members." And Yong Anhao's expression turned serious as he asked, "You still don't plan to join?" He asked further, "You came here thinking there would be fewer people, didn't you?" Hit right on a mark by Yong Anhao, Jinsung thought, "He's right," but he still forced a smile and replied, "Haha, but there are so many applicants." And Yong Anhao stood at the door, speaking sternly, "Puh Jinsung, this isn't a club just anyone can walk into." By now, Puh Jinsung had already turned around, lifting his foot to leave. He scratched his head and said, "Senior probably knows my rank is very low, so I probably won't get in." But before he could finish, and Yong Anhao grabbed him by the collar. To his own shock, Jinsung was yanked back, and Yong Anhao held Jinsung's shirt with one hand, nonchalantly dragging him into the clubroom. He said, "I'm letting you take the entrance exam now. Join in with the other applicants." Puh Jinsung protested feebly. "No, I said I'm fine." By then, the clubroom door was shut tight, and Yong Anhao paced back and forth, his eyes constantly scanning the applicants before him. He said, "Is everyone who applied here? It really is crowded this year. Well then, let's begin the entrance exam." He continued, "It's very simple. You just have to follow my physical training routine and persist until the end. Anyone who can do that passes. One set consists of 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, then another 30 burpees, followed by 30 squats." Hearing Yong Anhao say this, some looked like they had met an idol, completely disregarding the content of the test, their eyes shining with worship. Is he doing the test too? His stamina is amazing. His voice is so charming. Others had a different mood. One of the guys rested his chin on his hand, seeming to realize something. He said, "Wait, that's just one set." The girl with a ponytail next to him was full of determination. "We can do this." And Yong Anhao's voice rang out again. "If you can complete 10 sets continuously without resting, consider a pass." Puh Jinsung immediately clutched his head, wailing in helplessness. "Just pretend I'm not here." A while later, several candidates didn't know how long they had been squatting. Their whole bodies were trembling, and some had even collapsed to the floor. But all they heard was in Yong Anhao's cold voice. "Number 2, too slow. Disqualified." On the other side, a few were doing burpees, but the situation wasn't much better. And Yong Anhao spoke again. "Number 5 and number 6, your form is terrible. Disqualified." He demonstrated the jump himself while speaking to the candidates in front of him. "You have to be fast like I am here." However, among the group, some were still trying to force themselves to follow, others were exhausted, and some had even fainted. Many couldn't hold on any longer. A young man sprawled out on the floor, groaning, "Whoa, I can't do it anymore." The person next to him was in no better shape. Me neither. Puh Jinsung watched this scene, thinking in fear. 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, another 30 burpees, then 30 squats. That only counts as one set. Plus, look at him. He's doing it like it's nothing. His expression hasn't even changed. Seriously, while other candidates are gasping for air or quitting, and Yong Anhao is just calmly pumping out push-ups without breaking a sweat. Before Puh Jinsung's eyes, it was a stark contrast, and Yong Anhao, stone-faced and relentless, versus the candidates pouring out every ounce of strength just to fail. It terrified Puh Jinsung deep down. Just how strong is the monster living inside that guy? By now, people were dropping to their knees from exhaustion. Many couldn't hold on and collapsed on the floor. The last one hanging on finally cracked. "Senior, I quit." And Yong Anhao crossed his arms, gave them a cold stare, and announced, "First group, all eliminated." Immediately, he turned around, his voice icy as he addressed Puh Jinsung's group. "We're starting the second group right now." Hearing their names called, the second group looked like they were staring death in the face. A girl with bangs blurted out, "What do we do? I don't think I can handle this." The guy next to her clutched his chest. It's terrifying, but also so damn cool." After seeing the first group's massacre, no one in the second group wanted to go first. Eventually, it turned into a shoving match between Puh Jinsung and the girl. She pleaded, "Senior, you go first. Forcing a junior to go ahead is just cruel." Puh Jinsung obviously didn't want to either. "I don't want to do it either." Then, just as the girl ran off, the other guy stuck his leg out and kicked him forward, laughing, "Go get him, badass senior." Bounced back and forth, Puh Jinsung snapped, "Hey, quit pushing me." In the end, Puh Jinsung couldn't fight off the two of them. He stumbled right in front of Yong Anhao, letting out a soft ugh. Puh Jinsung scratched his head awkwardly, looking up at Yong Anhao. "Senior, you don't look tired at all. Are you sure you're even human? Saying we're only a year apart has got to be a lie." And Yong Anhao replied, "Humph. Puh Jinsung, you shouldn't speak like that." Puh Jinsung stood up straight, confused. "Huh? I don't know what you're talking about." But Yong Anhao wasn't listening. He turned away and shouted, "Second group, start." This made Puh Jinsung wail miserably. "I'm not doing thigh eyes." A while later, inside the clubroom, sweat was dripping, pooling on the floor from God knows who. By this point, Puh Jinsung had ditched his vest and tie, wearing only a white dress shirt. As he stretched into a burpee, he couldn't help but groan. I can't do this anymore. He flashed back to training alone to fight off bullies. He remembered spending his free time doing pull-ups on the doorframe of his bathroom just to get stronger. He looked up and Yong Anhao, thinking, I really thought I'd ace these exercises, but this isn't something a normal human can handle. In front of Puh Jinsung, and Yong Anhao was still jumping with absolute calm. This intensity seemed like a warm-up for him. Puh Jinsung's group, however, was a different story. Everyone's faces were twisted in agony. They groaned with every jump, trying desperately to match in Yong Anhao's movements. And Yong Anhao paused, praising them. The second group isn't bad. Maybe I should speed it up a little. His next sentence, however, made Puh Jinsung's group look like their eyes were about to pop out and their hair stand on end. Puh Jinsung screamed in panic. You can't do that. A moment later, a young man leisurely popped a cookie into his mouth. The girl with bangs said to him in shock, Hey, that badass senior is still in the game? Naturally, she had already been eliminated and could only watch from the sidelines. The guy next to her slung his jacket over his shoulder, chopping on a cookie as he cursed. Damn, that's actually impressive. The eliminated candidates sat in rows, focused on Puh Jinsung, whose hair was a mess as he struggled to keep up with Senior and Yong Anhao's squat pace. They started whispering. At this point, his stamina has to be top tier, right? Is his combat power really just F rank? Meanwhile, Puh Jinsung gritted his teeth through the squats, thinking, I clearly train at home, but in Yong Anhao's speed seems to be getting faster. He scolded himself softly. Quiet. Focus, Puh Jinsung. The girl with the ponytail from the first group saw this and turned to her friend. This is already the 7th set. The two from Puh Jinsung's group were even more astonished. The girl with bangs marveled. Whoa. As expected of Senior and Yong Anhao, he's a beast. The young man beside her gasped. That F-rank Senior is no joke either. And Yong Anhao smiled, speaking with immense satisfaction. Very good, Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung was gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Screaming internally, this is too much. And Yong Anhao continued. I knew seeing your reaction speed last time wasn't a coincidence. I knew you'd keep up. With that, and Yong Anhao sped up his squats again, making the watching candidates cry out, Whoa, Senior is going even faster now. One guy exclaimed, that speed is insane. The girl with bangs asked, Can the F-rank Senior keep up with that? And Yong Anhao's move clearly pissed Puh Jinsung off. He snapped, Hey man, are you serious right now? A short-haired guy about to eat a piece of bread said, Damn, way too fast. The girl with bangs pointed at Puh Jinsung, shrieking in surprise. He's keeping up. Watching in Yong Anhao and Puh Jinsung furiously squatting, someone blurted out in shock. An F-rank is matching national-level speed? Yet Puh Jinsung, despite being a weak F-rank, showed no signs of backing down. Seeing this, the eliminated candidates got hyped. They scrambled to cheer him on. Whoa. Let's go, F-rank Senior. You can do it. Just a little more. Puh Jinsung was on the brink of collapse, muttering the count. 27. The cheers reached his ears. F-rank Senior, you've got this. Puh Jinsung bent his knees, finishing the next rep. He counted again. 28, 29. Standing before him. Even Yong Anhao couldn't help but encourage him. Great job, Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung practically screamed the next number. 30. As the word left his mouth, his knees slammed onto the floor. He collapsed in exhaustion right in front of Yong Anhao. The room exploded with cheers. Yeah, F-rank Senior did it. Amidst the noise, someone marveled. Wow, is he the only one out of everyone who passed? Puh Jinsung sat slumped on the floor, looking up at the ceiling and groaning. I'm gonna die. He never expected to receive such enthusiastic support. Staring blankly at the people cheering for him. You really impressed me. Congratulations on passing. Hearing those warm words, Puh Jinsung spread his arms and legs, lying flat on the floor in exhaustion, but smiling with satisfaction. This feeling isn't too bad. I'm actually getting praised. And Yong Anhao walked over to where Puh Jinsung lay and extended his hand. Welcome to the HT Club, Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung struggled to sit up, grabbed Yong Anhao's hand, and laughed. Thanks, Senior. I can go rest now, right? And Yong Anhao pulled Puh Jinsung to his feet and said, No rush. You can start participating in club activities tomorrow. Hearing this, Puh Jinsung shook with rage. Hey, Senior, did you not hear a word I just said? But Yong Anhao didn't seem to care at all. He gripped Puh Jinsung's hand tight, his voice full of anticipation. With someone to train with, the efficiency will double. I've been waiting a long time for someone with a level comparable to mine. Puh Jinsung's face darkened. Hey. He slapped in Jing Hao's hand away, annoyed. Comparable level to you? One more set, and I'm dead meat. I thought you hated people liking me. But Jing Hao just muttered to himself, looking genuinely pained. It took a whole year to recruit a new member. Boo-hoo. This made Puh Jinsung curse internally in frustration. Damn it. He's not even listening to me. He thought, I just want to join a quiet club, but this damn place is... The more he thought about it, the more resentful Puh Jinsung looked. Puh Jinsung was organizing his desk, letting out a tired sigh. I don't want to go to the club at all. As soon as he said it, he sat back down, resting his head on the chair and groaning. He thought, the moment I show up, all the attention is on me. Just to get into a club that only has senior and Jing Hao. Puh Jinsung clutched his head, thinking miserably. This damn club only has senior and Jing Hao, which is why I'm the only one getting tortured by him. He flashed back to memories of being bullied, thugs throwing trash everywhere and making him clean it up. He remembered being surrounded by them. They'd sneered, asking, how did a loser like you get in the HT club? He thought of the jealous questions he faced every day. Someone standing at his desk demanded, say something, will you? Then he remembered the times they forced him to call them brother, calling his name constantly. It terrified him. If I don't go, he's just going to keep following me around forever. After a moment of existential dread, he stood up and grabbed his bag. But inside, he thought desperately, maybe I should just break my own arm. Suddenly, a voice called out from above. Hey kid. Puh Jinsung shook his head in frustration, muttering, no way. He'd just take me to the infirmary and nurse me back to health. The second I recovered, he'd drag me right back. Just then, another voice chimed in. Oh. Are you a student in this class? Puh Jinsung walked slowly toward the door, muttering, maybe being ostracized like before was actually better. Suddenly, a girl leaning against the wall shouted, Hey. The noise made him jump out of his skin. Gah, damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Once he saw who it was, he froze, letting out a confused sound. Huh. At that moment, the girl asked coldly, Are you a student in this class? Puh Jinsung was still dazed. He stared at her, stunned by her beauty, thinking, does our grade really have someone this pretty? Seriously? Then he remembered to answer her. Is there a problem? The girl pulled out a card. She held it up in front of him and said, I think they said to use this to introduce yourself. He read the text on the card, surprised. Corporal? Seeing his reaction, the girl looked confused. She asked, what? You don't have a military rank. Hearing that, he raised his hand, scratching his head awkwardly. Ah, well, about that. Suddenly, the girl barked, rank and name. Startled, he immediately snapped to attention, raising his right hand in a salute. 2nd Wing, 10th Platoon, 3rd Squad, Trainee Puh Jinsung. He realized what he just did and froze, letting out a gasp. Ah. The girl was surprised too. She asked, confused, trainee? He turned his face away in shame, cursing internally. Damn it, they made me practice this so much it's become a habit. Seeing his face, she broke the awkward tension. She extended her hand. Well, never mind. Nice to meet you. I'm Corporal Jean Shiren. He awkwardly took her hand. Ah, yes. But, did you need something? Jean Shiren explained. You said you're in the 10th Platoon, right? I have to report to the 2nd Wing, 10th Platoon tomorrow morning. He understood now. Aha, so you're transferring? He started walking toward the door, saying cheerfully, well, I hope we get along. He pushed the door open, waving goodbye. I got some stuff to do. Before he could step out, Jean Shiren roughly yanked him back. She shouted, wait. Pulled back suddenly, he panicked. Ah. Jean Shiren shoved him hard into a corner, making him cry out in pain. Ugh. Jean Shiren stood in front of Puh Jinsung, slamming both hands against the wall, trapping him. He turned his head, looking at her in panic. Corporal? I really have to be there right now. Jean Shiren ignored him completely. She stared at him coldly, stating her demand. No. I need a guide. He asked blankly. You what? Puh Jinsung was crying inside, terrified. Senior and Jing Hao could come looking for me any second. He thought for a moment, then shouted, wait. He looked seriously at Jean Shiren. I have urgent business right now. Can't you find someone else? Jean Shiren replied coldly. No. You seem suitable enough. He asked in panic. Didn't you literally just meet me? Suddenly, Jean Shiren's expression darkened, her voice dripping with killing intent. Right. Now, Seeing her face, he thought in terror. Good lord, why is she so scary? He had a cave. Fine, okay. I'll guide you, okay? Where do you want to go? Shiren stated her request. Take me to find Sergeant and Jing Hao. Hearing that, Puh Jinsung lit up. He exclaimed excitedly, Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? He explained, Actually, I was just heading there myself. Suddenly, Jing Hao appeared behind the door. He called out, Puh Jinsung. Hearing his voice, Puh Jinsung screamed in pure terror. AHHH. Senior and Jing Hao. And Jing Hao pushed the door open and walked in, his face cold as ice. He told Puh Jinsung, I hope you weren't planning on skipping training. Puh Jinsung replied frantically, I was just on my way. Shiren looked at Jing Hao and asked, confused, So you're Sergeant and Jing Hao? And Jing Hao, annoyed by her attitude, replied, You're a second year, right? You should learn to respect your seniors. Shiren wasn't having it. I heard rankings here are based on ability. She stepped forward, grabbed Jing Hao's tie, and asked skeptically, Are you strong enough to be my senior? She smirked, releasing his tie. Looks like it'd be hard to tell who'd win between us. And Jing Hao adjusted his tie, glaring coldly at Shiren. Do you want me to prove it to you? The air between them crackled with intensity. Both were radiating murderous intent. Watching from the side, Puh Jinsung thought, if these two fight, there's going to be a murder. Suddenly, Shiren switched topics to romance. She asked seriously, Sergeant and Jing Hao, are you dating anyone? This made the bystander, Puh Jinsung, gape. Hey, where did that come from? And Jing Hao answered indifferently. No. Puh Jinsung gasped in shock. You don't have a girlfriend? But people say. The war between them continued silently. Shiren scoffed. Figures. Naturally, I hate guys like you the most. And Jing Hao retorted annoyed. Oh, whatever. I don't like you either. Their bickering terrified Puh Jinsung. He trembled. What the hell is this situation? A moment later, Shiren waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I don't care if it's a girlfriend or a crush. Just make something up if you don't want to be bothered. And Jing Hao was confused by her unfriendly advice. What do you mean? Shiren explained. My family is pretty loud and conservative. I'm telling you this out of kindness, so listen up. She turned her gaze to Puh Jinsung. He was completely lost, thinking, what just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Shiren walked over to him, beaming. Lucky for me, he doesn't like me. Then she suddenly proposed. Hey, trainee, want to date me? Puh Jinsung was bewildered. Huh? Why so sudden? Shiren smiled, giving a reason that sounded ridiculous yet somehow logical. We're about the same height. It's perfect. I like people who see things from my level. He froze, then stammered, blushing. I don't know. Shiren stared at his bright red face, stunned for a second. Then she smiled. Oh my God, you're so cute. Suddenly, she leaned in close, curious. Hey trainee, what's your ETA and rank? Feeling her get too close, he averted his eyes and answered, It's both, our F rank. Her expression turned to pure disbelief. What? Seeing her doubt, he replied awkwardly, It's true. Shiren couldn't believe it. No way. How can someone be F rank in both? He mumbled, Well, that's me. She panicked, stopped joking around. Suddenly, and Jing Hao cut in, We were just leaving for training. And Jing Hao smoothly shooed Shiren away. So you can leave now. In the training room, Puh Jinsung was hanging miserably from a pull-up bar, wailing. And Jing Hao maintained his cold expression, training alongside him. Puh Jinsung tried to keep up, panting heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Shiren, watching from the side, was surprised. I thought it was just an excuse to avoid me, but you're actually training? My opinion of you has changed a little. Finally, Puh Jinsung dropped to the floor with a shout. Puh Jinsung knelt on the ground, exhausted and confused. Why is she following us? Shiren looked concerned. Are you okay? He looked at Shiren with pure misery, pleading, Since you're here, please save me. Shiren looked puzzled. Huh? Since when did you start begging me for help? Her callous words crushed him. Tears streamed down his face as he thought indignantly. What about when you asked me to guide you earlier? Puh Jinsung wailed on the floor. Wah, that's so mean. And Jing Hao stood behind him. Shiren asked curiously, By the way, Sergeant and Jing Hao, why make him train this hard? Isn't he just a rookie? Her words stabbed Puh Jinsung in the heart. He cried harder. Huh. And Jing Hao explained, There's a difference in rank, sure, but but having a teammate to train with is enough. Jin Shiren smiled at Jing Hao's words. A moment later, she stepped closer to Jing Hao. I don't get why you're trying so hard to help him. Do you see something in him? And Jing Hao frowned at her behavior. Jin Shiren looked even more amused. She put her hands on her hips, grinning. Hey, tell me his secret. You saw his talent, didn't you? Answer me. And Jing Hao looked her in the eye calm. I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one with expectations for Puh Jinsung, aren't you? Jin Shiren leaned into him, forcing him to lean back slightly. You're not going to tell me, huh? Fine, I'll just ask him myself. She ignored Jing Hao and turned to Puh Jinsung, who was lying flat on the mat, smiling brightly. Hey, trainee, you heard us talking, right? Answer me. Puh Jinsung propped his chin up with one hand and gave a lazy two-finger salute with the other, laughing. Geez, I think you've misunderstood. I'm just an F-rank student. So no matter how seductive you are, it won't work on me. Both Jin Shiren and Jing Hao stared at him, speechless. And Jing Hao frowned. Wrong. He grabbed Puh Jinsung by the collar and dragged him off, eliciting a shocked yelp. What? And Jing Hao dragged him away, saying, Looks like we're done playing dumb. Time for the next training set. Puh Jinsung screamed in despair. Wait. Why are you so mad? Shiren, save me. Shiren. Miss Jin Shiren. On the podium, Yong Anhao signaled for silence. All right, listen up. We have a new transfer student today. Yong Anhao gestured to the door. Come in. Footsteps echoed in the classroom. Jin Shiren walked in confidently under the gaze of the entire class. A redhead boy propped his chin on his hand, remarking casually, A transfer student at this time of year? The girl sitting next to him gasped. Wow, she's really pretty. Jin Shiren turned to Yong Anhao. Teacher, where do I sit? Yong Anhao replied. There's an empty seat at the end of Squad 1, but introduce yourself first. Jin Shiren looked down and accidentally locked eyes with Puh Jinsung. Walking toward him, she said, I like Squad 3. Yong Anhao tried to stop her. Hey, wait. Jin Shiren kept walking without looking back, cutting him off. Please let me sit with Squad 3. Yong Anhao finished his sentence helplessly. Squad 3 is already full. Puh Jinsung's desk mate looked up at Jin Shiren curiously. She put a hand on her hip, pointed at her face, and beamed. I like that seat. Can you move somewhere else? The desk mate's eyes widened in shock. Even Puh Jinsung looked done with everything. The desk mate looked at her helplessly. Hello, Class 2-1 student? Even if you say that, this is still my. Before he could finish, Jin Shiren slammed her hand on the desk. She gave him a spooky smile, looking absolutely terrifying. So you're not planning on moving? The desk mate got goosebumps and scrambled up, pulling his chair away. Ahaha, I'll go sit somewhere else right now. Jin Shiren smiled sunny bright. Thanks. Just as Jin Shiren pulled out the chair to sit, a voice caught her attention. Hey, transfer student. Who do you think you are? Bien Jing spoke, annoyed. I'm in charge of Squad 3. Give us your name and rank first. Jin Shiren crossed her arms, smiling confidently. Is your rank higher than mine? I heard the highest rank for a second year is corporal, and I happen to be a corporal. She sat down immediately, raising her hand to address Yong Anhao. Teacher, I'm sitting here. Bien Jing gritted his teeth, shouting, You? I'm the squad leader of Squad 3. Yong Anhao sighed on the podium, his head hurting. Another weird kid in the class. Fine, just sit there. Puh Jinsung pushed up his glasses and covered his face, looking utterly hopeless. Oh God. Jin Shiren looked at him, displeased. She poked his arm, looking extremely annoyed. Hey trainee, do you not like me? Why are you so indifferent about this? She draped her arm around Puh Jinsung's shoulders, whispering ominously. I sat here because I thought we had a connection yesterday. Do I need to do more? We don't exactly have to get along, you know. Puh Jinsung forced a smile. Even if we don't get along, I'm just going to pretend this isn't happening. His face was pale, sweat pouring down like rain, as he tried to explain. Aha, no, I don't hate you, Just then, Yong Anhao suddenly spoke up. Jin Shiren. Jin Shiren decided to let Puh Jinsung off the hook, turning to the teacher with a radiant smile. Yes, sir, Yong Anhao said. At the very least, you should introduce yourself to the class, don't you think? Hearing this, Jin Shiren rubbed her shoulder, looking reluctant. But I'm already sitting down. Even so, she pressed her hands against the desk, pushed her chair back, and stood up. Fine then, I'll just speak from here. Bien Jing turned back to look at her, snapping with irritation. Hey, newbie, Standing at the podium to introduce yourself is basic etiquette, isn't it? Shiren shot him a glance. I don't want to. Everyone can hear me clearly from here, can't they? Jinsung roared. This person is seriously. Shiren ignored him completely. She smiled as bright as a flower, saying, Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm a transfer student, Shiren. Starting today, I'll be a member of the 10th grade. Students in the class started whispering. What's wrong with her? Her attitude is so arrogant. A red-haired boy propped his chin on his hand, his tone full of mockery. Looks like she was real obedient at her old school. Shiren didn't care in the slightest, continuing, I am a corporal. My Ida is the white jade spirit. The student who was muttering, I can't stand her, she seems like she has a short fuse, jumped in shock and spun around. The girl sitting next to him was equally astonished. MHM. Shiren smiled confidently, her whole being seeming to radiate light. Although my family pushed me to transfer here, I still hope we can make progress together. From now on, please look after me. Everyone in the class turned to look at her in unison. Even Yong Anhao on the podium was no exception. Someone shouted out, What? The white jade spirit? Is it the white jade spirit of the white jade Jin clan? The class erupted into a commotion. For real? Is she telling the truth? Yong Anhao hurriedly spoke up. Order. Everyone be quiet. Order. The white jade spirit, the only Ida that can be passed down from one generation to the next. Normally, an Ida cannot be inherited at birth. No two Idas are exactly alike, because the things engraved upon a soul can never be completely identical. But there were those who hoped to pass down their Ida, making it stronger, purer, sharper, and also more dangerous. One clan succeeded in this experiment. That was the Jinhai Jin clan. They were the guardians of King Shilu, descendants of the Jin line who had been forgotten by their own family. Instead, dedicating generations to education, contemplation, and ceaseless combat. To protect their bloodline, they could only marry within the clan. All their children possessed porcelain white skin. The white jade Jin clan. They succeeded in possessing an extraordinary Ida, the rank 8 white jade spirit of the world soul. The user's body can manifest the white jade spirit. However, the white jade spirit only appears in one descendant per generation. Their clan's population plummeted, nearly ceasing to exist. And in the child born to the final generation, a sword-wielding spirit appeared. That child possessed physical abilities and potential far surpassing that of ordinary women. The final spirit, carrying within it the potential to reach the supreme realm of swordsmanship. Shiren, a person born at the finish line. A genius acknowledged by both her clan and the heavens. Shiren placed her hands on the desk, looking straight at Yong Anhao, and asked, Sir, can I sit down now? Yong Anhao was still dazed, hurriedly snapping back to reality. Of course, sit down. He tapped on the podium, turning to address the class. Starting today, Corporal Shiren will be the vice captain of Squad 3. Silence. Please come to order. Yong Anhao shouted in frustration. Jinsung was unconvinced. He immediately stood up and yelled. But sir, how can a transfer student be the vice captain? Yong Anhao glared at him, gritting out, Shut your mouth. Jinsung ground his teeth in anger. Puh Jinsung turned to look at Shiren, amazed. Whoa, looks like you're pretty famous. Shiren replied, as if it were obvious. That's because I'm just that elite. Puh Jinsung reluctantly admitted, I see. Shiren looked him in the eye, saying sincerely, You're quite unique yourself. An F-rank trainee isn't something you see every day. Hearing this, Puh Jinsung's whole body stiffened. He rolled his eyes, not knowing how to retort. Finally, he said, Stop talking. We're allies, remember? Shiren rested her chin on her hand, giggling. But I don't want to stop. Puh Jinsung buried his face in his palms in misery. Jinsung ground his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, his expression incredibly dark. He hissed every word through his teeth. Stinking brat, just transferred here. Unconvinced, he turned his head, glaring aggressively at Shiren, sitting in the back row. At the cafeteria area, through the glass doors, various snacks could be seen neatly arranged inside. A male student pushed the door open and walked in. I think we should change the captain of Squad 3. Shiren is better than Jinsung in every way. The boy spoke as he walked with the girl. That bastard Jinsung. Shiren is rated higher, and her overall combat ability is stronger than his too. The boy continued to complain. In squad matches, he always gives such weird orders. The girl beside him spread her hands helplessly. Because he wants to look cool, that's why. Shiren. At first I thought she was too arrogant, but she's actually really smart and gives great commands. Plus, her charisma in battle is just freaking badass. They walked past Bianjing, who was sitting nearby, discussing it casually without noticing him. Recalling the move that took down Bianjing a few days ago, the girl held her face and screamed in admiration. Seriously, her vibe in that match was crazy cool. I'm totally obsessed. They reached the checkout counter, the girl continuing to exclaim, "If Shiren were the squad captain, it would be amazing." The boy laughed. "Huh, she'll become captain sooner or later anyway." Bianjing heard their entire conversation. So angry he crushed the paper cup in his hand. Veins bulged on Bianjing's face as he roared through gritted teeth in fury. Shiren. In the classroom. "Whoa, it's lunchtime." Shiren turned to Puh Jinsung, her desk mate. "Hey, teammate, let's go eat lunch together." Shiren pushed off the desk, standing up with a smile as she offered. Puh Jinsung quickly waved his hands to refuse. "No can do, I still have to clean up." Shiren angrily grabbed him by the collar. "But I don't have anyone to eat with." Being dragged until he stumbled, Puh Jinsung hurriedly retorted, "Liar, you're the most famous person in school right now." Shiren let go of him, crossing her arms and turning away, looking extremely displeased. "I hate people who approach me because of that stuff. They just stare from afar and never actually come up to talk to me." Saying that, Shiren turned back to look at Puh Jinsung with a threatening gaze, but he still immediately refused. "Still no, I'm really busy." Seeing her annoyed expression, Puh Jinsung explained, "Oh, I have to wipe the board, sweep the floor, mop the floor." Hearing this, her expression softened slightly. But Puh Jinsung continued, "And I have to go get the teaching aids for the next class too." As he finished, Shiren looked a bit confused. She said with a hint of sympathy, "Doing all that alone sounds like a lot. I bet even a squad captain couldn't handle all those tasks by themselves, right?" Puh Jinsung averted his gaze, dodging her eyes. Shiren placed her hand on the desk, staring at Puh Jinsung gloomily. "No way. Don't tell me you're doing the work meant for the other squad captains too." Seeing his silence, Shiren immediately deduced. "Not only that, are you doing it for the whole class?" The more she spoke, the scarier her expression became. Puh Jinsung couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly smiled and waved his hands, trying to explain, "I'm only doing it because I finished my other stuff. Wouldn't it be more hassle if a bunch of people did it?" "Don't misunderstand." Shiren frowned in displeasure, gritting her teeth. "Misunderstand?" With that, Shiren grabbed Puh Jinsung by the collar and dragged him off. "Come with me." Puh Jinsung was dragged so hard his glasses nearly fell off. He asked in panic, "Where are we going?" "I said I'm busy." Shiren dragged Puh Jinsung with one hand and yanked the door open with the other, looking absolutely furious. "What do you think? Obviously, we're going to pay a visit to the bastards who dumped their work on you." Puh Jinsung was shocked. "What? Wait." He was dragged across the threshold, only able to shout, "I said it's fine," but it didn't do a bit of good. At the cafeteria, Shiren suddenly appeared in front of a classmate, slamming her hand down on the table. "Hey, I have something to ask you." The girl next to him saw her and asked in surprise, "Shiren, what's up?" The red-haired boy chewed his food, looking at her as he answered, "What do you want with me?" Shiren didn't want to beat around the bush. She said straight out, "That's right. You're in charge of cleaning the classroom for Squad 4, aren't you? So why's the newbie from our squad doing it?" The red-haired boy waved his hand, speaking as if it were natural. Because he's an F ranker." Before he could finish, Shiren reached out and clamped her hand over his mouth. "I don't want to hear your excuses." She smiled and said, "From now on, let's just do our own jobs well. Bullying someone weaker than you is truly shameful, and I really don't want to become that kind of person. You get what I mean, right?" Although Shiren was smiling as she spoke, looking friendly, anyone could easily tell she was threatening him. The red-haired boy's face turned pale, and he swallowed in fear. Shiren pulled her hand back. "If I see you doing this again, understand?" The red-haired boy understood the unspoken words perfectly and nodded frantically. "Yes, I understand. I'm sorry." Shiren calmly pointed toward Puh Jinsung. "The person you need to apologize to is him." Puh Jinsung laughed awkwardly, waving at him, looking a bit uncomfortable. The red-haired boy hurriedly shouted, "I'm sorry." Only then did Jin Shiren politely say, "Apologies for disturbing your meal." Having settled things there, Jin Shiren immediately turned around. As she walked, she said to Puh Jinsung, "Hey rookie, let's go to the next spot." Puh Jinsung startled. "We're going somewhere else? Didn't we settle everything?" Jin Shiren replied, "What do you think? Now we're going to see the homeroom teacher." Puh Jinsung was shocked, hurriedly chasing after her. "Hey, wait a minute." After hearing the whole story, Yong Anhao laughed heartily. "Oh, so that's what happened to Jinsung? Well then, from now on, I'll let you, Shiren, be responsible for assigning the cleaning duties." Jin Shiren smiled happily. "Yes, sir." Puh Jinsung just lowered his head, burying his face in his hands, unable to say a word. Jin Shiren held a mop in her hand. "All right, now I'll assign the task for our squad." She looked at the two boys in front of her, then handed the mop to one of them. "Starting today, you wipe the board and you mop the floor." "Got it." The two boys were shocked, pointing at themselves simultaneously. "What?" The student assigned to mop complained. "Why do we have to clean?" The student assigned to the board also objected. "Yeah, that bastard should be doing it." Before they could finish, Jin Shiren bonked both of them on the back of the head with a mop handle. The two were dazed and about to refuse. "No." Just then, Bianjing appeared with an annoyed expression. "Hey, Vice Captain." Jin Shiren stood with one hand on her hip, looking at him. "Bianjing, you want to clean too?" Bianjing looked very displeased. "At least you should address me as Squad Captain, Vice Captain." Jin Shiren smiled. Fine. So what do you want?" Bianjing said angrily. "What? Do I need a reason to come find you? I'm just talking to my subordinate." He emphasized the word subordinate, as if that was the only way to show he was a step above her. "Oh." Jin Shiren looked at him calmly, seemingly realizing something. Then she spread her hands, tilting her head with a smile. "I might. But since you're such an eyesore, I should just take over as squad captain, right?" Bianjing shouted in rage. "What did you say?" Jin Shiren glanced at him. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going inside now, squad captain." She pushed the door open as she spoke. Bianjing hurriedly called out, "Wait." He clenched his hands into fists, trying to keep his cool. "Come to the rooftop after school. I have something related to the squad to discuss with you." Jin Shiren looked at him and replied, "Is that so? Fine." Puh Jinsung sat behind the door listening to the conversation, calculating in his mind. Ring, 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 the bell for the end of school rang. Jin Shiren calmly walked step by step toward the stairs leading to the rooftop. Puh Jinsung slowly followed behind, keeping just enough distance not to be detected. Jin Shiren marched steadily up the stairs, Puh Jinsung sticking close, not leaving her by a step. He hid in a far corner watching her, thinking. Sure enough, she actually went to the rooftop. After waiting for her to open the rooftop door and disappear behind it, Puh Jinsung stood up straight. He glanced at the rooftop door, his gaze sharpening slightly. "It looks like our squad captain is going to be busy today." Thinking that, he grabbed the railing, walking up the stairs step by step, getting closer to the rooftop. Hiding behind the door, Puh Jinsung heard Jin Shiren say, "So, what did you want to discuss?" Bianjing, one hand in his pocket, approached where Jin Shiren was standing. "Are you playing dumb? Even if you don't want to, you should understand by now." Bianjing smiled sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of boys immediately appeared behind him. Jin Shiren still looked at him calmly, one hand on her hip as she smiled. "Our squad captain is really something. Looks like you have plenty of connections too." Jin Shiren faced Bianjing's gang without a hint of fear. Bianjing crossed his arms over his chest, smiling maliciously. "You're still a member of my squad. After this discussion, I didn't originally intend to get physical with you." Jin Shiren waved her hand, winking with a smile. "You mean you can't discuss anything unless you have a bunch of people helping you? Is our squad captain always this pathetic?" Bianjing narrowed his eyes in anger. He brought his hand up to cover his mouth, making a sound that was half laugh, half scoff. "Ha ha, looks like we have to teach the vice captain a lesson." Bianjing announced from the middle of the crowd. "You plan to teach me a lesson?" Jin Shiren pointed at herself in surprise. "You? Teach me?" She casually curled her finger at Bianjing, a gesture that drove him insane. Bianjing cracked his knuckles, speaking furiously. "This little brat really needs a lesson she won't forget. I'll make you regret acting so high and mighty, Jin Shiren." However, Shiren remained incredibly calm. She crossed her arms and asked, "Is there a problem?" Bianjing continued, "A sector commander should listen to the sergeant's orders." Suddenly, the corner of Shiren's mouth curled into a smile. She spoke in a tone full of mockery. So, are you stronger or smarter than me? Given Bianjing's temper, her words clearly sent him into a flying rage. Bianjing gritted his teeth, asking, what? At this moment, Puh Jinsung was right outside the rooftop door, directly behind Shiren. He quietly listened to their conversation. As for Shiren, standing in front of Bianjing and his henchmen, she showed no sign of fear or weakness. On the contrary, she calmly analyzed, is an ability determined by ranking here? Either be physically stronger than me, or be able to make smarter decisions than me. Shiren brushed back her hair, her words carrying a heavy dose of sarcasm. If you want to be my superior, shouldn't you be better than me in at least one of those two areas? Sure enough, Bianjing lost all patience. He ground his teeth and cursed. You piece of trash. Then he waved his hand, signaling his lackeys, hey, everyone bring out your itas. Hearing this, they immediately activated their itas. Shiren narrowed her eyes, letting out a soft humph. Looking at weapons like hammers, long staffs, baseball bats, and even metal gauntlets, she silently assessed. A lot of melee itas, and none of them have special range skills. Bianjing suddenly asked, to someone with a special ita like you, these things look pretty pathetic, don't they? Contrarily, Shiren replied, not really. The one who feels pathetic, shouldn't that be you? Bianjing didn't answer. He snapped, cut the crap. Bianjing's henchmen gripped their weapons tight, ready to rush in at any moment. As for Shiren, aside from an indifferent expression that would drive anyone mad, she showed no other reaction. At this moment, whether on the basketball court or in the security room, the scene was incredibly peaceful and quiet. The sky was dyed a brilliant orange-red, creating a stark contrast to Bianjing's utterly obnoxious tone. Causing trouble with an ita on school grounds will get you punished, especially with a high-level ita like yours. That reason alone is enough to get you penalized. Hearing this, Shiren suddenly understood Bianjing's scheme. These weaklings can use their itas freely without being detected. Bianjing looked at the group surrounding Shiren, flashing a smug smile. His face momentarily turned vicious. He thought to himself, I've gathered 15 guys like this. Bianjing looked at Shiren's empty hands, unable to help feeling triumphant. Shiren's ita needs a blade to unleash its true power, but she isn't carrying that thing right now. Thinking of the scene where Shiren couldn't use her ita and got chased down by his friends, Bianjing felt a surge of delight in his heart. So, when a superior character who can't use their ita properly faces a bunch of trash who can use theirs, the trash wins. He added, even you can't handle this many people. But in the end, Shiren just silently watched him put on a show. Bianjing pointed a finger at her and screamed, I'll make you regret being so damn disrespectful to me, you little witch. At that moment, Se-yun suddenly touched her face, thinking for a second. Then, she snapped her fingers and said, Yong Anhao is pretty famous at our school. Kim Se-yun's voice echoed across the rooftop. Seeing Yong Anhao doesn't give you guys any second thoughts? Bianjing furrowed his brows and asked, what the hell are you babbling about? Se-yun waved her hand as she walked toward Bianjing's group. You know my ita ranking, don't you? She continued, the real question is, what's my overall combat power rating? As she finished, Se-yun slammed her foot hard against the ground. Bianjing's lackeys saw this and started to hesitate, letting out a small whoa. Bianjing quickly barked at them. It's all a bluff. Why are you backing down against a swordsman without a sword? There are 15 of us with itas. Don't fall for it, get her. Seeing this, Se-yun let out a bored sigh. She mocked him, in a team fight, that's exactly the kind of analysis you're supposed to make. Her attitude felt like a slap in the face to Bianjing. He clenched his fists and cursed. Damn it, you piece of trash. Se-yun brushed the hair out of her face and asked, did you forget what we learned in class? Suddenly, a strange horn began to grow from Se-yun's forehead. She casually continued, statistically, a single A rank can hold their own against 100 people ranked below A. As soon as she spoke, shimmering sparks of light seemed to rise from beneath Kim Se-yun's feet. Her neatly groomed, long hair began to flutter. This was Kim Se-yun's ita, the White Jade Spirit. An A-rank ita with an overall combat power ranging from B+ to A. The user can manipulate the White Jade Spirit through their own body. Its innate talent is swordsmanship. Intermediate swordsmanship expert. Kim Se-yun looked at the crowd in front of her and said with a smile, "From A rank onwards, we possess overwhelming power. After all, only those who know how to handle a crowd are ranked A in the first place." She asked, "Even if my power is cut in half, do you really think you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning?" As Kim Se-yeon deployed her Ida, terror washed over the faces of Byun Ji-young's crew. The blue-haired kid holding the baseball bat started shaking uncontrollably. Seeing his men lose their nerve, Byun Ji-young screamed, "What are you shaking for? Her Ida doesn't even have a weapon." He pointed at Kim Se-yeon and barked orders. "Get her! Everyone, get her now!" The blue-haired kid stammered, "Why, yes, sir." The word said yes, but his defensive posture gave him away. He muttered, "Kim Se-yeon has no weapon." His trembling hands gripped the bat tighter. A few seconds later, he raised the bat, jumped up, and let out a war cry. "We can do this!" He screamed at the top of his lungs and charged at Kim Se-yeon. But she remained completely unfazed. Just as the bat was about to strike her cheek, Kim Se-yeon's calm voice rang out. "I like your curiosity, but isn't your approach a bit too honest?" The moment she spoke, the bat suddenly froze in midair, stopping right at the tip of Kim Se-yeon's nose. He shrieked in shock, "What? How is this possible?" As Kim Se-yeon grabbed the baseball bat, the blue-haired kid's hands shook even harder. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the kid flying into the distance. He slammed into two people behind him, letting out a pathetic scream. Everyone watched in shock as Se-yeon took out 3 people at once. She just smiled and said, "Gotcha." Next, Kim Se-yeon lunged forward, punched one guy into the air, and instantly closed the gap on another. All that could be heard was his agonized shriek. Kim Se-yeon attacked with incredible speed. She landed gracefully, fists still clenched. With one heavy blow, she dropped the nearest guy, sending him crashing into the fence. After taking them all down, Kim Se-yeon stepped on the stomach of the last man standing. She looked around. The crowd that was so aggressive just moments ago was now scattered across the ground. The guy under her boot groaned in pain. "Ugh, ack." The blue-haired kid struggled to sit up, clutching his chest. "No sword, and she's still this strong." He continued, "Against an A-rank Ida, we really are nothing." Now, having witnessed Kim Se-yeon's power firsthand, the blue-haired kid collapsed in despair. Kim Se-yeon squatted down in front of him and said, "You give up too easily. That's why you'll never reach A rank." Hearing that, he snapped his head up and said bitterly, "What do you know? You were born as one of the chosen ones. You think I didn't work hard? Someone like you could never understand." Kim Se-yeon remained silent. The kid kept venting his frustration at her. How could a natural genius with a powerful Ida ever understand the sorrow of someone with no talent? Once he finished his outburst, Kim Se-yeon looked down and whispered, "Yeah, I guess you have no choice but to think that way. But the thing is, when I started, my overall combat power was only D rank." The blue-haired kid gasped, "What? D rank?" Byun Ji-young didn't buy it. He pointed at her and roared, You bitch. Stop lying. Everyone in this country knows about your family." Byun Ji-young said angrily, "If you're going to play mind games, at least make it believable. Who would believe someone like you has no talent?" Kim Se-yeon shrugged. "I'll admit, an A-rank Ida with a D-rank combat rating is pretty pathetic." She looked off into the distance and chuckled softly. "I didn't want to pick up a sword, but my Ida wanted me to. What else could I do? I just had to accept it." Since she didn't offer any further explanation, they naturally didn't believe her. They shot back defiantly. "No way. Liar." At that moment, Kim Se-yeon's back looked lonelier than ever. She said, "You guys will never acknowledge the effort I put in. But that's fine." As Se-yeon spoke, she raised her hand. Her hands were fair with long fingers, but her palms were covered in thick calluses from years of sword training, completely at odds with her delicate appearance. She opened her palm, then clenched it into a fist. She said firmly, "The effort I've made is being proven right here, right now." Byun Ji-young and his crew refused to admit it, perhaps because she was too strong, or perhaps because their own insecurities were beginning to fester. Byun Ji-young roared, "Shut up. Just shut up." He and his lackeys grabbed their weapons and charged at her again. Not long after, Kim Se-yeon easily took down the entire group. Looking at the pile of unconscious bodies at her feet, she said arrogantly, "Even without a sword, you guys are no match for me." By now, the sun was high in the sky. The bright light cut through the skyscrapers, hitting the iron frames on the roof and coating them in a golden glow. Everyone else had been knocked out by Kim Se-yeon, leaving only Byung-ji-young standing. Kim Se-yeon spoke up. Just you left, Sergeant. Looking at the people scattered on the ground, she asked, didn't you realize I intentionally saved you for last? Byung-ji-young clicked his tongue and replied arrogantly, Tisich, I guess trash is trash, no matter what they say. Kim Se-yeon rubbed her neck. Sergeant, I won't be using this to take care of you anymore. Hearing this, Byung-ji-young immediately replied, that's right, that thing won't help you. He spread his arms wide, a bizarre aura radiating from him, and laughed. Come on then, eat me alive, you monster. Kim Se-yeon frowned. She couldn't help but wonder, where is this confidence coming from? Does he have an ace up his sleeve? Kim Se-yeon calculated her moves, her gaze turning serious. Fine, if that's how it is. With that, Kim Se-yeon lunged at Byung-ji-young, her right hand ready to strike. She warned coldly, you better brace your core. But internally, she thought, I just need to break him. Kim Se-yeon's fist moved toward Byung-ji-young's stomach, but he smirked, feeling triumphant. You took the bait, Kim Se-yeon. I knew you'd avoid hitting my face. Byung-ji-young gloated over his plan. He thought, you know you'll get penalized for that. I'm going to take this hit with my face. He took a step back and lowered his body, waiting for a fist. At that moment, Kim Se-yeon realized Byung-ji-young's intention, but it was too late to pull back her punch. And Byung-ji-young was waiting for her mistake. Just imagine the look on your face. If I could just get Kim Se-yeon to punch me in the face. Byung-ji-young smiled with excitement. Then she'll be suspended at the very least, maybe even expelled. A small price to pay to take you down. And right then, Kim Se-yeon's fist was inches from his face. Just a split second before impact, a hand suddenly reached out and stopped Kim Se-yeon's fist right in front of Byung-ji-young's eyes. It was none other than Puh Jinsung. He stood between the two and sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. But his intervention left Byung-ji-young frustrated. Seeing Jinsung, Byung-ji-young screamed in shock and anger. You piece of trash. Jinsung leaned in close and chuckled. Your pretty nose shouldn't be getting smashed, Sergeant. And now, in Jinsung's hand, plastic fragments of some object had been crushed into powder. Puh Jinsung stood up straight, dusted off the fragments, and turned to leave. Blocked by Jinsung, Byung-ji-young could only take his anger out on him. He slumped to the ground and barked. You piece of crap! Why the hell are you here? Puh Jinsung, whether by accident or on purpose, stepped on Byung-ji-young's hand and cried out in mock alarm. Oops! I slipped. This made Byung-ji-young scream in agony. Arg! He gave a fake smile, pretending to be worried about Byung-ji-young clutching his hand. Are you okay, Sergeant? Unable to deal with Kim Se-yeon and now having his hand stepped on by Jinsung, Byung-ji-young roared at her. Did you bring this trash with you? Kim Se-yeon replied nonchalantly. Me? Why would I do that? He followed me on his own. Seeing this, Jinsung immediately put on a pitiful face and asked, What? He turned away, looking heartbroken with tears in his eyes. This is so sad. I'm not welcome anywhere, Wah. But little did they know, Jinsung had his own motives. He thought, I've handled part of the situation to change Byung-ji-young's impression of me. However, at that moment, Kim Se-yeon seemed to have noticed something. She turned her head slightly, looking toward the rooftop entrance behind her. It was quite a distance from where she was standing. Kim Se-yeon wondered in shock. Did he really fly from that door to here in a single instant? The moment Puh Jinsung rushed toward her was the exact moment she threw her punch. Kim Se-yeon pondered. He opened the door, flew over, and stood between me and Byung-ji-young, even before my punch could land. Recalling that moment, Jinsung had blocked her punch with perfect precision. If he weren't someone with actual skill, how could he have moved so fast and cleanly? Kim Se-yeon remembered the feeling of her fist hitting Jinsung's palm and couldn't help but feel a chill. He completely neutralized my strike. How could an F-rank combatant possibly do that? On the other hand, Puh Jinsung wasn't paying them any mind, simply looking up at the sky and saying, Oh, the sun is setting. He didn't notice Kim Se-yeon clenching her fists. Puh Jinsung, who the hell are you? Suddenly, Kim Se-yeon's palm stung with pain, and she let out a small ah. When she opened her hand, she found it covered in tiny shards of broken plastic. She wondered, what is this? Plastic shards on the roof. In the sunset, Puh Jinsung's shadow stretched across the ground, and faintly behind him was Byung-ji-young's shadow. Puh Jinsung spoke up, Sergeant, the sun is going down. Why don't we end this farce and go home? Byung-ji-young's plan had gone up in smoke because of Jinsung, making him furious. He snapped, Who do you think you are to tell me when it's over? He pointed at Kim Se-yeon, then at Park Jinsung, threatening them angrily. You two are dead. Once I report this to the teachers as a sergeant. But before Byun Ji-young could finish, Park Jinsung acted terrified and asked blankly, Huh? Did I do something wrong? I just protected you. Isn't that a bit harsh for a reward? Kim Se-yeon clearly didn't want to deal with Byun Ji-young anymore. She backed Jinsung up while he nodded in approval. Exactly. This student just protected that ugly face of yours. Give a rest. Byun Ji-young wasn't giving up that easily. He said, says who? Just in case I recorded everything. He pointed toward the rooftop door. Byun Ji-young said smugly, with the footage from this hidden camera, but before he could finish, Park Jinsung pointed at the ground and asked, You mean this hidden camera? Before Byun Ji-young could react, he looked where Jinsung was pointing in shock. What? On the ground, the small camera was smashed to pieces, nothing but a pile of junk. Byun Ji-young's lip quivered, completely stunned. Park Jinsung said casually, Oh, that was a camera? I thought it was some kind of decoration. I saw you bring it up here. Park Jinsung scratched his head, pretending to feel guilty. My bad. I saw something stuck to the wall and thought it was a shock absorber. I didn't realize it belonged to the sergeant. Kim Se-yeon kicked a piece of the broken camera and said, the camera's broken. Looks like your plan is ruined. Now, what I want to know is... Suddenly, Kim Se-yeon grabbed Park Jinsung by the collar and continued, Student, why did you block my punch? He asked in surprise, Finding himself in the hot seat, Park Jinsung stammered, I helped you. Why are you treating me like this? At that moment, Byun Ji-young's lackeys started waking up. A brown-haired guy said, Just because he's an F rank. Then, a blue-haired guy added, Being able to destroy a camera set up by an A rank. Is that skill or just luck? Kim Se-yeon kept a tight grip on Jinsung's shirt, seemingly lost in thought. Then, Kim Se-yeon dragged Park Jinsung over to the low-rank Ida user she had beaten and shouted at them, Hey, you guys. Poor Jinsung was dragged along, saying helplessly, At least let go of me before we go anywhere. The group was startled by Se-yeon's shout. The blue-haired youth looked up and asked, What? Kim Se-yeon yelled at them, Stop complaining about having low-rank Idas and learn something from this student here. Park Jinsung just stood there, completely confused. It's not too late. Change your mindset. Kim Se-yeon looked at them with a firm, serious gaze. The blue-haired youth stared at her for a long time, speechless. Having said her piece, Se-yeon didn't care if they listened or not. She turned to leave and called out, Let's go, student. Park Jinsung hurried after her, saying, Kim Se-yeon, I have to admit, you're a lot like Senior and Yong Anhao. Kim Se-yeon roared back, Don't talk nonsense. Who's like that pighead? Byun Ji-young was left with no options, only able to watch as Kim Se-yeon and Park Jinsung walked away. All that remained on the roof was the sound of the door slamming shut. As twilight fell, Byun Ji-young and his men sat in defeat. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Byun Ji-young couldn't help but curse. Damn it. In a dark room somewhere, blood was splattered across the floor, walls, and door. A bloody hand gripped a knife, also dripping with blood, slowly moving toward the front room. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Please, spare me. On a calendar hanging on the wall, a large bloodstain appeared out of nowhere. Inside that room, under a dim light, the shadow of a man with a broken arm was cast against the blood-stained wall. He slumped to the ground, begging in pain, Stay away. You're a monster. In front of him, a young boy holding a dagger was slowly approaching. The back of the boy's shirt was soaked in blood. His pants and the floor were covered in terrifying bloodstains. The man's broken curses rang out again. You're a monster. Then, another piercing scream followed as fresh blood sprayed out, contrasting with the dark, dried blood on the door behind them. On the floor, a trail of blood stretched from the room to the door, accompanied by the boy's bloody footprints. He muttered, You and Uncle are exactly the same. No, wait. The boy looked down at the bloody, motionless man on the ground, still clutching the dagger. Both the man and the door were stained a gruesome crimson. On his blood-covered face, a smile suddenly appeared as he whispered, Is that so, Uncle Park Jinsung? Park Jinsung suddenly jolted awake from his sleep. The clock showed it was only 6 in the morning. He grabbed his face in panic, as if he had just experienced something so horrifying that he couldn't stop shaking. A moment later, Park Jinsung sat on the edge of the bed, clutching his head in pain and sighing wearily. Sigh. That dream again. Outside, the sun began to shine over the rows of skyscrapers. Kim Se-yeon turned her head toward Park Jinsung, who was walking beside her. Trainee, you're acting strange today. Is something wrong? Kim Se-yeon couldn't help but ask out of concern. Park Jinsung waved it off with a forced smile. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Ha! He quickly changed the subject. By the way, where are we heading? Kim Se-yeon looked at the fellow students walking with them and replied, I'm not sure. The teacher only spoke to the sergeant. But since we've been assigned to the first aid class, they're likely there. The steady rhythm of footsteps echoed through the area. Staring at the high-rise building ahead, Park Jinsung asked curiously, but why do we have to go outside? Kim Se-yeon answered patiently, I don't know either. Bai and Ji-woong stopped in front of a large building and barked an order, squad halt. Standing opposite their class was another group of students. One of them, wearing a blue jacket, slung an arm around his friend's shoulder. He looked at their squad and smirked. So, they're finally here. A girl with a high ponytail and a hand on her hip looked at Bai and Ji-woong and asked, Are you guys from Hanyang High? The student in the blue jacket looked like he'd just seen something hilarious. This is my first time seeing the little brats from Hanyang. The brown-haired student next to him chimed in, Not late, are we? All three of them burst into laughter, their faces full of provocation. Bai and Ji-woong glared at them, his eyes burning with anger. He clenched his fists and took a step forward. Who the hell are you people? None of the students in the other group paid him any attention. The brown-haired student waved him off. I'm more interested in meeting Kim Se-yeon than you. I heard she's a beauty and a genius. Those words pushed Bai and Ji-woong's temper to the breaking point. Still, he managed to restrain himself and said, Kim Se-yeon is my squad leader. If you have something to say it to me. The other group mocked him without hesitation. Damn, is this that rank system I heard about? The student next to him added a sarcastic jab. Their little army role play is pathetic. He continued, Tell me, who does he think he is? Bai and Ji-woong was so enraged the veins were popping out of his neck. He swung his arm and roared, I'm a sophomore from Hanyang High, 3rd platoon, 10th grade. I'm asking you one more time. Who are you? The girl with the high ponytail crossed her arms behind her back and said calmly, Us. A chubby friend beside her, hand on hip, immediately followed up. And how should we address you, sir? Bai and Ji-woong lost his cool and started cursing, looking ready to pounce. You pieces of trash. What? Trash. The opposite group started getting riled up, but a gentle hand patted their shoulders, followed by a familiar voice that calmed them down. Hey, don't embarrass us in front of another school. The speaker stepped forward. Sorry about that. My people are a bit impulsive. As soon as he appeared, someone couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, he's so handsome. Someone else asked curiously, Who is that? He stepped forward and reached out, offering a handshake to Bai and Ji-woong. We're from Suyong High School. He smiled, looking very friendly. Nice to meet you, Hanyang students. Bai and Ji-woong rudely swiped his hand away. Cut the act and explain yourselves, you punks. The student in the blue jacket behind the leader moved to charge forward. You little bastard. Before the student could explode, their leader quickly held out a hand to stop him. Haha, everyone calm down. Right then, Kim Se-yeon stepped in. Lieutenant, please stop, she said. She glanced at Bai and Ji-woong and forcefully pulled him back. Don't you see her training points dropping? She looked directly at the boy she called Lieutenant and continued. And that goes for you too, Suyong High. The boy didn't seem to care about the points. He just stared at her with pure admiration. Whoa, so you're Kim Se-yeon? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lee Chung-hwa. He extended his hand again, wanting to shake hers. Kim Se-yeon glanced at the hand hanging in midair. With a hand on her hip, she had no intention of shaking it. She looked him straight in the eye and said, Our team is here for the first aid class. Why is Suyong High here instead of an instructor? Lee Chung-hwa wasn't embarrassed by the rejection. He pulled his hand back and laughed naturally. We're the first aid class you're looking for. Lee Chung-hwa officially introduced himself. Suyong High, 2nd year, first aid class. We've been looking forward to today. In front of them stood a building with a bank sign. Everyone walked in together. We didn't know why this place was called a bank. We just heard there would be a joint session with Hanyang High. The doors opened. I guess both schools have a good relationship with this bank. It's probably better than announcing a joint curriculum directly. Besides, this bank looks pretty decent. Park Jinsung's voice echoed inside. The first thing that caught their eyes was a massive, muscular security guard standing watch at the door. Park Jinsung looked around and turned to Kim Se-yeon. Looks like this place was set aside just for us since customers are sparse. Seeing them, the guard immediately stepped forward. You kids here for the internship? Looking at the three large men in front of him, Puh Jinsung couldn't help but be impressed. Whoa, they're huge. Is this the power of a professional guard? Kim Se-yun stepped up and said, hello. We're Squad 10, 3rd Platoon, sophomores from Hanyang High. Standing before them, Kim Se-yun took the lead. I am Team Leader Kim Se-yun. We look forward to working with you today. One of the guards gave a knowing smirk. Oh ho, quite mature for such a young thing, aren't you? The other guard glanced at him and chuckled along. Kim Se-yun's face went cold, clearly displeased. Still, she followed protocol. If there is anything you need us to do today, please let us know. The guard in front of her burst out laughing, hands on his hips. Haha, I like this girl. I like her so much I want to hire her as soon as she's an adult. Kim Se-yun bluntly replied, I'll have to decline. She thought to herself, Asterisk, something is off. We're being treated like kids on a field trip. Asterisk, the cafeteria was completely empty. Kim Se-yun stood in a corner with her arms crossed. They're completely underestimating our combat capabilities. She reached out and unfastened the sword she was carrying. Asterisk, whatever. Not many students get to work in a bank, and we need the extra credit. Asterisk, a familiar figure walked by. Kim Se-yun called out, Excuse me, Lee Chunghwa. Lee Chunghwa seemed delighted, rushing over with a friendly smile. You can just call me Chunghwa. Maintaining her cold expression, Kim Se-yun repeated as he requested, Fine, Lee Chunghwa. After the greeting, Kim Se-yun looked at the empty cafeteria and got straight to the point. Divide your class into 4 groups and form temporary squads. We need to make a good impression on the bank. She glanced at the students chatting with the bank staff. She continued, I'm not even sure if the teachers are actually here right now. The staff member was an older woman who seemed very friendly. Students, would you like some snacks or something to drink? A girl opposite her asked excitedly, Really? Her classmates started raising their hands one after another. I want some. Kim Se-yun frowned, looking very unhappy. Their way too relaxed. It was like they were being treated as junior customers. Neither side was taking this seriously. A boy walked past the two of them and asked, We're grabbing some coffee. How about you two? I think it's machine brewed, but there are other drinks too. Kim Se-yun turned to look at him. At the mention of a sweet drink, she was momentarily tempted, but her inner voice nagged. Something definitely isn't right. Kim Se-yun didn't overthink it further. She set her sword on the ground and ran over. Really? Anything? The boy replied, Of course. In a hidden corner where no one noticed. Puh Jinsung leaned against the wall alone. Asterisk, everyone is so chill. It feels like nothing is going to happen. Asterisk. As he was muttering to himself, Lee Chunghwa suddenly appeared. Hey there. Puh Jinsung jumped, his face turning pale as he backed into the cold wall. He stammered a response. Hey. Lee Chunghwa studied him. You were with Senior Kim Se-yun earlier, right? Puh Jinsung looked at him, confused. Asterisk, I guess this is Lee Chunghwa from Seyong High. How does he know I was with Senior Se-yun? Asterisk. Then a thought occurred to him, and his eyes brightened behind his glasses. He gave Lee Chunghwa a thumbs up and grinned. You want me to help you ask Senior Se-yun out? Don't worry, that's my specialty. Lee Chunghwa quickly waved his hands. No, it's not like that. Then you want me to go buy you some bread? I don't have any money today, though. Puh Jinsung pulled out his empty pockets to show him. Lee Chunghwa looked bewildered. Huh? No, I don't need bread. Puh Jinsung stared at him, completely lost. Not bread either? Then what is it? Lee Chunghwa smiled. I just happen to be interested in you. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked Puh Jinsung in the eye. In you. Lee Chunghwa gave him a friendly look and asked, Want something to drink? There's a vending machine over there, he said, gesturing in a certain direction. Puh Jinsung followed his lead. Sure, why not? He thought to himself as he walked. Should I report this to the corporal or the captain? But seeing everyone else gathered ahead, playing and chatting happily, he changed his mind. It's probably fine. A soda can drop from the vending machine. Puh Jinsung reached for it and took a refreshing gulp. Oh, that's cold. Puh Jinsung sighed. Lee Chunghwa stood across from him, holding an identical can, and smiled. Jinsung, you seem so carefree. Are you some kind of hidden ace from Hanyang High? The casual comment caught Puh Jinsung off guard, making him choke and spit out a mouthful of soda. He laughed it off. Huh, I'm just pretending to be carefree. Lee Chunghwa watched him, lost in thought. He seems a bit detached from his classmates, like he doesn't quite fit in. So how could he be so nonchalant? Puh Jinsung laughed heartily. That's just my motto. Li Chenhua lowered his head, thinking, is that so? That's cool. What's your overall combat rank? Park Jinsung pointed at the ground with a serious face. Rank F. Li Chenhua didn't believe him. Huh, you're joking, right? Park Jinsung held up 2 fingers like it was no big deal. My Ida is also rank F. A double F champion. Li Chenhua still refused to buy it. You're messing with me, aren't you? Park Jinsung threw his hands up, trying to explain. No, why would I lie about that? Li Chenhua thought to himself. Asterisk, that makes it even weirder. How can he be so relaxed then? Asterisk, Park Jinsung tossed his finished can and asked, so, what did you want to talk about? The can hit the wall, bounced, and landed perfectly in the trash bin. Li Chenhua watched the scene in shock. He leaned closer to Park Jinsung and pointed at the bin. Whoa, how did you do that? Park Jinsung flinched, backing away slightly. Li Chenhua looked at him with admiration. That was impressive. Park Jinsung looked confused. I just threw a can. But Li Chenhua didn't see it that way. His eyes were sparkling. No, that was seriously cool. Li Chenhua raised his own can and mimicked the throwing motion. All right, let me try. Park Jinsung was speechless. Haha, okay, good luck. The can flew out and landed outside the bin. Li Chenhua lost his balance and stumbled. He looked at the can, disappointed. Ah, that's harder than it looks. Park Jinsung put his hands behind his back and commented, your reflexes aren't great, are they? Li Chenhua picked up the empty can. I'm very weak in combat, which is why I chose the first aid class. He walked to the bin to throw it away and asked curiously, but Jinsung, you said you're rank F? How does a rank F survive in the combat class? Park Jinsung put a hand on his hip and laughed proudly. Kim Se-yun carries me. Plus, I got to meet you. Park Jinsung looked at Li Chenhua excitedly. What's your Ida? Li Chenhua was caught off guard. Me? I'm Li Chenhua. He activated his Ida, transforming his arm into a blade. The system displayed the Ida info. Blade arm. Ida rank C+, combat skill C. Ability, can transform arms into swords. Park Jinsung looked at him in awe. Your Ida is actually pretty good, isn't it? It has a lot of potential. Li Chenhua deactivated his Ida, looking a bit discouraged. I've heard that a lot, but it's never ranked up. He clenched his fist as if deep in thought. Park Jinsung suddenly asked, do you want to switch to the combat class? Li Chenhua's clenched fist stopped moving. Park Jinsung continued. That's why you were curious about how I survive, right? Li Chenhua awkwardly scratched his neck. Park Jinsung looked a bit disappointed. But as he thought about it, his expression softened. He said something profound. The first aid class is much better. You get to save people. I think that's far better than an Ida meant only for fighting. Li Chenhua scratched his neck, looking much better. Yeah, I guess so. Park Jinsung pursed his lips, hiding his emotions with a smile. Of course it is. He patted Li Chenhua's shoulder. Have some confidence. Be more carefree. But internally, he couldn't help but think, I'm so jealous. If only my Ida could save people too. Park Jinsung turned to leave, trying not to let Li Chenhua see the shift in his expression. Before leaving, he reminded him, let's head back. Outside the bank, Yong Anhao stepped up to greet the other teachers. Sorry I'm late. A teacher with chestnut-colored hair smiled. The kids already went inside. The teacher pulled a list from a folder. Hanyang High teachers are quite punctual with their grading. Yong Anhao froze, looking confused. Wait, what? But we haven't seen anything yet. The chestnut-haired teacher waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Just put down whatever. Give high points to the ones who usually do well. He spoke as if it were nothing. They won't learn much training in a bank anyway. It's just for show. Yong Anhao smiled, catching on quickly. Wow, teacher, I'm learning a lot from you. The other teacher laughed while grading. Glad you're a chill guy. The last one on the list was Park Jinsung. He casually marked him with an F, done grading. Let's go grab some coffee, he said to Yong Anhao. I know a place with a specialized brew that's amazing. Yong Anhao smiled and clicked his car keys. Well, I'll follow your lead then. I knew Hanyang High teachers were laid back. Inside the bank, near the main entrance, 2 students stood on either side of the door. The boy sighed, standing at the door like this is exhausting. The girl next to him immediately agreed. Tell me about it. And nothing is even happening. He looked at her and suggested, Corporal, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Loser buys the drinks. The girl grinned. You're on. They chanted together, rock, paper, scissors. One threw rock, the other paper. No one noticed a group of fully armed men aggressively preparing to storm the bank. The red-haired boy nearby noticed and shouted a warning. Hey, someone's coming. The girl who lost the game asked the boy. Fine, what do you want? Looking at the strangers reaching the door, some students began to whisper. Whoa, look at those clothes. Is it a cosplay group? Another student asked, confused. Huh? What kind of outfits are those? The loud noise outside caught the security guard's attention. He was so shocked he dropped his coffee cup. The ceramic shattered, but he didn't care, sprinting toward the door at top speed. Damn it. The guard screamed in panic, students, get back. Move. The two students at the door were frozen, not understanding what was happening. They said in unison, what? The guard lunged in front of them, shoving them back while screaming, get away. Act. The scream was cut short as an Ida ability attack slammed into the guard. The system announced, security guard's Ida skill. Hardened Nunchaku rank C+, and mixed martial arts rank B. Hardness increases with every impact. The guard uses Nunchaku to try and block the massive Ida greatsword of the attacker. He shouted desperately to the students, run to the back exit. Now, this sudden chaos left every student in the room pale with terror. Huh? What's going on? What happened? Another student stammered. Is it a monster? Or is this just a drill? The attacker's eyes flared with a sinister red light, a jagged scar cutting across his face. He spoke with cold indifference. It's useless. The security guard glanced back at the students, his brow furrowing as veins popped from the stress. He let out a desperate roar. What are you all standing there for? Run. Get out of here. Before he could even finish his sentence, his nunchucks shattered into pieces. The attacker swung a massive blade directly at him. Farewell. The guard's blood sprayed across the floor, freezing the students in place with pure horror. They screamed in unison, AAGH. The attacker rested his blood-soaked greatsword on his shoulder and let out an evil chuckle. He signaled his men to begin the slaughter, then casually finished his thought. South Korean comrades, dear comrades, forgive my lack of manners. Kim Rin-young's eyes gleamed like a predator's, glowing a blood-red hue. Now, who are you supposed to be? Two men in black suits charged forward with a shout. This comrade looks like he might actually be strong. Hey, comrade. Think you can entertain me a little more than the last guy? Rin-young taunted, his giant blade still perched on his shoulder. What's with that accent? Isn't that a North Korean dialect? The man in the red tie muttered, sizing him up. At the same time, his partner frowned and demanded, Are you a North Korean spy? A spy? Please. I just came here to grab a bite to eat. Kim Rin-young replied to the two doomed souls. Unless you want your brains splattered across the floor, fill this bag up. Fast. With a heavy thud, he tossed a bag onto the ground. The other man's lips pulled back in a snarl, his facial muscles twitching with rage. Everyone into position, he barked. A crowd gathered as the bodyguards formed a defensive line, bracing themselves. Comrades, did you not hear me? I said fill the bag. It's best to listen while I'm still being polite enough to call you comrade. Annoyance flared in Kim Rin-young's eyes as he glared at them, his voice a sharp warning. Shut your mouth, you bastard. You're just bank robbers. The Security Association wasn't about to back down. Good grief. I can't tell if my South Korean comrades are deaf or just blind. He gave a half smirk, clearly dissatisfied. You weak little shits. Why do you keep throwing yourselves at me like moths to a flame? He raised a massive, blood-stained blade high. Asterisk were no match for him. His energy is on a completely different level from a normal human. Just like he said, we're nothing but moths flying into a fire. Asterisk, it seemed Kim Se-in was the only one capable of a calm, clear analysis. Block his sword. Subdue him. Use the steel shields. There are students behind us. The guards pushed their powers to the limit to protect the others. They're going to die for nothing. Se-in saw it coming and knew the outcome. She reached out and screamed, Get back. Comrades, you're my way. Move. Kim Rin-young showed zero mercy, unleashing a brutal, overwhelming strike toward the innocent guards. Kim Se-in's eyes widened in shock, her face turning ghostly pale. Screams echoed through the hall. In an instant, the room was littered with fresh corpses. They're all dead? A student backed away, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stared at the carnage. Asterisk, he shattered a B-class defense Ida in a single blow. That was a high-level Ida, yet his attack went right through it like paper. Asterisk Se-in thought grimly. Her comrades lay fallen across the floor. Is that all you've got? You people have been pampered by peace for too long. He clicked his tongue in contempt at the kids. The scarred robber sneered. This is the best protection you could find? What a joke. Not satisfied with just mocking them, Kim Rin-young began stabbing the corpses to drive the terror home. His combat skills are at least A-class, Cian calculated. Everyone, pull yourselves together, she suddenly shouted. Run. Hi. She pointed toward an exit, forcing her classmates out of their shock. All right. Okay. The squinty-eyed boy stumbled to his feet. Everyone, get behind the desks. Go. The students scrambled for cover. What? Did all you comrades decide to become bank clerks today? Should I take a number and wait in line? He watched the little rats run with a twisted sense of amusement. Everyone, summon your Idas now. Officers, take command of your squads. Cian gave the order, scraps of paper swirling around her. Mind if I take a little change? Kim Rin-young joked, clearly playing with them. He intended to strip the place bare. How did it come to this? One person muttered, clutching their head in despair. Don't lose heart. We just have to hold out until the police or the teachers find us. Seeing the panic, Kim Cian tried to steady them with her resolve. We're all Koreans here. Don't be so cold. Shouldn't we help each other out? Rin-young kicked the bag toward them, a silent demand for money. Asterisk, what do I do? I'm not sure I can take him alone. Asterisk, Cian's mind raced with doubt. The guys behind him look incredibly strong, too. Looking at the robber's henchmen, her confidence began to crumble. Our pockets are a bit empty, so we're looking for a little donation. Are all South Korean banks this rude to their customers? Kim Rin-young continued his taunting chatter. So who are you, comrade? You seem like a brave one. He locked eyes with her. Kim Cian, she answered firmly. If you're so brave, why didn't you answer my question? What do I have to do to get these bankers to give me the money? Kim Rin-young narrowed his eyes, pressuring her. I have to buy time, even if it's just a few seconds, she thought. Looking at your gear, you're not just bank robbers. You aren't spies either. Are you defectors? Cian questioned him. Money isn't your real goal here, is it? At her question, Kim Rin-young's smile turned even more distorted. Spy, spy, spy. That's all you people ever say? I guess I should introduce myself properly, he said, his voice dripping with annoyance. Wait, a criminal is actually going to reveal his identity. Cian was stunned. I wonder if you've heard of us. We are the Great Disaster Legion. Kim Rin-young spread his arms wide, boasting with pride. Pest, Cian whispered instantly. Asterisk location unknown, history unknown, attire unknown. They don't care about race, class, or rank. A global terrorist organization, the enemies of humanity. Wherever they walk, not a blade of grass grows. Not even an ant survives, asterisk. They're a ruthless gang with one defining trait. They leave no survivors. Cian analyzed the threat, her mind filling with images of their atrocities. Pest. They have people in North Korea, too? The others fell into a state of total panic upon hearing the name. I told you, we are the Great Disaster Legion. Why do you keep calling us Pest? You South Koreans are way too westernized, he snapped. Anyway, now that you get it, hand over the cash. Kim Rin-young kicked a nearby table across the room. Pest. The student trembled, paralyzed by fear. Just give him the money. We should just give him everything. Another student screamed, desperate to stay alive. If we do that, before she could finish, a familiar figure appeared. Well, this is a surprise, Kim Rin-young said, looking up. Kim Cian had transformed, her eyes turning ice cold. Everyone stay calm. She stepped forward. He never said he'd let us live once we gave him the money, she added. That horn, that hair. I see now. He became visibly excited. It looks like you know about my clan. That makes things easier. Come on then, little girl. Show me what you've got. Stop talking and fight me, Cian challenged. Asterisk if his lackeys join in, there's no hope. I have to bait him into a one-on-one duel since he seems to be the leader. Asterisk internally, she was wound tight with tension. Fine. You're smart. I bet you're wondering if I'll fall for your little trap right now. Kim Rin-young smirked, reading her like a book. I'm just a student. Surely you won't have your whole gang up on me. Cian said, while the others held their breath. Fine. I like that spark, but it's not like it matters much anyway. He let out a dry laugh and snapped his fingers. If you're from that crazy goblin clan, you must be a little touched in the head too, right? Rin-young asked, staring at the horn on Cian's forehead. You talk too much. Are we fighting or not? Mr. Terrorist? She provoked. That sharp tongue of yours is actually quite cute. Excited, he slammed his great sword into the floor. Fine, I accept your challenge. Goblin Kim Rin-young is about to become a monster. Come at me, girl. He leveled his blade at her. You're letting me have the first move? You must be very confident. She forced a smirk. Asterisk, thank God the provocation worked. He can't back down in front of his subordinates now. Asterisk. She glanced at the guards. Asterisk, if I can beat him, I can get everyone out alive. I have to win to survive. Asterisk, Cian reached behind her neck. Wait, her hand froze. Asterisk, where is my sword? Asterisk, Cian panicked. Asterisk, I put it down when I was resting. Why'd I let my guard down now, of all times? Asterisk, she vividly remembered setting it aside. Little girl, where are you looking? He lowered his hands. If you're not going to attack, then I'll go first. Kim Rin-yong swung the greatsword. Luckily, Cian dodged just in time, narrowly escaping death. The force of the blow caused the ceiling to crumble. Cian moved fast to avoid being crushed. If I take even one direct hit, she gritted her teeth. But seeing the debris, a spark of hope lit up in Cian's heart. I can use this. She leapt onto a slab of stone, gliding over it like she was surfing. He was taken aback. A sneak attack? What happened to that courage from before? He violently smashed through her shield, making Cian wince. Damn it. She cursed under her breath and jumped back. Footing all over the place. Are you sure you're a goblin and not a flying squirrel? Rin-yong mocked. He kept up a relentless barrage of slashes, forcing her to dodge constantly without a single second to breathe. She's actually holding her own against the boss. Kim Cian is amazing. In the control room, the other students peeking over the counter couldn't stop praising her. Kim Cian, Kim Cian, Kim Cian, Kim Cian, Kim Cian. They just stood there cheering. Asterisk, this isn't the time for a pep rally. I have to do something. Asterisk, Puh Jinsung looked at her, his heart sinking with worry. Wow, I see why she's so popular now. She's going toe-to-toe with the head of those creeps. Lee Songhwa watched, enthralled. Songhwa, Jinsung said. The situation is completely one-sided. Jinsung tapped Songhwa on the shoulder. We need to run. Now. Run now? But where? Songhwa asked, dazed. The best plan is to go up. Find a bathroom, a locker, under a desk. Anywhere they can't easily find us, Jinsung said, looking up. Cian was struggling to evade Kim Rin-yong's strikes. I have to buy as much time as possible. But her strength was fading, and finally, his blade caught her. The sheer force of the impact sent Cian flying backward. She collapsed onto the floor in agony, a low groan escaping her lips. Time to end this game of cat and mouse. What do you think? He stepped closer. Did Cian lose? Is there anyone stronger than her? Are we all going to die? Chaos erupted among the students as Cian coughed up blood, slumped on the floor. Is this all you've got, girl? Rin-yong pointed his massive blade at her face. Maybe. Why don't you find out for yourself? With blood staining her teeth, she let out a defiant smirk. Still a troublesome woman to the very end. He flared with anger. Everyone, scatter. Puh Jinsung suddenly stood up and yelled at the top of his lungs. What the? I'm out of here. Shouting this, Jinsung grabbed Songhwa by the collar and bolted. The others hesitated for a second. Run. The scene became even more chaotic than before. If they catch us, we're dead. Go. Go. Screaming, everyone scrambled toward the stairs. They sure make decisions fast. Kim Rin-yong scratched his head, bored. What do you think, comrades? He laughed. What are your orders, sir? A subordinate asked. Round up all that little rat's friends, Rin-yong commanded. He was tired of their games. Understood, comrade. The men moved instantly. Even if that girl is different, those South Koreans are so stupid they can't even stand still. While this goblin was buying time, where did they think they could run to? The soldiers fanned out. They'll be caught eventually anyway. He continued his walk toward her with pure disdain. Asterisk, he told them to catch them. That means he doesn't plan on killing them right away. Asterisk. Then maybe I can buy just a little more time. Cian panted, her heart heavy with dread. Finally, she forced herself back up. I like your spirit. You've proven to be more useful than I thought. He was starting to take a genuine interest in her. So, want to join me? Rin-yong approached. What the hell? Not a chance. Cian spat back in disgust. You should reconsider. Women are lining up to follow me, he boasted. Why should I believe a word from a terrorist bank robber? You have no proof of anything, Cian countered. I forgot to introduce myself. He shrugged. I am Kim Rin-yong. That one name made her gasp. The son of North Korea. Rin-yong grinned with pride. Kim Rin-yong. She repeated the name in her mind, frozen. Asterisk, the greatest leader of North Korea. The greatest military commander of North Korea. The greatest politician of North Korea. The owner of the strongest Ida in North Korea. A true monster hidden behind all those titles. Asterisk. To rise as the sun at such a young age. I have so many things to worry about. I need a talented wife by my side. He extended an invitation to her. Preposterous. Why would Kim In-young come to a place like this personally? She took a step back, terrified of the man. Why so shy all of a sudden? That's exactly why I don't usually reveal that name. He stepped closer, cornering her. Ha ha ha. Kim In-young. Couldn't I trade that name for a bounty? The reward must be huge considering you're a world-famous criminal, right? Despite her tough words, Se-yun could barely stand. He stared at her trembling legs. With that reward money, I could buy spicy rice cakes for all my friends. In-young listened to her, stunned. To be this cheeky in a situation like this? He burst out laughing. So this is why they didn't want me coming here personally. Isn't this exactly what they were craving? He squinted, smirking arrogantly. Ordering a heist on a bank full of students? It means they wanted to use the brats as leverage. Coming here myself was worth it after all. He looked at her resilient stance and thought, little girl, the winner is already decided. Before I take my time enjoying you, shouldn't you just be a good girl and listen? In-young slowly closed his eyes, speaking with mock sincerity. I didn't expect the winner to be decided so quickly. Se-yun's foot kicked the blade of her sword. I almost died just jumping my way back here. She kicked the sword into the air, startling him. Kim Se-yun grabbed the hilt of her sword. I still have a lot to learn. But to properly use my Ida, unleash powerful magic and suppress an opponent, I need a sword. She smirked. Kim Se-yun drew her blade. The real battle starts now. A group of soldiers was chasing the students. They scattered in panic. Suddenly, a student was grabbed by a soldier. Follow me. The student struggled. Let me go. I said let go, but it was useless. That student and several others were captured and dragged deeper into the bank. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom, Park Jinsung and Lee Seonghwa were hiding in a stall. Park Jinsung looked around the stall and assessed. Guess it's this clean because it's a bank. Lee Seonghwa looked at Park Jinsung in panic. Jinsung, shouldn't we go to a higher floor? This is only the 5th floor. The other kids are still running up. Jinsung quickly reassured him. It's fine, calm down. Park Jinsung grinned. Just take a deep breath for now. Lee Seonghwa looked at him and asked, Jinsung, are you okay? He asked back, huh? Me? Lee Seonghwa recalled the scene of blood flowing like a river. He thought, if we get caught, we might end up just like those security guards. Lee Seonghwa saw that Jinsung still looked nonchalant and continued thinking, but he looks totally fine. But his mouth just said, it's nothing. Lee Seonghwa said again, anyway, if we just stay here, who knows when we'll be caught? Don't you think we should run? Saying that, Lee Seonghwa grabbed Park Jinsung's arm, urging him, let's go to a higher floor, okay? Thinking about Se-yun fighting In-young, Lee Seonghwa thought, if it's Se-yun, she might hold out for a while, but eventually, while he was thinking, his hand was suddenly swatted away by Park Jinsung. Just running away is useless. Park Jinsung said seriously, we have to fight them. This shocked Lee Seonghwa. What? He immediately retorted, didn't you see those security guards? Even trained adults couldn't beat them. What do you think C and F ranks like us can do? Hearing this, Park Jinsung suddenly asked Lee Seonghwa, do you think souls have ranks? He replied, what are you talking about all of a sudden? Park Jinsung explained, I heard something by chance once. He recalled hearing that Kim Se-yun's combat ability was D rank when she was little, but now she was A rank. Then Park Jinsung continued, don't you see that Ida can't be the absolute standard for judging a person? There's absolutely no need to be sad about your rank. These words left Lee Seonghwa too stunned to speak. On the 5th floor, the elevator doors opened and a soldier was standing inside. Inside the restroom, neither of them knew danger was approaching. Lee Seonghwa, sweating, said, Jinsung, the reason you're saying this now is outside in the hallway. That soldier was heading toward them. Back to Lee Seonghwa. He was trying to convince Park Jinsung. I think they're already here. What do we do now? We have to hide. Park Jinsung said, Lee Seonghwa, you received a really good Ida. Much better than mine. If you go all out, you can add all sorts of amazing upgrades to it. As he finished speaking, the soldier arrived at the restroom door. Lee Seonghwa hurriedly told Park Jinsung, Shh, they'll find us, Jinsung. Park Jinsung put his hand on Lee Seonghwa's shoulder. Seonghwa listened. Confused, he asked, huh? What? Park Jinsung leaned close, his face dead serious. Trust me. From now on, do exactly as I say. By the sinks. The soldier was standing there. He said, "You bastards, I heard you. Come out." He continued, "The boss doesn't like slowpokes." At that moment, Park Jinsung poked his head out of the stall, smiling at him. "Your accent is pretty interesting. Can you teach me?" The soldier couldn't control his anger. "You bastard, don't screw with me. If you lose an arm or a leg during the arrest, the boss will understand." Jinsung spoke without a hint of fear. "Now that your boss is gone, you sure talk a lot." Impressive. Seeing Jinsung speak like that, Songhua stood beside him, pale with fear. The soldier roared, "You little piece of sh*t." Jinsung summoned his Ida, a dagger. A dagger appeared in his palm. Then, Jinsung pointed the blade at him. The soldier looked at Jinsung's knife and scoffed. "What the hell is this? Are you trying to tell me that is your Ida?" Saying that, the soldier activated his power. His legs transformed and began to glow. He said, "Cut the crap and shut up." Just as he finished speaking, he flew toward Jinsung. He continued, "Just be a good boy and get tied up." A blue screen displayed the soldier's Ida. Name, acceleration legs. Ida rank, B. Total combat power, B. Once you start running, you accelerate from 0 to 100 in a single second. Seeing him rush in like lightning, Jinsung instructed Songhua, "You have to run like I told you, got it?" The soldier heard this and said, "What do you think you're running to?" "I'm taking you both." Jinsung's eyes flashed red, his gaze filled with terror. "This is absolute killing intent." Ida rank, S. Total combat power, S. Physical abilities triple the normal limit. Jinsung's entire body was shrouded in black smoke. Seeing the soldier right in front of him, swinging a fist toward him, in Jinsung's eyes, the man's movements were nothing more than a slow-motion film. Jinsung smiled, "Too slow." The soldier glared at Jinsung angrily. "You bastard." A cold light flashed, stabbing into the soldier's chest. Jinsung stabbed him with his knife. After stabbing repeatedly, he said, "Haha, sorry. So sorry." The soldier fell to the floor in agony. He grabbed Jinsung's knife-wielding hand and said, You're a lunatic." At this moment, Jinsung's smile was terrifying. Next, the soldier struggled to get up and attack Jinsung. He and Jinsung grappled. Jinsung said, "Wow, 0 to 100 in a second? Must be really convenient." Hearing that, the soldier asked in shock, "My Ida's name? You can see my Ida's name?" Jinsung pulled the knife out of his chest and said, What if I cut your tendons?" Because he pulled it out so fast, blood sprayed from the soldier's chest. He continued, "If the starter required for your Ida is destroyed, what happens?" Saying that, Jinsung pinned him to the ground. "Maybe your rank will drop? Should I stab here? So many things could happen. I don't know what to choose." Songhua stood by watching this scene, frowning. A human being consumed by bloodlust. Songhua's whole body trembled as he hesitantly called out, "Jinsung?" At that moment, Jinsung was covered in the guy's blood. He turned crazily towards Songhua. Seeing this, Songhua was so scared his legs turned to jelly. Jinsung smiled and said, "Did you call me?" Seeing Songhua silent, he asked again, "What's wrong, Songhua? Why did you call me?" Songhua looked at the pool of blood on the floor, shaking in fear, but still stepped forward to advise Jinsung, "Let's stop and run away, okay?" Jinsung laughed. "Haha, you're mistaken. Who do you think needs to run right now?" Saying that, he grabbed the soldier by the collar, lifted him up, and continued, "Hey, answer me." Seeing such a deranged Jinsung, Songhua's face went white, his whole body shaking. Jinsung called out again, "Songhua, you have to destroy the Ida or kill the opponent for its effect to end." Songhua's reflection appeared in Jinsung's eyes. Suddenly, Songhua screamed, "Jinsung!" Seeing Songhua, Jinsung suddenly snapped out of it. He called out vaguely, "Songhua?" Jinsung raised his blood-soaked hand holding the knife and clutched his head. Then, Jinsung gripped the masked man's hand tightly and told Songhua, "Go. Now." Jinsung's glasses fell to the floor. Jinsung grabbed the masked man's collar with one hand, pushing him back with force while urging, "Hurry up." At this moment, Jinsung said with desperation, "Run." Songhua called Jinsung's name in his heart. Seeing Songhua still hesitating, Jinsung said, "Once the hand becomes a knife, that means the body has become a solid sword. It's possible, right? Right?" Hearing Jinsung's words, Songhua fell into thought, calling Jinsung's name internally. Suddenly, Songhua turned around. Then, Songhua obediently ran away, turning his head to shout back at Jinsung, "Sorry, Jinsung. I'm going ahead." As Songhua left, Jinsung's body trembled. He bowed his head and said, "That's not enough, that really—" The masked man saw Jinsung acting like a maniac and mocked. "Cough? Are you insane?" Right then, Jinsung looked up at the masked man. His eyes were bloodshot and glowing as he looked at him coldly. "You're no fun at all. I'm going 13 rounds. Hearing this, the masked man thought, "What? 13 rounds?" He mentally calculated. "I didn't expect a bastard to be hiding his skills in a situation like this. I have to find a way to report this to the higher-ups." But before the masked man could report, he was finished off by Jinsung with a single slash. Fresh blood splattered onto his clothes, but he just said coldly and emotionlessly, "I don't know either." Scene shifts to the customer service room. Kim Se-yeon held her long sword and said, "I finally get it." Kim In-young rested his chin on his hand, looking at Kim Se-yeon thoughtfully. "A fine sword. Suits a pretty face." Hearing Kim In-young say that, Kim Se-yeon pointed her sword at him. "If I tap you with this, you'll change your mind, won't you?" Kim In-young also drew his sword, preparing for battle. He said, "What? You think you can stand against me now?" Kim In-young swung his sword to slash. Kim Se-yeon used her sword to parry his attack. Kim In-young was surprised to see Kim Se-yeon block one of his strikes. Kim Se-yeon smiled. "That's not necessarily true." Kim In-young found it amusing and laughed loudly. "Did you just deflect my soul sword? Does your sword possess divine power?" Kim Se-yeon retorted, "How would I know what your Ida is? You think that ridiculous attack wasn't relying on strength, but on the influence of your Ida?" Hearing Kim Se-yeon, Kim In-young thought, if the sword wasn't effective, she should have slashed along the blade. Saying that, Kim In-young looked at Kim Se-yeon's sword and commented, "That's quite a strange sword." But internally he thought, that sword might just be the weakness of the soul sword. Kim Se-yeon spun the sword in her hand and continued, "Rumor has it, because of the legends about this sword, my family's treasure might be stolen. This is a sword used to confront the strong, to fend off 4 tigers. The constellation on the blade is like a reservoir for the power of stars. Depending on the user's ability, it can even cut through top-tier Idas." Then, Kim Se-yeon looked straight at Kim In-young and said, "Most importantly, I can merge with this sword." With that, Kim Se-yeon jumped into the air, shouting, "Goblin sword technique." In an instant, 3 identical Kim Se-yeons appeared. The goblin sword technique creates clones with physical attack power. Kim In-young saw her create 2 identical clones and laughed with interest. "Huh, you really are special. Are you sure you don't want to join my side?" The first Kim Se-yeon said, "My family might lose patience." The second Kim Se-yeon continued, "But I absolutely cannot accept trash like you." Seeing Kim Se-yeon answer so decisively, Kim In-young's smile faded. He raised his sword. "It's a pity to kill you like this. Truly a waste, but I have no other choice." Saying that, Kim In-young swung a slash toward the 3 Kim Se-yeons. He continued, "Can't play around with you anymore." The immense power made Kim Se-yeon frown. Kim In-young's soul sword slashed through 2 of her clones. He had found a real body right before his eyes. Kim In-young quickly pointed his sword at Kim Se-yeon. "You little b****, not scared now?" Saying that, Kim In-young attacked Kim Se-yeon, but she blocked it with her sword. She seemed to be struggling quite a bit against his soul sword. She didn't block for long before being knocked far back by Kim In-young. He sneered, "Looks like I have the upper hand." Kim Se-yeon showed no sign of weakness. She charged toward Kim In-young. "I'm not done yet." With that, the 2 remaining clones along with the real Kim Se-yeon swung their swords at Kim In-young simultaneously. All 3 shouted in unison, "Goblin sword technique." The 3 Kim Se-yeons looked at Kim In-young with sharp eyes. "Try blocking this again." Kim In-young attacked again. Kim Se-yeon thought, "He swings his sword fast and hard, but if I attack while he's parrying the clones." Kim Se-yeon parried Kim In-young's blade while thinking, "If I do that." But the more she blocked, the weaker she felt. She cursed internally, "Damn it, I can't hold out anymore." The 2 swords clashed, and the force knocked both of them back. Seeing Kim Se-yeon so stubborn, Kim In-young laughed coldly. "I'm starting to like you more and more." Before Kim In-young could strike again, Kim Se-yeon thought, "Shit." In a head-on attack, he completely outclasses me. Kim Se-yeon calculated a strategy. "It hurts my pride, but I have no choice but to play this stupid game with him. I'll use illusions to stall for time." Seeing Kim Se-yeon silent, Kim In-young spoke up. "You don't actually think you can keep up with my true strength, do you?" Kim In-young laughed and continued, "Is my technique still not enough to make you consider joining my side?" Hearing this, Kim Se-yun said, "You're far from it." While talking to him, she thought, "I need to drag this out as long as possible." Just as Kim Se-yun was preparing to do something, there was a noise from outside. The masked man barged in with hostages. A black-haired man being held captive screamed, "I'm sorry. Please save me." Kim Se-yun saw them holding hostages and thought in shock, "They caught people already? Why did they come in from outside?" Kim Se-yun continued thinking, "In a chaotic situation like this, the police or army should be surrounding the place. Are they unable to act because of the hostages?" Kim In-young turned to the masked man. "Comrades, wasn't the back staircase clear? Why bring the northern comrade in from the outside?" A masked man saluted and said, "Yes, sir. We split into 2 teams. The northern bastards entered through the corner window." The masked man continued. "The rest waited outside. Since people would jump out the windows, our comrades were waiting below to catch anyone jumping down." The masked man continued reporting his teammates' status. "The ones who haven't returned yet are upstairs checking if any northern people were left behind." Hearing this, Se-yun asked in panic, "Wait, what? They were waiting outside beforehand?" She thought, "Does this mean the police aren't acting at all in a situation like this?" She remembered the people caught on the street. She thought, even though they try to be careful, thinking they did nothing wrong. Strange, something isn't right here. Suddenly, Kim In-young waved his hand and said, "Hey, I think I can read what you're thinking from that look on your face." Kim In-young continued, "You're wondering why there's no backup, right? If that's the case, a comrade of ours used his ghost sword to isolate this area." Se-yun's face darkened when she heard that. She thought, "Isolate?" Kim In-young replied, "We don't cause a disaster without preparation. From the outside, this bank looks completely normal." Then Kim In-young smiled sinisterly. "No one will notice what's happening inside." Only then did Se-yun think in panic. "No one knows what's happening to us? I thought I just had to stall until the police arrived." Se-yun gripped her sword tight and thought, "But if there isn't even a report, how do we get out of here? Plus, if I go back, he'll kill them. But my stamina is limited. I don't know what to do." Se-yun said in despair. Seeing Se-yun bow her head in silence, Kim In-young asked, "Hey girl, what's wrong?" Se-yun didn't answer. Kim In-young asked again, "What happened to that energy you had earlier?" Behind him, the captured people were cowering, faces full of fear. Next to them, the masked men stood guard. Suddenly, a man in a suit among the captives began to look around. Seeing the masked guard nearby turn away, the man in the suit used his power to float into the air, startling everyone around him. Then he moved quickly, flying toward a desk to grab a landline phone. He said in panic, "I can't just sit here and wait to die." He fumbled for the phone. The man in the suit said frantically, "The emergency alarm button is here." He pressed the alarm button, lifted the receiver, and spoke with urgent haste. "Emergency! Emergency! The bank has been seized." Then, glancing at the masked men behind him, he added, "Terrorists have broken in." His voice grew increasingly tremulous. "Can anyone hear me? Hello?" Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over him. The man in the vest stared at the receiver and thought, "Asterisk, huh? Why is there no sound? Asterisk." Without warning, a large bag was thrown in front of him. A voice rang out, "Comrade Banker." It turned out the man in the vest was indeed a bank employee. Now that he had been noticed, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Jean Rin-young stood behind him, laughing with amusement. "Did you not hear what I said earlier, comrade?" The banker started, realizing Jean Rin-young had appeared behind him without a sound. He slumped to the floor, stammering, Jean Rin-young." Seeing the man's terror, Jean Rin-young continued, "I told you, we have Comrade Ida here, a specialist in stealth. That means your phones and those panic buttons under the desks are useless." Hearing this, the hostages immediately pulled out their cell phones to check. A man in a black suit said, "It's true." The man in the white shirt beside him added, "So that's why nothing was working." The banker thought to himself, why would Jean Rin-young rob a private bank like this in broad daylight? Jean Rin-young, seemingly hearing the banker's internal question, sneered and explained, "Are you devaluing your own labor, comrade? All work is essential. That is the core of our great communist ideology." Terrified but brave, the banker retorted, "If the military finds you here, you won't leave this place in one piece." Jean Rin-young heard the employee's threat as if it were a joke. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Ha! That puppet emperor, Li Xian." Then, Jean Rin-young leaned down, his hand resting on the hilt of his soul sword. His entire body radiated a purple aura, his face grim as a demon's. Indeed, South Korea really does have that puppet emperor. Then Jin Ryong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The banker watched him laugh with such terrifying intensity that his own face twisted in fear. Jin Ryong pointed the tip of his blood-stained sword at the banker's face, scaring the man until sweat poured down like rain. Jin Ryong asked slowly, "Now do you understand, comrade? Why you need to be taught a proper lesson?" Asterisk H, huh? Asterisk the terrified banker stammered, "Ah, no." Jin Ryong began to raise his sword, preparing to strike, causing the banker to cover his head with his hands. Jin Ryong said, "So don't take it too hard." Just as he was about to swing down, a voice rang out. "Stop right there, you North Korean monster." Hearing this, Jin Ryong paused. He turned to Jin Shiren, his face darkening. "Did you just call me a North Korean monster?" Jin Shiren replied, "If you've got the guts, come and get me." The remark made Jin Ryong feign weeping. "Oh heavens!" Jin Shiren continued, "Let him go." Jin Ryong retorted, "You address me by that title. But, miss, do you even know what it signifies?" While Jin Ryong and Jin Shiren were talking, the banker tried to sneak away. But escaping Jin Ryong was not so simple. He quickly raised his sword and said, "No, you have it wrong." With that, he swung his sword at the banker, who screamed in agony. Jin Ryong continued, "So how could you possibly know?" Blood splattered onto Jin Shiren, leaving her in disbelief. A single stroke from Jin Ryong had severed the unfortunate employee's legs. The man howled, "My legs! My legs!" Despite the pool of blood and the screams beside him, Jin Ryong calmly continued, "If you knew, you would never use that name to address me, Jin Ryong. Isn't that right?" The employee was now sobbing soundlessly, his mouth moving in endless pleas. "Please spare me." But Jin Ryong swung his sword at him once more. This time, blood sprayed even more violently than before. The employee had likely found his eternal rest. Jin Shiren, unwilling to watch the gruesome sight, pressed her lips together and closed her eyes. Just as she bowed her head, the severed head of the employee flew through the air and rolled to a stop in front of her. Fear gripped her heart as she thought, "Asterisk, the gap in power is too wide. I can stall for time, but I can't protect the others. Asterisk." Jin Shiren opened her eyes to see the pool of blood and the employee's head lying on the floor right before her. Fresh blood was still dripping from the sword that had just taken a life. Jin Ryong quickly pointed his sword at Jin Shiren and said, "Since you wanted me to fight you." He laughed again and continued, "I'll chop off all your limbs and stuff them into a bag to take with me." Jin Ryong added, "You should feel honored." Just as the tension peaked, someone suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. This immediately drew the attention of Jin Ryong and the masked men. They all looked toward the entrance in unison. The person entering was Lee Changhua. He raised both hands in a gesture of friendliness. Jin Ryong asked, "Who are you, comrade?" Changhua replied, "Hello there." Ha ha ha. The masked man beside Jin Ryong immediately said to him, "Apologies, I'll capture him immediately." Jin Ryong said, "Wait." Changhua kept the smile plastered on his face. Though his mouth smiled, Changhua was terrified inside, silently calling out to Jinqing. Changhua looked at the hostages cowering in fear, thinking, this scene is chaos piled on top of chaos. He turned his head and noticed the floor by the desk was covered in blood. Changhua recalled the past. Back when Changhua and Jinqing were talking, Jinqing had said, "The moment I activate the EDA, run down to the first floor and tell them I'm up here." Changhua had hurriedly asked, "Huh? Go down? What about you?" Jinqing had replied, "I told you. Trust me. I trust you, Li Changhua." Back in reality, Changhua thought, "Jinqing, I did exactly what you said." But at that moment, Jin Ryong spoke to Changhua with a friendly tone. "South Korean comrade, introduce yourself." Changhua replied, "Haha, I'm a second-year student at Siang High School, Li Changhua." He quickly added, "The money you want is on the 5th floor." Jin Ryong asked, "The safe is in such a peculiar place." Changhua said, "My friend put it there." Hearing this, Jin Ryong's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Your friend? Comrade?" The masked men were also surprised by Chenghua's words. Jin Ryong then questioned the masked men behind him, making them tremble violently. "I just realized. Why haven't the comrades who went upstairs returned yet?" As he spoke, Jin Ryong's eyes turned bloodshot. He asked darkly, Comrades, a South Korean brat is running wild, and you're all just standing there staring? One of the masked men immediately knelt, speaking in fear. Comrade Commander, he continued, I will go check immediately. The masked man bowed low, his body shaking uncontrollably as he pleaded, Please give me one more chance. Beside him, the tip of Jin Ryong-'s sword slammed into the floor. Jin Ryong placed a hand on the masked man's shoulder and said, Comrade. The masked man looked up at Jin Ryong. Jin Ryong said, Since my hands are currently full, I will give you one more opportunity. Bring the money from the safe and that brat upstairs down to me. The masked man immediately stood up and saluted sharply. Understood. Thank you, Comrade Commander. Then Jin Ryong turned to the others and said, The rest of you go as well. I will not tolerate any mistakes. The men stood at attention and shouted, Long live Josian. After speaking, Jin Ryong cast a sharp glare at Changhua and said, And one more thing. He continued, That South Korean comrade upstairs. Hearing himself mentioned, Changhua was struck with panic. Jin Ryong gritted his teeth. Do you want to come here yourself? Or shall I, Jin Ryong, come find you? Changhua smiled and replied, Haha, I'm coming over. Watching Changhua walk toward him, Jin Ryong said, Smart kid. I like you. As Changhua passed by the capture hostages, Jin Ryong spoke up. While the comrades are apprehending your friend, I find myself a bit bored. Let's have some fun. Changhua took step after step, passing the hostages who were still huddled on the ground, clutching their heads. They looked like nothing more than lambs in the jaws of a wolf. Then, Jin Ryong asked, Hey, South Korean comrade, do you see that lovely young lady over there? Seeing a flicker of anxiety cross Jin Shiren's face, Jin Ryong continued, If you bring me one of her arms or legs here, I will spare that comrade's life. He finished and asked, Can you do that? Jin Ryong smiled sinisterly. Anyone who brings me a single arm or leg of hers, I will spare their life. Jin Shiren stood alone, her back looking incredibly solitary as the others began to view her as currency to buy their own survival. Hearing this, the hostages hesitated, but a glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes. A young man clenched his hands into fists, revealing his extreme internal conflict. Suddenly, drenched in sweat, he asked in a fearful voice, Can we actually beat Jin Shiren? Hearing this, Jin Ryong laughed with amusement. Su Shan, standing nearby, shouted, That is not something you should be saying. Are you out of your mind? She has been fighting for us this whole time. But as soon as Su Shan finished speaking, the people around began to whisper. But look at the situation. The outcome is obvious. Someone has to survive, right? The murmurs continued. Is a no clock here? Looks like I'll have to count the time myself. I'm running out of patience. A man in a yellow jacket yelled, Ah, damn it. We have no choice. A man with glasses beside him added, Jin Shiren comes from a powerful family. Even without an arm or a leg, her family can still provide her a good life. Hearing these words, a look of sorrow appeared on Jin Shiren's face. Just then, a voice called out, Hey, Jin Shiren. When she didn't answer, the voice called again, Jin Shiren. It was Changhua calling her. When she didn't respond, he walked right up to her and shouted, Jin Shiren. This startled her. Jin Shiren turned away and asked, What is it? Changhua leaned in her ear and whispered, Don't worry too much. You just need to endure it for a little bit longer. Jin Shiren heard him and asked in confusion, What? Jin Shiren looked at Changhua, thinking, Asterisk, how did he manage to walk right up here without being noticed? Why didn't he run away? Asterisk, thinking this, she mentally warned him, You should run. You're just making the situation more complicated. You'll just be another hostage. He heard this and burst out laughing. I came here to help. Saying that, he glanced at the hostages and suddenly asked, Did I come at a bad time? Jin Shiren shot him a side eye and said, Humph, how touching. Suddenly, Changhua called out, Jin Shiren. She replied, Yeah. Changhua said, I've decided. From now on, I'm going to be Jinxing's best friend. Jin Shiren retorted, What kind of nonsense are you spouting right now? On the other side, Jin Ryong caused a massive explosion, filling the air with dust and smoke. Jin Ryong, looking displeased, said, South Korean comrades, if you continue to stall for time like this, I won't let a single one of you leave here alive. Hearing Jin Ryong's words, everyone tensed up, preparing to attack Jin Shiren. Apologies rained down on her. I'm so sorry. Jin Shiren, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I really am so sorry. But there's no other way. Everyone looked at Jin Shiren with dark expressions, perhaps proving the saying, every man for himself. Jin Renyong saw their state and laughed with excitement, then looked toward Changhua and said, and that handsome comrade over there, are you taking her side? Changhua smiled and replied, haha, I suppose I am. Jin Renyong smiled viciously. Very good. Not bad at all. Then, Jin Renyong pointed at the hostages behind him and continued, in that case, I will add one of your arms or legs to the bargain. I'll trade them for the lives of even more comrades. Jin Renyong shouted his declaration. Now, 10 people can survive. Hearing his words, their faces filled with terror and tears began to flow. Changhua gave a bitter smile and said to Jin Shiren, wow, he really is crazy, isn't he? Jin Shiren, will you protect us? At that moment, Jin Shiren suddenly spoke up. Hey, you North Korean scarecrow. This remark made Jin Renyong very unhappy. He said, you wretched woman, did you really have to use that word? Jin Shiren said, what if I kill everyone here myself? When I'm done, will you let me and Changhua leave alive? Jin Renyong said nothing. Jin Shiren continued, you have to give us an option to withdraw in one piece, don't you think? That sounds like an interesting story. Jin Renyong burst into laughter. He suddenly went berserk, his eyes bloodshot as he laughed and said, how amusing. Good, very good. If you do that, I will not kill you. Hearing this, Jin Shiren immediately raised her sword, ready to attack, and said, deal. Seeing Jin Shiren holding her sword and preparing to strike, the crowd instantly trembled in fear. Sushan said, wait. But Jin Shiren replied, there's no other choice, is there? Sushan, eyes full of fear, bit her lip and turned to Jin Renyong. Jin Renyong stood like a king watching puppets slaughter each other. He said, what are you doing just standing there? Her limbs or your neck? Make your choice. Hearing Jin Renyong's words, Sushan clenched her teeth. Perhaps there really was no other way. Sushan suddenly screamed, hey Jin Shiren, in this situation, shouldn't you make the sacrifice so the majority can live? Sushan grew more agitated as she spoke. Are you really planning to kill us all just so the two of you can get out of here alive? Shiren didn't care in the slightest and began to channel her power. She chanted, Fairy Sword Art. Instantly, 3 illusionary clones of Shiren appeared and charged at Sushan. Seeing this, Sushan immediately unleashed her own technique, Sure Kill Gauntlet. Shiren looked at Sushan's stance and said, Sergeant, give it everything you've got. Sushan was stunned. What? As soon as the words were spoken, Sushan threw a powerful punch with her right hand toward Shiren. Shiren's sword and Sushan's Sure Kill Gauntlet collided, generating a massive shockwave of power. But immediately after, Shiren's illusions suddenly shifted, causing Sushan to gasp, oh. Sushan asked in horror, Jin Shiren's illusions, they have actual attack power? How is that pos? Before Sushan could finish, Shiren closed in and drove her knee hard into Sushan's stomach, making her face drain of color from the pain. Sushan managed to speak with difficulty. Jin Shiren whispered in her ear, listen to me very carefully. Hearing Shiren's whisper, Sushan's eyes widened in shock. Just as Shiren finished speaking, Sushan was blasted away by the aftershock of the blow, terrifying the crowd behind her. Seeing Sushan unconscious, a man asked, Hey, Sushan, are you all right? Another person looked at the unconscious girl, then fearfully at Shiren, saying, She's really strong. But the first man said to the person beside him, Didn't you see that? Her illusion clones just vanished. She must be exhausted. The other person immediately asked, Really? Then, the crowd began to look at Changhua, standing next to Shiren, saying, But that loser standing next to her, wouldn't he be easier to deal with? Hearing these words, Shiren squeezed her eyes shut. Then she opened them and said to Changhua, Li Changhua, get back. He heard her and replied, okay. At that moment, Jin Renyong, witnessing the scene from the side, laughed in delight. Ha ha. Jin Renyong's eyes were wide, unable to close his grinning mouth as he said excitedly, This is truly interesting. So stimulating. Hearing him, everyone's faces showed fear. Jin Renyong watched them slaughter each other and said, Slaughtering each other. Then he turned to Shiren and mocked, Self-destruction. Just as he finished speaking, something suddenly hit him in the head. Jin Renyong looked over and found a crushed, empty can rolling on the floor. Looking at the empty can that had just hit his head, Jin Renyong flew into a rage, eyes bloodshot and face dark as he turned around and said, "What kind of trick is this?" At that moment, the door to the stairwell was pushed open, and a person covered in fresh blood stood there looking at him. Jin Renyong picked up the empty can, his face now grim, veins bulging on his forehead, and asked, "What is this?" Changhua covered his mouth in panic, thinking. That Kim beside him, Shiren, also frowned. Jin Renyong had gone mad. In his agitation, he hurled the can violently toward the door, where the mysterious figure stood, smiling in the shadows. He roared, "I asked you, what is this?" The mysterious person suddenly said, "I'm so excited." Jin Renyong heard this and said, "The comrade who went downstairs earlier. It seems you were the one he mentioned." As he spoke, Jin Renyong continued, "First of all, I'm going to chop off an AR." But before he could finish, he was struck by something thrown by the mysterious figure. Jin Renyong covered his face. He glanced at the objects that had hit his hand and head, and his eyes suddenly bulged. Renyong roared in anger. "You little bastard!" Renyong said, "Did you throw this to make me stop? Do you think throwing this garbage will stop me, Jin Renyong, from—" But Renyong stopped mid-sentence as he looked down at the floor. The objects thrown were several pairs of shattered glasses, stained with blood. He said in shock, "These are the belongings of my comrades in the Great Calamity Corps." Then, Renyong looked toward the door, but the dark corner of the hallway was empty. Renyong's eyes filled with hatred as he said, "Just what is going on here?" Renyong raised his sword into a stance and said, "Are you trying to look down on me, Jin Renyong?" Then, Jin Renyong's eyes flashed with red light. He raised his sword and swung it with tremendous force. A single move from Renyong's soul sword carried terrifying power. A violent gust of wind swept through, filling the crowd with absolute terror. Above them, the ceiling was cracking and beginning to shake. Seeing the ceiling about to collapse, the people near where Su Shan lay shouted in panic, "The ceiling!" At that moment, Shiren instantly shifted her technique and shouted, "Fairy clone!" The ceiling, unable to withstand the destructive force, cracked open and came crashing down. Luckily, Shiren lunged forward to catch it, keeping everyone safe. The first clone is currently bracing the ceiling in another corner, while the second clone has joined in to help hold it up. Seeing this, Kim Renyong remarked, "For a girl, you've got some serious strength. Just stay put for a second. I need to go find my comrade from earlier." By now, Shiren was drenched in sweat from the sheer effort of holding up the ceiling. She gasped, "You North Korean dog." Hearing that, Renyong countered, "And as for you South Korean comrades, if even one of you steps through that door, I'll slaughter every last one of you. My men are waiting outside this building, so don't even think about trying anything." Hearing those words, everyone's faces instantly filled with terror. Kim Renyong let out a cold smirk before adding, "Now, you weaklings can go ahead and hack the limbs off that little bratty monster over there." Hearing Kim Renyong's words, Kim Shiren glared daggers at him. Kim Renyong began to provoke her. "Think carefully about your next move." Kim Shiren showed no fear. She stared him down and spat, "You North Korean mutt. You think I'm just going to stand here holding this up forever?" Kim Renyong simply smiled. "Little girl, if you're so capable, why don't you try lifting that ceiling right now? I'll be back in a moment. The rest of you, behave yourselves." With that, Kim Renyong bolted out like a rocket. He kicked off the shattered ceiling slab that Kim Shiren was struggling to support. His jump sent out a massive shockwave. He looked like a predator who refused to let his prey escape. Below, Shiren and two others groaned, straining against the added weight from Renyong's powerful kick. Kim Shiren spoke up, "I don't know how much longer I can hold this. If you don't want to be crushed, get out from under this ceiling now." Changhua chimed in to help. "She's right. First, let's get everyone under the collapse to safety." Before Changhua could finish, a man cut him off. "Wait. If we leave now, that girl will be free to do whatever she wants." A man with glasses screamed, his face turning pale with fright. "Do you want to just stand there and watch us get crushed to death?" Outside the collapsed area, a red-haired man aggressively approached Changhua. "Hey, move. Didn't she just try to kill us?" "Kim Renyong and Kim Shiren, you know exactly what we have to do if we want to stay alive." Changhua snapped back. "Can't you see Kim Shiren came back to save everyone? Does she look like someone who actually wants us dead? If we break through these ceiling fragments together and run for the exit, even if there are enemies outside, it's our best shot at survival." The red-haired man asked, "And what if Kim Renyong hears us and comes back?" Suddenly, Su Shan, who had been unconscious, clutched her stomach, and stumbled toward Changhua. Wait. Hey, Kim Shiren. At that moment, Kim Shiren was dripping with sweat, her eyes vacant from the sheer exhaustion of her strength. She muttered, just a lowly captain. She looked toward the mysterious figure. It was Zhen Cheng, his eyes bloodshot and wearing a cryptic smile. So you finally showed up. Hello there, Pops. Kim Ren-yong had caught up to where Zhen Cheng was standing. He asked, Are you all by yourself, comrade? Kim Ren-yong then pointed to the corpses of his fallen comrades. The one who caused this massacre. Zhen Cheng explained casually, Yeah, they took turns coming at me one by one. Kept me entertained for quite a while. Zhen Cheng grew more excited as he spoke. If they had all rushed me at once, the fight would have been over ages ago. Where's the fun in that? Seeing that Zhen Cheng was every bit as insane as rumored, Kim Ren-yong thought to himself, Asterisk, that monster brat downstairs was surprising enough. But this bastard, he's a whole different level of freak. Asterisk. Zhen Cheng gently ran his fingers along the blood-stained blade. He let out a wicked laugh. Hee hee. Kim Ren-yong reached out. You seem to really enjoy killing, don't you, you prick? How about working for me? Join the Great Disaster Corps, and I'll let you do whatever the hell you want. Seeing Zhen Cheng rub his chin as if considering it, Kim Ren-yong said, That's it. Think it over. But Zhen Cheng immediately grinned back. Yeah, sounds tempting. But hey, Pops, I bet you're really gonna love this move. As he spoke, Zhen Cheng suddenly vaulted into the air, moving so fast that Kim Ren-yong could only see a blurring afterimage. Seeing Zhen Cheng close the distance, Kim Ren-yong immediately swung his great. Zhen Cheng dodged the blow with ease, laughing with pure excitement. Interesting, Kim Ren-yong thought to himself. He's moving right into the range of my greatsword. He quickly formulated a plan. Like this, I can definitely spot an opening. He gripped his sword tight and delivered a massive downward slash. Kim Ren-yong yelled, Stay still for a second. The strike caused a massive explosion, cracking the very floor beneath them. Kim Ren-yong thought triumphantly, Asterisk, how's that? Asterisk. But he realized that Zhen Cheng had somehow vanished and reappeared right behind him. He let out a cold internal huff. Humph, so you saw through my intent? He began to rotate his wrist, shifting his entire body backward to launch another attack. He thought, Do you really not know why they call me Kim Ren-yong, the 1,000-pound draw? A purple screen flickered into view. Since this greatsword was forged from the finest materials across the nation, this spinning slash is absolutely unstoppable. As the blade carved a trail through the floor tiles, Kim Ren-yong thought, With this angle and this move, I'll finish him in a single blow. At that moment, Zhen Cheng was right in front of Kim Ren-yong. Ren-yong looked at him with smug confidence. Suddenly, Zhen Cheng chuckled. Wow, Pops, you've really got this all calculated out, don't you? Kim Ren-yong roared. Die. He swung his sword toward Zhen Cheng. But Zhen Cheng performed a swift mid-air flip to dodge the strike. Zhen Cheng remarked, Pops, why is your Ida name so long? The comment left Kim Ren-yong stunned. Then, Zhen Cheng continued, It's pretty cool. How do you do that? How do you make it so long? Kim Ren-yong pulled back his sword, thinking, Asterisk, he actually dodged that? Not only that. Asterisk, he suddenly shouted, You little bastard. Kim Ren-yong demanded, Can you see my Ida name? Zhen Cheng casually replied, Yep, sure can. Pops, why do you have so many quotation marks? Zhen Cheng saw two purple panels appear. One was Kim Ren-yong's Ida, and the other displayed Ida grade, A+++, total combat power, S+, force strengthening rate, 67%. Looking at the panel, Zhen Cheng thought, Asterisk, what's with this force strengthening rate? How's he doing that? Asterisk. Huh. Another image flashed. The shape of the greatsword reflects the soul of the Ida's owner. When sword techniques are pushed to their limit, they become unstoppable. Hearing this, Kim Ren-yong thought, I was so close to succeeding, if he couldn't read it. Then he asked Zhen Cheng, Bastard, what's your name? Zhen Cheng smiled brightly and replied, Me? I'm Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung, Ren-yong repeated to himself. Kim Ren-yong said, Fine then, Puh Jinsung. You got good eyes. How can you see my Ida? You've certainly got talent. If you want to join the Great Cataclysm Corps. Zhen Cheng immediately cut him off. Pops, you seem to be the strongest person I've met so far. Kim Ren-yong waved his hand dismissively. Why bring that up now? Does that mean you want to join us? But then, Jinsung narrowed one eye and said, I can only see 9 of them. Confused, Kim Ren-young asked, see what? What Jinsung was seeing were arrows pointing at the vital pressure points on Kim Ren-young's body. He said, the weak points I can use to kill you. Kim Ren-young covered his face and let out a booming laugh. You can see those too? That's a terrifyingly desirable gift. With that, Jinsung raised his blade, preparing to attack. He said, but it's a bit overkill, honestly. I only need 1 weak point to kill you. Kim Ren-young raised his own sword. So you're refusing to cooperate? What a shame. I'll beat you within an inch of your life and drag you to the commander. At the very least, I'm taking those special eyes of yours. Jinsung charged toward Kim Ren-young, and Kim Ren-young rushed forward to meet the challenge. The 2 madmen clashed in an instant. Kim Ren-young raised his sword to strike, and Jinsung held his ground, a wicked smirk on his face as if he were looking at mere prey. Looking at the shattered elevator doors, Bian-jiang remarked flatly, it's over. Bian-jiang sat leisurely in his swivel chair, legs up on the desk and hands behind his head. He stared at the darkened computer screen and said calmly, the elevator is broken. It'll take them a while to get up here. That piece of trash can buy me a little more time. Bian-jiang continued his cold analysis. After all, we're in the heart of the city. If I report this to the police or the military, they're bound to show up. After a moment of calculating, he selfishly decided, if I go out too early, I'll just be a target. I'll stay hidden here a bit longer. Downstairs, Puh Jinsung, covered in blood, charged forward. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wore a terrifyingly ecstatic smile. Puh Jinsung closed the distance while dodging. Kim Ren-young swung a desperate blow at him, but Jinsung leaped into the air, easily evading the strike. Greatsword in hand, Kim Ren-young looked up at Puh Jinsung. Looking at Jinsung's frenzied grin, he saw the boy's foot planted firmly on his blade. Kim Ren-young grit his teeth in fury. You coward! He roared in total rage. All you do is dodge like a damn squirrel. Fight me like a man. Before he could even finish the word man, he suddenly saw Puh Jinsung lunging at him with his blood-slicked knife. Terrified, Kim Ren-young watched the knife aimed straight for his face. He managed to jerk his head aside, just in time. Puh Jinsung's strike missed, and he shot a glance back at him. Although he dodged the hit to his face, Kim Ren-young's shoulder was grazed. He glanced back in shock, thinking, that was close. As soon as he turned around, he saw Jinsung charging again. He panicked. Asterisk what? He's already closed the gap again. Asterisk. In a flash, Kim Ren-young's right hand was sliced. Then, Puh Jinsung landed several more hits across his body. This only made Jinsung's ecstatic smile grow wider. Kim Ren-young thought to himself, you dirty brat. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Ren-young could do nothing but desperately defend. He thought bitterly. Asterisk, he was just toyed with me earlier. Does he think I'm some kind of plaything? Asterisk. Puh Jinsung leaned in close to Kim Ren-young and said, old man, are you going to keep defending like a loser forever? Seeming bored with the game, he flashed a wide, crazed grin and made a declaration. Let's end this. He crouched low, pressing right up against Kim Ren-young's chest. Kim Ren-young suddenly laughed. If I keep holding back, I might actually die. Suddenly, strange purple tentacles erupted from his left side. A purple hand reached out, trying to grab Puh Jinsung. He looked at the hand with a hint of surprise. Seeing the hand about to touch him, Jinsung's eyes widened. He reacted instantly, leaping backward. Puh Jinsung stared at the scene. One of Kim Ren-young's arms was sprouting purple tentacles, looking exactly like an octopus limb. Puh Jinsung froze for a moment, then asked in confusion, what the? His eyes were locked on Kim Ren-young as he continued. Old man, what is that? How are you doing that? How can you? Before he could finish, 2 Idas appeared over Kim Ren-young. On the right, don't hide anymore, for this is the great blade from the Baku cave. Ida grade, eh? Total combat power, 5. Strength reinforcement rate, 67%. And on the left arm of the first monster, Ida grade. Total combat power. Jinsung asked in shock, 2 Idas? Kim Ren-young narrowed his eyes and said, there's no point in running now. Puh Jinsung looked at Kim Ren-young with pure excitement. His eyes turned an even deeper shade of red. A strange black aura began to swirl around him. He laughed and asked curiously, old man, what's with that arm? What exactly is it? Kim Ren-young smirked. You're a nosy brat, aren't you? I came here to hide from some bombers. But what the hell is this situation? Looks like I'm headed to hell earlier than expected. Excitedly, Puh Jinsung raised the arm holding his blade. He laughed. So you're saying that arm makes you stronger, right? Now we're talking. Let's play. Kim Rin-young said impatiently. Stop messing around. If you keep fighting like this, I won't be able to die when I want to. Hearing this, Puh Jinsung asked in confusion. Huh? Old man, are you running away? Suddenly, Kim Rin-young broke into a thrilled grin. He looked at Puh Jinsung and said, the word run. It's been a long time since I've heard that. The tentacle-covered arm gripped the great blade. The two Idas merged into one. Puh Jinsung looked up at Kim Rin-young and asked, Pops, you think you can actually get away? How exactly are you planning to run? Kim Rin-young gave him a cold smirk. I don't know. Why would I ever run from a brat like you? His Idas were now fully fused. He looked at Puh Jinsung and said, Puh Jinsung, I'll remember your name. As he spoke, Kim Rin-young raised his great blade along with the purple tentacles. The building shook once more, and a massive circle appeared on the ceiling above. It looked like it was about to collapse. In an instant, instead of collapsing, it exploded. The combined power of the two Idas was terrifying. Kim Rin-young had managed to blast a hole straight through to the rooftop. On the floor above, Bien Jiang heard the massive explosion and swung the door open. He stammered in shock. What? What the hell? Bien Jiang rushed to the edge of the hole and looked down. He gasped, no way. Is it Kim Chung-hwa? Or maybe Kim Rin-young? I have to get out of here. He saw Kim Rin-young shooting up through the hole. Puh Jinsung knew what was happening, but asked anyway. So we're playing hide and seek now? I might lose you, Pops. Puh Jinsung watched Kim Rin-young with a manic grin. He had clearly lost his mind. In that case, maybe I should speed things up a bit. High above, Kim Rin-young heard Jin Cheng's words and shuddered. He grit his teeth and said, Don't toy with me. At this distance, there's no way we could. Before he could finish, Puh Jinsung leaped upward and shouted, But I'm not toying with you. Kim Rin-young looked at Puh Jinsung in horror, thinking, he's insane. I have to save myself first. Suddenly, Bien Jiang spotted Kim Rin-young and screamed, Kim Rin-young. At that moment, Rin-young looked up and saw it was Bien Jiang. Kim Rin-young immediately let out a smug laugh. It seems fate hasn't completely abandoned me yet. Bien Jiang had no idea what was going on and asked in confusion, What's happening down there? Just then, Puh Jinsung stared blankly at Bien Jiang. Seeing him, Jiang snapped, Trash. What are you doing here? Holding his bloodstained knife, Puh Jinsung lunged toward Bien Jiang. He laughed excitedly. Ha, found another one. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his consciousness. No. Puh Jinsung zipped past Bien Jiang. Jiang turned around, baffled to see Puh Jinsung collapsed on the ground, struggling. Puh Jinsung lay helpless on the dusty floor. Bien Jiang ran over and asked, Trash, how did you climb up from down there? Jinsung painfully called out for the captain. Kim Rin-young stood atop the building, looking down at the two of them. Do you know Puh Jinsung? You just saved my life. Hearing this, Bien Jiang's mind went blank. Bien Jiang looked up at Kim Rin-young and yelled, Kim Rin-young, weren't you just fighting Puh Jinsung down there? Kim Rin-young looked down at him with contempt. He listened silently to the other man's panicked and confused shouting. Damn it, what the hell is going on? You trash, answer me. Bien Jiang watched as Puh Jinsung staggered to his feet. His mind was in total chaos. Did Kim's soul really exhaust Kim Rin-young that much? This piece of trash, it's impossible. Bien Jiang turned pale, overcome with fear. Damn it, none of this makes any sense. Hearing Kim Rin-young's words, Bien Jiang's thoughts became even more tangled. He shouted at Puh Jinsung, Hey, you trash, tell me what's going on. All he got in response was Puh Jinsung's crazed laughter. Seeing the abnormal aura radiating from Jinsung, Bien Jiang stepped back in fear. But he kept shouting, What's wrong with this guy? Kim Rin-young sat leisurely high above, looking down at Bien Jiang. Hey, comrade. Thanks. Because of you, I managed to get away from that bastard. As Puh Jinsung drew closer, looking more and more like a stranger, Bien Jiang felt a chill of terror. When he heard Kim Rin-young speak, he looked up and asked in confusion, What did you say? Puh Jinsung's eyes were fixed on Bien Jiang, glowing a deeper red. Kim Rin-young didn't answer. He just let out a cold smirk. Hey, my arrogant comrade. Kim Rin-young, always repay my debts. As a seasoned veteran, he wore a malicious smile, even if the person doesn't even know they're being repaid. Hearing Kim Rin-young say that, Bien Jiang involuntarily shuddered. Kim Ren-yong looked at Bien Jiang with a wicked glint in his eye. He suddenly gave him a piece of advice. If you want to live, run to the first floor right now. That's your only chance of survival, comrade. Bien Jiang stared at him blankly. After a moment of silence, he replied, "What?" As Kim Ren-yong flew away, Bien Jiang shouted from below, "You think I'm going down there? Your subordinates are still down there." Before he could finish, Kim Ren-yong called back, "Fine then, good luck staying alive, comrade." He thought to himself, good thing I listened to the commander and came to South Korea. That enchantress and that bomb-obsessed guy, named Lee. He glanced at Bien Jiang facing off against Puh Jinsung and felt a surge of excitement. I never thought you people would breed something like this. I bet even the commander couldn't have imagined it. Another filthy, bloodthirsty maniac. Looks like Puh Jinsung has completely lost control. Kim Ren-yong looked down at Bien Jiang and said, Kim Ren-yong, always repay my debts. Kim Ren-yong turned and began to walk away. With each step, he repeated, "If you want to live, run to the first floor." Below, Bien Jiang was still bewildered. "What?" Watching Kim Ren-yong's retreating back, Bien Jiang asked in confusion, "Is he really running away?" Remembering his words, his thoughts became even more scrambled. Kim Ren-yong ran away because of this useless piece of trash? He stole a glance behind him and thought frantically, "This is insane." He saw Puh Jinsung with his head down, eyes glued to the floor. "This bastard is just a piece of trash." Puh Jinsung muttered nonsensically as he suddenly approached Bien Jiang. "Ha, Captain. Captain, hello, Captain. Hello." Watching him walk closer while rambling like a madman, Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. "What?" Puh Jinsung looked at him with glowing red eyes. "Because of you, he got away. So, you can play with me instead of him, right?" He spoke in a bone-chilling tone. "Right." Bien Jiang was paralyzed with fear by the aura he was giving off. Bien Jiang thought to himself, what the? His eyes are terrifying. This guy's way too dangerous. Bien Jiang gripped a nearby iron bar with all his strength, shouting in a panic, "Seriously, what the hell is going on?" He couldn't help but wonder what the hell happened downstairs. Bien Jiang pulled out the iron bar, which was still attached to a chunk of concrete, and jumped into the hole. He thought, the only thing I know is that this trash's head isn't right. Screw this. I'm getting out of here, As he jumped down, Bien Jiang didn't forget to glance back at Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung stared at the fleeing Bien Jiang and called out after him, "Captain." Puh Jinsung went silent for a moment before speaking with hidden meaning. "You want to play hide and seek too? I guess it's my turn to be it again." He leaned forward slightly and whispered, "Captain." Puh Jinsung quickly flew after Bien Jiang, repeating the same words, "I'm it, you know. So, let's play a different game." He had already caught up to him. Seeing Park Jinsung flying straight at him, Bien Jiwoong panicked, swinging his sword wildly while screaming, "Shut your damn mouth, you piece of trash." But Jinsung easily dodged the strike. Park Jinsung shot a glance at Bien Jiwoong. His pupils were as red as blood. Looking into those eyes, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Stunned, Bien Jiwoong stared at Park Jinsung and yelled, "You dodged that too?" With a crazed smile still plastered on his face, Park Jinsung called out, "Captain, I caught you." Choking under Park Jinsung's grip, Bien Jiwoong struggled to speak. Let go, you piece of trash." The madness in Park Jinsung's eyes intensified. He suddenly asked, "Captain, oh Captain, what should we play? What should we play now? How about we play cut the arms? Or maybe you'd prefer cut the legs?" Hearing Park Jinsung's words, Bien Jiwoong screamed in terror, "You crazy bastard." Bien Jiwoong hurled the concrete block from earlier at Park Jinsung, shouting, "Go play by your damn self." Park Jinsung had no intention of letting him go and gave chase. But we were having fun, Captain." Using the wall behind him as a springboard, Park Jinsung lunged forward. "You really should take better care of yourself, Captain." Park Jinsung's target was the falling Bien Jiwoong. Appearing right behind him, he wrapped his arms around the man. "You keep flying all over the place. You're hard to catch, you know? But now, you aren't going anywhere." Seeing their horrific position, Bien Jiwoong thrashed desperately. "Damn it. Let go. Get off me." Park Jinsung's voice turned ice cold. "Do you hate me, Captain?" Bien Jiwoong roared in anger. "You piece of sh*t. If we keep falling like this, we're both going to die. Let go of me, you mad dog. Park Jinsung's voice remained chillingly calm. Still holding Bayan Jiwoong tight, Park Jinsung continued, I don't think I'm going to die. He glared at the man. Damn it, Jiwoong thought, if I hit the ground like this, I'm finished. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, Captain. Startled, Bayan Jiwoong thought, that voice? Is it? He looked down at the bottomless pit they were falling into. Damn it, now isn't the time for distractions. Then he heard Park Jinsung murmur, well, I was going to die anyway. Bayan Jiwoong snapped back. I'm not dying at your hands, you piece of garbage. Suddenly, Bayan Jiwoong twisted his body. White fabric strips erupted around him. Seeing this, Park Jinsung smirked. Captain, if you're this slow, you're going to be a pain to deal with. A moment later, Bayan Jiwoong transformed into a sword. Its tip pointed directly at Park Jinsung. Watching the blade dive toward him, Park Jinsung mocked. Another one? He struck the blade aside. Coming to play with me too? The sword spun wildly in the air, struggling to regain its course. Meanwhile, Park Jinsung looked at Bayan Jiwoong and laughed. Watching this, he thought in shock. Asterisk, he deflected the sword's trajectory? How the hell? Asterisk, after moments realization, Bayan Jiwoong panicked. Asterisk, no. More importantly, asterisk, right then, he screamed, hey, get out of the way. Park Jinsung dodged quickly, leaving Bayan Jiwoong to plummet. As the ground rushed up to meet him, Bayan Jiwoong let out a final yell. He slammed into a stone slab, the ground shattering upon impact. Bayan Jiwoong lay there, groaning in agony. Park Jinsung landed lightly on the ground nearby. In that same eerie tone, Park Jinsung spoke. Captain, let's play. Suddenly, Park Jinsung noticed a sword embedded in the floor. This is... He let out a soft chuckle, his words dripping with hidden meaning. Huh, the next person coming to play is the one I like the most. Back with the other trainees, a voice called out. How much longer do you plan on holding that up? Kim Se-yeon, struggling under the weight of a massive boulder, replied. What? Does the wound from earlier still hurt, Squad 1 Captain? Despite her sarcasm, Kim Se-yeon's hands were visibly trembling. She tried to steady herself. Act like you're fine, but I'm actually at my limit. Her legs wouldn't stop shaking. Kim Se-yeon, you're exhausted, aren't you? I can't hold this much longer. Susan approached her, having already donned her lethal combat gloves. As she walked, Susan declared Squad 1, in the name of the Squad 1 Captain. Behind her, a man and a woman suddenly chased after her, shouting, Wait for us. Hey, let us join you. Unexpectedly, Lee Seonhwa stepped out, blocking Susan's path. Wait, you two are classmates from the same school, right? Can't you see she's holding up that concrete ceiling to save everyone? Lee Seonhwa stood before the weakening Kim Se-yeon, facing Susan. The woman behind Susan barked, Move. You want a beating? The man beside her added angrily. Lee Seonhwa, get out of the way. Lee Seonhwa remained firm. I'm staying right here. He looked Susan in the eye. How can you do this to someone who fought for everyone? Are you really going through with this? The woman behind her immediately countered. Hey, you're young and naive. You don't understand, but I have a family. The man yelled. Stop playing the hero, you bastard. We don't have a choice. Move. Kim Se-yeon let out a strained cry as her strength failed. The students trapped under the concrete panicked. We're going to be crushed. Help us. Susan looked coldly at the Lee Seonhwa. Kim Se-yeon is truly at her limit. She stepped forward. There's no more time. Move. But Lee Seonhwa spread his arms, blocking her. No. Lee Seonhwa prepared to use his ability. If you take one more step, I'll... Susan scoffed. Then I guess I have no choice. She raised her hand, glowing with energy. Suddenly, Susan barked an order. Hone, 10th Platoon, 2nd Battalion, stand your ground. Yes, Captain. Susan stepped in front of Lee Seonhwa and announced, Squad 1, go rescue the people under the ceiling. From now on, we protect our platoon member, Kim Se-yeon. The crowd across from them stood frozen in shock. Quickly, Squad 1 followed their captain's orders, filing past the stunned Lee Seonhwa. They took their positions, forming a shield in front of Kim Se-yeon. Kim Se-yeon gasped out, Stop trying to look cool and just get me out of here. This thing is heavy as hell. The man and woman from before were furious. The woman hissed at Susan, Hey kid, if you just sacrifice Se-yeon and that boy. Before she could finish, Susan raised her empowered hand, stopping her in her tracks. Don't come any closer. Susan's voice was threatening. One more step, and I will use force. We've identified the target aiming for the Squad 3 captain and the students from Suyong School. I won't attack first, but if you advance, I will be forced to subdue you. Terrified, the woman raised her hands. Fine, fine. Behind them, a girl with a crossbow reported, Captain, everyone is out. A boy lifted a heavy tool and shouted, Plan in motion. Carefully break the rocks around Kim Se-yun. The sound of shattering stone filled the air. A moment later, the weight finally cracked apart. Lee Sung-hwa quickly shielded Kim Se-yun's head as the final pieces of stone crumbled. Kim Se-yun stepped through the debris. Massaging her sore shoulder, she sighed finally. I'm safe. Still confused, Lee Sung-hwa approached her. Se-yun, what exactly just happened? Kim Se-yun draped an arm over Susan's shoulder with a grin. I just put my faith in the chemistry between our platoon members. Lee Sung-hwa blinked, overwhelmed. Huh? What does that even mean? Susan laughed awkwardly. Haha, well about that. She recalled the moment earlier. Kim Se-yun had leaned in and whispered, You learned it at school, didn't you? How to act scared. Susan had asked blankly. What? It had been a flawless performance by the two of them. Susan reflected. Asterisk, yeah. I was so scared I completely forgot. I learned this at school. Against a predator like Pestamapest, he never leaves witnesses. Asterisk. In that moment, Susan realized her mistake. Asterisk fear made me choose wrong. If I had thought it through, I would have seen it. Asterisk she had calculated the odds. Even if we followed In Young's orders and killed Kim Se-yun, he'd never let witnesses like us live. Someone had asked her, Captain, are you okay? That's when she had made her move. Squad 1, I have something to say. She thought of Kim Se-yun. Asterisk in this situation, she'd rather die than follow the enemy's orders like a dog. We have to be like her. Asterisk. One of the team members had blinked in confusion. Susan had been firm. That's an order. Kim Se-yun put her hands on her hips. I told you to act scared, but you're standing there trying to look all cool. What's that about? Susan retorted. Hey, as long as it convinced everyone, it worked, didn't it? As they talked, a massive boom echoed. Kim Se-yun paused. Is that Kim In-young's trail? Lee Sung-hwa suddenly remembered and yelled. Jin-sung. Curious, Se-yun asked. What about Park Jin-sung? Lee Sung-hwa explained frantically. Did you forget why he went up there? Se-yun replied. I saw someone luring him away. Lee Sung-hwa cut her off, grabbing her shoulder. Exactly. Jin-sung was the one luring him. Kim Se-yun snapped. Hey, don't joke around. He might have stamina, but he's just an F-rank trainee. Lee Sung-hwa looked at her with total deadpan seriousness. Then besides Jin-sung, who else could it possibly be? Kim Se-yun fell silent, thinking. The only people missing were Park Jin-sung and Byun Ji-woon. Ji-woon definitely couldn't do it. The theory actually made sense. While she was thinking, Lee Sung-hwa pointed upward anxiously. We don't have time. Did you hear that noise? Lee Sung-hwa took off running. Damn it. He shouted over his shoulder. I'm going to help him myself. Kim Se-yun stood there, stunned. Asterisk what? Park Jin-sung is actually fighting? Lee Sung-hwa didn't look like he was kidding. Asterisk. She realized that even her fight with Kim In-young hadn't caused this much of an uproar. Fighting Park Jin-sung, suddenly her hand trembled. Asterisk logically. Kim In-young should have crushed Jin-sung instantly. He should be dead. Asterisk. She pushed the thought away, her expression turning fierce. He can't die for nothing like that. Kim Se-yun turned to Susan. Hey, Squad 1 Captain. Susan looked over, surprised. What is it? Se-yun said urgently. I need a favor. Kim Se-yun and Lee Sung-hwa hurried up the stairs toward Park Jin-sung's location. She worried, asterisk in my current state. I can't face Kim In-young. Should I even be going? If it's too late. At least I have to save Lee Sung-hwa and the others. Asterisk. The scene before them silenced them both. Behind this door, Kim In-young and Park Jin-sung were. There was no turning back now. Se-yun looked at Sung-hwa. I'm opening it. She pushed the door open. A gruesome sight met their eyes. Se-yun gasped, what the? Lee Sung-hwa quickly covered his mouth. Are they all dead? Kim Se-yun was skeptical. Did Park Jin-sung kill them? She scanned the room. Asterisk the marks suggest a giant sword. There are at least 30 wounds. Sharp slashes everywhere. Asterisk. She gripped her sword, ready to defend. Asterisk, how did Park Jin-sung last this long against Kim In-young? Where did they go? Asterisk, suddenly, she noticed stone dust falling. She looked up and saw the damage. Her breath hitched. Compared to the wreckage on the first floor, this is nothing. A massive circular hole blasted straight through the ceiling left her shaking. Kim In-young. Is he really this powerful? Lee Seonghwa stepped forward wide-eyed. What's with this hole? Se-yeon analyzed. It looks like they both moved up. Before she could finish, a large rock came plummeting down. Se-yeon raised her blade. Something's coming down. She wondered. Is it Kim In-young? Or Park Jin-sung? Then she heard Byun Ji-woong scream. You piece of trash. Se-yeon was confused. Byun Ji-woong? Why is he? And the person chasing him was someone with a manic grin, preparing to strike. Se-yeon froze. Park Jin-sung. His eyes were blood red, his smile like a reaper claiming a soul. It was the first time she had seen him like this. He looks wrong. Lee Seonghwa, standing below, had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Hearing him, Se-yeon yelled at Seonghwa to get back. She funneled power into her sword. Ji-woong is clearly the one being attacked. I have to flip the blade, so I don't hurt him. Damn it, what is happening? She hurled her sword toward Byun Ji-woong and screamed. Captain, get out of the way. After throwing it, she grabbed Lee Seonghwa's hand, startling him. She yelled, run. She dragged him away just as the floor shattered from the impact. Byun Ji-woong hit the ground hard, looking pathetic. After a moment, he struggled up. Damn it, that bastard. Se-yeon ran over. Captain, what the hell is going on? He looked at her dazed. Goblin? How are you still alive? Se-yeon snapped. Shut up. Why is Park Jin-sung attacking you? A terrifying voice spoke up, making Byun Ji-woong shiver. Se-yeon and Seonghwa turned around, realizing they were being watched. Park Jin-sung greeted them. Seonghwa and the beautiful Se-yeon are here too. With a thrill-seeking smile, he said, let's all play together. His eyes were alight with pure madness. Jin-sung jumped down, landing in front of them. His eyes were crimson, his smile sinister. Seonghwa whispered to Se-yeon, we really shouldn't have come up here. Se-yeon was equally shocked. Seriously, that Park Jin-sung? Jin-sung's aura was pitch black. He kept repeating hello, 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 with a high-pitched giggle. Then he said, do you guys want to play with me too? Se-yeon asked worriedly. Jin-sung, what's wrong with you? Ignoring her, he looked them over. Wow, what a beautiful Ida. But it's all rotten. Both were stunned. Se-yeon asked, what did you say? Jin-sung continued, but it's still a beautiful Ida. Such a waste? A waste. He emphasized the last words. Se-yeon yelled, answer me, trainee. Suddenly, Byun Ji-woong appeared behind them. Hey, Goblin. That's not the trash we used to know. Se-yeon asked, what do you mean? Ji-woong backed toward a door. That guy just sent Kim In-young running with his tail between his legs. He added, Goblin, here's some advice as thanks for earlier. While he's still talking, run. Ji-woong's face was pale as he hissed through gritted teeth. Run now. When he finishes talking, run if you don't want to die. With that, he bolted down the stairs, leaving them behind. She called out, hey, Captain, explain yourself. Seonghwa broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, he looks even crazier than he did in the bathroom. Se-yeon turned to him. What? You've seen him like this before. Seonghwa said in terror, yeah, but he wasn't this far gone. Back then, we could still talk to him. Jin-sung just stood there, smiling cryptically. He narrowed his eyes, looking through them. He observed Se-yeon, his vision highlighting the lethal pressure points on her body. How should I kill her? Like this? Or like this? Let's go with this. Jin-sung covered his mouth, trembling with excitement. I can't hold it back anymore. Se-yeon, unaware she was being hunted, said impatiently, what's the point of this? She put her hands on her hips. The spot for my husband isn't just for anyone to take, you know? You don't even qualify to apply. Suddenly, Jin-sung raised a blood-stained knife, sliding his fingers slowly along the edge. Jin-sung whispered, I just have to kill all the other candidates, right? I really can't wait. Se-yeon sensed the shift in tension. Lee Seonghwa. He looked at her. Se-yeon dashed forward, moving so fast Seonghwa could barely see her. I'll buy time. You run. He yelled, Se-yeon. But she was already closing in on Jin-sung. I don't have my sword and I'm out of energy. I can only hold him off for 30 seconds at most. The manic Jin-sung lunged at her, laughing. My dear Se-yeon. He swung the knife, but she ducked just in time. So fast and clean. As expected of Jin Sung's Ida. But before she could recover, the tip of the blade sliced her clothes, nicking her skin. Asterisk, the Ida is strong, but it's incredibly hard to control. You're just like me. Asterisk. Then, her leg was slashed. Se-yun couldn't stop thinking. No, his condition is even worse than mine. As if pitying herself through him, she looked at Park Jin-sung with deep compassion. You must have suffered so much. Before she could speak, Jin-sung replied, What is it, Se-yun? Clutching her wounded arm, she gave him a gentle smile. You've worked hard. You did well, Park Jin-sung. Jin-sung froze for a split second. Then he smiled back. Yeah, you too, Se-yun. With that, Jin-sung raised his knife and delivered a final, horizontal slash across Se-yun. Goodbye. Park Jin-sung collapses under a mysterious smile. Jin-sung's expression darkens, twisting into the grin of a victor. We flash back to the past, to when Jin-sung was very young. It was shortly after he started elementary school. A man leads a bewildered Jin-sung away. His parents have both passed away. His uncle took him to see his parents one last time. They lay on cold hospital beds, covered in white sheets. They had been murdered during a robbery. There wasn't a single spot on their bodies left unscathed. They were so badly injured and bruised that they were barely recognizable. Back then, he was just a homeless orphan. He went to live at his uncle's house. His uncle and aunt were lower-class citizens, possessing only F-rank Idas. Jin-sung's uncle would often tie his hands and feet with rope. He would beg, I'm sorry, uncle. I was wrong. It was just rotted rope, the kind that snaps if you don't tie it quickly. F-rank Ida. F-rank combat power. His uncle held a stick, looking at him with a smirk. If you're sorry, you have to take your punishment, right? His aunt held a rotted rope binding him and cooed, Hee, stay still now. The stick his uncle held was just a crudely carved piece of rotted wood. F-rank Ida. F-rank combat power. Jin-sung could only plead, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Every day, he suffered beatings from that stick. His life back then was nothing but pain and humiliation. The scene shifts to a classroom. Jin-sung is sitting alone in a corner, hands clenched tight. He sits there in silence, head bowed low, when a voice suddenly calls out, Jin-sung. Startled, he asks, Huh? Are you talking to me? A girl approaches him. Why do you always wear long sleeves? Aren't you hot? Just then, another girl standing at the door calls out, Hyun, what are you doing? Let's go. Hyun replies, Yeah, just a sec. She turns back to Jin-sung. We're gonna buy some stuff. Want to come along? Hearing this, Jin-sung immediately lowers his head. I can't go. Hyun shrugs. Oh, okay. Maybe next time then. The friend at the door prods. Hyun, hurry up. Hyun calls back. I'm coming. As Hyun and the other girl walk out, the friend says, Hyun, he doesn't have any money. Didn't you know? His clothes are smelly and dirty. I don't even want to go near him. Sitting in the classroom, Jin-sung bites his lip, fighting back tears. The scene shifts to the school grounds. Jin-sung is being kicked. He endures it in silence. He's being bullied by a group of classmates. One kid in a blue shirt says, Jin-sung, show us your Ida. Jin-sung mutters, I don't have an Ida. The kid in blue laughs. We know you don't, obviously. That's why we're helping you. Who knows? Maybe if we beat the life out of you, you'll finally awaken. He adds, we're actually being pretty nice to you, Jin-sung. And so it went, beaten and bullied constantly, both at home and at school. As dusk began to fall, he would always stay out late just to avoid the beatings waiting for him at home. Suddenly, while walking down the street, Jin-sung stops. He looks toward a rustling bush, terrified. Huh? What was that? A small puppy leaps out from the bushes. It barks incessantly at Jin-sung, wagging its tail. Oh, it's a puppy. And so, he found a filthy little dog by the side of the road. Jin-sung picks the puppy up and smiles. Haha, you're just as dirty as I am. The dog licks his face, making him laugh. Ha, that tickles. Just like that, they became best friends. Every day at twilight, Jin-sung spent hours playing with the puppy at the playground. The clock had struck 4, then 5, and now it was 7 in the evening. Finally, fearing people would call him irresponsible, his uncle came out to find him. His uncle finds him and shouts, Park Jin-sung, why aren't you home yet? Jin-sung gasps. He tries to hide the dog. Terrified, he stammers, because the puppy pokes its head out. He whispers in a panic, Poppy, no. His uncle scowls. What's with this filthy mutt? Is this why you're late? People nearby start to gather and whisper. An old woman says, "That poor child looks so scared." A couple nearby wonders, "Is that boy our neighbor? What's going on?" Seeing the crowd, the uncle curses under his breath. He puts his hands on his hips and says, "Fine. If it's because of that dog, then just bring it home." Jinsung is stunned. Huh. His eyes light up, and he beams with joy. "Really? I can bring him home? Thank you, uncle." The scene shifts to the apartment late at night. Jinsung and Poppy are lying on the bed looking at a picture book. Poppy licks his face. He laughs softly. "Ha, that tickles, Poppy." Suddenly, a loud shout erupts. "Part Jinsung, why aren't you asleep yet?" The shout makes both him and Poppy freeze in fear. Jinsung quickly turns off the light. "Ah, yes, sir." He whispers to Poppy, "Good night, Poppy." The picture book on the bed shows a drawing of Jinsung and Poppy being happy together. The next morning, Jinsung wakes up and calls out, "Uncle, uncle." He carries Poppy into the living room where his uncle is sitting. He asks, "Can I take Poppy out to play?" His uncle grunts, "Whatever, do what you want." Jinsung says happily, "Thank you, uncle." He heads out to play with the dog. "Come on, Poppy." At the playground, Jinsung is burying the puppy in sand. He smiles to himself, thinking, "Finally, I have a friend too." After playing in the sand, they go down the slide together. Poppy is like a true companion, playing right alongside him. Wherever he goes, Poppy follows. A friend who always stays by my side, a friend to share my joy with. Because he was having so much fun, Jinsung lost track of time. He looks at his watch. It's already past 7. He panics instantly. Is it really this late? Uncle is going to kill me. He hurries Poppy along. "Poppy, run. Fast." The moment he gets home, his uncle begins screaming. "So, you think you can just stay out until dark whenever you want, Jinsung? Are we some kind of joke to you?" He bows his head. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was so late." The uncle slams a soda, can onto the table and roars. "That's your excuse? I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? You've gotten arrogant." He continues, "Jinsung, do you have any idea how much I have to worry about those old farts and that noisy couple next door because of you?" Jinsung replies, "I'm sorry, uncle. I'll be more careful." Suddenly, Poppy bared his teeth and growled at the uncle. Fearing it would provoke him further, Jinsung tries to soothe the dog. "Poppy, what's wrong?" But the puppy won't stop barking. The uncle crushes the can in his hand, screaming, "This damn dog has a mouth on it too? You want me to turn you into stew?" Seeing his uncle stand up and approach, Jinsung pleads, "I'm sorry. I'll train Poppy. Please forgive him just this once." The uncle shoves Jinsung to the floor. "Get lost. Who do you think you are?" He gnashes his teeth. "I treat you well for 1 second, and you think you can talk back? I need to teach you a lesson. Honey, tie him up." The aunt immediately approaches with a rope, giggling. This brat's been getting a little too much freedom lately." Seeing Jinsung tied up, Poppy barks furiously at the uncle. The uncle loses it, roaring, "Hey, can't this much shut up?" He lifts his leg. "Shut your mouth, you damn dog." A loud thud echoes. Jinsung's eyes widen as he screams, "Poppy." The puppy has been kicked across the room into the wall. It trembles weakly. The uncle laughs triumphantly. Finally, some peace and quiet. Tied to the floor, Jinsung cries out in anguish, "Poppy, are you okay? Poppy." The aunt doesn't care at all, laughing as she tightens the ropes. Stay still. It's hard to tie you if you keep squirming." Jinsung grits his teeth, glaring at his uncle with pure hatred. The uncle raises the wooden stick. "You dare look at me like that?" Jinsung flinches in fear. The uncle begins striking him violently. "Are you crazy? Who taught you to act like this? Was it your mother? Or that pathetic brother of yours?" Jinsung can only beg, "I was wrong. I'm sorry, uncle." But the uncle doesn't stop. "If you know you're wrong, then sit still and take your lesson." Beaten until his whole body shakes, Jinsung sobs weakly, I'm sorry." The uncle says callously, so weak, yet so much attitude. "Just like your mother." Suddenly, he lets out a sinister laugh. "Actually, that's exactly why I beat them to death." Jinsung freezes in shock. The aunt asks nervously, "Honey, is it okay that he knows?" He looks at her with contempt. Who's going to believe a piece of trash kid as weak as him? Jinsung struggles to sit up. Wasn't a robber who killed my parents?" The uncle scoffs and recounts the truth. I just got pissed off and beat them to death. It's their fault for not lending me money. But then some idiot climbed in through the window and took the fall. It was perfect." He laughs with delight. Watching that guy in court constantly crying about his innocence, man, that was hilarious. The aunt joins in the mockery. It really was funny. Just thinking about his face, Reality hits Jinsung. He grits his teeth. So, you two were the ones who killed my parents. The uncle grips the stick. You're still glaring at us? At that moment, a murderous aura radiates from the man. Poppy, who had been kicked aside, struggles to his feet and growls. The uncle turns to look. Poppy lunges and bites his hand, making him yell in pain. Jinsung's eyes bulge. Poppy, no. Run. But it's too late. The uncle raises the stick, roaring in a rage. You damn dog. A series of brutal strikes rain down on Poppy until he collapses. Jinsung screams, Poppy. The uncle looks at the bite on his hand. Damn it. I hope this thing didn't have rabies. Watching Poppy being beaten, Jinsung breaks down into hysterical sobs. I'm so sorry, Poppy. I'm sorry I brought you to this house. All you want to do was play with me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Park, Jinsung wails. If only you hadn't met a loser like me. Suddenly, Poppy uses the last of his strength to stand up and lick Jinsung's face. A bright light flashes before his eyes. It was perhaps the only moment of light in his entire life. Poppy gives Park Jinsung one last happy smile, then collapses and dies. Park Jinsung calls out Poppy's name, but there is no response. He keeps calling, Poppy, Poppy, but the dog remains motionless. The uncle says disgustedly, Is it dead? I wanted to hit it a few more times to blow off some steam. The aunt just laughs. I was planning on fattening it up so we could eat it. The uncle grunts, A trash dog like that isn't worth eating. Throw in the trash. Inside, Jinsung's soul is screaming. Why? Why did you kill my precious dog? Outside, the shouting continues. What? Not going to listen to me anymore? Looks like I need to keep teaching you. His inner self roars. Is it that easy to just end a life? So what if it's dead? If it's dead, it's dead. It was useless to us anyway. Neither of them felt a shred of pity for him, nor a hint of guilt for killing the dog. He asked himself, is killing that much fun? Then the fire of rage inside him explodes. His eyes turn blood red, shimmering with hatred. How annoying. He pulls out a knife. Park Jinsung cuts through the ropes binding him. In this moment, he has completely snapped. A dark, terrifying smile spreads across his face. The uncle, still unaware of the danger, looks at Park Jinsung calmly. What's with the knife? Where did you get that? Then he sneers. Wait, is that a summon? The uncle bursts out laughing. Ha, you got that mad just to summon a puny tool? Typical F rank. He points a stick at him. An F rank brat born from two F rank losers. What a joke. You trying to act tough now? Park Jinsung flashes a bone-chilling grin. The uncle continues. Your parents in hell must be so proud of you. Before he can finish, Jinsung swings the knife. A single slash tears across the uncle's face. His mouth is sliced open, blood spraying everywhere. He desperately covers his mouth with his hands. The aunt screams, Honey. Park Jinsung raises the knife, laughing mockingly as they scream. My hand. Seeing the look in Jinsung's eyes, the aunt panics. I'm sorry. We were wrong. But before long, the room is drenched in blood. He mocks her. Why don't you say he anymore? Blood spatters across the floor. The uncle tries to crawl away. Uncle, where do you think you're going? But there is no escape. He is slashed again and collapses. His body shakes uncontrollably, hands over his head, screaming in terror. Park Jinsung says, Oh, uncle, why don't you say something nice for once? Seeing Jinsung approaching, the aunt trembles in fear. Please, I beg you, spare me. He replies, I'm not going to kill you. He points the blood-stained knife at her eyes. Killing you would be too easy. You're all the same. With that, he severs her left arm. She faints from the massive blood loss. He looks up at the ceiling and laughs. Why? Why did you do that to my parents? What did they do wrong? I think letting you live will be much more painful. Isn't that right? Oh, he suddenly stops, gripping the knife tight. He thinks, this feels amazing. Time passes in a blur. Park Jinsung snaps his eyes open as if waking from a nightmare. He is lying in a hospital bed. He is grown up now. What just happened was a painful memory resurfacing. A nurse pulls back the curtain. Oh, you're awake. Park Jinsung struggles to sit up. Nurse, what's going on? The nurse replies immediately. This is the nursing station. She places a hand on his chest. You can't get up yet. She pushes him back down onto the bed. Get some more rest. He looks at his hands, thinking, my head feels like it's splitting open. But why am I here? For a split second, His clean hands appear covered in blood. Park Jinsung bolts upright in shock, drenched in sweat. He turns to the nurse. "Excuse me, nurse." The nurse crosses her arms. "I told you need to lie down." She smiles slightly. "Can you please try to stay calm?" He can't stay calm. He grabs the nurse's collar, desperate. "The bank. What happened to the people at the bank? What about my classmates? How is Lee Sung-won?" After asking, his expression darkens as he utters one more name. "Kim Se-hyun?" Jin-sung collapses back onto the bed, whispering, "Se-hyun." Seeing his state, the nurse tries to soothe him. "Hey, Jin-sung, take a deep breath." He loses control. "That's right. Se-hyun was standing right in front of me." He asks the nurse, "Nurse, Se-hyun?" She answers, "Ah, everyone is fine." He presses her. "Then where is Kim Se-hyun?" He remembers, "The last thing I saw before I passed out was me stabbing her." The nurse reassures him. "Calm down. Se-hyun is on her way here." He thinks, the nursing station. She's alive, right? But why here? Was she hurt so badly that she had to be moved here? Park Jin-sung suddenly leaps out of bed. "I'm going out for a second." The nurse calls after him, "Mr. Park Jin-sung." But he's already dashed out the door. The nurse watches him run off and sighs helplessly. It would have been better if he didn't remember anything. A short while later, Park Jin-sung is running, dripping with sweat. "Something feels wrong with my body." In his rush, he didn't even put on shoes. He's running barefoot on the pavement. Park Jin-sung is panting heavily. He continues to run, thinking. Elsewhere, Kim Se-hyun is casually carrying 2 bags of snacks and drinks, whistling with a smile on her face. When Jin-sung sees her, he can't believe she's completely unharmed. He feels a surge of relief, thanking the heavens. Kim Se-hyun notices him. "Chief." He collapses to the ground. He can't believe it. His body won't stop shaking. Kim Se-hyun is startled. "Why are you suddenly kneeling?" She puts a hand on his shoulder. "If you can run all the way here, you must be feeling a lot better." Park Jin-sung begins to sob uncontrollably. Seeing him cry like that, Kim Se-hyun panics and squats down beside him. "Huh? Why are you crying? Does it hurt somewhere? Why the tears?" Hearing her voice, he listens as she says, "Hey, stop crying. If people see this, they'll think I rejected your confession or something. Geez, cut it out." But she has no idea. Jin-sung is simply thanking God that she is healthy and alive. Following the pest incident, Hanyang High School was closed for a week. On the day of the event, after seeing Kim In-young retreat, Bai and Ji-young quickly spread the news. She had borrowed a phone from a stranger. "Sir, let me use your phone for a second." It was a true catastrophe, leaving 17 security guards and 13 bank employees dead. Police began forensic examinations and cordoned off the scene. However, fortunately, all the students from both schools were safe. Public attention focused on the students who fought back against the pest attack, especially the one who faced Kim In-young head-on, the white elf, Kim Se-hyun. We returned to the infirmary shortly after the battle ended. A weary Kim Se-hyun pulls back the curtain of the hospital bed. Park Jin-sung is unconscious. She looks at him and thinks. She remembers the moment he swung the knife at her throat. But in that moment, he had only sliced off her horn. The scene had shocked her to the core. The horn on her forehead suddenly vanished. She stared in shock at Park Jin-sung, who was smiling at her. But immediately after, his eyes slowly closed, and he collapsed on her. She hurriedly called out, "Hey, Commander, Park Jin-sung." Since Park Jin-sung was heavy, Kim Se-hyun struggled to hold him up. They both knelt on the ground as she tried to wake him. Hey, snap out of it." Kim Se-hyun grabbed Park Jin-sung's hand and said, "If you're done crying, get up." Park Jin-sung was a mess of tears and snot as he stammered, "Se-hyun, I." She suddenly yanked Park Jin-sung up and shouted, "Hey, stop messing around. I'm serious. You didn't slash me at all. Ida didn't appear and nothing happened." Kim Se-hyun looked him straight in the eye and said, "Isn't that enough?" Park Jin-sung started bawling again, saying, "Thank you, Se-hyun." Kim Se-hyun stood by, unable to watch any longer. She said, "If the nurse sees you coming back looking like this, who knows what she'll think? Look at the state of you. Let's go." He replied, "All right." A week later, life had returned to normal. At the classroom door, a brown-haired boy said, "10th grade is looking different these days, isn't it?" The girl beside him whispered, "Probably because they actually faced a pest and fought back." She continued, "That's so cool. I wish I could be like that." Nearby, Park Jin-sung sighed as he stepped out of the classroom. He thought to himself, He remembered the shattered glasses and thought. Lost in thought, he walked away full of regret. He gritted his teeth and thought. He pushed open a door and looked inside. It was Yong Anhao, practicing his breathing techniques. Park Jinsung thought, and Yong Anhao spotted him and called out in surprise. Park Jinsung, I thought you were supposed to be at the hospital right now. He spoke up. Senior, I wanted to ask you something. Hearing this, and Yong Anhao stopped his training in surprise and jumped down. What is it? Go ahead, Park Jinsung. Jinsung said, Senior and Yong Anhao, do you think there's a void in everyone's soul that depends on their Ida rank? Yong Anhao was stunned. Jinsung explained, Ida is a ranking of the soul. Our strength and what we can do are all based on this rank. And Yong Anhao replied, so you're asking if an Ida's rank determines the gap between a person and their soul, right? Jinsung lowered his head and said, yes, exactly. He thought, I knew it. He also... But Yong Anhao suddenly said, no. Jinsung looked up. What? Yong Anhao explained, external manifestations might differ by rank, but the void in the soul does not. Jinsung's eyes welled up as he said, the soul has no rank. Yong Anhao frowned at Jinsung. There are no ranks within a soul. Jinsung replied with a serious face, but you know as well as I do. Jinsung's attitude grew sharper as he raised his voice. Everyone performs differently based on the Ida ranking system. Yong Anhao looked at Jinsung and shot back. Yes, the fundamentals are different, but that doesn't create a difference in human value. Yong Anhao hesitated for a moment, then said with a determined look, Park Jinsung. Suddenly, Jinsung fell into a trance, standing blankly beside a man. You're searching my words for an answer you already know. Jinsung suddenly thought, I've always believed there was no connection between Ida and the soul inside the body. Suddenly, a pool of dark red blood appeared beneath Jinsung's feet. The pool of blood began to spread, making Jinsung's body tremble, unable to react. Because there's no way to control your own frenzied soul. When it goes mad, it wants to kill everyone in sight. Then, Jinsung's expression changed. His eyes turned predatory. A bloodthirsty Ida and a soul driven wild by its own nature. In those cruel eyes, the terrified reflection of a man appeared, to be awakened in a situation where you've completely lost control. Jinsung sank into his subconscious, surrounded by nothing but the crimson color of fresh blood. By admitting that Ida and the soul are inextricably linked, I have to accept the truth that trying to control those manic emotions is nearly impossible. By now, Jinsung's face was vacant, his eyes hollow as he lay in the pool of blood. A series of silhouettes appeared in his mind, relentlessly hurling abandonment and blame. Does killing make you happy? A demon in human skin. Your soul is terrifying, murderer. In Jinsung's consciousness, he could only think of chaotic, violent emotions. An uncontrollable urge for carnage. Suddenly, back to reality. Jinsung and Yong Anhao stood facing each other in silence. After a moment, Yong Anhao picked up some dumbbells and said, I've felt it since the first time I met you. That's why I told you to keep working hard. Yong Anhao sat there, glancing at Jinsung as he continued. At first, I thought you were just lazy, but there was always something unusual about you. Even while complaining all day, you still persisted with the HT. A flashback of Jinsung and Yong Anhao's grueling training appeared. Jinsung had rushed in, saying, Senior, my muscles are so sore today, please go easy on me. Yong Anhao continued thinking, my training intensity isn't something a person with average determination could endure. Another memory surfaced. Jinsung training to the point of exhaustion, collapsing on the floor. I'm gonna die. Yong Anhao continued, but you still managed to absorb it all and keep up. Hearing this, Jinsung fell into deep thought. He reflected sadly for a long time before lowering his head. A higher Ida rank means higher overall combat capability. That's the principle of the Ida rankings, which is why everyone hopes for a special Ida. Yong Anhao was wrestling, slamming his opponent down. But what happens if you have a low-rank Ida, yet demonstrate superior combat ability? Yong Anhao stood tall, drenched in sweat. And Yong Anhao had won once again. With the immense strength of a low-rank Ida holder, he had emerged victorious after defeating every opponent. Yong Anhao continued, your soul, your Ida, if you strive to better yourself every day, then all of that becomes meaningless. He lectured Jinsung while lifting weights. I know why you came here. It wasn't to increase your combat power. He set the weights down with a serious expression. You wanted to use me, someone with high combat ability, but a low-rank Ida, as confirmation. Confirmation that Ida is just one of many factors. Jinsung still looked somber. He thought to himself, it's just like he said, this is how I've always tried to forget that murderous instinct and that violent soul. But I can't. It's always there. A bloodthirsty Ida like this can't be justified just because it has a high rank. Jinsung faced Yong Anhao and listened as he continued. That's why I've always wanted to learn from you, senior. I want to learn how you work so hard to master and control your Ida. Yong Anhao smiled and asked, so how do you feel? Is my effort the answer you were looking for? Someone who raised their combat ability from rank B to A+. Jinsung watched Yong Anhao bench press and thought, senior has always shown me that a person can keep moving forward through tireless effort. Jinsung continued to reflect. Senior and Yong Anhao was the example he had to follow. Then, Jinsung said resolutely to Yong Anhao, senior, there's something I need to tell you. Yong Anhao calmly lay back down, answering as he pushed the weights. I know. It's about how you acted during the team battle, right? That was your real Ida. Jinsung was shocked. You believe me? A guy who said his Ida was rank F, when it's actually rank S. And besides, I'm the one who actually took down that pest. Then, Yong Anhao racked the barbell, sat up, and said, what would you gain by lying to me? I don't see any benefit in it. Jinsung shouted gratefully. Thank you for believing in me. Yong Anhao said, simply put, you don't want to be controlled by your own violent Ida. Jinsung sat down, lacing his fingers together. I used to think I could at least keep it within certain limits. But when I stabbed that pest member who broke into the bank, my sanity snapped. The bloodlust just exploded. The image of Jinsung ruthlessly slaughtering those people appeared. At that moment, my reason was completely consumed by a mad, murderous rage. Jinsung's violent side surfaced. His victims lay in pools of blood. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control those emotions. Jinsung shouted, I don't want to be a puppet to my Ida anymore. He continued, if you were me, what would you do? Senior, how can I stop my Ida from affecting me like this? Yong Anhao closed his eyes and said, build a strong body and a firm spirit. Only through grueling training can you forge a healthy vessel. Jinsung looked angry and shouted, I've been training my body. I work harder than anyone, but nothing changes. Yong Anhao remained calm. People who can't control their Ida all have one thing in common. He stood up, and that is, they don't love themselves. Still maintaining his calm demeanor, he continued, people like that tend to hate themselves, which leads them to deny their own hard work. You've trained so much already. You should be proud of yourself. Jinsung's expression suddenly turned ice cold as he gripped Yong Anhao's hand. Love myself? That's rich. Then he denied it. I'm just a killer. A murderer who finds pleasure in taking lives. Yong Anhao asked, Park Jinsung, did you train this hard just to become a killer? Jinsung replied, huh? He gave a gentle smile and advised, stop those negative thoughts. You aren't just a Park Jinsung obsessed with killing. Evil images of Jinsung appeared in succession. He had a face full of murderous intent, but then his expression froze. His good side snatched the knife away from his evil side. You are the Park Jinsung who trains relentlessly to control the violent will inside you. His virtuous image appeared under a brilliant light, hands gripping the knife so hard they bled. Then, Jinsung suddenly collapsed to his knees. Yong Anhao said, I've always wanted to be the strongest. Yong Anhao's muscular back was shown, but my Ida was nothing special. An image of him being slammed onto the floor appeared. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't reach that goal. It wasn't the summit. It wasn't even the base of the mountain. It was an abyss. He lay defeated on the floor, thinking, throughout all 3 years of middle school, I never once made it into the promotion rounds. I was devastated by my own weakness. It haunted my mind. Yong Anhao lay there, his arm pressed tightly over his face. I used to hate my useless, low-rank Ida. It only made everything worse. Then, he suddenly had an epiphany. So, I started asking myself, did I really even understand my own Ida? An image of Yong Anhao training intensely appeared. I analyzed my Ida and found my current limits. His face showed the strain of his effort. An image of him punching a sandbag with all his might appeared, leveraging strengths, improving, and compensating for weaknesses. Yong Anhao suddenly stopped, his hand glowing. I had to face my Ida head-on. A scene of him in a match appeared. He lunged at his opponent like a whirlwind, grabbing them before they could even react. Yong Anhao's hand grabbed his opponent's collar, instantly slamming the man to the ground. I surpassed myself becoming stronger every day. His legs stood firm. Even to me you see now. He took off his shirt, revealing a rock-solid physique. I'm still constantly surpassing myself. Even with an ordinary Ida, I will become the strongest. What about you, Puh Jinsung? Jinsung stood there quietly, staring intently at Yong Anhao. Then he took off his glasses and said, I will. He lowered his head to wipe them. He threw his glasses aside. I'll do it too. His face was set with a firm determination to surpass himself. Weapons like handguns are completely useless against Ida users. Screams echoed from inside the warehouse. The sound of things being smashed was everywhere. Other students were still trapped inside, where black smoke filled the air. They had to cover their noses with their hands. This is why many weapons have become obsolete since Ida appeared. Yong Anhao shouted while wearing a gas mask. However, chemical warfare is a different story. It looks like he's losing his cool. The moment they deactivate their Ida and return to being normal humans, they're dead. Bianjing rushed toward the door in terror, screaming, Is this some kind of joke? If we're going to die anyway, why are we risking our lives training to fight them? He kept pounding on the door, trying to escape. Tears and snot were streaming down his face. Look at this pathetic mess. Open the door. Open it now. Despite the chaos, someone turned to Yong Anhao. Commander of the 10th Platoon, the CS gas concentration has exceeded their tolerance limit. Even though the 19th Platoon has been mentally hardened since that incident, this is still a bit. A strange sound rang out. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance. Sing a military song. Whoever finishes the whole song gets extra points. Yong Anhao ordered, seeing the chaos. Help me. Amidst it all, someone was still begging. Staying alive is more important. Who cares about extra points? Between the screams of, open the door, were strange sounds coming from nowhere. Amidst the crowd as chaotic as a pack of zombies, Puh Jinsung stood up and began to sing. Until the East Sea runs dry. Damn it, another one. And Mount Baekdu is worn away. He closed his eyes, ignored everything, and kept singing. It still hasn't stopped. After endless pain and tears, luckily, the door finally opened. Third squad is coming out. A female student pointed. What kind of gas concentration is that? You can't see anything in there. A man spoke up, looking at the thick black smoke billowing out. Everyone looked like dried-up corpses and had to be dragged out. Only Puh Jinsung walked out unscathed, standing tall. His gaze was ice-cold. He turned his head to the side, looked at the man in front of him, and said with his hands behind his back, reporting to the chemical officer, All of my superior officers have lost consciousness. I request permission to report on their behalf. The other man was slightly choked by the smoke and tried to keep his distance. Granted. After getting approval, Jinsung began his report. Third squad had 11 people on mission, 10 of whom do not have corporal rank. Meanwhile, the scene nearby was absolutely miserable. Some were fainted, some vomiting, some foaming at the mouth. He didn't care and continued. 10 people lost consciousness during the gas defense training. End of report. Found him. A silhouette flickering behind a deep alleyway sent a chill down the other person's spine. This way, no one will be able to say anything. On the info and ranking sheet, it read, Basic observation skills of first-class officers. Trainee Puh Jinsung, rank 1. Corporal Kim Se-yeon, rank 2. Corporal Bianjing, rank 3. Note from 10th Platoon Commander. It was pitch black, so they shouldn't have been able to see anything. Normally, it's hard to find someone even if you know where they are. This is bizarre. He didn't miss a single faint sound. His sensory abilities have reached monster level. A thought flashed. I have to find a way to get my rank back. Of course, it was the same for the following missions. Crawling technique. Trainee Puh Jinsung, rank 1. Low crawl. Trainee Puh Jinsung, rank 1. High crawl. Trainee Puh Jinsung, rank 1. Special note. In all crawling technique categories, he finished 5 seconds faster than the second-place corporal. Note from 10th Platoon Commander. His crawling ability is evaluated at national athlete level. Individual combat training, enemy stronghold capture. Trainee Puh Jinsung, rank 1. Corporal Kim Se-yeon, rank 2. I have to surpass myself. Even though he was exhausted, Jinsung persisted. Special note. Kim Se-yeon ran in a straight line, but Puh Jinsung ran in a Z pattern. Note from 10th Platoon Commander. That running style is a waste of stamina. Stealth and camouflage. Trainee Puh Jinsung, rank 1. Special note. Until the platoon commander declared the end of training, no one could find him. It took an hour just to find one trainee. Note from 10th Platoon Commander. We thought he had left the training area. Park Jinsung, it's Park Jinsung again. In the principal's office, looking at the report, there was only one name. He flipped a page and clicked his tongue. This F-rank student has absurdly good physical stats. The other students have reached standard scores too. Feeling it was a bit much, Yong Anhao had to explain. Principal, your complexion doesn't look good, and your tone is quite harsh. This atmosphere doesn't seem like it's leading to anything good, does it? The captain looked dazed. The principal rubbed the bridge of his nose and answered with difficulty. I received word that the 998th Transport Brigade is planning to target us. The 998th? Yong Anhao was shocked. It seems they don't like Haiyang Academy receiving state support. At this rate, our school will definitely be reprimanded. The principal explained the situation, venting his anger by slamming the folder down on the desk. The current third years are still quite stable. As for the first years, we can just say their training isn't finished yet. To be sure, he looked at the 16th circled on the calendar. After some thought, he said, the problem is the second-year students. We need to step up their training. Sensing trouble in this plan, Yong Anhao still dared to ask, what kind of training are you referring to, principal? Short-term intensive combat training. He slammed the calendar onto the table. Not unusual, is it? He flashed a non-human smile. It looks like a storm is brewing. Cardboard boxes were piled high. The only question was where to take them and what for. The guy with the wrinkled face, this definitely isn't light. How much further? A squinty-eyed person groaned as if carrying a heavy object. Tusan grumbled. Good grief, what is in here? Hey, intern, why are you carrying 2 boxes? Kim Se-yun turned to Park Jinsung in surprise. He didn't hesitate to reply. Since it's training anyway, I wanted to work my muscles a bit more. Se-yun looked helpless, her face pale. But didn't you already work out during lunch? Facing Se-yun's gloomy expression, Jinsung narrowed his eyes and smiled. That was then, this is now. She turned away in defeat. Sigh, let's go, Mr. Invincible. Hearing the silly name from Se-yun, he asked, so my nickname changed from intern to Mr. Invincible? The two kept walking while others struggled with the boxes as if they were carrying cement blocks. Jinsung spoke up. Se-yun, why is everyone staring at you? She replied, yeah, don't you see this doesn't happen often? Someone like you wouldn't understand. This is just my daily life. He feigned surprise to tease her. Wow, listen to you being all arrogant. Suddenly, Jinsung turned his face away and paused thoughtfully. He continued, I'm saying that because they seem to be staring at you more than usual. Se-yun explained. This time they aren't looking at me, they're looking at you. Got it, intern Park Jinsung? Hearing that, Jinsung was genuinely surprised. Huh? Me? Why me? Then, he said something that left Se-yun stunned. Is it because I'm handsome? Good grief. She immediately said coldly. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Shot down, Jinsung looked like a puppy about to cry. What? That's mean. Besides, you're also very unlucky. He sighed. All right. But their stares are so intense. The words had barely left his mouth when Jinsung bumped into Bianjing. He naturally lost his balance. Jinsung hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. He was met with a glare from Jing that looked like it could eat him alive. Feeling like he was about to be devoured, Jinsung broke into a cold sweat. Ha ha ha. Squad leader. The blonde young man was obviously not happy at all. Jing turned and warned. Hey, keep your eyes open when you're walking, you piece of trash. Jinsung looked as confused as a baby deer. That's weird. The squad leader's personality has completely changed lately. Did something happen? Se-yun was beyond helpless. Do you really not know why the squad leader and the others haven't been picking fights with you lately? Jinsung took a wild guess, but missed completely. Is it because I'm always hanging out with you? She shot back. Hey, it's because you've changed recently. Se-yun irritably kicked the door open and walked in, muttering, Damn it, you're such a pain in the neck. Jinsung followed behind timidly. But Se-yun, what are you being so serious about? Who? What? When? Where? Why? Jinsung tried to hint. Aren't you curious about Maeda? That sentence made Se-yun pause for a moment. She set the box down and replied, I'm not curious about that. He continued. If it's you, I'm willing to explain everything, Se-yun. She smirked. Oh, Mr. Invincible, you shouldn't say things like that to other girls. Se-yun smiled brightly, her cheeks flushing as she teased. I'm fine, but if it were any other girl, she'd have fainted by now. Get it? Jinsung laughed and confessed. As long as it's not a girl, it's fine. Because I already told Senior Yong Anhao everything. Feeling left out, she roughly grabbed his collar and yelled like an angry mother. What? You told Sergeant In? Do you want to die? Se-yun kept shaking Jinsung until he felt like vomiting. Why didn't you tell me first? Before I give you a beating, tell me everything. Someone had been watching this from a distance. Jing bit his nails, trying to suppress his rage, cursing, Tisich, that piece of trash bastard. Suddenly, he stood there in thought. But that pressure I felt, it was like I was about to be killed. Jin Rin-yong also ran away from Park Jinsung in fear. Bien Jing ruffled his hair in frustration. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? Ignoring the chaos behind him, he turned and walked away. Right now, until everything is confirmed, I can't admit to it. Jinxing tried to soothe the girl. There are too many eyes on us right now. I'll tell you when we're alone. Okay? Don't be mad. Jin Shiren let go of his collar, but didn't forget to warn him. Hey, don't you dare say stuff like that to other girls. I'm the only one who can put up with you. Got it? He asked curiously, but why do we have to move these crates? She replied instantly. Haven't you heard? These are preparations for that training session. Jinxing asked, what training? Jin Shiren calmly uttered 2 words, guerrilla warfare. The supervising teacher held a rather large red baton. They used it to guide the cadets on the right path. On the cadets' shoulders were backpacks that were both bulky and heavy. Walking along, Bien Jing complained miserably, damn it, why do we have to do this crap? Beside him, Jinxing spoke up as if deliberately trying to provoke him. I should have brought another 5 kilograms weight plate. The moment he said that, Jin Shiren asked in a panic. Hey, are you so tired you lost your mind? He nonchalantly denied it. Nope. Seeing this, she pressed on. Then why would someone who ran away from HT and had to be dragged back by Senior Yong Anhao suddenly want to overtrain like this? Jin Shiren muttered to herself continuously. Conversely, Jinxing remained silent, confusing her. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Jinxing suddenly smiled. This is a place where the sun shines. Come to think of it, if it were Senior in Zhenghao, he'd probably carry a 10 kilograms dumbbell in each hand. Hopeless. Hearing this, Jin Shiren became flustered, her whole body stiffening, not knowing what to say. Just then, a 10-minute break was announced. Suddenly, Jin Shiren frowned, her expression extremely unpleasant. What is this? Why is it here? I know their intention, but how can they completely disregard people's feelings like this? Seeing Jin Shiren's clenched fists and unhappy expression, as if she were trying to suppress her emotions, Jinxing immediately asked with concern, What's wrong, Shiren? You don't look well. She shook her head, then coldly asked him back. I should be asking you that. Are you okay? Jinxing was stunned for a moment before understanding Jin Shiren's meaning, then smiled and pointed at the bank over there. Oh, you mean because of that? Seeing Jinxing's calm smile as if nothing had happened, Jin Shiren thought, maybe I worried for nothing. Just then, a young boy walked up and called out to her. Excuse me, are you the famous Senior Jin Shiren? She admitted it without hesitation. That's right, that's me. People around them cheered happily. Wow, she really is as white as Snow White. This is the future of the Republic of Korea. So young yet so excellent. Wow, miss, can I get your autograph? She's even prettier in person. Suddenly surrounded and praised by a crowd of passers-by, Jin Shiren clasped her hands, feeling both happy and shy. Ha! Thank you everyone for your love. Jin Shiren realized that being near the school, she bet this was the principal's idea. She assumed this was a strategic rest stop used to promote the school, and being near the bank where the incident occurred, causing the famous second-year pest group to get media attention. This was an effective propaganda tactic. Moreover, citizens could also voice complaints regarding the training and receive direct feedback. Even though we were blocking the entrance to their shops, the owners still looked very happy. They even smiled brightly and wished the cadets luck. Perhaps the teachers had spoken to them beforehand and given them a tidy sum of money. They counted the cash while feigning modesty. Oh, you really didn't have to prepare all this. Propaganda, flexing their pride, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Bien Jing's horrified expression clearly showed that this was an inhumane act, completely disregarding the victims of the incident. This academy is disgusting. Just as Jin Shiren was feeling the most annoyed, a teacher walked over, patted her shoulder, and laughed heartily. Come on, students. Thanks for everyone's help, but we have to get moving now. Everyone prepare to move out. Seeing Jin Shiren's strange expression, Jinxing kept checking on her. Shiren, we didn't get to rest at all. Are you okay? She wearily put her hand to her head and demanded, "Don't talk to me, my neck hurts like hell." Jinsung looked up at the blockaded building in front of him. Now, saying I don't feel anything would be a lie. But since I made up my mind, I have to become stronger so that I won't be affected by anything anymore. From that moment on, I will change within the school. The principal was on the phone, a look of amused interest on his face. Yes, that is Shiren, right? Good, good. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Deliberately arranging the route to pass through there was indeed very effective. All right then, the distance has increased by 5 kilometers. Hee. I'm getting ready to head out now. He talked on the phone while starting the car to save as much time as possible. It is the battalion commander's responsibility to personally comfort the cadets exhausted from training. That's why this school cannot operate without me. Saying that, he drove off. On the other side, the cadets were still trudging along. Suddenly, the command "halt" rang out twice. The teacher in charge stood in front and announced, "The next section is a steep slope, so we will rest a bit longer. Everyone, stretch your legs." Shiren put down her heavy backpack and turned to call Jinsung. "Hey, you show off." Jinsung complained helplessly. "Can't you give me a different nickname? There are plenty of good names." She called him just to ask if he wanted chocolate. Hearing about food, he immediately got hyped. "Cadet Puh Jinsung thanks you for the chocolate." Shiren handed it straight to him. "Here you go." Just as they were resting, a white car zoomed over, seemingly much faster than imagined. Jinsung exclaimed in surprise, "It's a car." The car drove up close and stopped in front of the two. The principal stepped out of the car. "Damn it, why is it so hot outside?" The teacher in charge hurriedly ran over to greet him. "Greetings, sir." "All right, hello there." He walked over and patted Shiren on the shoulder. Shiren, is the march going smoothly?" She immediately answered, "Yes, principal. No problems at all." The principal smiled until his eyes turned into slits. As expected of Shiren, living up to the title of Hanyang's second-year ace. He looked to the side and asked, "Oh, you are?" Jinsung saluted. "Cadet Puh Jinsung, reporting, principal." He looked at the boy with eyes full of disdain. Is that so?" His attitude immediately changed. Puh Jinsung, didn't I teach you to call me battalion commander during training?" The boy nodded in fear. I stand corrected, battalion commander." Shiren watched this scene, her face revealing clear contempt. This principal, his discrimination is too obvious. The principal asked suspiciously, "But I see you don't look as tired as the other cadets." He was about to answer enthusiastically, "Yes, because back at HT, usually I—" Before he could finish, the man interrupted, "Open your backpack, let me see." Jinsung's face filled with surprise. He put his hands in his pockets and called the teacher in charge over. "I want to check the contents. Class monitor of Class 10, bring the packing list here." The teacher immediately ran over with the list. "Yes, understood." Jinsung slowly opened his luggage. Seeing this, Shiren got even angrier. He's clearly picking a fight with Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung isn't the type to intentionally leave things out, but if he accidentally forgot one item. After checking everything, the teacher reported to the principal. Reporting to battalion commander, not a single item is missing. The principal's face turned red with embarrassment. So you brought everything." He continued to give him a hard time, glancing sideways. "But I saw you took out all the necessary items. What's left in the backpack? What did you bring?" Jinsung happily took those things out. This. He placed 4 colorful bags on the ground and said, "I brought some sandbags to practice during breaks." "Sandbags? Those 4 bags must weigh up to 20 kilograms. He cleared his throat and asked, "Do you know what this training is for?" The boy happily replied, "Yes, to train for guerrilla warfare and build physical strength." "Correct, and in this training." Seeing his attitude, Shiren was furious. He's still trying to pick on him. Before he could finish speaking, the teacher in charge interrupted. Battalion commander, we have to get moving." He immediately dropped the matter with Jinsung. "Is that so? Then move out." The teacher then escorted him to the car. "Safe travels, sir." Shiren watched his retreating figure with a look of dissatisfaction. Up above, Yong Anhao was observing them and spoke up. "They're almost here." Zhou Yi beside him immediately said, "Shiren is the most outstanding cadet among them, right? That white fox, let me test just how much she's worth." Yong Anhao looked at Shiren and Jinsung, reminding Zhou Yi, "Among the second-year cadets, the one you should pay attention to is Puh Jinsung. Zhou lowered her glasses and asked back, "Is it that guy with the dagger? I know you value him highly." But she waved her hand, showing disdain for Jinsung. "I don't think so. Though his reaction speed and stamina aren't bad." She recalled the time she sparred with him before. "But his Ida isn't strong at all. Do we really need to pay attention to him?" Jing Hao spoke up. "Absolutely." Zhou guessed. "Squad leader, is it because he's in the HT club that you overestimate him? You seem to think his value is higher than our entire first squad." The squad leader glared at Zhou and said, "Because he deserves it." Zhou looked half-doubting. "What?" Jing Hao said, "Not just higher than the first squad. He is stronger than the entire first platoon combined." Zhou asked again, "Squad leader, say that again. Who is stronger than who?" Her face darkened with anger. Staring at Jing Hao, she said coldly, "Captain, try saying that again." Hearing her say that, and Jing Hao turned around, narrowing his eyes sternly. "Zhou, your view of Puh Jinsung is based only on the team match at the beginning of the semester. You haven't accounted for any of his efforts since then." Zhou smirked, speaking contemptuously to Jing Hao. "He's only been in HT for 2 months. Besides, even counting that interruption, is it worth re-evaluating?" Seeing she still looked down on Puh Jinsung's ability, and Jing Hao calmly looked down at the crowd preparing to move out below, then spoke to her with a firm voice. "Just keep your eyes open and watch the results of the past 2 months clearly." And Jing Hao said, "I guarantee this guerrilla training will ultimately become Puh Jinsung's solo stage." The cadets moved to the gathering point, a newly built barracks in the middle of the mountains, divided into rooms for cadets to rest. Puh Jinsung finished putting away his luggage, looked at the room layout, scratched his head in confusion, and wondered, "This building is new, but why is the room structure still military style?" Next, he walked to the wardrobe and continued, "A total of 300 cadets." As he spoke, he touched his number tag, suddenly pensive. My number is 300. Am I still ranked last?" Just then, the loudspeaker announced, "Attention entire barracks, report immediately to the PT center." Hearing Jing Hao's steady voice from the speaker, Puh Jinsung rubbed his chin and said, "It's Senior Jing Hao's voice. Looks like the rumors are true." While Puh Jinsung stood in thought, his roommates were either kneeling on the floor, clutching their heads, or collapsing weakly, lamenting in despair. We're done for. Guerrilla training. We're all just a bunch of useless trash." The atmosphere in the room became tragic and heavy due to everyone's emotions, causing him to involuntarily turn his head and silently observe them. On the training ground, everyone had gathered, looking up at Jing Hao, standing above. He asked, "Is the second year all here?" Next, Jing Hao introduced himself to those below. "Welcome everyone. I am Jing Hao, the instructor in charge of guerrilla training camp this time. Before the meal, I have a few announcements." Jing Hao said, "Cadets with lower numbers are elite cadets. Top rankers will stay in room 1. Meanwhile, Puh Jinsung appeared confident, in contrast to the anxious mood of his roommates. They were all standing together, and Jing Hao's voice rang out again. "Those ranked last will stay in room 10. The remaining cadets will be assigned rooms according to their number order." Puh Jinsung, wearing number 300, stood there listening intently to Jing Hao's announcement. "You surely know that the number you are wearing represents your comprehensive combat capability ranking, carefully evaluated and arranged by the school." At this moment, his expression suddenly became more serious. "However, as long as you are within the training scope, your scores will be calculated completely separately from your numbers. This guerrilla training will have a significant impact on your final results." As soon as this announcement was made, the cadets present turned pale with shock. "Completely separate?" Then, Jing Hao's voice continued, "Based on the evaluation criteria of your performance in this training, the school combat rankings may undergo significant changes." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone panicked again, whispering to each other, "I've never heard of this." After announcing all necessary items, Jing Hao glanced at the watch on his wrist and continued, "It is now 12 p.m. Finish lunch before 1 p.m. Rest until 2 p.m. The assistant instructor will announce the next schedule later." On the training ground, he asked everyone, "Is that understood?" Immediately, everyone responded in unison, "Sir, yes, sir." A moment later, in Puh Jinsung's room 10, a cadet lay on the bed complaining, "Boo-hoo, I'm starving." The cadet sitting next to him also said, "Sai, what are we going to do now?" Talking about it, they recalled going to the cafeteria earlier, The food trays were empty, with only a little kimchi and fried rice left. Those people said dejectedly, "The guys ranked ahead of us ate it all, only scraps were left. How can we get full on just kimchi and fried rice?" The situation was truly terrible. One of them came up with an idea. "How about you pretend to get injured and sneak away?" Hearing that, one person jumped up, rejecting the thought immediately. "There's a dedicated infirmary here. Don't be stupid, kid." The other person listened and said gloomily, "Ah, then I'm done for." While everyone was exhausted from hunger, Puh Jinsung kicked the door open carrying several bags, speaking cheerfully, "Hey guys." From the bags, he poured out a pile of food, including bread and soda cans. Seeing this, everyone gathered around, grabbing the food and asking happily, "What is this? You're Puh Jinsung from class 10, right? Where did you get this stuff?" At this moment, Puh Jinsung opened a pack of crackers, smiled at everyone, and reassured them, "I didn't steal it. Just rest assured and eat your fill first. But remember to keep it a secret." Outside in the hallway, the scene flashed back a few minutes to when Puh Jinsung met Yong Anhao. He saluted military style and said loudly, "Senior, I'm starving." And Yong Anhao calmly replied, "Call me instructor, number 300. He obeyed instantly. "Yes, instructor." And Yong Anhao smiled at him. "I heard you got into trouble during the last training session. I bet you can still handle it now." Puh Jinsung replied, "Yes, sir. If I'm well fed, I can unleash more than 100% of my power." Immediately after, and Yong Anhao turned to open the room door and called out, "How much do you need?" He answered quickly, "Probably enough for 15 people." Hearing Puh Jinsung say that, and Yong Anhao froze for 5 seconds, then laughed helplessly. After that, and Yong Anhao laughed while grabbing the food. Seeing him put all the food into a black bag, a person in the room gaped in shock. "Hey, Captain, what are you doing?" That person couldn't help but wonder. "Those are snacks the teachers gave us." And Yong Anhao heard this and glared at that person with a darkened face. "The assistant coach needs a late-night snack." "What? Are you hungry too?" Seeing in Yong Anhao's terrifying gaze, the person hurriedly waved his hands, stammering, "Ah, no. Please go ahead and take it." At this moment, the captain had turned to open the door, handing the bags to Puh Jinsung. Seeing this, he said joyfully, "Thank you, sir." But neither knew that right then in the room, the young man who had just spoken to Yong Anhao was turning his back to them, tearfully lamenting, "Second master, I miss you so much." After eating and drinking their fill, everyone sighed in satisfaction, not forgetting to praise, "Oh, I feel alive again. This bread is freaking delicious." Seeing everyone finished, Puh Jinsung walked over and smiled, asking, "Are you guys full?" Treated to a full meal, the group in a room now looked at him with extremely grateful eyes, competing to thank him and even calling him the room's hero. "Thank you so much, Puh Jinsung, our hero. Thanks to you, I feel much better. I really don't know how to thank you enough." Then, everyone said, "We'll probably be hungry again before dinner. But getting to eat like this is great, better than nothing. A bite when hungry is better than a feast when full. We promise to repay you later." Hearing this, he didn't reply but fell into thought. Silence reigned for a moment. Then Puh Jinsung looked at everyone. Now, the playfulness and joy on his face had vanished, replaced by a serious tone and request. "If you guys really want to repay me, just promise me one thing." Everyone heard this and asked in unison, "Promise what?" Right after, he clenched his fist, looking at everyone with determination as if he had made up his mind. "In this guerrilla training, no one quits halfway. We must give it our all." Hearing him speak, the remaining cadets were bewildered. But we are room 10. With a 15 weakest second-year guys. Even if we give it our all." He calmly replied, "I know." Seeing this, one person spoke up. "You know our Ida is useless too, right?" Puh Jinsung just smiled faintly, asking back, "Is it as useless as mine?" His question left everyone present in an awkward silence, not knowing how to answer. Immediately after, a tall young man stood up, looking at him suspiciously. "Puh Jinsung, you seem a bit different lately." Hearing this, everyone started to agree. "Yeah, so different from before. I want to be like you too." "Me too." Saying that, everyone looked at each other, nodding as if they had decided on something. Suddenly, a young man jumped up, raising his fist to the sky, shouting, "Does anyone object to Puh Jinsung being our room captain?" Hearing this, everyone shouted in unison, "No." After reaching a consensus, Puh Jinsung stood up excitedly and said to everyone, So everyone agrees, right? No one is allowed to give up. Saying that, the group held hands and shouted, "Oh," to show their determination. By afternoon, at the guerrilla physical training grounds, 3 p.m., the instructor was blowing the whistle for everyone to train. The instructor's demands rang out continuously. Number 4, do 3 more reps. Whenever a cadet collapsed, because the training was too harsh, the nurse nearby would immediately run over to administer first aid. The coach's voice continued relentlessly. Number 1, 6 times. Number 9, 4 times. Meanwhile, Puh Jinsung's group was still training diligently, as if they didn't know fatigue. Witnessing this scene, the seniors standing outside, watching, couldn't help but voice their praise. Aren't those the kids who caused trouble with us at the beginning of the term? That's the group that got FS. But perhaps the most surprised person wasn't those seniors, but Zhou Yi, who had always looked down on Puh Jinsung's ability. Seeing him still able to smile under such high-intensity training, she couldn't help but be amazed. He is smiling? Seeing Zhou Yi's astonished face, and Zhang Hao stood beside her with crossed arms, smiling and saying to her as if he had predicted everything. As expected, our HT members are just different like that. Hearing this, although she didn't like Puh Jinsung, Zhou Yi still had to admit, no, not just Puh Jinsung. All members of Room 10 have become too different. Saying that, her eyes widened in horror. What on earth is going on? By late afternoon, the high-intensity training finally ended. At this moment, Captain and Zhang Hao stood with hands on his hips, looking at the cadets, and said, "Today's training ends here." By now, after a day of training, everyone was exhausted, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The captain's voice rang out calmly. "We have posted the new schedule. Everyone remember to check the plan board." Immediately after, and Zhang Hao looked towards Puh Jinsung and called, "Number 300. Hearing his name, Puh Jinsung immediately responded, "Here." Answering him was in Zhang Hao's question, "Still haven't eaten?" Hearing that, Puh Jinsung mustered all his strength to shout, "Yes." Seeing this, and Zhang Hao smiled and announced, "Very good. As I said at lunch, all members of Room 10, including number 300, will receive extra points." Hearing this unexpected good news, the members of Room 10 looked at each other and smiled happily. Immediately, they cheered and hugged each other. Some even cried tears of joy. We really did it. Late at night, in a desolate place with only trees and the sound of wind, Puh Jinsung stood scratching his head as if waiting for someone. He checked his watch and said, "I think I arrived a bit early." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. A figure approached him and called out, "Mr. Extra." Soft long hair fluttered in the wind. Immediately after, Jean Shiren's figure was right in front of him. She looked at him and asked, "Wait long?" A moment later, Jean Shiren appeared. She smiled, brushing her long hair back, and asked, "Mr. Extra, have you been waiting long?" Puh Jinsung gave a fake laugh. Not too late. Jean Shiren knew arriving late was a bit much, and was about to explain, but she didn't expect to hear Puh Jinsung say that, making her flustered and clumsy, not knowing what to do. She could only force out, Anyway, since we were rank 1 and rank 300, getting paired together isn't too bad." Jean Shiren paused for a moment, glanced at Puh Jinsung walking parallel to her, and continued, "But how long do you plan to stay in last place?" Park Jinsung rested his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful as he replied, "Probably after this guerrilla training session." Kim Se-yeon's eyes widened as she looked at him, unable to hide her curiosity. "Oh, so confident are we?" Park Jinsung narrowed his eyes, flashing a mysterious, confident grin. "Just wait and see. Next week, that badge is mine." Kim Se-yeon raised an eyebrow. "Will you still be a private, or finally make corporal?" Park Jinsung replied boldly, "I might skip straight to corporal, maybe even sergeant." Park Jinsung gave a playful wink, making Kim Se-yeon burst out laughing. "Haha, keep dreaming." But then, she moved one hand behind her back, tightly gripping her other wrist. Her smile turned somewhat gentle. "Oh, maybe that wouldn't be so bad." Park Jinsung caught a glimpse of her pensive expression and asked, confused, "Huh?" It seemed he hadn't quite caught what she said. The two walked side by side as Kim Se-yeon replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Back at school, early the next morning, the entire class was already struggling through their morning run. Byun Ji-woong was drenched in sweat, exhausted. Just as he opened his mouth to complain, "What the hell is this?" a dark blur shot past him, leaving nothing but a view of his back. Bai Jiwung's eyes bugged out as he stared resentfully at Park Jinsung's retreating figure. Again, Zhou stood on the observation deck, watching Park Jinsung and the others. She couldn't hide her shock. Leaning against the railing, she exclaimed, "He's already 2 laps ahead of the group behind him." Park Jong seemed calmer, casually remarking, "Well, Jinsung is Jinsung. After all." The others, however, looked like a pack of zombies. Zhou nodded in agreement. Exactly like them. The doctor watched Park Jinsung easily leading the crowd below and said, "Do you remember yesterday?" Not a single one of them was able to dodge that training session. Zhou paused, not quite catching the doctor's drift. The doctor smiled faintly and continued, "Since yesterday, not one person has received treatment or stamina recovery. Do you understand what that implies?" Zhou stared at the doctor, her face turning pale. They haven't recovered their stamina? A moment later, the realization hit her. They really are the walking dead. Watching the students in the training hall struggling to move forward, and Yong Anhao crossed his arms and said calmly, "The living dead, an army of zombies." Doesn't that sound pretty cool? Once the run ended, the rankings were posted. Top 20 morning runners, plus 5 points to their test scores. First place, number 300. Second place, number 001. Third place, number 298. Many other ranks follow below. With heavy footsteps, another assistant instructor led the class, who had just finished their endurance run, toward a different area. Behind him, dozens of resentful eyes were fixed on the assistant instructor's back, making his face go pale and his skin crawl. The instructor thought to himself, "Are these guys really the weakest sophomores this year?" Someone called out to him from behind, but he didn't even hear them. His eyes were as hollow as a dead fish, lost in his own thoughts. Those glares are terrifying. "Instructor." The call came again, but he still didn't react. It wasn't until Park Jinsung stepped up and tapped his shoulder, saying "Instructor," that he jumped out of his skin. After catching his breath, the instructor turned to Park Jinsung, forcing a strained smile. Trainee 300. I'm a bit curious about something," Park Jinsung said with a friendly smile. The instructor thought, this guy seems normal enough. He looked at the others behind him. They were panicking like frightened fawns. Everyone else looks like they've gone insane, so I'll just talk to this guy to relax a bit. He tried to comfort himself. Pretending to be composed to hide his inner panic, he said, "Ahem, the head instructor isn't around, so feel free to ask. This is your first time doing this kind of training, right?" Park Jinsung smiled politely. "Thank you. Could you tell me the fastest way to clear these obstacles?" Hearing that, the instructor felt a bit relieved. Under Park Jinsung's curious gaze, he looked away to hide his unease and said somewhat reluctantly, "Well, I wouldn't recommend trying that." Park Jinsung looked surprised, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. Why not? Wouldn't a faster time mean a higher score?" Sweating profusely, the instructor narrowed his eyes awkwardly. "That's true, but once you finish the course, instructor and Yong Anhao will just make you go back to the training room." He continued trying to explain how terrifying the instructor was. "Then he'll start supplemental training until everyone else finishes." As he explained, he turned his head back. "And since you'll be the first one done, you'll be waiting for a very long time. So," before he could finish, he heard Park Jinsung's chilling laughter. "Ha! He. The instructor's face went white with confusion. Park Jinsung chuckled darkly. I see. Did you all hear him? The faster we finish, the higher the score, and we even get extra practice." He cracked his neck, got into a stance, and grinned like a total maniac. The instructor was drenched in sweat, on the verge of tears, looking like he'd given up on life. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, is this guy the ringleader of these lunatics?" One trainee gripped his safety harness, trembling with fear. "Trainee, be careful not to slip." Another assistant instructor barked the order with his arms crossed. The trembling trainee tried to adjust his harness, lowered his body, and slid down the rope. In the distance, an instructor watched them through binoculars and asked the one from the previous round, "Hey, did you actually guide them properly? How did they get here so fast?" The previous instructor said weakly, "Sai, just look at the training report." The other instructor took the report and scanned it. Everyone had passed. He asked in shock, what is this?" Every single one of them cleared the obstacle course. All of them. The instructor in charge of the previous round just felt a headache coming on. He wiped the sweat pouring off his brow and said, "You didn't see them back there. When number 300 said, 'Jump,' they jumped immediately. Recalling the scene, felt insane. Told them to crawl, and they crawled right through. He remembered the trainees aggressively climbing. They were dangling high up, screaming in fear, but they didn't quit. He continued, told them to charge, and they charged. They all followed Puh Jinsung's orders without a second thought. Number 300. That's the guy who ran in the last team match, the other instructor remarked, unable to hide his astonishment. Elsewhere, Puh Jinsung was busy cheering from below for a trainee who was clinging to the safety harness, paralyzed with fear. To help him finish, he shouted, "You can do it!" The trainee looked down, mustered all his courage, and let out a yell. Ah! He leapt backward, letting go of the wall as the safety rope went slack. He quickly tightened his grip, braced his feet against the wall, and carefully stepped down until he landed safely. Everyone, including Puh Jinsung, rushed over to congratulate him. Puh Jinsung gave him a big hug, laughing. "Great job. Everyone passed." The instructor from the previous round crossed his arms, speaking as if he'd seen it coming. "See?" The instructor next to him, watching through binoculars, gasped in awe. "Whoa!" The previous instructor, eyes still dead as a fish, continued. Now they're heading to the training room. Puh Jinsung raised his arm, firing everyone up. The atmosphere turned electric instantly. "Let's go. To the training room. You guys still have some energy left, right?" Everyone cheered in response. The first instructor collapsed, covering his face. "Hey, can we switch places?" The instructor beside him patted his shoulder. "Buckle up. Day 3, Ida Training Grounds." And Yong Anhao faced the trainees and announced loudly, "From this moment on, we begin Ida training." He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at them sternly. This session was originally scheduled for later, but due to the heat wave warning, the order has been adjusted. Once training is over, you are dismissed to the dorms to rest. The members of Team 4 looked at each other, sighing in relief. "We finally get a break." And Yong Anhao crossed his arms and closed his eyes, concentrating his power. He thought to himself, the weather messed up the schedule, but it doesn't matter. In this heat, human endurance drops. The goal of this training is to ensure these trainees can keep fighting with Ida even when their stamina is depleted. And Yong Anhao could feel the abundant Ida energy within his body. This was different from normal Ida usage. This session was about unlocking latent Ida power while exhausted. As he thought, he began to trigger the Ida within him. After this session, those with strong wills would reflect more deeply on how to properly use Ida in the future. And Yong Anhao opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. "Then let's begin." And Yong Anhao raised his hand and continued. This session focuses on the power of Ida. He glanced at the massive boulders behind him and said casually, "See those rocks back there?" All the trainees shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." And Yong Anhao said, "Use all your strength to smash them to pieces." Every trainee froze, their bodies stiffening in disbelief. "Using Ida." And Yong Anhao replied flatly, "One by one. In order, summon your Ida and give it everything you've got. If you can't summon it, step aside for the next trainee." One trainee rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Maybe it's doable." But another immediately frowned and countered. "Easy for you to say. Your Ida is actually strong." A female trainee turned pale, looking utterly hopeless, as if questioning her very existence. "How am I supposed to use my Ida to break that thing?" At that moment, and Yong Anhao spoke up again. "I'm sure some of you feel like you don't have an advantage here." He walked up to the boulder, looked back at the trainees, and said, "Most of you already know what my Ida is." Puh Jinsung watched in Yong Anhao with a serious expression, thinking, "Senior's Ida, I'll make sure to catch you," is a close combat type. Even for him, breaking that rock would be... Before he could finish the thought, and Yong Anhao concentrated the power in his body, preparing his Ida. He roared, "I'll make sure to catch you." In a flash, he blinked right next to the boulder, channeled his Ida into his arms, and slammed a heavy fist into the rock. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as his 5 fingers dug deep into the stone. Cracks began to spiderweb from where his fingers were embedded, quickly spreading across the entire boulder. Puh Jinsung laughed in amazement. "Senior, you're really..." The giant rock was hoisted into the air by Yong Anhao, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Up close, the boulder was dozens of times larger than Yong Anhao himself. And Yong Anhao let out a powerful grunt, a flash of light in his eyes, the sign he was pushing his Ida to the limit. In an instant, the massive boulder in his hands was pulverized into pieces, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Having finished the demonstration, Yong Anhao turned back to the trainees. Park Jinsung thought in shock. Has his Ida really become that powerful? He quickly recalled the details of the Ida Yong Anhao had used. I'll make sure to catch you. Ida rank, B+++. Effect, guaranteed to catch a selected target within a certain time frame. Travel time is reduced, and limits of the human body can be exceeded through training. When throwing a target, a certain percentage of the target's weight can be ignored, up to 4 times the user's own weight. Watching Yong Anhao dust off his hands, Park Jinsung was even more stunned. He thought, did he only ignore a part of the weight when he threw that rock? Park Jinsung scratched his head, forcing a smile. Meanwhile, the other trainees were pale with terror, their eyes wide. They stammered, his fingers that actually pierced the rock. Is he even human? And Yong Anhao, finished with his example, said simply, just like that, got it. The trainees were ashen, standing frozen like statues, unable to say a word. And Yong Anhao's face darkened, his eyes narrowing into cold slits. Trainees, did you not hear the instructor's orders? SIR, yes, SIR. They screamed, everyone trembling with fear. And Yong Anhao said, good. We start with number 1. Trainee number 1, White Jade Goblin, Kim Se-yeon. As she spoke, she activated her Ida. A pair of goblin horns sprouted from her forehead. Kim Se-yeon held her long sword, stepping toward the boulder with a calm expression. She raised her blade high, her hand shifting slightly. And Yong Anhao shouted, begin. Kim Se-yeon dropped into a crouch, her eyes locked on the rock. Both hands gripped the hilt as she took her stance. Goblin sword style. With a sharp cry, she lunged at the boulder. Just one strike. The rock before her shattered into countless fragments. Kim Se-yeon remained expressionless as she calmly sheathed her sword. Whoa, Kim Se-yeon is incredible, one trainee couldn't help but exclaim. His friend beside him covered his mouth and whispered, that's the White Jade Goblin Ida of the White Jade Kim clan. They're the ones who once took down the pest team. Zhou Yi, holding the report, watched Kim Se-yeon's back and thought, just as expected, her talent is on a completely different level. And Yong Anhao held his notebook and continued calling names. Next, trainee number 2. Trees crashed to the ground, dust swirling as a few leaves drifted down. You bastards. Bayan Jiwung approached, dragging a tree several times larger than himself that he had just ripped out by the roots. You guys have no idea. He gritted his teeth. One of these days, I'll prove what I can do, and then I'm going to smash those annoying faces of yours. As he spoke, he angrily wrapped both arms around the giant tree. Bayan Jiwung infused the uprooted tree with Ida and slammed it into the boulder. He screamed frantically, break for me. He relentlessly pounded the boulder with the tree trunk. I told you to break. He watched him with dead eyes, thinking, that's Bayan Jiwung, right? This kid is the same type as me. Bayan Jiwung clutched the shattered tree trunk, glaring resentfully at the unbroken boulder. Damn it, even the tree I pulled up turned to toothpicks. And Yong Anhao looked at him and said, don't worry. I'll take your Ida type into account when grading. Bayan Jiwung tossed the remaining stump aside, looking completely dissatisfied. Next, and Yong Anhao shouted. Several more turns passed, but aside from Kim Se-yeon, no one could manage so much as a scratch on the boulders. And Yong Anhao looked at his notebook, feeling a bit drained. You're the last one, aren't you? He asked Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung didn't answer, walking straight toward one of the largest boulders. The other trainees gasped. He chose the biggest one? There are clearly other rocks left. Another asked curiously, isn't that one supposed to be for people like Senior and Yong Anhao or Kim Se-yeon? But he's the leader of Room 10. Didn't you see how the Room 10 guys were acting earlier? Those words reminded them of the crazed behavior of the Room 10 members. Someone guessed, then this guy, maybe he's also. Before the trainee could finish, they saw him pull out a small dagger. The speaker went silent, his face falling with disappointment. He's just holding a dagger. Park Jinsung suddenly turned to Yong Anhao. Senior. He swallowed hard, hesitating. And Yong Anhao looked at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. Ultimately, Park Jinsung chose not to speak. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind to use his Ida. He stood before the massive boulder, a red Ida aura seemingly enveloping his entire arm. Bayan Jiwung's expression was dark, his teeth grinding in anger. What kind of tricks is that piece of trash up to now? Kim Se-yun placed her hand on her sword hilt. Alert. The overfire guy. And Yong Anhao gave the order calmly. Begin. Number 300, Sloth. The moment the words left his mouth, Park Jinsung covered his face with one hand and gripped the dagger with the other. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He swung, slashing at the giant boulder, every strike carrying the distinctive power of his Ida. Park Jinsung slashed relentlessly until the rock turned to fine powder. He covered his mouth with his other hand, struggling to resist his own Ida power. Sweat soaked his body, and the veins in his neck bulged. I almost lost control. Oh no! Park Jinsung roared in pain. Fight it! Zhou watched the scene in shock, her face pale. What on earth is happening? And Yong Anhao looked at his wristwatch and said coldly, Time's up. Park Jinsung knelt beneath the crumbled remains of the boulder. On his arm, the Ida hadn't stopped yet, and the thick dust partially hid his struggling form. Park Jinsung broke out in a cold sweat, gripping his Ida-infused arm with his other hand. He thought, just as I expected, I can't stop it immediately? If you need my help, just say so, and Yong Anhao said coldly, watching him struggle on the ground. Park Jinsung looked up at Yong Anhao and tried to force a natural laugh. Thank you. He gritted his teeth against the pain, still battling his inner self. I can't keep relying on others every time I want to turn off my Ida. His arm wouldn't stop shaking. I hope I can at least deactivate an Ida that hasn't even been fully triggered on my own. Park Jinsung tried to use his will to suppress it. Focus, focus, focus. Once the dust settled, everyone stared in disbelief. What just happened? Where did that rock go? Someone asked. Can a dagger really do that much damage? No one noticed Park Jinsung kneeling in pain and exhaustion, clutching his arm. Finally, Yong Anhao looked at Park Jinsung and flashed a rare smile of approval. Looks like you succeeded this time. Park Jinsung stood up, holding his arm, and laughed. It's all thanks to your help, Senior. A system notification appeared regarding the Ida he had just used. Assassination, Ida rank. A utilizes a portion of the combat power of absolute assassination. The more parts are unsealed, the harder it is to control. Control capability is affected by the user's state of mind. Unsealed body parts will execute techniques of absolute assassination regardless of the user's will. Currently unsealed, right hand. Despite the agony, Park Jinsung had finally gained control over a portion of his Ida. He smiled from the bottom of his heart, unable to hide his joy. He chuckled as he walked over to Kim Se-yun to show off his achievement. It wasn't perfect, but I did it. Kim Se-yun looked at him, one hand on her hip while the other scratched her head, sounding a bit flustered. Seriously, you had me worried sick. I didn't even know what you were doing. Good job. Before she could finish, Park Jinsung's roommates rushed over, shouting, Boss, that was so cool. I knew our big brother could do it. They happily grabbed Park Jinsung and tossed him into the air, cheering. Seeing this, Kim Se-yun could only sigh. Those two drama queens and their followers are all exactly the same. She smiled, genuinely happy for him. I'll let them have him for today. That night at the school, Park Jinsung knocked on the infirmary door and called out, Is anyone in? There was no answer. He pulled his hand back, muttering, HM? Where did the nurse go? Recalling his purpose for being there, he didn't want to give up. Since the room 10 trainees haven't been eliminated yet, they haven't had a chance to recover their stamina. I'm proud of them, but natural recovery has its limits. I have to get the nurse's help. Park Jinsung thought to himself as he knocked again. I didn't notice a dark figure approaching me. Who's there? The figure suddenly spoke as it drew near, making Park Jinsung jump. He froze in his tracks. He turned his head toward the person approaching. Oh, it's the headmaster. Once he saw clearly who it was, Park Jinsung said, looking a bit flustered. Yong Anhao, carrying 2 large bags in his hands, looked at him and asked, Park Jinsung, is that you? The headmaster's expression was a bit grim as he spoke. Why don't you know that trainees are forbidden from coming here? You'll be punished. Park Jinsung looked at him with an awkward expression. The headmaster walked toward Park Jinsung and said, Don't you know that coming here without permission results in a penalty for trainees? I don't know what you're doing here. But since you're already here, the headmaster marched aggressively toward him, getting closer and closer until he was only about a meter away. Park Jinsung leaned back in terror and screamed, Ah! Yong Anhao went pale with fright. He peeked around nervously and quickly put his index finger to his lips. Sure, you'll only be punished if they find you. Park Jinsung was stunned. He thought. Yong Anhao looked left and right anxiously, terrified of being spotted, then turned back to warn Park Jinsung. Get back before the other teachers see you. Park Jinsung didn't understand why this man was doing this. Before he could think further, the door to the next room suddenly swung open. It's so noisy out here. What's going on? Yong Anhao broke into a cold sweat. He quickly said, "Oh, it's nothing, sir." Park Jinsung looked at the person and suddenly realized. Oh, the teachers are having a meeting? Then the nurses also. Good heavens. Who is this? The man's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He couldn't stop grinning as he mocked. The only one at Hanyang to receive 2 unique F ranks. That's Park Jinsung, isn't it? Or should I say, the only one in the whole country. He stepped in front of Park Jinsung and sneered. What wind blew you here? Or did you come to cry to the teachers about the training being too harsh? Yong Anhao stepped forward, trying to pull Park Jinsung aside to bail him out. Park Jinsung, didn't you hear me? Go back to the dorms. But the other guy ignored him, throwing an arm around Park Jinsung's shoulder with a mocking laugh. Hey, why are you being so cold to the kid? This is exactly why Class 10 is full of rotten apples. Yong Anhao bit his lip in frustration. Since you've worked so hard to get here, come in, have a glass of water, rest a bit, and then go back. With that, the guy dragged Park Jinsung into the meeting room before either he or Yong Anhao could react. Inside, everyone was in the middle of a lively discussion. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm really craving fast food right now. There's a great Korean restaurant nearby. Let's go there tomorrow. If we go to a Korean place, let's get bibimbap. Everyone, this is the 300th ranked F grade, the guy shouted as he pulled Park Jinsung in, catching everyone's attention. Park Jinsung cursed inwardly. Training? This place is just a nest of parasites. The guy seemed oblivious to his foul mood, putting his arm around his neck familiarly. Hey, F grade. There are no instructors here, so just relax. Park Jinsung lowered his eyes and said stiffly, Yes, thank you, sir. The guy shot a smug look at Yong Anhao and laughed. Ha, that's the spirit. The training is tough, isn't it? And Zheng Hao is way too strict. Park Jinsung gave a forced smile while cursing under his breath. You people are making a mess here. What right do you have to talk about a senior like that? He forced out, It's fine. I think the training is very good. The headmaster followed them into the room and grabbed Park Jinsung's hand. It's almost time for roll call at the dorm, right? I'll tell them. You head back first. But the guy wasn't about to let them off that easily. Hey, it's still early. What are you doing? He narrowed his eyes and asked with a wicked grin. So, F grade, what did you come here for? Park Jinsung answered honestly. I came to find a nurse. The guy turned to look at Ying in the room, laughing at Park Jinsung's expense. Wow, look at this kid. I'm guessing your standards aren't exactly F grade. Ha. Hey, Ying, this student came looking for you. Ying turned around, ignoring the man's mockery, and looked at Park Jinsung with concern. Is that you, Jinsung? Are you hurt somewhere again? I'm not hurt. I came to ask about the physical recovery for Class 10. Park Jinsung hurriedly explained his purpose, fearing Ying wouldn't agree to help. The guy stopped paying attention to him, pulled over a chair, and said to another colleague, Mr. Park, let me borrow your computer for a second. Then he spoke loudly to everyone with a look of contempt. That Class 10 is trying so hard to survive. I wonder how the weaklings in my class are recovering. After speaking, he immediately sat down to check the training rank reports. Seeing the results on the screen, he gasped in shock. What is this? First place is Park Jinsung. He intentionally emphasized every syllable of the name. The colleagues nearby quickly stood up and huddled around him. What are you talking about? A rank 300 trainee is in first place? Is there an error on the display? Another colleague said in disbelief. This kid is in first place? He must have begged for it. Park Jinsung laughed bitterly to himself. Have these people really not checked the student scores once in the last 3 days? The guy who dragged him in frowned and asked irritably, Hey, F grade. You bribed in Zheng Hao, didn't you? A female colleague nearby said uncertainly, He's from the HT club, and Zheng Hao wouldn't go easy on a teammate. Another colleague crossed his arms, staring at the screen in disbelief. Kim Shiren is actually in second place? Even the strongest from other classes were pushed down by the people from Class 10. Finally, the guy reached a conclusion. It's definitely a collective bribe. What else could it be? Hearing them slander in Zheng Hao, Park Jinsung couldn't help but raise his voice. Senior in Zheng Hao is not someone who can be blinded by money. The guy angrily pointed at the screen and questioned him. Not just rank 300, but beating the rank 1? How is that possible? You're a 1 in a million F grade. There are countless people stronger than you. Yet you're at the top of the ETA. Training today? No way. Park Jinsung spoke firmly. Every point was earned by me. Class 10 has always been fair and square. We didn't cheat. The guy slammed the table and stood up abruptly. What? I went easy on you because I felt sorry for you. You disrespectful brat. Park Jinsung clenched his fists, ready to charge, but Yong Anhao held him back tightly. Stop it, Park Jinsung. Get back. I'll take you out of here. Park Jinsung and the headmaster had already turned to leave, but the guy wouldn't let it go. He said, Sir, is it because you're the class 10 advisor that you're covering for him? That's quite a noble reason. He continued to needle them. That's exactly why you can't protect your students and let them get attacked. I'll have to supervise them strictly starting tomorrow. It's an eyesore, manipulating scores like that. TCH. Park Jinsung stopped in his tracks, his hands balled into tight fists. Yong Anhao urged anxiously, Let's go, Jinsung. Park Jinsung ground his teeth and suddenly shouted, What if? The guy narrowed his eyes in annoyance. What if what? Park Jinsung reminded himself that life is easier if you just play along. Once he calmed down, he spoke slowly and clearly in front of everyone. Every single member of Class 10 makes it into the top 30. At that point, Park Jinsung suddenly spun around, stood on one toe, and pointed both hands straight at the guy. With a playful wink and a smile as bright as the morning sun, he struck a cute pose and continued. If a miracle like that happens, then what? Everyone in the room, including the guy, felt a wave of cringe at his antics. They all froze for a few seconds. Then, as if they had just heard the most impossible joke, they burst into laughter. After they finished laughing, the guy spoke first. Talking nonsense with such a serious face, you're quite the clown. The colleague next to him took the chance to mock him too. You're really good at this, kid. I think you should drop out and become a comedian. Park Jinsung gave a sly, fox-like grin and acted exaggeratedly. What I said is 1000% sincere, sirs. The guy laughed until tears came to his eyes and patted his shoulder. Haha, all right. This kid. He turned around to face everyone in the room and declared loudly, Fine. If that miracle actually happens, I'll respond with a miracle of my own. I'll promote all of them straight to corporal. How about that? The colleagues in the room immediately joined in. Oh, that sounds interesting. But if even one person fails to make the top 30, they all get demoted. As soon as the words were out, the teachers excitedly started betting. $20 says at least one of them makes it. I'll bet 100 that not a single one makes it. Park Jinsung pushed the door open to leave, but didn't forget to look back and wink, saying wittily, Teachers, you better keep your word. It's clearly a suicide mission. Ying quickly stood up and chased after Park Jinsung. She thought, Park Jinsung, what on earth are you planning? Wait, Jinsung. Ying called out. Park Jinsung turned back to look at Ying, sounding a bit apologetic. I'm sorry, nurse. I caused you some trouble. Ying walked up to him. I'm the one who should apologize. If I had come out with you sooner. Park Jinsung cut her off. It's okay, nurse. You heard the bet, right? I need your help to make it a reality. Ying smiled and replied, Sure. So, I'll be in charge of their physical recovery. With her agreement, Park Jinsung said happily, Yes. If the class 10 members can recover their strength, they can easily make the top 30. Ying laughed. Your confidence is truly something else. Then she suggested, Shall we go right now? Park Jinsung replied a bit awkwardly. I think it's better if you wait until we've cleaned up. They haven't showered yet, and they must look like a mess. In front of the class 10 dorm, a loud shout echoed from inside. Where is he? Where's their leader? Where did that number 300 kid go? A group of trainees from another class had come to cause trouble. They were beating people and cursing. That damn bastard. Does he think we don't know he had a hand in what happened before? Several class 10 members were knocked to the ground, covered in dirt. One person from class 10 stood up defiantly and gritted his teeth. He didn't do anything. As soon as the words left his mouth, a guy from the other class kicked him straight in the face. Ugh. He stepped on the class 10 trainee's head and said, Don't play games with me. You losers sure are arrogant. Park Jinsung watched everything from a nearby corner. He thought, Asterisk, they're aiming for me. I have to hold back. They're just looking for an excuse to fight. Asterisk. He rubbed his chin, calculating. If I call a teacher, his eyes turn cold. Asterisk, seeing their attitude earlier, they definitely won't come. Maybe calling a senior is better. Asterisk the other trainees wouldn't let up. They kicked a Class 10 student toward the corner where Park Jinsung was standing and shouted, "Call your leader out here." These underlings. The trainee who was kicked to Park Jinsung's feet gasped when he saw him. He braced his hands on the ground, trembling as he looked at him. Don't come out." The last bit of Park Jinsung's reason completely snapped at those words. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry. Hey, number 300, get out here." The other trainees turned and saw Park Jinsung laughing smugly. "So you finally decided to show your face?" Park Jinsung stepped in front of them, his fists clenched tight. "What do you think you're doing?" A long-haired trainee from another room feigned surprise and mocked him. "Oh, look at him acting like a big shot after hiding back there." Park Jinsung tried to stay calm. "If you leave right now, I'll act like I didn't see anything." The guy got right in Park Jinsung's face and laughed provocatively. "And if I don't? What? Are you going to run and cry to a teacher or an instructor?" He laughed, intentionally pushing his buttons. "Oh, wait. Don't you have Yong Anhao backing you up? First place in guerrilla training, and you can't even handle a one-on-one fight." He turned to the trainees with him and laughed triumphantly. "Just as I thought. If this guy didn't cheat, he'd be nothing." As soon as he finished, the corridor echoed with the trainees' laughter. Park Jinsung's blood boiled, and his ida gradually became visible. He thought, so that's how they see it. Park Jinsung tried to restrain himself. He covered his face with his hand and thought, "I cheated." The long-haired trainee continued to dance around in front of him. "Hey, prove it." "Ha ha ha, can't do it. You cheating dog." Bianjing happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. He looked at the troublemakers with disdain. You're this old, and your brains still haven't developed? Were you born stupid, or is your head just for show? If you want to get beaten by him, why don't you wait until you're in the trenches tomorrow? Where were you hiding all day yesterday?" After speaking, he slammed his door shut, ignoring them. But the trainees still didn't get the hint. They stood to the side, cheering for the long-haired guy. "Go for it. Stick insect. Show him the strength of a second-year top 7. Show those losers." The room 10 trainees knelt on the ground, covered in mud. They looked at Park Jinsung's back with worry. Park Jinsung covered his face tightly, trying to suppress his exploding ida power. His eyes went dark, but he fought to keep his sanity. Asterisk, "I have to endure. If I kill this guy, I'll lose more than I gain." Asterisk, he remembered the bet in the teacher's room. Asterisk, "I'm the hope recognized by the whole room. No matter how angry I am, if I just endure, the nurse will come to treat us." Asterisk. Even though Park Jinsung was trying his best to hold back his anger, the long-haired guy wouldn't stop showing off. Seeing Park Jinsung hanging his head and covering his mouth, he immediately mocked him. "Scared, kid? Now what?" He laughed wickedly. "I won't let you off. I'm going to catch you," he shouted. Using his ida, he made his arms grow strangely long and attacked Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung couldn't react in time, his face full of shock. He's using ida? The guy used his long arms to strangle Park Jinsung's neck and body, mocking him. Too slow, he wrapped his long limbs tightly around Park Jinsung, easily controlling his every move. Checkmate. Park Jinsung was in pain, but he looked up and smiled. He mocked the guy back. "Look at your limbs. You look more like an earthworm than a stick insect." The guy got close to Park Jinsung's face. His arms tightened even more. With undisguised malice on his face, he said, "You've got a tough mouth." Park Jinsung groaned in pain. The guy spoke as he squeezed, his arms crushing Park Jinsung's bones until they felt like they would shatter. "Why don't you keep cheating, like you did at the training ground?" He leaned into Park Jinsung's ear. "Before I break a few of your bones." Park Jinsung screamed in pain. Ugh, he thought, "I can't breathe." Park Jinsung was pinned by the blue-haired guy's arms. His face was contorted in pain. Seeing that he wasn't struggling, the blue-haired guy laughed out loud. He said contemptuously, "Oh, you're not going to do anything? Figures. Because from now on, you won't be able to pull those dirty tricks anymore." The more he talked, the tighter he squeezed. Park Jinsung lay in his arms, his expression dark. He's just a kid who wants to show off, he thought. Asterisk, if I just let him do what he wants once he's satisfied, he'll leave. The nurse is coming soon anyway, so there's no need to act recklessly. Asterisk. Seeing no reaction, the blue-haired guy looked at the crowd and sneered. "Look at this. Your leader is useless without his cheap tricks. See that, you pieces of trash." The people on the ground shouted in worry. "Ugh. Captain," another said angrily. "Let go of the captain, you damn parasite." The blue-haired guy continued to mock them playfully. "Oh, Then why don't you losers come and save him? At his words, everyone charged forward, shouting, Aya! Park Jinsung was startled. He tried to stop them in his mind. Asterisk don't. Just leave him alone. He'll stop on his own. Asterisk at that moment, the blue-haired guy extended an arm toward them. He struck them hard with his arm. The people he hit screamed and fell to the ground in pain. They groaned as they hit the dirt. Seeing this, the blue-haired guy continued to mock them. You should learn that if you're weak, you should find a place to hide. Hearing him, one person in the crowd tremblingly sat up. He said to the guy, We've always lived like this, but the captain is different. You might not remember, but on the day Bianjing was rampaging in Seoul and dragging people to the rooftop, I was there. The person continued. Park Jinsung, still pinned by the guy, asked in surprise, You were too? But the other person was lost in his memory. At that time, I was just a stupid, ambitious guy who only knew how to use his fists. He remembered how cool the captain looked back then and continued. Even when the captain stopped those people, we still thought he was more useless than us, just because his rank was low. Suddenly, another person behind him struggled to stand up and said, I was there too. His face was incredibly serious. He looked at the blue-haired guy and spoke with deep respect, but we were wrong. The captain didn't bow to Bianjing's violence like we did. He stood up to them. Park Jinsung listened with shock, but remained silent. The person continued. That's why the captain is someone much more worthy of our respect. He let out a loud shout, and the group charged toward Park Jinsung again. The blue-haired guy looked on with contempt. He knocked them down with a swing of his arm and continued to needle them. What kind of sappy drama is this? Those he hit groaned in pain. He looked at them as if they were lowly insects. This is why you losers need clear proof. Park Jinsung was in a lot of pain now. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being wrong. He watched the people keep getting up and getting knocked down. I was the one who told them never to give up, he thought. If I fight now, getting that badge will be hopeless. But then he remembered what he told the doctor. Just wait, I'll get a badge next week. He felt helpless for a moment. He continued to think, the badge is what I want. The scene of him talking to the doctor reappeared. If room 10 recovers their strength, we can easily make the top 30. He remembered the happy times with those people and thought, but that's not what these zombies need. His face twisted with rage, and he ground his teeth. Asterisk, these zombies didn't want to give up, and I was the one who pushed them to change. How pathetic, asterisk. Then, he began to use his skill. Dagger. A knife appeared in his hand. The blue-haired guy looked on with contempt. I've seen it before, but this Ida dagger is truly weak. Tied up like this, what are you going to do with it? Suddenly, Park Jinsung spoke. He said to the people kneeling on the ground, Room 10, zombie hunters, listen up. His face turned serious, and he spoke with disdain. If you only use Ida, you can't defeat this disgusting insect. The blue-haired guy froze. He said angrily to Park Jinsung, I was going to go easy on you, but it seems you're asking for it. With that, he tightened his grip. Park Jinsung's face was no longer in pain. He was radiating power. He looked at the blue-haired guy and said coldly, You've been acting like a big shot all day, as if you're so great, but you rely entirely on Ida. The blue-haired guy seemed to sense something and let out a confused, huh. Park Jinsung used his strength to break free from the blue-haired guy's grip. Then he spoke to him with contempt. Yet you forgot to train your body. You absolute scum. The guy was thrown back, gasping in shock. Park Jinsung raised his dagger and looked coldly at his opponent. There was never any need for top-tier Ida. The blue-haired guy was stunned. How did this filthy bastard suddenly get so strong? He was cut off before he could finish. Park Jinsung lunged in front of him and said contemptuously, The strength in your legs is garbage, too. He swung his dagger past the other's leg, leaving a gash, and blood splattered everywhere. The guy immediately felt extreme pain and let out a horrific scream. He rolled on the ground, clutching his leg and screaming, Ah! It hurts! Seeing him like that, Park Jinsung looked at him with disdain and said coldly, You don't even know how to distract yourself from the pain. I only gave you one cut. Don't make such a fuss. The blue-haired guy was now terrified. His face was pale, and he screamed in a panic, Stop, stop! I was wrong. Seeing this cowardly display, Park Jinsung retracted his dagger, his face full of contempt. He looked at his opponent and said, A shameless coward like you. The other man was now consumed by fear. He lay on the ground looking at Park Jinsung, letting out a confused groan. Park Jinsung must have done something to make him scream incessantly. When it was over, he was silent for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and said that pure strength was enough to take this guy down. No need for Ifrit. The blue-haired guy, whose hands were tied with his own long limbs, was now trembling. His face was dark as he stared at his hands, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Puh Jinsung turned back to him and said, "Oh, one more thing." He looked at the guy with a joyous expression. He smiled and asked, "Is that enough proof for you?" The guy was so scared he shook all over and let out a terrified, "Ah." Suddenly, he fainted and collapsed to the ground, making Puh Jinsung say him in confusion. He stepped off the guy with boredom and said contemptuously, "Fainting from just that? And you acted so tough." The people nearby stared at the guy on the ground, equally stunned. Then he dusted off his hands and asked casually, "So, is anyone else on the side of this stinking bedbug?" Hearing his question, the people behind him were terrified. Then he laughed happily, turned to them, and said politely, "Could you help me clean up this filthy trash?" At the school, Bianjing was running, panting hard. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, leaving him stunned. The person ran past Bianjing, making him say angrily, "Damn it, it's that brat again." Suddenly, Bianjing noticed something. He looked back and saw the people from Puh Jinsung's room following with heavy steps. Seeing this, Bianjing thought, "Who are these guys? They're trying to catch up, but getting outrun by that brat. They're probably all just trash." Zhou Yi, the doctor, and another person were watching from above. Zhou Yi said calmly, "It seems this is the result." Zhou Yi looked up and asked the doctor, "Trainee number 7, how is he?" Hearing Zhou Yi, the doctor quickly replied, "I did my best to help him recover to his original state. But the psychological shock from that time was too great. It's unlikely he can return to training." The doctor tiredly pinched the bridge of her nose. She continued, "After that brawl, I also try to treat the children in room 10. Because of that, those trainees' bodies can't fully recover their strength now. So from here on, things will be very difficult for them." Below, Yong Anhao had a dark expression. He suddenly shouted, "Trainee number 300. Hearing the call, Puh Jinsung quickly replied, "Present." Yong Anhao continued, "Do you know why I called you here?" At that, he immediately answered, "Yes, I know." Yong Anhao looked at the results report and said coldly, "Because of that incident, I'm giving you a penalty instead of a punishment." Seeing this, he replied, "Understood." Yong Anhao continued with the announcement, "Trainee number 300, you were originally in first place, but after the deduction, your current rank is 300. Hearing this, his face darkened. After speaking, Yong Anhao turned to leave, calling out to everyone as he walked, "That's it for today. Room 10, move out to the common area." At that moment, he thought to himself, "I dodged a punishment, but now I'm ranked dead last." His expression sank. He remained silent, thinking, "Well, I guess I have the nurse and my senior to thank for looking out for me." Suddenly, the group behind him grew furious. One of them shouted, "That's going too far, instructor. Did you even look into what happened? Room 1 was the one that attacked us first." Another added, "Instructor, trainee 300 only did that to protect us." Seeing their reaction, he was taken aback, and Yong Anhao's face clouded over at their outburst, and he said coldly, "Room 10, maintain order. Move to the common area immediately." The crowd shouted back, "Why is our leader being punished for saving us? Isn't that too harsh? This is unfair." Seeing them like this, he quickly raised his hand to stop them. This time, Yong Anhao didn't back down. His face went grim, and his voice rang out like ice. "Since Room 10 is defying orders and failing to maintain discipline, the entire unit will receive a penalty." Hearing that, one guy angrily ripped the name tag off his chest and snapped, "I quit. What kind of bullshit is this?" He slammed the name tag onto the ground in a rage. Then he screamed, "No matter how well we perform, we're just stepping stones for everyone else." Yong Anhao was furious now. He glared at them with murderous intent and roared, "Room 10, all members." At that moment, he spoke up, "Sir." Yong Anhao was stunned, thinking in confusion. Puh Jinsung? The guy who threw his name tag was also surprised. "Captain," he asked. By then, he had already dropped into a push-up position. Everyone stood there dazed. He shouted again, "Room 10, all members. We will take this punishment as an example." Watching him, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. They whispered in disbelief, "Captain, seriously, nobody's crazier than our captain." Then they all roared, We accept the punishment. Seeing this, Yong Anhao asked Room 10 sternly, "Any complaints?" Witnessing the scene, he immediately shouted, "None." Suddenly, Yong Anhao continued, "Friday's training session carries the highest points of the entire course." Hearing this, he looked up in surprise, and Yong Anhao went on, "Show me your progress. Don't slack off, understood?" Though his expression was cold, he was giving them careful advice. At that moment, a fire of determination ignited in his heart. He shouted back, "Sir." Yong Anhao glanced at the watch on his wrist. He thought, 20 minutes until mealtime. Better let them rest, asterisk. So, he spoke to the Room 10 trainees who were still doing push-ups. "Get up." The trainees let out a sigh of relief, exhaling tiredly as they sluggishly replied, "Yes, sir." Room 10, start moving to the common area. The trainees answered, "Understood." Yong Anhao said, "Man, I hope there's something left to eat." The guy with the narrow eyes dragged his exhausted body along, saying, "Probably just plain rice and kimchi at this point." Hearing that, Park Jinsung added, "Then let's just make sure we split whatever's left." The cafeteria door suddenly swung open. A man stepped out, saw the group approaching, and said, Well, if it isn't the infamous F-rank, Park Jinsung." He walked up to Park Jinsung and asked, "You guys are just eating now?" Hearing that, Park Jinsung scratched his head and bowed with a smile. "Yes, sir. Hope you enjoyed your meal." The man laughed in response. "Haha, the food wasn't really to my liking. I'd rather eat instant noodles than that stuff." Hearing this, everyone's mood plummeted. Park Jinsung forced a laugh. "Ha." The man continued, "Oh, right. I heard you took first place in the sprint this morning. Guess you were just playing dumb before, huh? Ha ha ha." Behind him, the doctor and Yong Anhao were walking out of the cafeteria. Hearing the teacher's comment, Park Jinsung scratched his head and laughed. "I think I was just so hungry I didn't have the strength for anything else. Anyway, we're going in to eat now." The teacher leaned in close and lowered his voice. "I heard a tall, lanky kid in my class got knocked unconscious last night." Park Jinsung cursed under his breath. "Damn it, that guy was in this guy's class." The teacher continued, "And I heard it was the famous F-rank Park Jinsung who did it." Suddenly, he burst out laughing, patting Park Jinsung on the shoulder repeatedly. "Guffaw, isn't that hilarious?" He added, "That kid sure knows how to joke. How could a kid from Room 7 lose to a trainee ranked 300? He waved his hand dismissively. He should at least come up with a more believable lie, right? Being an F rank. The nurse must have been way too soft on you. At that, Park Jinsung's face darkened, thinking, he's making up his own version because he thinks there's no way I could have won. The teacher kept talking to Park Jinsung. "Anyway, as announced, the instructors will be joining your training tomorrow morning." From behind, the doctor and Yong Anhao approached. Park Jinsung thought, "Do whatever you want, but my mealtime is almost over." Yong Anhao patted the teacher's shoulder and told him, "Class 6 advisor, lunchtime is nearly over." The doctor turned and smiled at the trainees behind them. "All right, you kids hurry in and eat." Interrupted by the doctor and Yong Anhao, the teacher turned away. "Ah, I see. F rank. See you later." Once he left, the trainees rushed into the cafeteria. One said, "Whoa, finally he's gone." Another added, "Man, we have less than 10 minutes left." The narrow-eyed guy prayed fervently, "Please, let there be food left." Park Jinsung watched this and said, "I have a bad feeling about this." A while later, a voice rang out across the training grounds. "Damn it, wrong again." The arrogant old instructor said to the person behind him, "Ha, instructor, I'm sitting this one out." The person next to him added, "Seems I'm really getting old." Yong Anhao was crouching, looking in a certain direction. The Class 6 advisor said to him, "Oh, as expected of a PE teacher, you're quite good at this physical therapy stuff." Yong Anhao replied, "You flatter me, sir." Zhou-yi thought to herself, "The atmosphere today is off. The instructors were all here watching them. Since the others weren't training at all, the air felt incredibly heavy. She saw students just chatting and laughing." Zhou-yi turned away and continued thinking, asterisk because these kids aren't getting help with their recovery from the nurse anymore. They're all just sitting around. Especially Room 10. That room used to look like a pack of walking corpses, and now they're trembling and gasping for breath. Asterisk looking elsewhere, she saw more exhausted students. This was dragging down everyone's morale. Zhou-yi's expression turned grim. "That room's influence is bigger than I thought." Park Jinsung thought to himself, then looked up at the squad leader. How is he going to handle this atmosphere? The squad leader addressed the students. I understand you all want to save your strength for the tunnel battle. Therefore, we will select one representative from each room to compete. The room with the highest score gets to rest. Park Jin-cheng, drenched in sweat, looked up. The announcement came again. The most confident person from each room, please step forward. Park Jin-cheng stepped out. I'll do it. Yong Anhao spoke up, about to step forward. As a representative of the teachers, before Teacher S could finish, the Class 6 advisor blocked him. Haha, if a PE teacher is the representative, it's hardly fair for the kids. I'll go. Yong Anhao thought. Asterisk, wasn't this guy bragging about being in a guerrilla unit a few days ago? Fine then, asterisk. The Class 6 advisor said, haha, then let me test you students myself. Everyone took their positions. They were all set. Park Jin-cheng thought, asterisk, taking first and winning them some rest wouldn't be bad. But if I push too hard here and drain my stamina, I won't perform well in the tunnel battle. Asterisk, his legs were shaking. Park Jin-cheng looked deep in thought. The Class 6 advisor turned to him and said, you little sandbagger, let's go around. He replied respectfully, yes, sir. The squad leader said, the student who completes all training items first moves to the next round. Those who can't keep up are eliminated. 4 rooms with a representative, return to your physical therapy. Hearing that, Park Jin-cheng cursed internally. Asterisk, damn it, I can't stall anymore. If I want to recover my strength. Asterisk, just then, a voice called out. Now, the instructors will judge the accuracy of each movement. Begin. Movement number 8, 4 reps. Everyone dropped to the ground, arms stretched out, legs in the air. The Class 6 advisor sat down and chuckled. 1, 2 times 1. A trainee said, whoa, he's fast. The guy next to him replied, if we fall behind, we're out. Hey, suddenly, Yong Anhao collapsed. The voice rang out. Rooms 6, 4, 7, and 2 eliminated. The Class 6 advisor raised his hands and laughed. Is that muscle just for show? So weak. Next is, the squad leader's voice rang out again. Movement number 9, 4 reps. All of a sudden, Park Jin-cheng appeared right beside him. The advisor thought, Park Jin-cheng, this kid is faster than I expected. Rooms 8, 3, and 5 eliminated, the squad leader shouted. Provoked, the Class 6 advisor's competitive spirit flared up. Asterisk, he's just a sandbagger. I can easily overtake him if I want to. Asterisk. Park Jin-cheng said, movement number 11, 4 reps. He gasped in shock. What? With that, he let out a loud shout. Shiren noticed the situation behind her and thought, with that Class 6 teacher there, this isn't going to end quickly. She walked past the squad leader, who was saying, Room 1, eliminated. She thought, I don't think my body can keep up with that perfectionist pace. Park Jin-cheng kept doing push-ups. The captain's voice came again. Movement number 4, 4 reps. The Class 6 advisor thought, damn it, let's see who's standing at the end, you little sandbagging punk. Park Jin-cheng and the advisor jumped up again. Park Jin-cheng said number 1, 2 reps. He followed up with number 11, 2 reps. Then, both of them started squatting. The two began doing frog jumps. He said again, number 9, 3 reps. The Class 6 advisor, face beet red and dripping with sweat, panted at Park Jin-cheng. Huff. I'm not letting your room get any rest. A thought flashed through his head. Asterisk, how petty. This Class 6 advisor isn't worth a dime. Asterisk. Shouts continued to echo across the field. Number 11, 4 reps. Number 9, 5 reps. Number 4, 2 reps. Number 1, 3 reps. The Class 6 advisor leaned his hands on the ground, exhausted. He immediately collapsed, sprawling out on the floor. He's a monster, he wheezed. Meanwhile, Park Jin-cheng remained steady in his stance. The squad leader's voice rang out. Faculty representative, eliminated. The squad leader turned and walked away. Room 10, go rest in the shade until the end of the session. Everyone else, prepare for training exercise number 6. Everyone crowded around Park Jin-cheng. Whoa, you okay, Captain? That Class 6 advisor lasted longer than I thought. Everyone, let's stretch. One person replied, yes, Captain. Park Jin-cheng's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Someone stood in front of a microphone to test it. Mic check. The instructors stood on the balcony above. A man picked up the mic and spoke. Now, we will begin the final part of the Heian High School guerrilla training, the tunnel battle. He continued, some students might complain because they are at a disadvantage. Bianjing bowed her head slightly, looking away. The voice continued. However, on the battlefield, you often don't have a choice. He said firmly, I expect you to find the strength to overcome these hardships through this training. His voice went on. As for the details of the training, he was interrupted. A voice from behind cut him off. Looks like I'm just in time. The principal smiled as he walked over. You're working hard, aren't you, kid? His expression turned sinister as he said, since the trench battle is the final part of training, as the battalion commander, I will personally oversee it. The battalion commander laughed out loud. From now on, I'll be supervising this. Seeing the commander, Yong Anhao quickly saluted. You've arrived, sir. Yes, Yong Anhao, good work. Looking at his smile, Yong Anhao frowned slightly. But sir, didn't you say I would be in charge of the guerrilla training? Hearing this, the commander pretended to remember something and gave a greasy smile. Right, I did. But since the trench battle is the finale, I thought it would be more appropriate for me to take over. Yong Anhao realized his intentions. Not wanting to make a scene, he chose to yield. Understood. The principal slowly handed him a notebook. He passed it to the commander and kindly advised, these are the documents for the trench battle plan and schedule. The man accepted it happily. Wow, you're always so thorough. Then, he flipped through the pages carelessly, barely glancing at them. Oh good, very good. Great ideas. However, a few seconds later, he tossed the notebook to the person next to him, likely without reading a single word. He spoke with flowery words, but this is too complicated. I'll make it simpler and more effective. Right after, the school's loudspeakers crackled to life. Good job, trainees. The commander's voice echoed through the rooms. Welcome to the final phase, the trench battle. I expect you to give it your all. Hearing his voice, Puh Jinsung immediately got a bad feeling. Man, I knew it. The commander gripped the microphone excitedly. Now, I will explain the rules. This is a confrontation. Ida will be toggled on and off at my command. Anyone who falls off the platform loses. Anyone who raises their hand to surrender loses. Anyone who loses consciousness during the match also loses. Those are the only rules. Yong Anhao, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask, Report, Commander. How do you plan to divide the trainees for this? At this question, the commander paused for a moment. But quickly, he burst into laughter. I forgot the most important part. This battle involves all second-year students. All 300 will participate at once. You will be graded individually in a survival format. The other students were stunned. Asterisk individual grading? Survival format? What the hell is that? Asterisk. Clearly, the commander wasn't listening to their concerns. He got more worked up as he spoke. The longer you stay in, the higher your score. If you defeat anyone, you get bonus points. Simply put, this match is to see who is the last one standing. Someone behind him noticed he was too excited and stepped up to remind him. Report, Commander. There are also the life bracelets and the rules regarding broken ones. All right, that too. The commander clicked his tongue and continued. Each person will receive a life bracelet from a nurse. Use it just like in previous sessions. If you are seriously injured, the bracelet will absorb the impact and break. Normally, a broken bracelet means failure. However, if you still want to fight after it breaks, I will respect that and allow you to continue the training. The medical staff nearby couldn't help but want to curse. Good grief. Not only did he scrap the captain's plan, but he added a bunch of messy rules. By now, Puh Jinsung had started calculating. Asterisk, no choice. I have to stay until the end to get the points. Asterisk. However, he began to worry. Even though I could use Ida yesterday, it's going to be hard to control in my current state. The commander looked at the pale, twisted faces of the students and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, why so surprised? Weren't you taught to adapt and stay calm in any situation? With that, he glanced at his watch. It's 13:58 now, isn't it? Perfect. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then, at exactly 1400 hours, the battle begins. We kick off in 2 minutes, he declared excitedly. But the students below weren't laughing. He won't even give us time to adjust. Puh Jinsung looked up pensively at the glass observation room. Senior Yong Anhao. At that moment, Yong Anhao's expression wasn't much better. Having his work snatched away like that, anyone would struggle to stay calm. Not exploding was his ultimate display of self-control. Shortly after, the clock struck 1400 hours. Trench battle begin. Immediately, someone shouted, Forget about Group 1. We need to take out that weaponless Bien Jing first. Hearing that, Jing's blood boiled. You bastards. But before he could even finish cursing, a crowd of students rushed him. Where do you think you're going? Get over here, Bien Jing. Jing had no choice but to run, but he was quickly cornered. I'm finishing you off before you find anything to use your Ida on, one guy barked, closing in with his weapon to knock him out of the game. Cornered, Jing refused to give up. Then he laughed. A bunch of cowards who only know how to gang up. Are you all collectively blind? He gripped a steel frame in the room, focusing his skills until the entire frame began to glow. The surrounding students were horrified. Ow, that's impossible. At that moment, Jing unleashed his full power, bending the steel frame instantly. You pieces of crap. You dare look down on my Ida? The leader was terrified by the sight. Run. Too late to be scared now. Jing hoisted the entire steel frame and swung it with all his might. Die, you trash who try to jump me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shiren was also surrounded. She gave a faint smile. The fight's already started over there. Aren't you guys going to make a move? The people around them exchanged glances, but no one dared to charge in. So, you guys plan to stall me until the Ida battle ends, huh? She glanced around as sharp horns began to sprout. Then you'd better do your best to hold me back. With that, she suddenly lunged forward. Striking while everyone was still dazed, this proactive attack gave her a massive advantage. The sounds of combat grew louder, but Puh Jinsung remained motionless. Seeing this, his teammates spoke up anxiously. Boss, what should we do? That squad leader only favors those with strong Idas. Puh Jinsung understood exactly what they meant. If it were Senior Yong Anhao, he would have let us get used to trench warfare first, then split us into Ida and non-Ida groups, grading us based on skill. I plan to rely on the zombies to rack up points in a non-Ida battle and minimize point loss during the Ida phase. But with this format, the Ida users will take all the credit before the training even ends. While he was racking his brain for a counter-strategy, a teammate beside him screamed, Boss, look over there. A crowd brandishing weapons was advancing toward them. Hey, room 10. Sorry about this, but we have to take you guys out before the non-Ida battle starts. Puh Jinsung frowned at the sight. So it's come to this after all. He reluctantly gave the order. Everyone, prepare for battle. In an instant, both sides clashed in a tense melee. Eliminate everyone from room 10 before the Ida battle ends. As the enemies grew in number, Puh Jinsung kept encouraging his teammates. Everyone, you have to hold out until the non-Ida battle. In contrast to the noisy chaos of the trainees, the glass-walled observation room was filled only with the squad leader's voice. Haha, these kids are doing quite well. Seeing the situation, Yong Anhao spoke up urgently. Squad leader, the interns haven't even had a chance to warm up. At this rate, those who can use Ida will have an overwhelming advantage. A man standing nearby couldn't help but remind him, You're such a fool. Even if you're the guerrilla training instructor, he's still the squad leader. The squad leader let out a sneer. Haha, it's fine, Captain Liu. You know how hard Yong Anhao worked to prepare for this. Isn't that exactly what an instructor should do? Ha, you're absolutely right, sir. He hurriedly began to flatter the squad leader, while Yong Anhao stood to the side, the fire of anger in his eyes growing clearer. Well then, now, the squad leader lightly rubbed his chin. I suppose I should give these interns a little more time. He then announced, 30 seconds until the transition to non-Ida battle. Repeat, 30 seconds remaining until the non-Ida battle. Hearing the announcement, Puh Jinsung's emotions surged. Everyone, only 30 seconds left. Meanwhile, Kim Se-yeon remained much calmer. She looked at the crowd before her and gave a cold laugh. 30 seconds, huh? You guys sure are persistent. But now, you won't be able to escape even if you wanted to. With those words, she unleashed her goblin sword style, diving straight into the thick of the crowd. Her technique instantly took down several trainees. Meanwhile, Byun Ji-young was on the verge of losing it. Damn it, my Ida time is almost up. Looking at the crowd who didn't know their place, he vented his rage. Just die, you pieces of trash. He poured all his fury into his attacks, terrifying everyone around him with his sheer madness. Many were beaten so badly by a steel frame that their own parents wouldn't recognize them. The battalion commander grew even more excited. Kim Se-yeon's power is truly incredible, and Byun Ji-young is no slouch either. I want to see a few more Ida confrontations. The assistant instructor spoke up to remind him, Battalion commander, sir. He looked impatient. All right, geez. Why are you in such a hurry? Trainees, deactivate Ida immediately. All Ida off. The students nearby reacted with a mix of joy and anxiety. Is it time already? We can't fight them barehanded. Finally, Puh Jinsung was able to relax his body. We survived, he muttered, head low, gasping for breath. But my stamina. I wonder if I can make it to the end. A booming voice rang out. Before the Ida combat mode is turned back on, everyone stay exactly where you are, a boy with glasses shouted. Without Ida, it's just a fight between those in room 1. We won't lose in a hand-to-hand fight. The students began to buzz with excitement. They won't catch us easily. A brown-haired boy was quietly sneaking away. A red-haired man spoke up suspiciously. During the Ida battle, they wouldn't. The brown-haired girl shouted a reminder. Honey, now's the time. The boy screamed, now? Room 2, room 3, stick to the deal. With that, they both reached out and shoved the 2 boys in front of them. The red-haired man roared. What do you think you're doing? Then his jaw dropped as he shrieked. Wag. Elsewhere, Puh Jinsung tried to dodge a boy, shouting, Hey, you're really going to attack your own teammates? Mud splashed all over the face of a boy standing nearby. The girl replied cheerfully, I have to eliminate some competition first. The boy answered smugly. While they were resting yesterday, we finished our negotiations with the other rooms. He chuckled wickedly. I never thought this year would end in such a total brawl. As he finished, 2 students from room 2 and room 3 pinned another boy's head down. The boy choked out, Goodbye, you bastards. Before he could finish, his voice cut off. Puh Jinsung asked his leader, This is the non-Ida battle we were waiting for, so what now? The leader didn't know what to do either. He blurted out, What should our next move be? He thought to himself, These zombies, their bodies have reached the limit. If we switch back to Ida battle, they won't last long. His face went pale as panic set in. What can I do? What can I do to hold out just a little longer? 2 team members turned to look at him, who had been silent for a long time. One of them yelled, Boss. Then he continued, We know you wanted to save our strength, but right now, there's only one thing our zombie team can do. He froze and asked, What? The other continued, Boss, let's grab them. Let's prove that damn principal wrong. Immediately after, the leader roared, Zombie team, move out. The subordinates cheered instantly. Ew. The couple from before were stunned by the scene. The boy blurting out, What's wrong with these guys all of a sudden? The girl replied, I think their stamina is completely gone. The leader charged forward to pin him down, shouting, We're not holding back anymore. The subordinates followed, yelling, Everyone grab one. Catch them, drag them out. The girl cried out in fear. Their eyes. These guys are terrifying. The pin boy warned, Run. If you get caught, they'll drag you out. The group opened their mouths, white breath escaping, eyes bloodshot and growling incessantly. He gasped in shock. You guys, what are they doing? Filming a zombie movie. Kim Se-yun waved at him, asking with ill intent. Are you saving your stamina? He roared in anger. You witch, get lost. Just then, Kim Se-yun's people had completely surrounded Byun Ji-young. Only then did he realize his situation, letting out a confused ha. He barked angrily. Why did you bring so many people? Kim Se-yun patted his shoulder and said, Are you jealous because I'm so popular? Byun Ji-young cursed. Damn it. You lured them here on purpose, didn't you? She replied, I think it's time to go, Captain. You got enough points from the qualifiers, didn't you? Byun Ji-young snapped back. Who says? I'm not done yet. A boy interrupted him, saying, Those 2, did they team up? Immediately, the students around them started whispering, If they team up in the Ida battle, we won't stand a chance. We have to eliminate them no matter what. Then both of them were lifted off the ground. Kim Se-yun said tiredly, Ugh, I don't have a shred of energy left. Byun Ji-young roared, Get lost, you trash. Put me down. I said put me down. Elsewhere, a supervisor reported, Battalion Commander, Kim Se-yun and Byun Ji-young. The principal was looking at his phone, saying happily, Are they acting again? I think they're doing quite well in the non-Ida battle too. The supervisor continued, They've been eliminated, sir. The principal asked in shock, What? His face turned pale as he blurted out, The clients? No way. The person next to him was right, as I predicted. The battalion commander turned his head in surprise and asked, Huh? What did you say? The other replied, Sigh. In an Ida battle, they could easily take on any opponent. But in a battle without Ida, it's hard to fight against superior numbers. So, to deal with Kim Se-yun and Byun Ji-young, the others teamed up. In a non-Ida combat situation, those 2 were obviously the top targets for elimination by other teams. The battalion commander breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Huh, As expected of Yong Anhao. I thought so too. From now on, Se-yun and Ji-young will have to reflect and improve. The other replied, yes, I hope we can do that. The battalion commander thought, the broadcaster hasn't even arrived yet, and those two kids are already out. But there are still some decent Ida users left in room 1. Just then, a young man in a blue t-shirt shouted loudly, "Battalion commander!" The battalion commander panicked. What? What happened? The man in the hat thought. Kim Se-yun looked like she still had plenty of strength to counterattack. Over where Park Jinsung is, there's a lot of talk going on. The battalion commander cursed under his breath. Damn it. I thought only the aces would be left for a grand finale. He glared angrily at his phone, thinking, this is why I told the broadcaster to come later during training. He quickly grabbed the microphone and cursed. Shit. The battalion commander's announcement blared through the speakers. 30 seconds until we switch to Ida combat mode. Repeat, 30 seconds until Ida combat mode. The crowd was surrounding him. He thought to himself, I thought I was helping them, but it turns out I'm the one being helped. The green-haired guy pointed in one direction and said smugly, Hey, Class F, so what if you're in senior in Jong-ho's HT club? A young man spoke up. In the Ida battle, we'll be stronger. He calmly thought, I'm worried that because of exhaustion, my Ida will go out of control. I shouldn't try to control my Ida, especially in this terrible situation. The black-haired boy put his hand to his ear and asked, What? Why are you muttering to yourself? The brown-haired boy quickly ran up and screamed, Hey, you guys, get away from Park Jinsung. The two of them let out a confused huh. The girl next to them asked, Honey, what's wrong? The brown-haired boy screamed in terror. Park Jinsung is dangerous. He remembered Park Jinsung's brawl with those small fries yesterday. That was his true strength. We have to stop him. I intended to let him exhaust himself protecting those zombies so he'd be eliminated early. But where did all the zombies go? Right then, the loudspeaker announced, Ida mode activated. You may now use your Ida. The black-haired boy realized something in shock. Then he turned back and laughed loudly. It's an Ida battle. Class F. Watch out for external forces like those zombies. Before he could finish, a devastating punch landed squarely on his jaw. Heat even radiated from Park Jinsung's fist onto the guy's face. Then, he slumped to the ground, unconscious. He continued to move forward, swinging a fist at a person nearby. That guy was still paralyzed with shock. With just one punch, even with a safety belt on, he was knocked flat onto the ground, splashing mud and water everywhere. The students nearby turned pale and screamed in shock. What was that? I think I heard something shatter. Then they snapped out of it and rushed to attack him. They cursed, Damn it, get him. A guy in the lead swung a club at his head. He lowered his center of gravity, dodging the attack. The guy turned his head in surprise, questioning, That wasn't an attack. As soon as he finished speaking, they continued to swing their clubs, shouting, Is he trying to run away? One guy yelled angrily, Don't let him get away. We have to catch him. At that moment, the clubs in their hands began to crumble. The guy gasped, Over here, he finally spoke, holding a small knife in his hand. With a cold expression and a dangerous tone, All of you, get the hell away from me. They immediately turned pale with fear, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they threw their hands up and screamed, Instructor, we surrender. On the other side, the couple who had been plotting earlier were now terrified. The girl stared at Park Jinsung and asked her boyfriend, Honey, what's happening over there? He replied, tremblingly, that kid. Murderous intent radiated from him, his eyes like an azura staring at its prey. He continued to scream, Park Jinsung is really dangerous. He remained silent, knife in hand, staring at the crowd. The black-haired guy put his hand on the brown-haired boy's shoulder and said, Hey, didn't we have a deal? In the Ida battle, you and your girlfriend would take care of the high-rankers, and in exchange, we wouldn't touch you too. The brown-haired boy angrily brushed the black-haired guy's hand off and roared, What? That guy ranked 300th is a high-ranker? The black-haired guy questioned loudly. Don't you know he's top in all the guerrilla training exercises? On the other side, the girl clung to her boyfriend and asked, Honey, what's wrong? If it's an Ida battle, we're much stronger than that rank 300. The brown-haired boy pushed her hand away and said, You didn't see what that guy did last night. He's really dangerous. Right then, Park Jinsung's voice rang out. Hey, you two over there. The couple immediately broke into a cold sweat. He barked in a low voice, Stop whispering, and bring it on. With that, he slowly walked toward the two of them. The brown-haired boy stuttered and screamed in fear. After speaking, he summoned his courage and cursed. "You bastard!" Then he swung his whip, preparing to attack Park Jinsung. Treacherous whip. Rank B Ida. Comprehensive combat ability. The whip's power corresponds to your combat readiness. Park Jinsung spoke up. His remaining right hand had not yet swung the whip. Park Jinsung looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent, then asked his own hand, "You can't kill them, can you?" Over here, the brown-haired boy thought in fear, "What's wrong with this guy? Is he talking to his hand?" Then, he took a deep breath and swung his whip at Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung deflected the whip like lightning. The boy let out a cry of shock. He repeatedly swung the whip to attack, but Park Jinsung easily parried every strike with his dagger. He screamed in terror. "Does this even make sense?" Park Jinsung looked at him and laughed. "Is this all you've got? Hiv. He thought to himself, "Ah, no." Immediately after, the smile lost its human quality as he muttered to himself, Control it." The brown-haired boy attacked like a storm, while Park Jinsung dodged left and right with his dagger. So, the attacks looked powerful but didn't hurt him at all. His girlfriend thought in fear, "That guy's attitude is so strange. And how can he block all of my honey's attacks?" He shouted to the people around them, Hey, are you guys just going to stand there and watch? Get over here and help me." A black-haired boy cursed. "Are you crazy? What if I get hit by your whip and get eliminated?" High up in the stands, the principal broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, "That student? I don't remember his name. Is he the 5th-ranked student from his second year?" The female instructor in the hat thought, "No way, he's on a completely different level compared to when he was hit by the rocks yesterday. How can he parry those whip strikes so perfectly?" She turned to call the squad leader. When she saw the squad leader's reaction, she was stunned. Is he not surprised at all? Which means, Park Jinsung swung his knife, parrying the whip, then asked loudly in a challenging tone, "Are you just going to stand there and use that whip?" He said each word slowly. Then, with that, he parried another whip strike and said, "I'm coming for you." The other guy screamed in fear. "Ah!" Right then, his girlfriend stepped forward and said, "Ah, honey, I have to protect you." Shield of Love. Shield of Love. Rank B plus Ida. Comprehensive combat ability. When protecting someone precious, you become stronger. He screamed anxiously, "Ah, no." Right then, Park Jinsung lunged forward, driving his short sword into the heart-shaped shield. She grit her teeth and yelled back, "It's not over. I'll show you the true power of my love for him." Park Jinsung's blade struck the shield, sparks flying everywhere. A single crack appeared on the surface, quickly spiderwebbing into countless fractures. In an instant, the shield shattered into pieces. The girl stumbled back in shock, letting out a sharp, "Ah!" before Park Jinsung lunged forward and covered her mouth, stifling her scream. With a heave, Park Jinsung threw her toward her boyfriend. She frowned, screaming in disbelief. "No way. How could the power of our love be broken so easily by a mere dagger?" Suddenly, the bracelet on her wrist shattered. Looking down at her arm, she thought to herself, "Even with my defense boosted, the shock absorption bracelet still couldn't take the hit." The girl's face went pale as she stood there, stunned. Her boyfriend quickly ripped off his own bracelet and shouted, "We surrender." He held the bracelet high, declaring loudly, "We're leaving. We lose." The girl was lost in thought. "I can't believe our love was that fragile." The boyfriend urged her on. "Come on, honey, let's go." Park Jinsung rotated his right wrist, muttering, "Is it because I changed the name? It feels much easier to control than yesterday." The students nearby watched the couple flee in disbelief, cursing loudly. "Damn it, those two were useless. What a joke." Another person chimed in. "I wasn't expecting much from those lovebirds anyway." Park Jinsung looked at the remaining group and warned, "Time's running out. You better stop stalling and come at me." The principal fumed. "You bunch of losers. You can't even handle one F-rank brat." That insult stung their pride. Everyone grabbed their weapons and charged at Park Jinsung with a roar. "You bastard! Drown in a sea of people." Park Jinsung thought to himself, "Is that another Ida clone?" His eyes flashed red as he muttered, "No, those two Idas are different. Are they twins?" Just then a guy yelled, "Grow!" Instantly, the staff in his hand expanded several times its size. Gigantic staff. Rank C plus Ida. Total combat power C plus. It expands the staff to the absolute limit the user can withstand. Park Jinsung tilted his body with lightning speed, narrowly dodging the strike. Black mist began to swirl from his left eye. He shouted, "Ack! My god in my eye!" Seeing an opening, a guy behind him roared, "Growth pole, rank C plus Ida, total combat power C plus." This pole grows to the limit of the user's endurance. The pole elongated instantly, thrusting straight toward Park Jinsung. He didn't even seem to notice the danger, calmly remarking, "Well, this is tricky." Without even turning his head, he used his dagger to parry the pole's path. The attacker gasped, "What?" He blocked it without even looking. Park Jinsung gripped the pole tightly and smirked. "Not a bad stick you got here." "Huh." He suddenly yanked the pole hard, sending the attacker stumbling forward in shock. "What the?" With a dark expression, he said, "If you guys are using poles, I guess I should too." The guy holding the giant staff asked blankly, "What?" In one fluid motion, he swung the long pole, knocking the giant staff right out of the other student's hand. The guy choked, "Guh." The crowd below watched in awe, whispering, "What just happened?" "Wait a sec." Then he slammed the pole into the mud, sending filth splashing across the entire courtyard. He turned his head and said, "Mind if I borrow this for a bit?" The opponent stammered, "You think I'd just let you? In your dreams." He burst out laughing. "Ha ha, then you better hold on tight." He spun the pole like a propeller, launching the guy into the air. Despite the humiliation, the guy clung desperately to the pole. Someone else screamed, "Shrink your EDA, you idiot." Seeing the opening, he swung the pole toward the next target. The pole suddenly vanished. He sighed with regret. "Damn, I wanted to use that a bit longer." He drew his dagger again, facing the remaining students. Time to get serious. Who knows when the principal will make his move? Jinsung gripped his dagger, dropping into a defensive stance with an excited smirk. "Now, then, I think I'm ready." The students surrounding him prepared to strike. One wondered, "What is number 300 planning?" Another yelled, "Surround him. We're on the same side." Looking down from above, instructor Yong Anhao frowned, thinking, "Jinsung, I never expected you to make it this far." He remembered the times Jinsung had been a headache for him. "I knew you were working hard, but I kept ignoring your efforts." The computer screen showed Jinsung's test results. They were far from ideal. He felt a pang of guilt. "Because your Ida was only F rank, I looked down on you. I figured you'd just transfer out soon." Yong Anhao's face grew emotional, his fists trembling. "I don't know how an F rank can be this strong. Whether it's pure hard work or hidden talent, I completely missed the chance to help you grow." Yong Anhao recalled the day Jinsung came to the faculty room and asked sincerely, "Sir, do you believe there's a connection between souls?" He had paused his work, stunned by the question. Then he had burst out laughing. "Are you serious?" "Ha ha ha." Now, Yong Anhao could only blame himself. A teacher's job is to help students grow. But even after hearing your thoughts, I clung to my prejudice. Back then, Jinsung had just offered a gentle smile. I figured. Well, I didn't think so either. The instructor had been clutching his stomach, unable to stop laughing. This kid and his jokes. Yong Anhao's expression grew more pained as he covered his mouth, overcome with shame. "I never even thought to guide you, Sop. But you, Jinsung. Park Jinsung." He suddenly broke down in loud sobs. "I'm so sorry, Jinsung." The principal jumped, startled. "Hey, what's got into you?" Ignoring him, Yong Anhao continued to wail through his tears. "Go for it, Jinsung. Show them who you are." The principal's face turned beet red with rage. He grumbled, "This guy is losing it." Yong Anhao kept screaming, "Go, Jinsung. Get him." Unable to take it anymore, the principal grabbed the mic and barked an order, "Captain of the 6th Squad, get him out of here." The captain complied immediately. "Sir." The captain had to drag the tall Yong Anhao away by his arms. "What are you doing, 10th Squad leader? The commander told you to stop." But Yong Anhao struggled, shouting, "Show them, Jinsung. Show them what all that training was for." The principal's face was twisted like a prune as he ground his teeth. "Damn it. How did it come to this?" The star students like Kim Se-yeon got knocked out instantly, while this worthless F-rank loser is stealing the spotlight. I have to get rid of him before the reporters get here. While the principal was plotting, Jinsung continued to fight calmly below, his dagger grazing an opponent. The old principal's brow furrowed. Could the Ida battle be favoring certain individuals? The melee users are having trouble attacking all at once. Is it because their Ida ranges overlap? He thought smugly, No matter how much stamina he has, facing this many people will drain him in no time. He pulled the mic close and roared, "Deactivate EDAs. Everyone, retract your EDAs now." The sudden command made the assistant instructor turn his head in surprise. The announcement blared through the yard, ordering the cessation of EDA use. Puh Jinsung heard it and looked up, tapping the hilt of his dagger against the wall behind him. His voice carried a hint of mockery. "Hey, Principal, number 30's warning this time? Figures. I knew you'd pull something like this." He raised his dagger high. Leaning his back against the wall, he did some quick math. This wall feels thin, probably a rush job or a budget cut. At this thickness, it's easier to break than the boulders at the training ground. Acting on impulse, he spun around and delivered a powerful punch to the already cracked wall. New fractures spiderwebbed out from his fist, covering a massive area. He stepped aside to admire his work. A moment later, the bricks gave way, creating a massive hole in the wall. The crowd shielded their faces from the dust. One guy yelled, "Are you crazy? You think breaking a wall to blind us for a few seconds will help you escape?" Of course, Jinsung had a bigger plan. He grabbed onto a stone pillar near the edge of the hole and smirked. "Escape? I'm not going anywhere." He added, "You're the ones who should be running." The moment he finished speaking, a massive torrent of water came bursting through the hole. The students surrounding him were caught completely off guard, frozen in shock as the scene descended into chaotic noise. Terror filled their voices. "Hey, we're getting swept away. Run." But it was too late. The powerful current dragged them off their feet, leaving them unable to stand. The assistant instructor stared in disbelief. "I think that wall was just built." The water eventually drained through the gap. 104 students were disqualified for exceeding the boundaries. They sat slumped on the ground. Some held their heads in their hands. Others stared down in pure despair. Puh Jinsung took off his heavy, waterlogged shoes. He tossed them aside and rolled up his sleeves, slowly walking toward the few lucky ones left standing. He muttered, "Quite a few of you left, huh?" Their voices trembled with nerves. "Hurry, we have to take him down." Before they could react, Puh Jinsung lunged like a bullet at one of them. The guy panicked. My feet are too heavy. I can't move." Jinsung mocked him internally. "Maybe because your shoes are full of water?" No wonder he had ditched his own. He planned this from the start. The principal watched the disaster and cursed under his breath. "Useless brats. I'm going to have a stroke. How can I not handle one kid?" The assistant instructor remained silent, observing the chaos. He narrowed his eyes, thinking this battle was supposed to be a lesson in combat cooperation and problem-solving. But because of the individual scoring, the students prioritized their own safety, causing their decision-making to crumble. Despite their numbers, they're barely effective. Below, Puh Jinsung agilely dodged 2 attackers, causing them to collide into each other. The assistant noticed the principal's worsening expression as his own analysis grew clearer. The principal's erratic switching of EDA rules was pushing the students into a frenzy. Moreover, the 5th-ranked trainee acting as commander was blindly focused on Jinsung. Meanwhile, in a corner, that same 5th-ranked trainee was busy hugging his girlfriend. She whimpered, "I'm cold, babe." He replied, "Let's just stay here and hold hands then." Puh Jinsung kicked away 2 more opponents while the rest charged blindly. The assistant analyzed the behavior. This is a random combat scenario where individuals are judged on their own merit. Choosing to focus everything on Jinsung is a tactical failure. He remembered the gentle Jinsung who used to polish the hallways until they shone like mirrors. Their prejudice against an F-rank EDA user has blinded them. The gap between their perception of his past and his current reality has warped their judgment. To them, he'll always be the weakling they mocked. They don't realize he's been leading them by the nose this whole time. Looking back, Jinsung had just downed another opponent and snatched his rescue bracelet. Yong Anhao was impressed. This training was meant to be chaotic, but thanks to him, the second years are learning a vital lesson. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Yong Anhao's mouth. The remaining opponents surrounded Jinsung, but they were shaking, breaking out in cold sweats. They shoved each other. "You go first." "Why don't you go first?" Suddenly, Jinsung let out a small his face turning pale as he stumbled. Seeing their chance, the group turned on him instantly, rushing forward. They screamed, "There's an opening. Get him." Jinsung let out a pained ugh as the crowd dogpiled him. They pinned him down, making it impossible to move. "The bastard is finally going down. Hold him," someone yelled triumphantly. "It's over, you F-rank piece of trash." But even with Jinsung exhausted, they couldn't force him to submit. Confusion spread through the pile. What's going on? There are 5 of us. How is he still resisting without an Ida? Someone shouted, "More people! Get over here!" Before the words were out, several more rushed in, terrified that Jinsung might break free and take them out. It became a desperate struggle of pure numbers, the many ganging up on the one. The old principal cheered, yes. That's it. Just then his phone rang. Seeing the name, he thought happily, the editor-in-chief of Ida Times. He must be here. Part Jinsung was still holding out, but in that situation, the principal answered the call, thinking he'll be disqualified before the editor even walks in. He put the phone to his ear, grinning from ear to ear. Hello. This is the Hanyang principal. You're inside? Perfect. Another thought struck him. Maybe letting them use Idas will look more impressive. After hanging up, he practically yelled into the mic. Attention! Command update. Students are now authorized to use their Idas. His smile twisted into something hideous and pathetic. I look forward to seeing the extraordinary efforts of our remaining students. My sincerest wishes. But the group surrounding Jinsung suddenly froze, their faces filled with terror. The principal's expression shifted instantly, his smile vanishing. He stammered, "No, that's impossible." The guy with the straight bangs in the pile screamed to those outside, "Get more people in here." Someone else replied, "He's pinned. He can't move." The bangs guy felt the weight of his own teammates crushing him. "Wait, are you guys trying to crush me too? What if I get disqualified?" Nobody cared. They were only worried about their own scores, not their teammates. Someone even laughed. 2 birds with 1 stone. Bangs guy screamed, "You bastards." Jinsung felt the pressure on him slacken. The weight is lifting. He ground his teeth, struggling to stand, sweat pouring off him. If they had worked together like those terrorists in the bank, I'd have been out a long time ago. Bangs guy saw him moving and shrieked. "He's getting up. Pin him down." He threw himself on Jinsung, while others grabbed his arms and slammed his head toward the ground. Jinsung sighed. "Sigh, I guess just using my right hand isn't enough." A swirl of black mist, like smoke, began to emanate from his right hand. His right hand pressed against the ground as the black mist intensified, mixing with a spreading crimson hue. He thought, so be it. H.A. Jinsung let out a roar as if surged with a massive burst of power. He exploded outward, throwing everyone off him. His expression was hidden, but an intense bloodlust radiated from him, striking fear into those nearby. Jinsung stood tall, gripping his dagger, as the black and red aura on his arm became dense and terrifying. He let out a confident, mocking chuckle. "You guys are nothing but a pathetic mob." The principal gripped the railing in a rage, teeth bared. "Is that kid a monster?" At that moment, the editor-in-chief of Ida Times walked in behind him. The principal clicked his tongue and turned around, his face pale and grim. The editor-in-chief, followed by 2 cameramen, approached and greeted him politely. "Hello, principal of Hanyang High." The principal stammered, You're here, editor." The editor smiled as they shook hands. "Thank you for allowing us to observe this important field training." The principal forced a loud laugh. Ha, no. I should be thanking you for your interest in Hanyang." The editor beamed. "Given the students' immense efforts, I'll make sure to capture this drill perfectly." He shook the principal's hand again. "Thank you for the invitation." The principal laughed awkwardly. "Aha! You must be tired from the trip. Let's go have some tea first." The editor looked down at the arena and remarked, "Oh, so many are already disqualified? I was hoping to film the whole thing from start to finish. But it would be a shame if the students were distracted by the cameras." He turned back, praising him. "The principal is so thoughtful of his students." The principal gave a strained laugh. "Aye, well, yes," the editor said excitedly. "Then let's focus on filming what's left. All right, team, set up the cameras." Suddenly, he spotted the squad leader and gasped. "Oh." He walked over to Yong Anhao. "You're the instructor for this drill, right? Remember me? I interviewed you last time." He leaned in to ask, "In your opinion, are there any students who particularly stand out?" And Yong Anhao replied immediately, "All the second years at Hanyang are performing excellently. But if I had to pick one student worth focusing the lens on..." The principal rushed over to cut him off. Ha, editor." He shoved the squad leader aside. "Unfortunately, all those elite students have already been disqualified." The editor was surprised. "Oh, how so?" The principal thought, "I have to stall until that F-rank brat is gone." He turned away, acting mysterious. It seems they were overconfident and got caught in a large-scale brawl. As their teacher, I only hope this helps them reflect and become more diligent in the future. A single crocodile tear rolled down his cheek. The editor clapped in admiration. Truly, the renowned principal of Hanyang. I have the utmost respect for your noble professionalism. Just then, a cameraman shouted, "Editor, there's a student here who's incredible. This shot is going to be amazing." The principal's face fell instantly. The editor ran over, throwing a quick, "Wait a moment, principal," over his shoulder. The principal tried to call him back, but the editor was too excited. "Let me see. Who is he?" Below, Puh Jinsung casually swatted away the weapons being thrown at him. While he wasn't looking, a girl behind him drew her bow and fired. Without even turning his head, he effortlessly swiped the arrow out of the air. A guy brandishing a club let out a furious roar. "Anyone with melee weapons, get in there and take him down." The student next to him, face pale, snapped back. "Do you think we're idiots? We get taken out by your long-range attacks before we even touched him." The editor-in-chief's eyes lit up as he turned to the principal. "Principal, what's that student's name? With talent like that, he has to be at least B rank." "No, honestly, he's pushing A rank." On the other side, the principal wiped away a cold sweat and gave a forced laugh. "Haha, yeah, that student is likely B rank." The instructors shouted in unison, "He's an F rank." The editor-in-chief blinked in disbelief. "F rank? You gotta be joking." One of the men replied flatly, "Who has time to joke with you?" He then shouted even louder, with total conviction. Park Shin-ching earned that spot through his own sheer blood and sweat. The principal rushed forward, barking at the two instructors. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of the editor-in-chief?" He then turned aside, snapping, "What are the other platoon leaders just standing there staring at?" The instructor was promptly dragged away. Even as they hauled him off, he struggled to get one last word to the editor-in-chief. "Jinsung, please, you have to keep an eye on Park Shin-ching." Someone barked an order. "Platoon leader number 10, stand down." Intrigued, the editor-in-chief said, "Principal, I'd like to learn more about this Park Shin-ching." The principal looked like he'd been plunged into darkness. His face went white as he squeezed out a painful smile. All about that." Inside his head, a storm of curses erupted. Asterisk, damn it, son of a... Are you kidding me? Asterisk. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "My body is about to fall apart." Signs of exhaustion began to etch into his face as sweat poured down. His mental fortitude was reaching its limit. A student swung a sword at him, but he parried it with ease. Oddly enough, he began spinning the dagger in his hand. "Even though I've infused every inch of my attack with killing intent, my Ida..." At that moment, his bloodlust felt as if it had become a physical entity, radiating in every direction. Controlling the killing intent had become second nature. Suddenly, a wave of pure malice washed over the other students. They cried out in shock, "What is this?" The person next to them asked, "You felt it too?" They gasped, He's terrifying." He looked at them coldly. "Where do you think you're going, huh?" He stared down at his dagger. He was so stunned he was practically speechless. The killing intent is pouring out of the dagger without stopping. Then, the bloodlust began to spiral back into the blade. In an instant, the dagger turned a deep, blood red. Blood-sucking dagger. Ida, rank D. Overall melee capability, rank B. It absorbs blood from the target, allowing the wielder to control the target's body at will. Holding his newly upgraded weapon, he let out a joyful laugh. "Ha ha ha. As long as the target's body meets the minimum operational standards, the user can run wild." He thought, "I'm not just controlling Ida, I'm pushing it to its absolute limit." He threw his head back and laughed at the sky. "Ha ha ha. I did it. All that effort wasn't for nothing." Everyone else looked grim, frozen in place, unable to process what was happening. He thought, "Asterisk, is everyone watching? Senior, did you see that?" Asterisk, the company commander's face was filled with pure satisfaction, immensely proud of Park Shin-ching. Nearby, Bianjing thought, "Soul, are you seeing this?" Kim Shiren seemed to look at Park Shin-ching with pure admiration. She cheered at the top of her lungs. "Finish them off. You show off." He replied playfully, "Yes, ma'am. Right away." Then, he pushed off his toes, prepping for a lightning-fast strike. Sure enough, he blurred through the crowd like a gust of wind. Clutching his dagger, he came to a sudden halt, and, in that split second, every single wristband shattered and hit the ground. They gasped in horror. "We're still getting hurt, even with the wristbands on. Someone yelled, "I surrender. I quit." Another followed immediately, screaming, "It hurts." Assistant instructor, "Help! I give up." He looked at the blade as it absorbed the blood mist, muttering to himself, "Getting such a useful Ida at a time like this. Ha ha ha." Up in the stands, the principal's face darkened. This is a total nightmare, he thought. Below, the air was filled with desperate screams. "Arg! Save me." Meanwhile, the editor-in-chief couldn't stop praising him. 1 man against 60. The company commander stepped forward. "If you include the students defeated before you arrived, trainee Park Shinshing has taken down a total of 150 participants." Upon hearing this, the editor-in-chief actually trembled. He whipped around. "What? Are you serious?" The company commander replied, "The final count is over 200 students." At that moment, the blood essence from all directions was sucked into the dagger. As night began to fall, Lee Xin pushed the door open and walked in. A man sat in a chair with a grim expression. It was Kim Rin-young. He greeted him, "Yo, been a while, hasn't it, old friend?" Lee Xion's voice was low and heavy. "Kim Rin-young." He pulled up a chair and sat down. "Say what you have to say, and make it fast. Otherwise, I might just end you right here." Kim Rin-young gave a mocking chuckle. "Why so harsh? It brings back memories, makes me a little sentimental. Actually," Lee Xian replied sternly, "you're the one who provoked me first." Kim Rin-young countered, "How can you say I provoked you? You clearly don't care about my business at all." Lee Xian slammed his hand on the table, roaring, "Don't play dumb. You've been plotting an escape from the West Coast." Kim Rin-young rested his chin on his hands, sneering. "What kind of idiot would use that method to test an old dog like you? I just wanted an excuse to call you over. After all, it's been too long, old man." A flashback of the West Coast appeared. Thick smoke filled the air. A ship was engulfed in flames. On board, Lee Xian was grabbing a wounded man by the collar. The man gasped, "Comrade Lee Xian, the Supreme Leader has summoned you. He wants you at Palmuir Island at dawn." Lee Xian snapped back to reality. He asked, "After drowning your entire crew at the bottom of the ocean, what exactly do you want to say?" The man replied coldly, "Well, I met some pretty interesting people when I first arrived in South Korea." Lee Xian guessed, "The students from Heen High?" Kim Rin-young waved his hand dismissively. "I heard some old geezer was training a bunch of kids, so I went to take a look. But when I went to say hello, I got my face smashed in." Lee Xian asked in shock, "What did you say?" The man spread his arms. "Why is this so hard for you to grasp? Do I have to spell it out? I had to run for my life from those brats. Do you get it now?" Lee Xian trembled, his voice failing him. "What?" He thought to himself. "Asterisk, I know this guy. Wu Heji." He retreated. But did he run because he was backed into a corner? Asterisk. Lee Xian clenched his fists. This can't be a trick or some kind of propaganda. Who could possibly? Kim Rin-young suddenly slammed the table and burst out laughing. Hif. "Oh, I see. You really didn't know, did you, old man?" Lee Xian's face fell. "What don't I know?" Kim Rin-young smirked. "You really are a terrible liar. I thought he was some trump card you were training in secret, but it turns out even you were kept in the dark." Lee Xian stood up in a rage, snarling, "Give me a straight answer, Kim Rin-young." The man let out an arrogant cackle. "Ka ka ka. Click, ka ka ka. Click. If you don't know anything, I guess I'll just have to make the first move." Kim Rin-young licked his lips, a bloody glint in his eyes. "I only called you here to talk, but I didn't expect to find such a lucky break." The 5th night of guerrilla training. A voice groaned. "Ugh, where am I?" Kim Shiren asked. "Oh, you're finally awake?" She looked down happily at Park Shinshing, who was using her lap as a pillow. "Next time you plan on sleeping this long, give me a heads up, okay?" Park Shinshing reached up toward her, half-dazed. He reached out to stroke her cheek, thinking to himself, "Is this a dream?" Kim Shiren's cheeks flushed slightly. "Hey, you're crossing a line." Suddenly, Park Shinshing pinched her cheek and gasped, "Whoa, it's so soft." He grinned like an idiot, completely oblivious to Kim Shiren's darkening expression. Hee squishy. Slap. Park Shinshing bolted upright, clutching his head and yelping, "Ow, that hurt." Kim Shiren crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. "That was the only way to wake you up." Finally looking around, Park Shinshing asked blankly, "Wait, wasn't I just fighting in the trenches?" Kim Shiren looked away. "You don't remember?" She began to recount the situation. "After you took everyone down, you looked at me and said, 'Shiren, did you see that?' And then you started doing this ridiculous dance." He remembered himself showing off his victory. Did you see? Park Jinsung said solemnly. Actually, I do remember that part. Kim Shiren turned her head, acting cold. Oomph. She turned back and pinched his cheek. You passed out the second you finished. You just woke up now. Park Jinsung looked shocked. I fainted. Kim Shiren teased. If you're this weak, how are you ever going to marry me? She squeezed his cheeks until his face was distorted. I just woke up, and you're already messing with me. He turned his head away. Besides, I'm not getting married. Kim Shiren didn't let go. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Let's live happily together. Park Jinsung stayed firm. If I say yes, I'll just be your personal punching bag for life. Kim Shiren rested her chin on her hand, leaning in close with a seductive look. So, do you feel wide awake now? Park Jinsung's face turned bright red. Ah, he thought. Asterisk, even when I'm awake, she's still so beautiful. If only she'd stop teasing me, it would be perfect. Asterisk. Then, Kim Shiren pulled out a badge. Since you're finally alert, here is your rank insignia. Park Jinsung took the badge, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Rank insignia? So that means I'm not a trainee anymore. Kim Shiren smiled with him. Your homeroom teacher will give you the formal certification later. Park Jinsung asked, certification? Kim Shiren patted his shoulder. Congratulations on taking first place in the guerrilla training. Park Jinsung just gave a distracted, oh, thanks. Kim Shiren noticed his tone and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Why such a lukewarm reaction? Park Jinsung hesitated. It's just, he gripped the badge and stared at it. Now that I think about it, why am I only a private second class? Kim Shiren assumed he was just shocked by the jump. Oh, are you surprised you got promoted 2 ranks at once? It's because your efforts and training were recognized. Park Jinsung immediately cut her off. No, I had a bet with a class 6 teacher. Kim Shiren asked curiously, a bet? On what? Park Jinsung replied. He said if the zombie hunter team and I got high scores, he'd promote us all to non-commissioned officers. Kim Shiren was speechless. Wait, so you went that hard just for a bet? Park Jinsung started to answer, but before he could finish, she flicked his forehead. Ow! He clutched his forehead in pain. Kim Shiren said nonchalantly, fortunately, the teacher promoted everyone except you to NCO, so don't worry about them. Park Jinsung looked at her. She continued, also, Kim Shiren mentioned the nurse. It's all thanks to you that the nurse is swamped with work. You should go say hello to her. Park Jinsung finally realized. Ah! He panicked instantly. Crap, I totally forgot about the nurse. Kim Shiren comforted him. Let's go thank her together in a bit. Park Jinsung flatly refused. No, I want to go alone. Kim Shiren frowned. No way. I said we're going together. Park Jinsung remained stubborn. Shiren, you didn't do anything wrong. This is something I need to do myself. As soon as the words left his mouth, she pinched his cheek again. He yelled, what was that for, Shiren? Kim Shiren yelled back. Do you hate being with me that much? Park Jinsung stammered. No, it's not that, but why do we have to go together? Kim Shiren sighed in frustration. Ugh, you total idiot. Elsewhere, in an office, Yong Anhao served tea to a bald man. I'm very sorry, our battalion commander is out at the moment. The bald man looked down his nose at him. It seems your management system still needs some serious work. Yong Anhao didn't quite follow. Excuse me, the bald man said pointedly. A commander from another unit contacted you in advance, yet a mere first lieutenant is the one answering. Yong Anhao replied quickly, my deepest apologies, I'm the one on duty today. As soon as he said it, the bald man couldn't help but snort, bursting into a mocking laugh. I suppose when a school suddenly has to manage a special military facility, it can't match a complete military system like our Unit 988 overnight. I guess my expectations were just too high. Since he was lower ranked, Yong Anhao could only bite his lip and endure it. The Special Training Brigade of Unit 988 was established by the Korean military to train warriors as an alternative to advanced training at special military facilities. They scout talented students with combat abilities, focusing on EDA users from across the country. Their foundation is built on elite educators with extensive military knowledge. Students are trained under a rigorous system and tactical education program. It is a premier choice for higher education and the strongest military facility in Korea, specializing in EDA combat. The bald man finally set down his teacup. He asked, so, when is the principal of Hanyang arriving? Yong Anhao wondered what he was up to. Is he planning to drag the principal here just to humiliate him? Outwardly, he maintained a different demeanor. He'll be here shortly. The bald man noticed his expression. You don't look too happy. The lieutenant replied calmly. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but don't you think you're being a bit disrespectful for someone from another unit? The man glanced at him and chuckled. Another unit? Yes, exactly. Another unit. He then grew arrogant. Because I'm the enemy, and I'm here to declare war. Maybe I was being a bit too polite. Yong Anhao was stunned. Déclarez-vous. The bald man turned his head. I know you understand perfectly. Unless your intelligence network is so weak that this is the first you've heard of it. Yong Anhao startled. It's exactly what I thought. The bald man continued casually, waving a hand. Hanyang High has students like in Zhenghao and Kim Shiren, right? You have those famous students, but I don't know. He continued. I assume you haven't heard the recent news regarding student strength? Yong Anhao blinked. The bald man picked up a book from the table. Oh, the one who performed so brilliantly in the guerrilla training. He flipped to the page for the F-rank assassin. Yong Anhao asked, Are you talking about the F-rank assassin? I've seen the report. He slammed the book onto the floor with a loud thud, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But he's an F-rank. Does that make any sense? How could an F-rank Ida survive in a high school specializing in Ida? He added, If you want a story to be believable, you shouldn't exaggerate so much. Yong Anhao looked at him, thinking, It seems Unit 998 doesn't have specific info on the second-year mission yet. Just then, the principal appeared, pushing the door open with a cheerful look. Sorry I'm late. Haha. The bald man immediately stood to shake his hand. No trouble at all, battalion commander of Hanyang High. Yong Anhao found the shift in address strange. He was just calling him principal a second ago. He didn't stay, bowing out. Well then, I'll be going. Once Yong Anhao was outside, he let out a long breath. Phew, that was exhausting. He looked up, watching the lively scene through an open window. Is something happening today? The second years were recruiting new members for their club. From below, voices drifted up. 96, 97. Even from the height, he could hear the count. 98. 99. It finally stopped at 100. 100. Below, a group of young men were gasping for air, completely spent. Park Shinching looked up at Zhenghao. Well, senior, what do you think? Everyone waited anxiously for Zhenghao's verdict. Zhenghao simply offered a small smile. Do you even have to ask? He declared firmly. To all members of the zombie club, congratulations on joining. Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. Park Shinching just smiled. Then, the rest of them erupted into wild cheers. Yong Anhao watched the kids silently from the window. I'm rooting for you, Shincheng, he whispered to himself. He turned and walked away, determined to shut those bastards up. Elsewhere, in the office, the bald man handed a report to the principal. I hear the content was pre-approved by our brigade commander. I was told to get your seal once you've reviewed it. The principal scanned the report, forcing a laugh. Haha, I see. But his mind was racing. Hanyang High participating in the Unit 998 Special Training Brigade's combat selection. This is a massive disadvantage for us. But if I refuse, the bald man bowed. Thank you for the confirmation. I'll head back to my unit now. The principal replied, Very well. Good work. Once the principal was alone in the room, he slammed his hand onto the desk, his true colors showing. This humiliation, I will pay it back tenfold one day. Park Shinching swung his hand, knocking away an arrow fired at him. A man was staring intently at a computer screen, which was replaying the boys' battle. After watching closely for a moment, he muttered, An F-rank assassin. What a perfect subject. He then glanced at the stack of documents sitting beside him. He picked up the scrap of paper, read it, and said, Looks like they're going to scrub the video from the internet. After scanning the lines more carefully, he bolted upright in shock. An A+ rank pressure level? He asked, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is the government up to now? He walked over to the window, a look of frustration crossing his face as he thought to himself. The era of print media, the days when you could lead public opinion with just a few photos and words, is long gone. Most people will probably just assume this was staged by Hanyang High or that it's some kind of viral marketing. His thoughts drifted back to the paper on his desk. He found it hard to swallow himself. Who would even believe it? An F-rank bottom dweller taking down 200 people. He nodded to himself, convinced his logic was sound, yet he remained deep in thought. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd think it was a fairy tale too. A wave of confusion washed over him as he stared into the distance. Asterisk, so why are they hiding his talent? Is it because of the military support from the government? Are they doing this to protect students with exceptional abilities? Asterisk's mind was a battlefield, one theory constantly knocking down the last. Recalling Kim Shiren's interview, he continued his speculation. Asterisk, no, if that were the case, they should have cut Kim Shiren's interview too. She's the one everyone is calling a hero after the pest bank incident. Asterisk. Suddenly, a realization hit him like a lightning bolt. He shouted, "Wait a minute, pest." As if the pieces had finally clicked into place, he rushed back to his desk. He frantically searched through his computer, muttering under his breath. In the witness list for the pest bank incident, if my hunch is right, a moment later, he found it. Staring at the screen, he grew ecstatic. I knew it. It's exactly what I thought. Before he could finish, there was a knock at the door. Editor-in-Chief, it's me. A voice called from outside. He quickly composed himself. Yeah, come in. The person entered and lowered their voice. This is internal info, but Unit 988 is about to move into Hanyang. Hearing this, his face lit up. He smiled and replied, "This is a godsend." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sun was beginning to set. Puh Jinsung looked at the group behind him and said cheerfully, "Great work today, everyone." The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. "You too, boss. This is the first time in my life I've actually felt reliable." Another guy walking beside him chimed in. "Now that we're officers, let's see who dares mess with us." "It's all thanks to you, boss." Hearing this, he let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, come on. I'm just a private myself." Suddenly, one of them stepped forward. He looked at Puh Jinsung and said seriously, "Training with Senior and Yong Anhao was just a warm-up for us." Puh Jinsung asked in surprise, "Wait, you've been practicing every day since then?" The guy who was just laughing a second ago turned pale. "Whoa, we've still got a long way to go, don't we?" The same guy looked around as if searching for someone. "By the way, where's Big Sis today?" He looked puzzled. "Big Sis? You mean?" Seeing his confusion, they explained, "Kim Shiren told us to call her that." They all recalled Kim Shiren's cool demeanor when she gave the order. "Hey, if Puh Jinsung is the boss, then you guys just call me Big Sis." He immediately panicked. "What? Big Sis? No, it's not like that." Seeing him flustered, they just laughed. "Don't be shy, boss." Remembering how Shiren had sat nearby, huffing while watching him train, he added, "Anyway, Shiren was waiting for me, but I told her I needed one more set, so she went home first." The group crowded around him. "Boss, you shouldn't say that to someone waiting for you. Not when Big Sis is that pretty." Another asked curiously, "Are you two going on a date this weekend?" "Big Sis is beautiful and strong. It's so impressive." Their constant questioning was giving him a headache. He clutched his head and yelled, "Enough. Stop talking about the Big Sis thing." Suddenly, he saw a pair of legs standing right in front of him. He let out a choked gasp. Ugh. Huh. He nearly jumped out of his skin. Ecchi was standing there, asking coldly, "You're Private Puh Jinsung, right?" Looking at him, Puh Jinsung thought in shock. I didn't sense his presence at all. The guys behind him were equally stunned, shouting in unison, "Whoa." Ecchi saw their bewildered faces and chuckled to break the tension. "Uh-huh. Looks like I gave you a scare by popping up like that. Sorry about that." Regaining his composure, Puh Jinsung snapped to attention, his face still a bit pale. I'm fine, Counselor Ecchi." Ecchi smiled warmly. "Good. You recognize me?" Puh Jinsung scratched his head. "In this country, anyone who doesn't know you is either, well, if they were a spy, they'd probably know you better than anyone." Ecchi let out another laugh. "Haha, you're an interesting one." Ecchi noted the group behind him. "Are these your friends?" he asked softly. The group scrambled to answer. "Yes, he's our boss." He thought to himself in disbelief. "Since when did I become a boss?" Ecchi looked at them and smiled. "Your underlings are quite energetic." The group responded in unison again. "Yes. We are full of energy, all thanks to the boss." Standing in the middle of them, he could only blush in embarrassment, covering his face. "Ugh, this is so humiliating." Ecchi decided to get down to business. He asked the group, "So, would you mind if I spoke with your boss privately for a moment?" They hurried to reply, "Of course. We're leaving right now." Ecchi smiled. "Thank you, boys." As they were about to head off, Ecchi called them back, tilting his head. "One more thing about seeing me today." They caught his drift immediately. "We'll keep it a total secret, sir." Ecchi praised them, quick on the uptake. "I like it." After they left, He turned to Park Jansung. Those kids are full of life. They have bright futures. Regardless, let's find a quiet place to talk. A short while later, they reached a secluded spot. Lee Xian looked at him and said sincerely, "Sorry for bothering you on your way home." He was still surprised and asked, "Counselor, what business could you possibly have with a student like me?" Lee Xian cut straight to the point. "I came to see you because of that video from the trenches." He gave an embarrassed laugh and scratched his cheek. "It's an honor that you even watched it. But for a busy man like you to specifically seek out a student who just hit D++ rank." Lee Xian went quiet for a moment, letting out a soft hum. After a pause, the cheerful expression on Lee Xian's face vanished, replaced by a serious look. He asked, "Jansung, do you believe in the connection between souls?" He froze, uttering a confused huh. He thought to himself, why would the counselor ask me something like that? Seeing his blank stare, Lee Xian waved the question aside. "That was a bit sudden, wasn't it? Anyway, back to the point. I was the one who chose to turn Hanyang High into a military school." He gasped. It was you?" Seeing he still didn't quite get it, Lee Xian explained, his tone turning somewhat harsh. "I was hoping students like you could grow, even in the harshest environments. I had high hopes for Sergeant and Yong Anhao, but things didn't go as smoothly as planned." Lee Xian's words made him flustered again. He quickly defended his senior. "That's not true, sir. We've learned so much from Senior and Yong Anhao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here, and neither would those guys you just saw." Lee Xian laughed again, a look of genuine joy on his face. "I misspoke. I hoped the Hanyang students would see in Yong Anhao's effort and strive together. Someone like him." As he spoke, Lee Xian patted his shoulder. His eyes were filled with conviction. His voice was firm. "He's finally appeared." Lee Xian smiled, looking incredibly pleased. "After meeting you in person, I'm glad my judgment was confirmed." He then drifted into his own thoughts. Asterisk, is he really just a student? That secret weapon Kim, Rin mentioned, that I'd never heard of. Asterisk, meanwhile, he remained confused. "You're overpraising me, sir." Lee Xian didn't seem to hear him, or perhaps he just didn't care. He stayed lost in thought. Asterisk, after seeing that guerrilla training video, I was truly shocked. But based on that alone, there's no way he could have defeated Kim Rin. Looking at the hunger in his eyes, he'll definitely be even stronger in the future. Asterisk, Lee Xian's deep gaze bored into him. He's exactly the type I was hoping for. To Lee Xian, Park Jansung seemed to be radiating light. But the energy I feel from him now isn't strong at all. Being held by Lee Xian, he cried out in confusion, "Counselor!" Startled by his voice, Lee Xian immediately let go. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something else," he explained with a smile. Then, he drifted back into thought. He recalled Kim Rin-young's despicable face. Asterisk, or, is this a trap Kim Rin-young set to mislead me? Some cunning plan I haven't figured out yet? Asterisk. His thoughts finished, Lee Xian spoke politely. "We're done here. Thanks for your time, Private Park Jansung." He replied shyly. "It was nothing." Lee Xian turned to leave. "Well, I'll be off then." Suddenly, Lee Xian remembered something. He turned back, his face full of anticipation. "One more thing. It would be great if you could win." The boy stood there dazed. "Huh? Win what?" By then, Lee Xian was already far off. He waved cheerfully. You'll find out soon enough. Get home safe." He stood there like an idiot, totally baffled. What on earth is he talking about? Elsewhere in the gym, Yong Anhao was still pushing through his weightlifting routine. A moment later, he racked the weights. "Only 11 o'clock, he said, surprised. Yong Anhao's mood brightened. He looked at his hands. "The time it takes to reach my limit has dropped significantly." He walked over to his clothes, thinking, Asterisk, thanks to Park Jansung and those new guys, the training atmosphere has improved beyond belief. My muscles haven't felt this pumped in a long time. Asterisk. He continued his train of thought as he grabbed his clothes. Yong Anhao pulled on his shirt, muttering, "That Park Jansung is getting more likable by the day." He left the school and walked down the street, thinking, if I want to be a good role model, I have to work even harder. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from an alley. "Get lost. Get away from me." He paused. A group of thugs were cornering someone. Another voice sneered, "Come on, play with us for a bit." A girl was cowering in a corner, trembling. "Help! Somebody help!" The thug approaching her mocked her. Don't overreact. We didn't say we were going to kill you." The guy laughed wickedly as he closed in. "I'm just saying, let's have a little fun." By now, Yong Anhao was standing at the entrance of the alley. In a voice as cold as ice, he ordered them to stop. The guy looked over, confused. "Hey, Jing Hao was visibly furious. Do exactly what I say, he said coldly. Jing Hao stepped forward and warned the punk. I'm telling you right now, back off. The guy wasn't scared. Instead, he smirked provocatively. What? Taking sides cause you're from the same school? You think you're the hero of this story, or something? Magic began to swirl around Jing Hao's hand. I will. He lunged forward and grabbed the guy's arm, his eyes sharp as a blade. Get you. The guy couldn't even react. He stood there, stunned. Asterisk what? What is this? Teleportation. Asterisk. The punk cried out in pain as Jing Hao's grip tightened, forcing him to his knees. Only then did the girl speak up. Ah, Sergeant and Jing Hao. Jing Hao reassured her. I'll handle these bastards. Get yourself to a crowded area. The girl nodded and ran off immediately, turning back once to shout, Yes. Thank you so much. Jing Hao let go of the guy's arm. Seeing his prey escape, the thug tried to give chase. Hey, where do you think you're going? But before he could move, Jing Hao grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. I told you I'd get you. His two lackeys started swearing. You little brat, you think you're getting out of here in one piece. Jing Hao effortlessly grabbed the guy by the collar and caught the lackey's arm. I warned you. He tossed the guy back at them. Gah! They all tumbled into a heap, groaning. Jing Hao turned toward a different corner of the shadows. It's time to stop these pathetic games. Your goal was to lure me into this alley, wasn't it? He stared into a nearby dark passage. Am I right? The leader finally showed himself. What? You knew. Jing Hao spoke up. Did you really think you could hide your presence? The leader stepped out of the darkness. Jing Hao said calmly, Long time no see, Jiang Jiansheng. The leader was indeed Jiang Jiansheng, with his cronies by his side. Jiang Jiansheng let out a soft hum. He asked in a mocking tone, Looks like you've grown a bit taller, huh? Jing Hao shot back. You went through all this trouble just to pick a fight with me? Jiang Jiansheng turned away, playing dumb. What are you talking about? I'm just taking a stroll with my buddies and chatting up a pretty girl. Jing Hao looked at his clothes and replied, Is that so? Looks like you were with the 998th Brigade. He looked at Jing Hao with suspicion for a moment, then burst into a cackle. Hee, you're sharp. How'd you figure it out? Jing Hao explained, First, that sophomore girl. She was wearing our school uniform, but she called me Sergeant in Jing Hao. Jiang Jiansheng didn't quite get it. So, you were a sergeant. Jing Hao continued. The school only recently switched to the military system. People aren't used to titles like sergeant yet, especially sophomores. They usually stick to seniors. He recalled the girl's face as she left. She had slipped up and used the term she was accustomed to. Jiang Jiansheng finally understood. Oh man, I thought you caught on because her acting was so bad. Those guys from Tianan are even more useless than I thought. Jing Hao cut him off. You're no better. Jiang Jiansheng let out a huh. Jing Hao pointed at the thugs he'd just taken out, calling these scumbags buddies. Not friends, but buddies, that means you're military. Jiang Jiansheng replied. So that's my mistake? Must have just slipped out. Jing Hao went on. I heard the 998th Brigade and the Heen unit have a joint training session coming up. He glared at Jiang Jiansheng. So if any student is using military jargon, they're with the 998th. Jiang Jiansheng smoothed back his hair and laughed. Your deduction skills are impressive for such a tiny clue. You've got quite the eye for a high school punk. He suddenly radiated bloodlust, a crushing pressure filling the alley. But you're talking too much. Should I just finish you off while I'm at it? Zhou Donghu, standing nearby, finally interrupted. Jiansheng, is this the guy? And Jing Hao? He snapped back, huh? Will you shut up? Jing Hao answered calmly. I am in Jing Hao. Who are you? Zhou Donghu replied happily. I am. Jiang Jiansheng cut in, this brat is he. Zhou Donghu got flustered. Why would you say that? He turned back to Jing Hao. I'm Zhou Donghu. Nice to meet you. Jing Hao glanced at him. Right, Zhou Donghu. What do you want? He chuckled. Oh, nothing major. The next second, his face flipped. I just want to beat the hell out of you. Jiang Jiansheng stood by, gloating. Looks like I won't have to get my hands dirty. Handle him, Donghu. He giggled. You got it. There's no way in Jing Hao can take me. Jing Hao frowned. You're seriously underestimating me. Jiang Jiansheng stated confidently. You won't win against this fat bastard. Zhou Donghu laughed maniacally. Hee, I'm not just a big guy for show, you know. Jing Hao remained calm as he faced them alone. I'm sure of it. Zhou Donghu looked at Jing Hao's hand and seemed to hesitate for a split second. Without a word, Jing Hao grabbed him by the throat and shoved him back. Got you. The guy was thrown back, but instead of being afraid, he looked thrilled. Hee, Incredible power. But I told you. His expression darkened. I'm not just a big guy for show. Jang Hao immediately felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. The next day at school, the kids in the classroom looked depressed. As soon as Park Jansung arrived, he turned to Kim Shiren and asked, "What's with the mood in here? Did something happen?" Kim Shiren replied, "You really don't know?" Park Jansung was confused. "Huh? Know what?" Kim Shiren scratched her head, hesitating. "I thought you'd have her by now. It's been all over the news and social media this morning." Park Jansung asked in shock, "What news? Is it Pest again?" Kim Shiren poked the girl in the seat in front of her. "Hey, show him that news you were just reading." The girl turned around. "Wait, you're in the same club as Senior and Jang Hao, and you don't know." Park Jansung was still lost. "Huh?" Kim Shiren said, "Just show it to him." Park Jansung took the iPad cautiously, turning to Kim Shiren. "What happened to Senior and Jang Hao?" Kim Shiren didn't explain. "See for yourself." Park Jansung looked at the iPad with hesitation. Through a blurry video, he saw Jang Hao and Zhou Donghu facing off. He wondered, "Senior, why is he in a back alley?" In the next scene, he saw Jang Hao tackle Zhou Donghu. But he was crushed by the man's weight to the point where the ground cracked. Jang Hao's entire body was trembling, unable to withstand the mass. He was putting everything into resisting, but Zhou Donghu still managed to seize his weak point. Park Jansung froze as he watched the scene unfold. The next part showed Jang Hao pinned under Zhou Donghu, while the opponent wore a satisfied smirk. By then, Jang Hao had collapsed in a pool of blood, unconscious. Park Jansung saw it all and stood there petrified, his face turning pale. Asterisk Senior and Jang Hao. Lost? Who the hell is that guy? Asterisk. Kim Shiren answered, "Special Training Brigade, Unit 998. Park Jansung was shocked. 998? Kim Shiren continued, "Our school is going to have a 15-day joint combat training session with them." In a private classroom, Zhou Yi stood sternly at the podium, looking at the members. "It looks like everyone is here. I believe you're all aware of what happened to our leader, and Jang Hao." Below her, the members sat at their desks, listening with serious expressions. She continued, "The 9 of you here were rated as the top students in each of your grades. While we third years will take the lead on the strategy, I hope you all will share your input as well." Hearing this, the members had various reactions. Some whispered anxiously to those beside them, while others just smiled as if nothing was wrong. Suddenly, Park Jansung raised his hand, breaking the silence. "Senior Zhou Yi, did Senior and Jang Hao say anything?" At his question, Zhou Yi's face darkened. "The leader is under surveillance, so no one, not even club members, is allowed near the infirmary. Even if that weren't the case, for safety reasons, you wouldn't be allowed to visit him." Hearing the answer, Park Jansung slumped. "I understand." Hearing that, a man sitting next to Sergeant Law rested his chin on his hand dejectedly and said, "Huh, that bastard in Jing Hao, I never thought he'd end up in such a mess." Right after that, Sergeant Law also clenched his fists in frustration, looking at Zhou Yi and asking, "Zhou Yi, what should we do?" And Jing Hao, the one who was supposed to lead, has become like this. Then, the person sitting next to Sergeant Law turned to look at Zhou Yi standing in front of the table and asked further, "Before Jing Hao fully recovers, what can we even do?" After listening, Zhou Yi crossed her arms, looking at everyone with an expressionless face. "He's under surveillance. So, even if his wounds heal, he can't participate in the meeting. I called this emergency meeting so that we could at least agree on a backup strategy." As soon as she finished speaking, the guy sitting next to Sergeant Law spoke up smugly. "Just as expected, the only one qualified to be the leader is me, right?" Zhou Yi immediately cut off his arrogance. "Do you really have the qualities to shoulder the responsibility of leading the entire school?" Seeing her dare to look down on him, that guy shouted, "What?" At this time, Bianjing, who had been sitting quietly observing, saw they were about to argue and spoke up impatiently. "Sorry, but are we gathered here just to watch our seniors bicker over who's better?" Feeling mocked, the guy said irritably, "What did you say, you second-year brat? We only called you here because this is an emergency. Just sit still and wait for orders." Sitting nearby, Jean Shiren heard him acting all high and mighty and spoke up mockingly. "Do you seniors actually have the ability to give orders? You don't look particularly bright to me." Mocked by his junior, Sergeant Law couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his fist on the table and said in a low voice, "What did you just say?" Then he stood up, looking at her angrily, and continued, You're that famous white jade spirit, aren't you? Jean Shiren, seeing this third year using such harsh words to provoke her, didn't hesitate to fire back. And you, senior, you don't seem to have any reputation at all, do you? Insulted, Sergeant L.A.'s face immediately turned red with rage as he pointed at her and cursed. You little brat. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhou Yi angrily slammed both hands on the table, glaring at everyone and shouting, "Stop it, all of you. If you keep discussing such useless things, I'll report this to the school." Despite being scolded, Sergeant La remained defiant in his heart, muttering a complaint. TCH, a bunch of arrogant brats. Then Zhou Yi turned to the second years and said, "Hey, you second years need to stop with the provocations too." Seeing this, Jean Shiren looked at her and replied, "Yes, ma'am." As for the guy named Bian Jing, he didn't care much, only giving a half-hearted answer. Fine, fine. After order was restored, Zhou Yi picked up the remote, turned on the projector to display the information, and said, "Now then, first, I will share the information the school has received." At this moment, a map of the battlefield where they were about to operate appeared on the screen, and she continued. At the end of each side, there is a container with a button attached. If you can reach the opponent's container and press the button first, you win. The rules are simple. She turned to face everyone and continued. As you know, the number of students at Han Academy is about 900. Our opponent, Unit 998, has. She stopped abruptly, speaking with a cold gaze. Around 3,000 people. Before Zhou Yi could even finish, the first years began to wail. Whoa, that's 3 times our size. How are we supposed to win this? Seeing this, Zhou Yi immediately spoke up to remind them. Quiet, first years. I'm still explaining. After things settled down, Zhou Yi turned back to the map on the projector. They have triple our numbers, but Han Academy has the terrain advantage, which is favorable for defense. To break through such a dense defensive line, an attacking force needs to be at least 3 times the size of the defenders. Then she turned around, looking at everyone with a stern face. One more thing. If we can hold out for 5 hours, we win. This means as long as we maintain a tight defense, victory is ours. She continued. Next is information on the 2 people involved in the fight with Senior and Jinghao. First is the student who overwhelmed the president. Right after that, the worried face of a fat guy appeared on the screen. She introduced him as Zhu Donghu. Then Zhou Yi looked at the fat guy's photo, telling everyone all the information they had gathered. He's a third year. While we aren't entirely sure about his Ida, based on the video, it likely has properties related to weight control. She continued. He hasn't shown any other outstanding abilities. But at this point, she stopped, unable to go on, because the scene of yesterday's conflict was beyond her imagination. Seeing this, Puh Jinsung, sitting below, also darkened his expression and spoke for her. It was a terrifying confrontation with Senior and Jinghao. Hearing that, Zhou Yi agreed with Puh Jinsung's words. Yes, it seems the captain used his Ida to try and grapple Zhu Donghu, but he couldn't take him down. Instead, he was crushed by his weight. If someone with an Ida like that uses their full weight to attack from above, we will definitely suffer massive casualties. Immediately after, images depicting the conflict between Jinghao and that fat guy appeared. At that time, he had used his Ida to lift the fat guy up, intending to slam him down. But instead of being afraid, the fat guy flashed a sinister smile and used his Ida to crush Jinghao. Hearing this, Puh Jinsung fell into deep thought. I don't think that's the only reason the senior lost. Next, the image shifted to the second person present last night, standing to the side with his hands in his pockets. He wore an amused smile, as if watching a good play. Zhou Yi continued. The next person is the one standing behind Jiang Jinhao, though he didn't do anything in the video. Currently, he is the ace of 998 and our number 1 priority target to eliminate. He is an extremely formidable combatant. Zhou Yi then added that he transferred to 998 before his senior year, having studied abroad in Australia during his sophomore and junior years. Furthermore, in middle school, he was the runner-up in the National Ida competition. An image of him being awarded a medal appeared. Hearing about his middle school achievements, and knowing Jinghao's record against Jiang Junhao was 5 wins and 5 losses, Puh Jinsung thought in shock. He's a rival that Senior and Jinghao couldn't beat back in middle school. He immediately looked at Zhou Yi and asked, Senior Zhou Yi, is there any information on Jiang Junhao's Ida? Zhou Yi immediately shared what she knew. No detailed info is confirmed, but according to an old article, It's a type of Ida that enhances physical skills when he gets angry. That's all I know. Hearing her talk about his skills, Puh Jinsung was stunned, thinking to himself, someone with the same Ida characteristics as me. Then, a series of news reports posted this morning about last night's conflict appeared on the screen, with content such as Yong Anhao, the man who defeated the captain, and appeared with Zhu Donghu in the recent incident. With these two key figures, 998 will use overwhelming tactics to raise their own value, while declaring that Jinghao of Heian High School is nothing. Seeing the content and tone mocking in Jinghao, Puh Jinsung gritted his teeth in anger and said resentfully, what a load of crap. Next, he told everyone about the source of the video. This information comes from the person who leaked the video. This is the location where it was filmed. After investigation, it turned out to be an abandoned house. On the screen was a deserted alleyway. He drew a red circle around one of the buildings. Puh Jinsung looked at the image he provided and suddenly realized something. An abandoned house. That means it was a trap. He agreed with him, leaning her hands on the table. Exactly. The ace of 998 and the guy with the Ida that counters the captain sought him out specifically so that Heian Hai's ace and Jinghao would fall into their trap. This is the conclusion we've drawn based on this information. As she finished, she clenched her fists, veins popping as she spoke angrily. But even if it was a trap, there's no evidence of that in the video. The media is completely focused on the most sensational part, the captain's defeat. Hearing this, Puh Jinsung spoke up quickly. Who knows if they played dirty, making Senior and Jinghao unwell before the match, or if there was some other reason he couldn't show his full strength. Seeing his behavior, Sergeant La, sitting opposite, frowned in annoyance. Hey, you second year. He waved his hand impatiently, looking at him. You're that killer from the rumors, aren't you? Don't overreact every time Jinghao is mentioned. You're disrupting the discussion. Hearing the scolding, Puh Jinsung immediately apologized. I'm sorry. But as he was about to explain, the squinty-eyed first year pointed at him and said excitedly, Senior, is your real name Puh Jinsung? Then that squinty-eyed guy continued, I didn't recognize you at first, so I was wondering who this was. Seeing that the guy recognized him, Puh Jinsung just turned back and glanced at him. Then that guy laughed cheerfully and said, just like Sergeant Law said, we just have to accept the fact that Sergeant and Jinghao lost. Honestly, besides being able to launch a few raids, he's nothing special. Seeing the guy dare to belittle the senior he respected, he suddenly froze. Immediately after, he looked at the guy with a murderous expression and warned, Hey, first year, watch what you say. The guy completely ignored his warning and continued to mock. Wasn't this proven in the last incident? Since his ability is just locking people down, I'm starting to think we overrated him. He was just hiding his lack of skill. Seeing this first-year rookie still ignoring his warning, he repeated himself. I'm saying it again, watch your mouth. However, this guy not only didn't listen, but turned around to mock his rank. But senior, you're just a private. Then he smugly showed off his rank. I'm a corporal, B+ rank Ida. Why should I listen to you, senior? Right, Private Puh Jinsung? At this point, Puh Jinsung was truly furious. His face darkened as he said, First year brat, state your rank. Even now, the squinty-eyed first year named Bianjing remained oblivious, continuing to ignore his question and saying contemptuously, a lowly private dares to be disrespectful to a corporal? This isn't the military. Seeing this, the girl sitting next to him quickly pulled his shoulder, reminding him, Hey, stop it already. Opposite them, a characteristic layer of EDA appeared on Puh Jinsung. He asked again, State your rank. The first year said without fear, My rank and Ida level are both higher than yours, so what if I don't listen? I'm simply not stating it. Puh Jinsung emphasized his voice, repeating, State your rank. Seeing him like that, the guy still said contemptuously, Oh boy, why are you so stubborn? Without waiting for the guy to talk any more nonsense, Puh Jinsung immediately released his EDA, striking him in the face and causing him to freeze for a moment. At this moment, Puh Jinsung's face became absolutely terrifying as he turned around, his powerful Ida erupting. He was enraged to the limit, shouting directly at the squinty-eyed kid's face. I told you to state your rank, you damn squinty-eyed bastard. The wave of Ida he released made even Bianjing, sitting nearby, look at him with eyes full of fear. After being attacked by the Ida, the squinty-eyed guy's whole body trembled as he gritted his teeth in pain and said, See, Corporal. Puh Jinsung looked at him coldly and said, You've got some nerve. For a scumbag like you, being called squinty is enough. Now, the squinty-eyed youth could only endure while trembling. After dealing with the squinty-eyed guy, he turned to Sergeant Law sitting opposite and said, Sergeant Law, hearing his name called, Sergeant Law immediately responded. Then, Puh Jinsung said, It seems I was a bit sensitive regarding Senior and Jinghao's situation. His expression immediately became serious as he said, I hope the sergeant will forgive me. After witnessing his strength, Sergeant Law felt a sense of fear and said unnaturally, cough. Yeah, all right. After that incident, the atmosphere in the room became unusually quiet, with everyone wearing a different expression. Puh Jinsung raised his hand, looking at Zhou Yi. Senior Zhou Yi, did Senior and Jinghao build any formations or strategies before? Hearing this, Zhou Yi snapped out of it and continued presiding over the meeting. The formation he was testing was 3 people in the middle lane and 1 on each wing. A 1-3-1 formation. He hadn't had time to build a detailed plan yet. At this point, the screen switched to a map with 3 red dots marking the positions. Immediately, the person sitting opposite Puh Jinsung spoke up in opposition. What? Why would he do that? If the wings are under constant pressure, what does he plan to do? Puh Jinsung, hearing this, immediately defended his senior. The wings are narrower than the middle lane. Hearing him say that, the other person retorted, but they're still too wide. The enemy can take advantage of that and focus their attack on the wings. Once the wings are pushed back, the middle will be flanked. Do you understand? Hearing his opinion, Puh Jinsung didn't immediately argue but paused, rubbing his chin in thought. The reason the senior chose this formation. Then he said, the opponent, 998, will focus their attack on the middle lane. Seeing him say that, Zhou Yi asked back, why do you think so? Puh Jinsung turned his head to look at her, not rushing to answer, but asking instead. 998 was the one who proposed this match, right? Zhou Yi replied, that's correct. Hearing her answer, Puh Jinsung shared his thoughts. Just as Senior Zhou Yi said, the rugged terrain favors defense, and the condition that Hanyang Academy wins if time runs out seems very fair on the surface. But they're trying to make us passive, forcing us to focus on defense. They ambushed our commander and ace, Senior and Jinghao, to weaken our morale. 998's goal is to publicly crush Hanyang Academy. Then, an image of the injured and Jinghao lying in a pool of blood appeared. Then he continued, we shouldn't follow in Jinghao's plan. Instead, we need to reinforce the middle lane with most of our forces and station a small amount on the wings. Hearing this, the person sitting opposite him shouted in shock. What? Reinforce the middle? Are you brainless? He protested while pointing out a series of reasons. Even if what you say is true, that those 998 bastards want to pour everything into the middle to destroy us. If that's the case, we can push through the wings and attack their flanks. Furthermore, even if they focus on the wings like I said, we have enough manpower for solid defense. At least that sounds more reasonable than the tactic Jinghao proposed. Right after, Zhou Yi also agreed with his opinion, leaning her hands on the table and looking at Puh Jinsung. Yes, I also agree with Shiming's opinion. Switching to your proposed formation, the risk far outweighs the benefit. Seeing both seniors say so, Puh Jinsung fell into deep thought. Basically, both seniors are right. He thought again. But based on Jiang Jinhao's attitude in the video, that bastard absolutely loves watching others kneel at his feet and tormenting them. Immediately, Jiang Jinhao's smug face appeared in his mind. The reason I know is because I have a similar ability. The guy has to pay. Puh Jinsung clenched both hands on the table, his face determined. Finally, I hope Senior and Jinghao can participate in defending the final base. Zhou Yi couldn't believe her ears and asked in shock, what? The guy Shiming next to her laughed mockingly. Haha, sound great. If we let the guy who embarrassed the whole team lose one more time, what morale will be left? Zhou Yi immediately turned to Puh Jinsung. Puh Jinsung, do you also think the captain will fail again? But he reassured her with complete confidence. Don't worry, Senior. And Jinghao won't lose. Zhou Yi didn't understand and pressed him. Oh yeah? Then why place him at the very back? Jinsung gave a brief answer. Because Jinghao is the strongest. Zhou Yi seemed quite confused by this explanation, saying, this doesn't make much sense. Shiming, however, accepted it casually. I don't care what the reason is. As long as Jinghao stays back, it's fine. Sergeant La added, I agree too. Jin Shiren just said plainly. Calling Sergeant in the strongest might not be exactly true, but he probably has his own reasons. With no other choice, Zhou Yi had to finalize the proposed plan. She said, all right, that's it for today. We'll adjust the strategy over the next few days. Anyone with opinions can raise them. Zhou declared the meeting over. All right, good work, everyone. Afterwards, everyone got up to leave. Sergeant Law frowned and sighed. Sigh, using my brain is exhausting. Sherming next to him, whether comforting or self-satisfied, said, don't worry, just listen to me and it'll be fine. Meanwhile, Bianjing leaned back his chair with his hands behind his head, yawning and muttering a complaint. School isn't even this boring. Just as Jinqing was about to walk out the door, the squinty-eyed first year suddenly called from behind him. Private Puh Jinsung. The squinty-eyed kid stood there clenching his fists. Puh Jinsung turned around, glanced at him, and asked, something wrong, squint-eyed corporal? Next, he carried an overwhelming aura, slowly walking toward the other person while saying, let me guess. You were overwhelmed by my presence earlier, and now you want to save face? Suddenly, Zhou appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, she was unhappy and shouted, what are you two doing? Puh Jinsung immediately laughed and said, it's nothing, Senior Zhou. I just felt this junior needed to be taught a little lesson. Hearing this, Zhou didn't say anything more. But before leaving, she still turned back uneasily to warn Jinqing, don't go too far. Meanwhile, Jinqing's expression had done a complete 180, responding coldly, yes, ma'am. The squinty-eyed kid immediately yelled, don't look down on me. You're just a private. I'm going to become the strongest at Hanyang Academy. Stronger than both Sergeant and Jinghao and NCO Jin Shiren. The squinty-eyed kid beat his chest, possessing some unknown confidence to say such things in front of Jinqing. Jinqing's face was extremely dark, his voice dropping a few octaves. Looks like this kid needs a lesson he'll never forget. A moment later, on some rooftop, the arrogant voice of the first-year squinty-eyed kid rang out. Since I'm a high-ranking first-year NCO, there's a big gap in our ranks. He held out his hand, his posture and words appearing generous, but the contempt on his face was unconcealed. I'll let you make the first move. Jinqing exhaled, his eyes cold as ice. Immediately after, Jinqing used his Recon Eye ability on the squinty-eyed kid. Ability, Recon Eye, rank B+. Combat power, B+. Focuses on a single target in view to probe the opponent's kinetic energy. Precisely captures how strong the target is and what level they can reach. However, the user cannot probe abilities beyond their own range of perception. After gathering info on the squinty-eyed kid, Jinqing sneered inwardly. You want me to go first because your skill is gauging strength? You squinty-eyed bastard. On the outside, however, Jinqing seemed to reluctantly accept his opponent's generosity. He sighed and said, fine, here I come. With that, Jinqing rushed toward the squinty-eyed guy with an expressionless face, a glowing red dagger appearing in his hand as he slashed. The squinty-eyed guy leaned to the side to dodge, thinking, he's faster than I thought. A smile curled on his lips as he thought again, but I already saw it coming. His confidence wasn't baseless. Just as Jinqing's blade was swinging upward, his eyes saw a figure thrusting up. It was Jinqing's kinetic afterimage, so he immediately leaned back. Sure enough, Jinqing's dagger grazed past his face. The squinty-eyed guy saw the afterimage draw a curve across his body, but for some reason, he cried out internally, wait, this guy used more force than inertia to change his attack direction. Puh Jinsung lunged. Despite that, the squinty-eyed guy still managed to lean left, dodging Puh Jinsung's blade aimed at his right flank. Puh Jinsung glanced at him, calculating in his mind. Puh Jinsung abruptly pivoted the blade's tip. At this point, the squinty-eyed guy was still very confident in his ability, even though dodging Puh Jinsung's attacks was making him struggle. He thought, but I can still see through it. Clearly, he had foreseen Puh Jinsung's next move. But suddenly, he let out a terrified cry. A mysterious surge of power sliced a line on his left cheek, making his squinty eyes bulge. The squinty-eyed guy let out a shout as he landed, then jumped back. The wound on his face looked as if white smoke was rising from it. A vague fear rose in his heart as he wondered, what ability is this? Even if he didn't actually stab me with a knife, this is too dangerous. Setting that aside, the overlapping power with the actual strike is also extremely lethal. But the squinty-eyed guy still didn't think Puh Jinsung was stronger than him. He just felt he had been too careless. I have to observe more closely this time. Meanwhile, Puh Jinsung approached, his dagger ready to swing down, his expressionless face slowly asking, You really like dodging, don't you? Want me to turn up the difficulty? The squinty-eyed guy saw Jinxing's afterimage again as he prepared to swing. He jumped back in terror to dodge. Although fear had risen in his heart, he gritted his teeth and reassured himself. It's okay, I'll just watch carefully and dodge it. However, before his fear could fade, he saw 3 shadows appear around Puh Jinsung, rushing at him with such speed that he panicked. What? All 3 are afterimages. That means his speed is 3 times faster than what I'm seeing. Quick as a flash, Puh Jinsung swung his blade several times, causing the squinty-eyed guy to stumble, clutching his face and screaming, HH. But as if feeling no pain, he opened his eyes and wondered, what happened? I wasn't hit. He looked down at his body, guessing could it be that. At the same time, behind him, Puh Jinsung stood firm, gripping his dagger, and said only one thing. You're the challenger, so don't ask me for money. The squinty-eyed guy obviously didn't understand what he was talking about and asked, what money? But as soon as the words left his mouth, countless gashes of various lengths appeared all over his clothes instead of an answer. Puh Jinsung turned around, glancing down at him coldly. You want to be the strongest, right? He looked at the squinty-eyed guy whose clothes were in tatters, sitting on the ground in terror, and said, those who only rely on their ida and are too lazy to train will never surpass Shiren, and they will definitely never surpass me. At this moment, Puh Jinsung's expression was grim, his voice heavy, and his entire body radiated a cold, oppressive aura that made his opponent shiver. He asked, understand, squinty-eyed corporal? Time passed, and the day for the Hanyang Academy student training camp arrived. Someone's footsteps approached the edge of a cliff, causing pebbles to roll down. In the distance, the students of Hanyang Academy could be seen gathering. Puh Jinsung stood by the cliff edge, clenching his hand, his face showing a hint of helplessness as he said, there's no other way. We just have to give it our all. Behind him, the students of Hanyang Academy were fully assembled. Recalling Senior Jisong's frown, Sergeant LA's head shake, and his own feeling of helplessness in the pre-match meeting, Puh Jinsung sighed inwardly. In the meetings after that, I still couldn't convince the seniors. Puh Jinsung was recalling the formation arranged on the screen, where the red flag marked Hanyang Academy's main base. The final plan was for Jisong to rely on the formation to protect weak points. 3rd years on the left wing, 2nd years in the center, and the right wing left of the 1st years, which meant me and those foolish disciples. He recalled the plan discussed with everyone in the meeting. While the 1st and 2nd years set up, the 3rd years would be stationed on the left wing. The strongest fighting force would concentrate on the left to break 998's formation. Thinking about the difficulties ahead, Puh Jinsung fell back into thought. The uncontrollable worry was clear on his face. Because their numbers are so vast, an all-out attack is the only right choice. But the problem lies with Yong Anhao. I hesitated a bit during the meeting because of an indescribable feeling. He continued resting his chin on his hand, unable to forget Yong Anhao's smug smile. I'm afraid that bastard will attack the 3rd-year defensive line. He'll do whatever it takes to find the weakest point in our formation. He craves a total defeat of Shiren, a perfect victory. Puh Jinsung was so stressed he tousled his hair, unable to find solution. With just me and those disciples, we simply don't have enough manpower. The squinty-eyed guy suddenly appeared from behind, calling out with a radiant smile. Senior Puh Jinsung. Jinsung asked in confusion. Senior? He turned around and asked, what do you want? He only saw the squinty-eyed guy give a salute and say, greetings, Senior. Jinsung was dazed. Huh? He thought to himself, what's wrong with this guy? The squinty-eyed guy smiled brightly, as if his previous attitude toward Jinsung had never existed. He said loudly, Senior, I've reflected and realized I was too naive. I misunderstood you, but now I know the truth. Please forgive me. I hope for your guidance in the future. Jinsung asked helplessly, what misunderstanding? The squinty-eyed guy rambled on, as if he had seen it with his own eyes, like the story about bribing captain and to get 1st place in the last training, or holding something over the instructor to raise your grades, and even buying off the media with that 1 versus 200 headline. These words were like punches to Jinsung, causing him immense pain. But of course, everything the squinty-eyed guy said was completely made up in his own imagination, making Jinsung feel incredibly exhausted. He clutched his chest, thinking this guy was truly insane. Seeing that Jinsung said nothing, he shouted excitedly again, as if he had discovered some great achievement. After reviewing it, I realized those stories were all true. Your progress is truly impressive, senior. I want to become someone like you. Please take me in, big brother. Jinsung gave a flat. Yeah. His face clearly showed an indescribable disgust. At this time, two of Jinsung's classmates came up from behind and asked, "Boss, who's this?" The squinty-eyed guy saluted again, ignoring Jinsung's helplessness, and answered for him. "Ah, I heard this is Big Brother's disciple corps. Greetings, seniors. I'm a first-year soldier." The other two seemed even happier. The black-haired student said, "You even recruited a first year? You're amazing, boss." The brown-haired student patted Jinsung's shoulder in agreement. "You really do have a talent for attracting weirdos." Jinsung quickly tried to stop them. "Hey, don't talk nonsense." The squinty-eyed guy, as if he didn't hear Jinsung, happily chimed in. "I look forward to working with you, seniors." With everyone talking at once, Jinsung couldn't get a word in and finally had to shout, "Everyone, listen to me." Jinsung scratched his head, frowning as he called out, "Hey, squinty-eyed corporal." Then he said, "Following me means you have to join this legion of mine. It also means joining senior in Jinghao's club, the same one you used to look down on." The monolid guy stopped smiling and listened intently to Jinsung. After hearing him out, the monolid guy placed a hand over his heart and said with total sincerity, "I deeply regret what I did. I hope you can show me the way from now on." Seeing how earnest he was, Jinsung decided not to make things difficult. He continued, "Since you've said that, will you follow my orders during this training session?" The monolid guy clenched his fist and declared loudly, "Please, give the order. All the freshmen in our squad will follow your lead, senior." Jinsung thought to himself, "Not bad." He draped an arm over the guy's shoulder and said, "All right, monolid, you're officially a temporary member of my legion." The monolid guy shouted with joy, "Yes. Thank you, boss. I'll show you what I'm made of." Jinsung's expression softened a bit, and a slight smirk even played on his lips. Looking at the three people surrounding him, he thought, "This situation actually looks promising. I need to make the most of this advantage." Meanwhile, at a corner of the training ground near the cliff, Jinghao stood with his arms crossed in front of a shipping container. He looked down, his gaze dark and gloomy. Moments later, a faint red aura began to rise. In a dense part of the forest, a radio crackled inside a tent. "This is Delta One, calling Alpha. Come in, Alpha." Inside, a young man sat in the center, wearing a headset connected to the radio. Several teammates surrounded him. They were clearly members of Alpha Squad, receiving intel from Delta. "First strike target confirmed. Delta One beginning the assault." The young man with the headset immediately replied, "Copy that. Proceed as planned, Delta One." Suddenly, his expression shifted. He spoke into his mic, "Delta One, your signal is getting weak. Delta One, respond immediately." A young man with shoulder-length hair, standing nearby, noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Did they use some kind of EDA that can jam or even cut off electronic signals?" He didn't answer, instead continuing to call out, "We're fine on our end. Is there an issue over there?" Suddenly, a voice came through from the other side. "Hey, we're listening. Delta One, forget it. Can you guys hear me clearly?" Hearing an unfamiliar voice, the young man with the headset jumped in surprise. He hit a switch, putting the radio on speakerphone. He had taken off his headset by now, and he and his teammates stared intensely at the radio. "This is Alpha. Who is this?" A mocking laugh echoed from the other end. "Haha, I'm Private Park Jinsung, 3rd Squad, 10th Regiment, Haney Special Mobile Training Base." The young man in the center muttered to himself, trying to place the name, "Park Jinsung. I've never heard of him." A teammate chimed in to remind him, "He's the guy who spread those wild rumors. The one claiming he took down 200 guys by himself." A short-haired man from Alpha Squad rubbed his chin, puzzled. "The squadron on that front line has reached the final day of the week. Did they use an emergency EDA to hijack the cutoff transmission?" The long-haired girl suddenly burst out laughing. "Hanyang's students aren't half bad. But still, if he's charging into enemy territory all by himself." Before she could finish, a series of piercing screams erupted over the radio. "Run. Move. You crazy bastard. Stop chasing me. Don't push. I told you to stop. Ah, zombies. It's those damn zombies." The screams were clearly coming from Delta One's radio. The tent fell deathly silent. The faces of the Alpha Squad members turned grim. The girl from Alpha Squad looked at the radio anxiously as another voice came through. "It's a bit noisy over here. I think I've got the gist of the situation." Hurry up and send reinforcements or something. The short-haired young man immediately pointed at the guy in the center and shouted, "Prioritize getting a handle on the situation. Alert Delta 2. Tell them to confirm Delta 1 status." Just then, another voice crackled over the radio. "This is Bravo Z. Bravo Z. Do you read? Alpha? Please respond." The young man in the center pulled the radio toward him and spoke into the mic. "This is Alpha. Go ahead." A series of reports from Bravo 1 came through. All of Bravo 1 is retreating. Repeat, the entire Bravo 1 squad is in retreat. Confirmed. We are under attack by an EDA user. The girl in Alpha Squad stood up abruptly, shouting, "The left flank is under attack too?" The short-haired man knit his brows, flipping through the files in his hand. Attacked? Among the Hanyang juniors, aren't there supposed to be no strong EDA users? On the battlefield, ruins were scattered everywhere. Even a massive iron pillar had been twisted and bent. Bianjing used his EDA to lift a stone pillar 10 times his size, muttering, "These low-level trash, they're actually somewhat impressive when they group up. But now it's time to end this." A smirk crept onto his face. The stone pillar he held felt as light as a toy. Even the dust falling from the stone couldn't hide his overwhelming confidence. Bianjing's ability info appeared. Uproot and throw. EDA rank, B+. Overall combat power, B+. You can use any object fixed to the ground as a weapon. Anything you uproot becomes weightless to you. The size of the object depends on the user's mental capacity. Without hesitation, Bianjing hurled the pillar towards Squad 998, cursing, "Die, you piece of trash." Seeing the massive object, the opposing squad screamed in panic. "That thing is coming again. Everyone, get out of the way. If that hits you, even with a shield, you're going straight to the hospital. No exceptions." But before they could finish, the pillars slammed down where they had been standing. Everyone scrambled in terror, leaving behind only the sounds of frightened gasps and groans. Bianjing brushed his hands off, satisfied. "Ah, that felt good." Zhou Yi appeared behind him, seemingly in a good mood. "How's it feel? Like I said, your EDA is the most effective thing on the battlefield, right?" Behind her, rubble was strewn everywhere. She smiled and said, "Even though this battlefield focuses on defense and hidden ruins, its utility changes depending on how we use it." Bianjing waved her off. "You're probably just salty that I'm the only one sent to deal with you juniors. But since I got to see those 998 bastards struggle, I'll let it slide." Zhou Yi replied, "I think your value would be much higher if you learned to speak more politely." Bianjing glanced back at Zhou Yi and chuckled. Just watch the seniors show off. From here on out, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the show." Suddenly, silver armor manifested, encasing Zhou Yi's body, and her usual glasses vanished. She said, "All right, it's time to prove our worth as juniors." Zhou Yi's armor glowed incessantly. Ability: boost the combat power of those around the EDA user. If the user believes they can withstand an attack, they will remain unharmed. Zhou Yi valiantly led the juniors forward. Behind her, a stern-faced girl, a smirking boy, and many others gathered. She declared, "Third Flight Company, 1st Regiment, 1st Squad. Our squad leader might be absent, but let's show them what we can do on the battlefield." Massive stone pillars, twisted steel, and crumbling walls divided the two armies. Zhou Yi and Bianjing led the Hanyang High School team as they charged toward Legion 998. Seeing this, the 5th Squad of Legion 998 shouted in alarm. "Hanyang's elite squad is here. Everyone, back to combat positions." Zhou Yi and 2 others leaped high into the air, their bodies emitting a blinding light. The members of Legion 998 clutched their faces in pain, screaming, "My eyes!" Zhou Yi landed firmly, stepping triumphantly onto a member of Legion 998. Caught off guard, the soldier could only let out a pathetic "you." On this side, Sergeant Luo cracked his knuckles and barked orders. "Melee team, we need to tighten the line that Jinghao's team is pushing." Not far away, a member raised their weapon, spirit burning for battle. Shi Ming remained calmer, addressing the long-range unit. "Long-range team, fall back behind Bianjing's cover. Prepare to support the front line." Standing beside him was a young man holding a long staff, ready for combat. Zhou Yi signaled the command. "First Squad, switch to Tactical Formation 3. Show those cowards from 998 the power of Hanyang High." Zhou Yi's expression turned even more serious. Moments later, the Hanyang students had scattered Legion 998. Drones circled overhead. On the ground, Zhou Yi's team gathered to regroup. Legion 998 has retreated to the rear line, Zhou Yi said, raising her hand. We need to gather our forces quickly and keep pushing. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly jumped down from behind her, causing her to freeze. It was Yong Anhao. His towering frame loomed over Zhou Yi like a massive boulder, his presence completely overwhelming her small stature. He grumbled, "Humph, those bastards. Retreating in the first round? How pathetic." He swung a fist, speaking with pure contempt. "You guys are that stepping stone team, right? Get lost and make it quick." Zhou Yi was visibly shaken. "Send out the stronger team." Yong Anhao roared, throwing a terrifying punch toward Zhou Yi. She raised her arms to block, but she was clearly overpowered, letting out a pained ugh. The force of Yong Anhao's blow sent Zhou Yi flying, slamming her into a stone pillar behind her. Bianjing ran over, worried. "Vice Leader, are you okay?" The impact left a crater in the stone pillar. Zhou Yi stood up, looking a bit worse for wear, but her voice remained firm as she replied to Yong Anhao. "That kind of attack is nothing against my armor." He laughed with genuine interest. "Oh, looks like this might actually be a fun fight." A strange steam began to rise from his clenched fists. Zhou Yi stood her ground, looking up at Yong Anhao. "Yong Anhao, you really are as battle-hungry as the report said." Yong Anhao teased her again. "Taking a closer look, for a bug crawling under a stepping stone, you're actually pretty cute." He gave her a look that begged for a punch. "Got a boyfriend?" Zhou Yi exhaled sharply, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I can tell exactly what kind of person you are just by hearing you talk." But the mockery didn't seem to faze Yong Anhao at all. He continued to flirt. "Don't be like that. What do you think? I'm the type of man who treats his woman very gently and thoughtfully." In response, Zhou Yi looked completely disgusted. "If I have to listen to another second of this garbage, my ears might actually grow legs and run away." Then, she immediately snapped and ordered her teammates. "Everyone, battle formation. We have to fill the gap left by the squad leader." The teammates behind her couldn't hide the tension on their faces. Yong Anhao faced the Hanyang team alone. One side had the advantage of sheer size. The other had the advantage of numbers. Looking at the group preparing to charge him, he clearly didn't take them seriously. "You bugs under the stepping stones, you should know when to surrender. You're just fodder." Yong Anhao reached up to crack his neck, his expression darkening with impatience. "Watching you nobodies act like your hot stuff is starting to get on my nerves." In an instant, a powerful aura exploded from his body, forcing Zhou Yi and her teammates to brace themselves with everything they had. This was Yong Anhao's EDA ability, Ignored Rage. EDA rank, A+++. Overall combat power, B. Phase 1, Defense. You can convert anger into thermal energy. The longer you remain in a state of rage, the more powerful the ability becomes. Bianjing and Zhou Yi were enveloped in a thick mist. Seeing Bianjing shielding his face, Zhou Yi shouted a warning. "That steam is no joke. If you don't want to get burned, stay back. Retreat and wait for the vapor to dissipate." Yong Anhao sneered as he drew back his aura. "Huh, you're backing off just because of this? You people really know how to pick a fight." Seeing that the heat around Yong Anhao had vanished as he turned away, one Hanyang student noted, "The steam is gone." Another added, "He probably has a cooldown." The two nodded at each other in agreement. Seeing this, Zhou Yi desperately shouted, "Wait, we need to analyze the situation further." But it was too late. Both of them charged at Yong Anhao, who stood still with his eyes closed. "You must need time to recharge that move," one yelled. "If we strike now, we might actually land a hit." Faced with the assault, Yong Anhao's eyes snapped open. He roared, "I told you, you've officially pissed me off, you damn maggots." He grabbed one student's knee with one hand and snatched the other's wrist with his second hand. Seconds later, a blinding pillar of light erupted, and the two Hanyang students were slammed into the dirt. The ground where they lay was completely cratered. One clutched his leg, the other his arm, both groaning in agony. "My arm." Zhou Yi's eyes widened at the sight. She thought in horror. Even though they're wearing shock absorption bracelets, the aftershock was enough to break their bones. He compressed the steam into his hands and used it as a medium for the attack. Seeing the heat gather in Yong Anhao's hands again and his cold gaze toward the fallen students, he panicked. Wait, no way. He's definitely the type who will. She screamed. Everyone, prioritize rescuing the wounded. She dashed toward Yong Anhao, thinking, he doesn't care if you're hurt or disqualified. He'll keep attacking. Seeing her try to save them, Yong Anhao said dismissively, What's this? You want to save these bugs? He quickly swung his arm, sending a blast of scalding steam toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi gritted her teeth. Just you try it. Seeing his move, she thought in shock. He's using his fist to launch compressed steam? But Zhou Yi wasn't a pushover. She moved in a zigzag pattern to dodge the thermal blasts, closing the distance to Yong Anhao. This seemed to amuse him. I like your style. Why don't you come join my side? Yong Anhao gathered heat in his hand, a mocking smile on his face that made Zhou Yi's blood boil. She replied with pure loathing. Do I really need to answer such a disgusting question? Zhou Yi's attitude finally broke his patience. I was actually planning on going easy on you. He swung a fist, glowing with concentrated steam at her. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's armor emitted a brilliant flash. Yong Anhao's punch missed, resulting in a loud clang. By then, Zhou Yi had grabbed her two injured teammates. She shouted to the others, Get the wounded out of here now. The rest of you, engage him, but keep your guard up. Yong Anhao was truly enraged now, his words hissing through gritted teeth. Now I'm actually annoyed. Zhou Yi watched him with a mix of caution and dread. As he exploded with rage, thick steam billowing from his body, he said in a voice cold as ice, Do you want me to beat you within an inch of your life? By now, on the left flank, the advantage was clearly with Yong Anhao. The Hanyang team looked devastated. Several lay wounded on the ground, steam rising from their bodies where they'd been defeated. Others were trying to drag the injured away. Nearby, Zhou Yi held up a shield, weathering Yong Anhao's ferocious assault. Zhou Yi was struggling, her shield glowing blue as she tried to absorb the impact. Yong Anhao pounded the shield relentlessly, heat radiating with every strike. Stubborn brat, he roared. The situation was grim. Yong Anhao had single-handedly taken down nearly all the Hanyang juniors. Only Zhou Yi remained, barely holding out against his fists. She thought desperately. He took out the entire junior class alone. I have to stall until the others recover. Yong Anhao cursed. You annoying little brat. You just gonna hide behind that shield forever? Calling Jinghao out here. Sweat poured down Zhou Yi's face, but she remained defiant. You think you're worthy of meeting our captain? Her words were fuel to the fire. With a savage expression, Yong Anhao hammered at the shield. I'm going to rip that mouth of yours shut. Zhou Yi was at her absolute limit. At that moment, a Hanyang student shouted down from the cliff, Zhou Yi, we've got them to safety. Knowing her teammates were safe, Zhou Yi felt the weight lift. She prepared to make her escape, calling out to Yong Anhao, I'm done playing with you. I'm out. But suddenly, Zhou Yi was caught by something and couldn't move. She gasped in confusion. Yong Anhao's icy voice rang out from above her. Who gave you permission to leave? You think I have time to waste on your games? Her feet had sunk deep into the earth without her even realizing it. She thought in panic, since when did my feet get buried? Yong Anhao suddenly appeared on her right, fist raised high. The heat gathered there seemed 3 times more intense than before. While you're stuck there, I wonder what happens if I hit you from the side. He unleashed a devastating blow against the shield, which Zhou Yi barely managed to brace for. Zhou Yi frantically calculated her next move. My feet are stuck. I've lost my balance. I can't maintain this shield much longer. No, I have to. However, despite her spirit, her shield had reached its limit. Under Yong Anhao's onslaught, it began to crack. Seeing the spiderweb of fractures, Yong Anhao stopped. What's this? The magic shield is breaking. He leaned in close, his face inches from hers, hand resting on the cracked shield. His bloodshot eyes locked onto hers. Hey, shield girl. Everyone's gone. A twisted smile spread across his face. Do you want to be buried alive first? Or should I just shatter this little toy? Tell me. His words turned Zhou Yi's face pale as she scrambled for a way out. When she didn't answer, his rage flared again. He leaned harder against the shield, cursing. Hey, you dare ignore me? You're really pushing it. Unbeknownst to him, a massive boulder was hurtling down from the sky at incredible speed. The stone pillar slammed into the ground right behind Yong Anhao, missing him by a hair. Immediately after, another pillar crashed down, forcing him to jump back to avoid it. The pillars created a barrier between him and Joey. A voice called out from above. "Get back, Senior." She gasped. That voice. Before she could process it, a hail of massive stones and debris rained down around her. Yong Anhao clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, I was so close to finishing her. As the heavy objects continued to fall, both Yong Anhao and Zhou were forced to run in opposite directions. Giant boulders slid down the cliffside, crashing into each other and sending clouds of dust into the air. After reaching a safe distance, Zhou found a rescuer. It was none other than Bian Jing. Seeing him panting after throwing the pillar, she said, "Thank you. I wouldn't have escaped without you." Bian Jing immediately snapped back with his usual sharp tongue. "Huh, weren't you the one bragging about the power of the juniors?" He added, "The situation looked critical, so I just threw everything I could find." Zhou noticed how exhausted he looked. His hands were bloodied and trembling, and his gauntlets were in pieces. She said softly, "Fair enough." Then, Bian Jing let out a groan. "That hurts." Zhou didn't withhold her praise this time. "You were the most useful person on the left flank. You should rest." Even though he was pale from exhaustion, Bian Jing didn't soften his tone. "Oh, you're just now figuring that out." As soon as he finished, he couldn't say another word and collapsed. Luckily, Zhou caught him. She smiled and said, "If you could fix that nasty mouth of yours, you'd be even more useful." The other juniors ran over to check on her. "Zhou, are you all right?" They looked at the mound of debris blocking the path. "The road is blocked. What do we do? Should we focus our forces on the center?" But Zhou countered, "No, we can't guarantee Squad 998 won't find a way through." She continued, "He won't find this path easy because he'll be wary of Bian Jing's attacks. But the left flank assault was part of the plan, and now it's stalled." As she spoke, she handed the unconscious Bian Jing to another teammate. A young man asked, "Where's Yong Anhao? Was he defeated?" Zhou glanced at the ruins nearby. With his ability, dodging that was easy. Once he realizes the captain isn't here, he'll definitely take another route. Ming asked, "Where do you think he'll go?" Zhou's guess was filled with certainty. If he figures out the captain isn't on the front lines, there's only one place he'll head. The center. At that moment, both Zhou on the left flank and Park Junsheng on the right flank spoke those two words. On the right, the monolith guy stood before Junsheng and asked, "He's coming here because we're the weakest link, right?" Junsheng sat on a boulder, tilting his head slightly as he answered the monolith guy's question. He definitely spotted our main force on the left wing, while Yong Anhao stayed behind. Now that the first bridge is destroyed, he doesn't need to worry about the second one anymore. He's probably figured out that the guy will head for the center. It's the shortest path and the closest point to the rear. Hearing Junsheng predict that Yong Anhao would head to the central area, the monolith guy's expression instantly tensed up. He followed up urgently. "If that's the case, what's your move?" "We managed to hold our ground thanks to the raid, but ever since they sent reinforcements, we've been stuck in a stalemate." Hearing this, Puh Jinsung fell into thought for a moment. He stood up and looked at the monolith guy. "Hey, monolith, do you think you can break this deadlock and turn the tide of battle with just the freshmen?" The monolith guy asked back in shock. "What?" Jinsung explained, "Brigade 998 is going to circle back to the center to block us. We have to break through this stalemate." Jinsung's words left the monolith guy even more stunned as he asked in disbelief, "Are you planning to lead these kids to the center?" Without a hint of hesitation, Jinsung replied firmly, "Yeah, as long as the freshmen can hold the line, we're good." The monolith guy glanced at the group of first-year students, pondering. A moment later, he happily agreed to Jinsung's proposal. "Let's give it a shot. Team 1 will push back every single attack." Jinsung praised him. "Now that's what I like to hear." At the same time, he encouraged himself inwardly. Even an irresponsible guy like him is putting in this much effort. I have to see where my own limits are. Meanwhile, the monolith guy turned around and shouted to the freshmen, "Team 1, assemble at the command post." The scene shifts to the central battlefield. A horn sprouted from Kim Shiren's head as she impatiently asked Su Shan, "Did Bian Jing really say that? Aren't you exaggerating?" Su Shan quickly laughed to smooth things over. "He is the captain, after all. You're being a bit too hard on him." Hearing that, Kim Shiren pointed her sword toward the members of Brigade 998 and said sternly, "In other words, the plan on the left wing failed. Now, our position here in the center has become the key to victory or defeat. Looks like we'll have to push ourselves harder. We need to take them down before Yong Anhao arrives. Seeing this, Sushan excitedly pumped her fist behind her. At this moment, everyone in Brigade 998 looked visibly strained, including Zhou Donghu, the man who had previously defeated in Yong Anhao. A guy with a ponytail in Brigade 998 barked at Zhou Donghu, "Hey Zhou Donghu, use your Ida to block her already." Zhou Donghu looked like he was about to burst into tears. How am I supposed to do that? Every time I try to increase my weight, she aims her strike right for the center. She'll cut me wide open. I can't do it. Remembering how every time he used his Ida, Kim Shiren had left a gash on his rotund body, he couldn't help but feel terrified. The ponytail guy turned pale and said hoarsely, "If Yong Anhao finds out we were held back by a single person, he'll kill us himself." Zhou Donghu was completely helpless, stammering, but that person single-handedly took down 200 of our men. Looking toward the Haney High battlefield, Kim Shiren stood there alone, holding her sword with an arrogant air. Yet, her presence alone made the entire 998 squad cower, not daring to advance. Kim Shiren gripped her sword tightly. The silhouette of a monster with two massive fangs and two horns appeared behind her. It was her Ida. She said calmly, "That's only natural. After all, you're facing Han Yonghai's strongest, the White Jade Spirit." Zhou Donghu was white with fear, saying dejectedly, Maybe we should retreat and wait for Zhou Anhao to get here." But before Zhou Donghu could finish his sentence, Yong Anhao suddenly appeared behind him, asking coldly, "And where exactly do you think you're going?" Zhou Donghu saw him and stammered, Zhou Anhao." Seeing that Yong Anhao had arrived, Kim Shiren thought to herself, Yong Anhao, so he's finally here. I thought he'd take much longer. Yong Anhao stepped forward slowly and said, "So you're that famous monster?" He gave a contemptuous cold laugh, his attitude dripping with disdain. "The strongest? You fodder all say the same thing." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the distance to Kim Shiren like a flash of lightning. Intense heat condensed around his fist, while Shiren had yet to react. He spoke angrily, his fist already inches from Shiren's face. "You weaklings always talking like that. It's irritating." Yong Anhao unleashed a punch. Although Shiren managed to block it with her sword, the force still sent her skidding back. Being blown back that far, Shiren couldn't hide her surprise. She thought, "I thought I could block it, but that move completely blew me away. Judging by that hit, this guy's combat ability is definitely A rank." Shiren silently assessed. She said, "Guess I have no choice. I really wanted to avoid using this with cameras around." As she spoke, a glow erupted from her body, and her clothes began to transform. Her outer jacket changed into a long robe. Shiren continued with a smile, "But if I lose because I didn't use it, I'll never hear the end of the complaints." Clearly, she had activated her special Ida, summoning a magnificent set of armor. The breastplate looked like a monster with glowing, haunting blue eyes, and with the horn on her head and the sword in her hand, she looked sharper and more lethal than ever. Yong Anhao looked at Kim Shiren and mocked her. "Does Haney High have a rule that girls have to wear armor?" His eyes were full of contempt as he continued arrogantly, "I just took down a guy wearing shiny armor exactly like that." Hearing this, Kim Shiren gave a slight smile. A mocking glint appeared in her eyes. She replied, "Are you talking about Senior Jing?" With those words, Kim Shiren lunged forward. Gripping her long sword, she charged at Yong Anhao, her voice ringing out coldly. "We might both wear armor, but I'm not on the same level as him." At that, Yong Anhao burst out laughing. He clenched his hand into a fist. Channeling power into it, he replied dismissively, "What's that supposed to mean? What difference does it make? You'll get crushed just the same once you eat one of my punches, brat." Yong Anhao swung a heavy fist at Kim Shiren. She said coldly, "I warned you." His fist was caught and blocked by her cloak. Seeing this, he shouted in shock, "What?" After blocking the attack, Kim Shiren swung her sword in a counteroffensive. Yong Anhao scrambled to dodge. As he flew back, he let out a cry of pain. Landing on the ground, he said to her in surprise, "Using your cloak to block and your weapon to attack? Interesting." Kim Shiren immediately retorted, "I don't have enough skill to waste it on entertaining you." Her words piqued Yong Anhao's temper. He gritted his teeth and said, this girl really knows how to push my buttons. He stood up, channeling power into both arms and roared. You've officially pissed me off. Yong Anhao swung his arms, unleashing 2 attacks simultaneously. He said mockingly, why don't you try blocking this with that fancy cloak of yours? His attack surged toward Kim Shiren. She began to analyze the situation in her head. Wide range, creating a large amount of steam. If I dodge, the people behind me will get hurt. Deciding quickly, she replied seriously, I won't let that happen. She then used her power to manipulate the cloak. Kim Shiren used her cloak to bring Yong Anhao's attack to a dead stop. Once the attack was neutralized, Kim Shiren teased him playfully, I bet you used this move to bully the third years, didn't you? Too bad it's useless against me. At this point, he could no longer contain his rage. He bellowed, who the hell do you think you are? You've really done it now. Before he even finished speaking, he was in her face. He threw a devastating punch at her, screaming, Arg, I told you to just back off nicely. Kim Shiren swiftly dodged his punch. She took a defensive stance, watching him and calculating. He's an Ida who uses rage as energy. As long as he stays angry, he can attack continuously without getting exhausted. If that's the case, there are only 2 ways to win. First, shut down his anger. She continued thinking, a spark of determination in her eyes. Then, she thought to herself, second, take him down in a single blow. Kim Shiren charged forward. She split into 3 clones. All 3 attacked at once, startling Yong Anhao. He raised his arms to block, shouting in panic, What? How did you suddenly turn into 3 people? Yong Anhao was sent flying by her attack, letting out a pained cry, Ack. At that moment, her 2 clones faded away. She looked down at Yong Anhao and said contemptuously, What do you mean? Did you see a ghost? Or something? Now, Yong Anhao sat on the ground with difficulty, looking at Kim Shiren with hatred. Damn it! How can something like this even exist? Just then, Zhou Donghu ran over, looking at Yong Anhao with concern. Jinhao, are you okay? Seeing Zhou Donghu, Yong Anhao frowned. He asked impatiently, Who the hell is pulling what kind of stunt on the left wing? Hearing this, Zhou Donghu replied in a panic, it's dangerous to let them through right now. We should wait a bit longer. Hearing Zhou Donghu's explanation only made him angrier. He gritted his teeth, his entire body radiating murderous intent as he asked, Are you disobeying my orders? Seeing that look as if he wanted to eat him alive, Zhou Donghu's face turned pale. He quickly replied, Yes, I understand. I'll contact them right away. Kim Shiren, listening to their conversation, found it confusing. She said coldly, The left wing? Suddenly, she realized something. She looked into the distance where the rest of Yong Anhao's teammates were standing. Confused, she thought, What is going on? For a long-range unit, that wall is way too far away. Then it hit her. She thought in a panic, Wait, the left wing? At that moment, another path began to form. Kim Shiren was even more shocked. She thought, stunned, they're using the height difference to use an Ida that controls nature. At this rate, both the central and rear teams will be wiped out. A blonde girl saw through the situation and immediately commanded everyone retreat to the entrance now. Don't let the enemy gain the advantage from behind. At that point, Yong Anhao's teammates started sliding down. Seeing this, Kim Shiren was horrified. She thought, they're sliding down so fast. If our side tries to run back up, they'll be exhausted. We'll be at a complete disadvantage. Suddenly, Yong Anhao lunged at her. He roared in fury. Where are you looking? I'm your opponent. Startled, Kim Shiren quickly summoned 2 clones. She shouted, Goblin clones. Seeing this, Yong Anhao used his bully skill. Caught off guard, Kim Shiren cried out, Ah. Seeing her reaction, Yong Anhao was surprised. He said, puzzled, You seem weaker than before. Looks like that armor drained a lot of your energy. Her expression turned serious. Yong Anhao continued to mock her. He asked dismissively, You've got me in front of you and the left-wing army behind you. Now what are you going to do? Hearing his question, she replied coldly, Humph. What if I just beat you and the army behind you? Before she could finish, Yong Anhao cut her off. Acting tough is useless now. At this point, Kim Shiren's face turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Yong Anhao said mockingly, Look at your face. Forget 5 minutes. You won't even last one. Kim Shiren assessed the situation, thinking he really is part of the military advisor training team. At the very least, I have to take this bastard down. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams echoed from behind. What? Who are these lunatics? Kim Shiren was startled and looked back in confusion. At that moment, the group that always followed Puh Jinsung had taken down the unit Yong Anhao was controlling. One of them said firmly, "You're not getting past us." Seeing this, Kim Shiren was overjoyed. She thought happily, it's his team. If they're here, I could do anything. Yong Anhao also noticed them. He asked irritably, "Who are those nobodies?" At his words, Kim Shiren's face darkened, and her gaze became razor-sharp. She said to him coldly, "Watch your mouth. Those are friends of the man leading them, and he happens to be a candidate for my future husband." Yong Anhao looked confused for a second, then immediately showed his disdain. "Husband? You're in high school and still playing house." He began to gather his strength again, saying boredly, "I'm done here." A blue glow enveloped his legs. He continued to mock her, "I fought you because I thought you were decent, but it turns out I was just wasting my time." Yong Anhao looked at Kim Shiren with eyes full of contempt, his voice cold as ice. "You're useless now anyway. Let's end this." Right then, an information panel lit up, describing the move Yong Anhao was preparing. Forgotten Fury. Grade, ETA A++. Overall combat power, A+. Third stage, unique, leg strength enhancement. Kim Shiren sensed something. She thought in alarm, the air has changed. The temperature is dropping. Suddenly, Yong Anhao vanished and reappeared instantly beside Kim Shiren. He unleashed a kick at her. Luckily, her reflexes were fast enough to block the attack. Kim Shiren looked at Yong Anhao in shock. She thought, a kick? He changed his attack style. His power and speed are completely different from before. She continued to think as one of Yong Anhao's strikes sent her flying back. Yong Anhao stood opposite her, now in a ready stance. He told her, "I'll end this quickly." With that, he charged. The two of them traded blows, attacking and parrying relentlessly. Suddenly, Yong Anhao's expression darkened, his eyes cold. He said irritably, "Ugh, instead of trying to shut down that annoying cloak, I should just break your weapon." TCH, Kim Shiren jumped back, crying out, "Ah." Seeing this, Yong Anhao huffed, Kim Shiren stood up and said seriously to him, "Yeah, you're right. I definitely need more practice with this armor. However, everyone here will be just fine without me." Yong Anhao was even more confused. He asked her, stunned, "What? Are you declaring your surrender? Who gave you the right to run away?" Kim Shiren raised her sword and told him calmly, "You're asking who?" As she spoke, the armor on her body vanished, replaced by a surge of power enveloping her. That power gradually flowed toward her longsword, coiling around the tip. The sword in Kim Shiren's hand suddenly grew a massive energy blade. She continued slowly, "Me, of course. Who else would it be?" Yong Anhao watched as Kim Shiren raised her sword high, pointing a beam of power straight into the sky. He frowned and asked, "This is your master plan? You think I'll be defeated by a move that's this obvious?" Shiren's lips curled into a similarly arrogant smile. "Your learning ability is still lacking, isn't it? Didn't you just see its power a moment ago?" Then 1, 2, then 3 copies of Shiren appeared. Her energy reached a breaking point. Realizing he had miscalculated, Yong Anhao finally began to pull back into a defensive position. Although his face had regained some calm, his words were the opposite. "Seems like this move isn't so simple after all." Having successfully intimidated him, Kim Shiren immediately released her power, shouting, "If you know what's good for you, take this and get lost." In an instant, 3 streams of power converged at a single point. The energy blasted straight toward her opponent. Its power was indeed extraordinary, causing a massive explosion that filled the area with thick smoke and dust. Having dealt with her opponent, Kim Shiren still didn't forget to throw a glare, looking like she still wasn't quite satisfied. At that moment, her teammates appeared, running over and cheering, "Wow, you're the best. One move, and you took out 998's trump card." Kim Shiren stood with her hands on her hips, looking out over the battlefield. "A shame. I couldn't take them all out in one go." That comment left the two guys speechless. Kim Shiren glanced over, looking pensive. If Yong Anhao had defended just now, the shockwave wouldn't have reached those 998 brats behind him. She imagined the scene of Yong Anhao jumping off the cliff. That guy Yong Anhao didn't care at all about his allies behind him. He probably jumped off the cliff before the attack hit. Even at this height, with all the steam and his stamina, he could have landed safely. Hearing this, her teammates chimed in, "Wow, that's impressive. If it were our captain, she'd definitely sacrifice herself to block that hit. Of course, we'd all be right there with her to stop it." Feeling like someone was missing, Kim Shiren asked, "Speaking of which, where did that eyesore go?" At the bottom of the massive cliff. Yong Anhao had landed, sighing in relief after narrowly escaping death. Phew, that was close. Anyway, now I just have to kick that guy out of the way and ring the bell as planned, right? Yong Anhao smoothed his hair as he walked toward his teammates, who looked worried about something. Seeing no progress made, and having wasted both energy and time, he barked, "What's the matter, CG? Why are you still here? I bought you guys so much time." The timekeeper replied timidly, "Sir, it's like this, over by the stairs." Sure enough, a figure was sitting on the stairs. The person spoke up, "Finally made it, huh?" Puh Jinsung sat there, elbow on his knee, looking arrogant with a smug grin. "While I was waiting, I heard you finish your training." Without a word, the two of them clashed, creating a confrontation between red and blue energy. Yong Anhao glared and asked, "You're that F-rank assassin, right? You waiting here to get revenge for that bastard?" Puh Jinsung didn't even bother with a serious answer, just laughed it off. Yong Anhao continued, "Your intuition is pretty good, being able to guess we'd sneak in for below the cliff." Seeing this guy talk too much, Puh Jinsung started to grumble, playing with a small knife. "Don't you get tired? You talk too much. You're acting like you're hiding something big." Being looked down upon by his opponent, Yong Anhao's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead. He reached back to touch his neck, his expression growing uglier by the second. "Either way, you're not going down to the bottom of the cliff. Making it look like an accidental death wouldn't be so bad." Puh Jinsung seemed interested in the situation, intentionally provoking him. "If you think you can kill me, give a shot." Like a wild beast poked in a sore spot. Yong Anhao's power exploded as he charged. "Just you wait." He lunged forward with the speed of light. His hand was ready to strike. Puh Jinsung remained perfectly calm, neutralizing the move with his bare hands. He effortlessly flipped Yong Anhao into the air. It was clear the gap in strength in this fight was massive. Seeing an opening, Yong Anhao threw a kick at him, but Puh Jinsung blocked that too. Looking at his weakened opponent, Puh Jinsung said coldly, "You fight like garbage, yet you still act this arrogant?" Seeing the tide turn against him, Yong Anhao backed away, brushing off his hands as if he were cleaning off something filthy. It was hard to tell if he was actually cleaning up or just provoking the madman in front of him. Puh Jinsung added one more thing. "Fight me for real, Yong Anhao. You're still hiding your true strength, aren't you?" Desperately wanting to crush the brat, Yong Anhao growled through gritted teeth. "You just have to push me to the edge, don't you? Don't regret this." No longer holding back, Yong Anhao prepared to go all out, warning those behind him, "I'm about to use a level 4 skill. Get back." Seeing him get this desperate, the timekeeper tried to intervene. "Wait, Yong Anhao. If it's level 4, unless it's against Yong Anhao, you need permission from a teacher." But it was too late. The Black Panther had been provoked. There was no stopping him now. Yong Anhao smoothed his hair and gave a cruel smirk. "Deal with the consequences first, report later. This kid's power is definitely beyond imagination." Helpless after his warnings failed, the timer turned to the others. "Hey, he's actually going to use level 4. Run now. If you stay, you'll get swept up in this too." Park Jin-cheng didn't spare a glance for those cowards, simply pointing toward the stairs. "Ah, the 998th Battalion is over there. If you're going to tuck tail and run, at least head in that direction." "What? That's the path leading straight into the danger zone." Zhu Donghu looked skeptically at the men who wouldn't stop blabbering. Park Jin-cheng cut in. "If you weren't planning on leaving, then let's just settle this here and now." Though fuming inside, their fear of death forced them to swallow their pride and chase after the soldiers. "Fine, we're leaving." Yong Anhao reached out his hand, issuing a final warning in a flat, chilling tone. "I don't know what you're plotting, but it's too late. Just try to stay alive." As he spoke, his wild eyes flashed with a sinister purple light. A low, guttural growl escaped Yong Anhao's throat. Energy erupted violently. The system interface flickered to life. Astra's Forgotten Rage, Total Combat Power, A+++. Level 4 Steam. The manifestation of primal fury, reflecting a soul-crushing intent to attack. Within the next year, asterisk. The current maximum growth value will double and explode. Yong Anhao's power surged uncontrollably, causing his domain to destabilize. Another notification flashed. Asterisk within the next year, the current maximum growth value will double and explode. Targets with lower emotional thresholds than the user will be unable to touch the steam. Only the steam can exert unilateral physical force. In level 4, the user will succumb to madness and lose all reason. Asterisk. Park Jin-cheng frowned at the escalating situation. Without a single word, Yong Anhao lunged straight for him. Yong Anhao swung his leg, aiming a lethal kick directly at Park Jin-cheng's face. Guh! Park Jin-cheng grunted, manifesting a clone to intercept the strike. What followed was a complete one-sided slaughter. Yong Anhao slammed his foot down with a thunderous boom, shattering the tiles beneath them and sending Park Jin-cheng flying. He was tossed back, hitting the ground hard and using his clones to stabilize his body. Park Jin-cheng quickly realized the attack potency had reached an entirely different level. Giving him no room to breathe, Yong Anhao landed right in front of him, laughing like a complete maniac. He raised his hand, condensing a massive sphere of energy. Park Jin-cheng's expression darkened. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. Dust clouded the area. Park Jin-cheng only survived by jumping back at the very last second. Yong Anhao continued to laugh, looking like a demon from a nightmare. He let out a primal roar. Seeing the monster charging again, Park Jin-cheng was forced back into a defensive stance. Asterisk, what is this? I'm being completely overwhelmed. Asterisk, Yong Anhao launched another flurry of strikes, his smiling face twisted and distorted by madness. Another explosion rocked the clearing. It was impossible to tell if that scream was Park Jin-cheng's agony or Yong Anhao's frantic howling. The ground leading toward the forest had been turned into a muddy, cratered wasteland. This was the first time Park Jin-cheng had been beaten this wretchedly. It seemed things weren't as simple as he'd thought. Normally, the steam would diffuse, allowing him to reach peak power. This was becoming a real pain. If he attacked from above, even Su Shan wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yong Anhao instantly closed the gap. He had clearly lost his mind, his mouth stuck in that eerie he grin. Park Jin-cheng braced himself. Asterisk, usually, Yong Anhao used his violence to force submission. He wouldn't fight in such a mindless state. Asterisk, but Park Jin-cheng quickly shook off the doubt, a sly, arrogant smirk returning to his lips. Well, I suppose you're finally a worthy enough opponent to test this power on. Park Jin-cheng stood up abruptly, catching Yong Anhao off guard. A crimson energy began to seep from Park Jin-cheng's body. His demonic visage flickered back into view. Now, I'm the one who should be laughing. Park Jin-cheng raised his blade high. Something was shifting. At that moment, the world around Park Jin-cheng turned a deep, bloody red. The beast within him had awakened. With the smile of a victor and the tone of a warmonger, he whispered, "Welcome to the show, old friend. Let's play to our heart's content." Zhu Donghu spoke urgently to his team. Let's wrap this up quickly before Yong Anhao has a breakdown at the 4th level. One teammate looked puzzled. But isn't this a bit strange? Another chimed in immediately. Why haven't we run into any defense teams on our way here? If their tactics are this bad, it's pathetic. Hearing this, Zhu Donghu felt a seed of doubt grow. I don't know either. In the distance, he spotted someone. It was in Zhenghao. I haven't received a single report about the front lines being wiped out. As expected, the 998th Battalion opened a secret passage long ago. Everyone moved into a guarded stance. Is that in Zhenghao? Why would they leave their strongest man in the rear? Use the ETA radar to scan the area. Watch out for an ambush. Facing them alone, and Zhenghao answered, "It's just me. There's no one else." Someone shouted back, "You really expect us to believe that?" Ignoring the outburst. And Zhenghao cracked his knuckles. "Believe whatever you want." He spoke calmly. "But I've been waiting for you, Zhu Donghu." The others grew suspicious. "Zhu Donghu, is there really no one else? No matter how many times I scan with the ETA detector, I'm getting nothing." Hearing this, Zhu Donghu let out a small sigh of relief. "Well then, there's no problem. There's no way in Zhenghao can beat me." Before Zhu Donghu could even finish his sentence, and Zhenghao activated his skill. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Zhu Donghu, and Zhenghao effortlessly neutralized 3 of Zhu Donghu's teammates, sending the man's tension skyrocketing. "You might have taken out the others, but it doesn't matter. You can't beat me. If that guy with the daggers was guarding this place, I might be worried, but not about you." The guy with the daggers, huh? I see. And Jing Hao replied. Zhu Donghu regained his composure. Fine. As long as I take you down, we win. And Jing Hao curled his lip in disdain, not even bothering to look at Zhu Donghu. It turned out he had a plan all along. Zhu Donghu activated his skill and charged. I'm not the only one getting heavier. Asterisk skill description. You're not the only one getting heavier. Level B EDA, Combat Power C. Increases the weight of both the user and the opponent, as well as any items the opponent is carrying. Maximum weight increase, 20x. Asterisk Zhu Donghu managed to push Jing Hao back, but Jing Hao braced himself and held his ground with ease. Zhu Donghu was stunned by his sheer strength. And Jing Hao spoke flatly. Since the day you defeated me, I haven't stopped thinking about why I lost. Every night, and Jing Hao had tormented himself with the memory. Asterisk, was I just exhausted from training? Or was the matchup just bad for my Ida? Asterisk. And Jing Hao's hand gripped Zhu Donghu's collar tightly. No. He slowly began to lift Zhu Donghu into the air. Those were all just excuses. Zhu Donghu gasped, what? And Jing Hao had finally realized his true weakness. I lost simply because I wasn't strong enough to beat you. And Jing Hao hoisted Zhu Donghu high above his head, even while the weight-increasing skill was still active. Under the crushing pressure of the skill, and Jing Hao's feet sank deep into the earth. Meanwhile, Zhu Donghu couldn't fathom what was happening. Asterisk I'm being lifted off the ground? This is impossible. Asterisk, a flash of pure determination ignited in Jing Hao's eyes. With a burst of strength, he slammed Zhu Donghu into the ground with a bone-shattering thud. Simultaneously, Park Jinsheng was locked in a fierce struggle with Jiang Jinhao. Ah-ha-ha-ha! Park Jinsheng laughed sinisterly. Facing his opponent, he thought to himself, I really wanted to go easy on you. A red light flickered in Park Jinsheng's eyes, like a predator finding its prey. But I can't do that anymore. In a flash, he was inches away from Jiang Jinhao. A massive explosion sent Jiang Jinhao reeling. He was thrown back, smashing into a cliffside as dust billowed everywhere. Through the haze, Jiang Jinhao gnashed his teeth, his rage reaching a boiling point. A purple aura exploded outward from him. Park Jinsheng kept his smirk, using his daggers to deflect the waves of energy. I knew it. I just can't hold back. Park Jinsheng's eyes turned bloodshot, revealing a raw, bloodthirsty craving. Because if I hold back, I won't be able to kill you. Both men lunged at each other at the same time, clashing midair. Park Jinsheng swung his weapons while Jiang Jinhao's body was wrapped in a violent purple battle chi. Their battle moved so fast the naked eye could barely track it, only streaks of light clashing and darting across the field. After a moment, Jiang Jinhao flew upward to create distance, while Park Jinsheng vanished into the smoke. By now, Jiang Jinhao was covered in wounds. He roared, and the shape of his battle chi began to shift and warp. Jiang Jinhao's energy lashed out at Park Jinsheng, but the latter evaded every strike. Park Jinsheng closed the gap while dodging, appearing behind Jiang Jinhao in an instant. Jiang Jinhao realized it just a second too late. A murderous glint sparked in Park Jinsheng's eyes, and his lips curled into a wicked smile. Jiang Jinhao swung around to attack. Gulp! Park Jinsheng instantly closed in, facing him head-on. If I don't kill you now, what am I supposed to do? He taunted. He unleashed a devastating blow, slamming Jiang Jinhao into the dirt. Jiang Jinhao collapsed, and Park Jinsheng landed beside him, looking disappointed. Is that it? It's over? How boring. Whenever Park Jinsheng stepped closer, Jiang Jinhao flinched in terror, instinctively crawling backward. Where do you think you're going? You were supposed to be all ugh and ah, right? Aren't you going to moan for me anymore? Park Jinsheng stood over him, radiating killing intent. He raised the dagger in his right hand. This time, you could even use that pink cloud again, unlike before. He thought, time to end this. He plunged the dagger down toward Jiang Jinhao. Jiang Jinhao shrieked in absolute terror. An explosion followed, and Jiang Jinhao's battle chi vanished. He squeezed his eyes, shut in fear, but Park Jinsheng had driven the dagger into the ground right next to him. Park Jinsheng let out a long breath. Phew, finally deactivated your Ida. The blade was only centimeters away from Jiang Jinhao's groin. Park Jinsheng looked slightly surprised. I couldn't even cancel it when you were at your peak. If you hadn't lost your will to fight, you'd be dead right now. Jiang Jinhao, finally, seemed to regain consciousness. NGH. He winced as the pain from his wounds set in. Whoa, what's with all these injuries? Park Jincheng watched his reaction, puzzled. Jiang Jinhao continued. Why did my Ida suddenly deactivate? Realizing something, Park Jincheng said with a hint of envy. Do you actually lose your memory when you enter the 4th stage? Must be nice. I remember every single one of those damn memories perfectly. As Jiang Jinhao tried to piece together what happened, Park Jincheng added, I heard you once beat Senior in Zhenghao. Park Jincheng looked let down. I was actually looking forward to our fight. You're a real disappointment, Jiang Jinhao. At the mention of Zhenghao, Jiang Jinhao flared up. You dare compare me to that loser? Suddenly, Jiang Jinhao's body began to shake uncontrollably. He looked at Park Jincheng, confused. What's happening? Why am I shaking like this? Park Jincheng sheathed his weapon and replied calmly. Well, it seems that even if you don't remember what happened, your body's instincts do. He gave Jiang Jinhao a contemptuous look. Whatever. My job here is done. Go do whatever it is you were supposed to do. Jiang Jinhao was speechless. He immediately turned and bolted. If you don't end this now, you'll regret it, you F-rank assassin. Park Jincheng didn't seem to care. Who knows? But that's definitely not going to happen. Having escaped, Jiang Jinhao scrambled toward Zhenghao's location. There, he finally came face to face with his target. And Zhenghao glanced back at him. Park Jincheng, watching from afar, thought, the one to take you down will be Senior in Zhenghao, not me. Seeing Zhu Donghu sprawled on the ground, Jiang Jinhao was baffled. What? What happened to Zhu Donghu? You stepping stone, what did you do to him? And Zhenghao replied coolly, exactly what it looks like, Jiang Jinhao. Zhu Donghu and I had a match, and I won. Jiang Jinhao refused to believe it. No way. How could you beat him? Tell me what kind of dirty tricks you used. And Zhenghao shrugged. None. The Sushana today is just a little bit stronger. That's all. Jiang Jinhao grew even more suspicious. Ridiculous. A lowly stepping stone like you. Zhu Donghu must have made a mistake. He scanned Zhenghao and noticed his injured left arm. He sneered. Your arm is trashed anyway. How do you plan on stopping me now? Hey, you piece of crap. You can't win against me. And Zhenghao slowly took off his jacket. Defeating you in this condition, it will be a bit difficult. Jiang Jinhao stared, curious. What's with the jacket? And Zhenghao explained, it's a training suit lined with sandbags. Jiang Jinhao snorted. Even if you take it off, it's not like you're suddenly going to look any different. As soon as the words left his mouth, the training suit hit the ground with a massive thud. Jiang Jinhao immediately went on the defensive. Asterisk, how can a jacket making that much noise just by falling? Wait, did he wear that just to endure Zhu Donghu's EDA? Asterisk, ignoring him, and Zhenghao activated his Ida. We're both injured. That makes this a fair fight. How could someone like you? Before Jiang Jinhao could finish, and Zhenghao closed in and grabbed him by the shirt. Jiang Jinhao couldn't react in time. You bastard. He was sent flying by a powerful throw. He scrambled to his feet, putting distance between them. Asterisk, this guy actually dares to challenge me. Asterisk, Jiang Jinhao channeled his Ida into his legs. In a flash, he was in front of Zhenghao. Die, you stepping stone. Their Ida energies collided, sparking an explosion. And Zhenghao blocked the kick with one hand, speaking calmly. I've been thinking about that attack in the alleyway. Why didn't you do anything back then? After that exchange, I figured out. For the past 3 years, I've been constantly getting stronger. But you? You haven't changed a bit since then. And Zhenghao's words pushed Jiang Jinhao over the edge. Are you saying I didn't step in because I was scared? A purple aura erupted around Jiang Jinhao. How dare a lowly stepping stone talk to me like that? And Zhenghao remained unfazed, firmly gripping Jiang Jinhao's leg. Jiang Jinhao kicked off with all his might, throwing Zhenghao back into the cliff. And Zhenghao emerged from the dust cloud, completely unscathed. He seemed to have a sudden realization about Jiang Jinhao's power. So that's the secret of Ida? A combat skill that robs you of your consciousness, but boosts your raw power. Wrapped in purple energy, Jiang Jinhao charged. And Zhenghao noted calmly. This was your mistake, Jiang Jinhao. He easily dodged the attack. You should have researched my fighting style more carefully. GUH. And Zhenghao grabbed him by the collar and hurled him into the cliffside. The impact was so severe that Jiang Jinhao spat out a mouthful of blood. This is a judo technique that uses the opponent's own momentum against them, and Yong Anhao explained. If you lose your mind and rely on nothing but brute force, you're an easy target. He walked over to the unconscious Yong Anhao. I win. What a boring end. Noticing Park Jinsung watching, and Yong Anhao called out, "It's over, so stop hiding. Come on out, Park Jinsung." Park Jinsung stepped out, looking a bit sheepish. As expected of senior. "What did you notice me? I knew you followed Yong Anhao up here. So was this your plan? What's going on?" Park Jinsung replied, "Well, you were supposed to hit the 998 button, senior." And Yong Anhao countered, "But looking at your actions, you knew I wouldn't do that, didn't you?" Park Jinsung went silent. "That's right. According to the training rules, after defeating me, I'd have to be disqualified because of my arm injury anyway." He looked at Yong Anhao. If he had brought an intact bracelet, I would have let him pass. He turned away. "I'm heading back now." He looked back at Park Jinsung. "Go finish the mission, all right." Park Jinsung immediately snapped into a military salute. "Yes, sir. I'll finish this as fast as I can and be right back." Elsewhere, Park Jinsung's team was surrounded by the 998th. The monolith guy and the others forced a grin. "We'll keep fighting until every last one of you is down." Someone in the surrounding crowd shouted, "Damn it, we're out of time. If we can't beat these zombie-like bastards, we'll just have to mop up the rest of the small fry." As he spoke, a dark shadow blurred past. Park Jinsung appeared before them, having already neutralized most of the attackers. "The small fry is here." Seeing him, the monolith guy and the team cheered. "Captain," Park Jinsung praised them. "You guys did great holding them off until now. Good job. What's the status?" A teammate answered. "The professor has retreated. We were pushed back a bit, but now that you're back, if we could just hold out for 30 more minutes, we win." Park Jinsung thought for a moment. 30 minutes, huh? Is that enough time for us to go on the offensive? The monolith guy tensed up. "Wait, what?" "We're attacking." Park Jinsung explained. Senior and Yong Anhao said we need to end this once and for all. His teammates looked hesitant. "But isn't that a bit much? Would you like me to clarify the specific Ida abilities of any of these characters for you?" Park Jinsung thought to himself, "If I had more time, this might be doable, but there are only 30 minutes left." He quickly calculated the possibilities. Asterisk, even if I tap into my bloodlust, it won't make much of a difference. Right now, I can only focus on what's within my reach. Asterisk. Park Jinsung wondered. Asterisk, I need to expand my range of control. Should I use my legs to boost my speed? Or focus on my left hand to amplify my power? Asterisk. Park Jinsung closed his eyes, deep in thought. What I need most right now is... He slowly opened his eyes. He had found the path to victory. Eyes of battlefield insight. Skill description. A specialized part of the A-rank assassin Ida. Total combat ability. A+. Area manipulation. Eyes. By focusing on a target, the user can detect an opponent's weaknesses and Ida flow while calculating the most efficient way to defeat them. However, this would lead to the most grueling path to victory. Meanwhile, two members of Team 998 were whispering about the situation. Those guys over there aren't even moving. As long as they hold out for another 30 minutes, they win. You think they're planning something? We lost because we couldn't lay a finger on Kong Jinho or Senior and Yong Anhao. Since we're going to lose anyway, it's better to just avoid getting hurt. Wait, someone's running this way. A member of Team 998 asked in disbelief. What? What kind of lunatic charges a fortified position alone? From a distance, Team 998 felt a pair of murderous eyes staring them down. Huh, damn it, who is that guy? His eyes look absolutely insane. In a private room, Kim Se-yeon's grandfather and Bratislava Pete were talking. Holding his teacup, Kim's grandfather asked with a hint of unease, "What do you think of that boy?" Bratislava Pete replied confidently, "I'm certain of my victory." He elaborated, "The weapon Jinsung uses is nothing more than a simple sword." While they spoke, Park Jinsung was single-handedly storming the enemy's rear lines. Pete continued, "That's why I cannot lose." Hearing this, Kim Se-yeon's grandfather felt somewhat relieved. "You should at least have that much confidence to be worthy of marrying my granddaughter. Even if that boy follows the path of the sword, he is still full of flaws. Besides, wearing that armor is just ridiculous. The white jade fairy of the Kim family is not someone a person like him can touch." Bratislava Pete reassured him, "There is nothing to worry about, sir." Just then, an announcement blared over the speakers. Cargo container 998 has been captured. The winner is the Han Yong Special Training High School team. Park Jinsung stood tall, hoisting the red flag captured from container 998. He flashed a confident smirk. The announcer continued, and the one who rated Yong Anhao, Han Yang's strongest student, was none other than Kim Se-yeon of Team 998. A large-scale, friendly mock combat tournament has officially begun. On the left is Byung-ji-young, who showed brilliant performance with her powerful Ida, exposing ally deception and leading her squad with incredible defensive capabilities. Then we have 4 first-year students who used their limited skills to halt the enemy's superior momentum. And the White Jade Fairy, Kim Se-yeon, vividly displayed her prowess during the test. Yong Anhao, who successfully took his revenge and reclaimed his title as the strongest at Korea High, achieved an absolute victory. However, despite the 3-to-1 power imbalance, what truly caught everyone's attention was the Zombie Legion. Despite relying on mediocre D-rank Ida and being considered the underdogs, they've become the center of interest. And then, there's the F-rank assassin, Park Jinsung, with his F-rank Ida. Despite being at the very bottom of the rankings, he broke through a blockade formed by hundreds of B-rank students all by himself. Seeing him raise the victory flag, the students who had given up due to their low rankings felt a sudden surge of inspiration. At that moment, someone was repeatedly slapping Park Jinsung on the shoulder, and he didn't look happy about it. The person patting him was none other than the principal, who was busy showing off for the media. Haha, student Park Jinsung is the pride of our Hanyang Special Training High School. Today's Excellence Award naturally goes to him. Park Jinsung felt a wave of disgust. The principal's behavior made him incredibly uncomfortable. This man, who usually discriminated against students based on their Ida rank, certainly knew how to seize a photo op when it benefited his reputation. And so, a new trend emerged at Hanyang: explosive training. Consequently, the HT Club, the origin of this craze, began steadily recruiting new members. Yong Anhao watched Park Jinsung from afar, smiling to himself. Asterisk, I knew it. Park Jinsung really is an interesting guy. Asterisk. After everything wrapped up, Park Jinsung and Kim Se-yeon went for a walk. He scratched his head and sighed. I just wanted to live a quiet life, you know. Kim Se-yeon, walking beside him, replied nonchalantly, now you understand my pain. The rest is up to you, Mr. Extra. Marry me. Jinsung stopped in his tracks, looking at her with pure judgment. How did the conversation even jump to that? Kim Se-yeon teased him, what? I told you I'd treat you well. Let's just hide from the reporters and live together. Park Jinsung replied coldly. What's so great about that? I don't want to get beaten up anymore. Hearing that, Kim Se-yeon instantly snapped. Oh, so you don't want to die? Fine. Then I'll just kill you and get it over with. Just as Kim Se-yeon grabbed Park Jinsung by the collar to teach him a lesson, a voice interrupted them. It's Senior Park Jinsung. As soon as they heard his name, others started swarming over. Where is he? Where? Whoa, it's the F-rank assassin. And the White Jade Fairy is right next to him. Kim Se-yeon and Park Jinsung stared at each other, stunned. Jinsung broke into a cold sweat and turned to her. My training hour is up. Kim Se-yeon kept teasing him. My husband is so famous now. I'm getting jealous. Suddenly, someone shouted, Senior Jinsung. He turned around. Huh? Are you guys here to try out for the HT Club too? The 2 young men replied. Ah, yes, we just got there. The one in the back added, but we completely blew it. A red-haired boy held up his trembling hand, his face pale. I was so confident in myself, but I couldn't even muster the strength to get past the second round. Yet you passed it on your first try. That means you were working incredibly hard even before you joined the HT Club. We had no idea. The 2 of them suddenly bowed deeply. We're sorry, Jinsung. They looked truly remorseful. We know it's pathetic to ask for forgiveness after bullying you, but we want to be like you. Please, give us a chance, they pleaded. We failed this time, but we'll try again. Seeing them like this, Park Jinsung's heart softened. You can do whatever you want us, just like we did to you back then. So please, teach us how to train. Jinsung replied, I get it. Fine. Hearing his answer, they immediately brightened up. They looked up, only to see a terrifying, twisted grin on Park Jinsung's face. I'll personally train you myself. Let's work hard together, shall we? Their entire bodies began to shake. Yeah, Senior Jinsung is smiling. Terrified, they all turned tail and bolted. Sorry, Senior Jinsung. He's a total psycho. Park Jinsung, confused by what just happened, asked blankly, Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong with my smile? Kim Se-yeon turned away, stifling a laugh. She turned back to tease him again. See? Now I'm the only one left by your side. Just give up and be my husband already. Park Jinsung shouted in frustration. Act seriously. Kim Se-yeon giggled. Ha ha. Behind them another voice called out, Senior Jinsung. Park Jinsung turned around. Oh, someone's still here. What is it? A female student asked hesitantly. What's the relationship between you and Senior Se-yeon? Are you two dating? Park Jinsung laughed and explained. Haha, Se-yeon is just teasing me. We're not dating. Really? The girl said, looking relieved. I'm so glad I asked. As she heard Jinsung's words, Kim Se-yeon's eyes flickered with a sharp glint. The girl then started to confess. Senior Jinsung, I know this is sudden, but you. Before she could finish, Kim Se-yeon clamped her hands over Park Jinsung's ears, making him yell in pain. Gah. Ow. Kim Se-yeon turned to the girl with a forced smile. Oh dear, what should we do? This loser is a bit busy right now. I think it would be better if you talk to him next time. Park Jinsung cried out. Ah, that hurts. The girl's eyes welled up with tears of frustration. Senior Se-yeon, that's so mean. You get to see him every day, but I had to summon all my courage just to wait for him today. I at least wanted to tell him that I like him. It was only then that Kim Se-yeon realized what she had done. She immediately let go of Park Jinsung. I understand. I'm sorry. My mistake. Park Jinsung stood there, completely lost as to what had just occurred. Kim Se-yeon turned and walked away, giving them space. Hey, Mr. Extra, that girl has something to say to you. I'm heading out first. Have a nice chat with her. See you later. Park Jinsung watched her walk away and thought, what's wrong with her? The girl called out to him again, Senior Jinsung. He turned back. Ah, sorry. What was it? The girl suddenly yelled. What are you still doing here? Aren't you going to go after her? Go. Now. Startled, he stammered, He ran off, feeling aggrieved and totally confused. Asterisk, what does that girl want from me? Se-yeon told me to stay, but the girl told me to go after her. Asterisk. Left alone, the girl muttered to herself. He said they aren't dating, but the moment she left, he had that look on his face. How am I supposed to confess now? Senior Se-yeon is truly cruel. Elsewhere, regarding that matter, Captain. Yeah, in the gym, a young man asked, Can you tell me why she's acting like that? It's scaring me. Park Jinsung replied, I'm the most confused one here. He recalled Kim Se-yeon's angry face and shuddered. I chased after her to ask what was wrong, but I have no idea why she's so mad. At that time, Park Jinsung had caught up and asked, What's gotten into you? Kim Se-yeon pouted angrily. Why don't you go back and enjoy some sweet talk with that adorable junior of yours? He explained, Unfortunately, I didn't even get to talk to that adorable girl. Hearing that, Kim Se-yeon froze. She turned around and glared at him fiercely. Adorable? Unfortunately? Jinsung flinched. Ah. Kim Se-yeon began punching him repeatedly. Why didn't you listen to her confession? He protested. How could something as dreamy as a confession happen to a guy like me? Platoon leader Kim Se-yeon snapped. Dreamy? Don't I say stuff like that to you every day? Why don't you ever notice? She then struck a pose. I'm charming, attractive, and even cute. Plus, I'm strong, the absolute best candidate for a boyfriend. Park Jinsung replied innocently. If you were just joking like usual, you wouldn't be this mad. Anyway, I'm going to go train. Kim Se-yeon was fuming. Hey, back to the present. Park Jinsung sighed. I can't for the life of me figure out what I did to make her that way. The other two thought to themselves. In short, it's all your fault. Meanwhile, Kim Se-yeon was checking her phone. What's this? A text from grandfather? What does he want? Jinsung continued, Kim Se-yeon screamed, What? She frantically showed the phone to Park Jinsung. Oh no, he's coming. He asked, huh? She panicked. Mr. Extra, you live alone, right? Can I stay at your place for a while? The entire room went dead silent. Park Jinsung said, But I only have one bed. The room was hit with another massive shockwave. Kim Se-yeon said helplessly, Huh. Can you just help me, Mr. Extra? Jinsung asked, What's the matter? She explained, A very strange person is coming to find me. At that exact moment, Pete appeared and spoke. A strange person? That's quite a sharp tongue. As soon as she heard the voice, Kim Se-yeon jumped. She immediately hid behind Park Jinsung. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Pete walked over. I'm hurt. Hiding behind another man again. HM? He then turned to Park Jinsung. Ah, you must be Park Jinsung. I came to pick up Lady Se-yeon. but it's a pleasure to meet you, Jinsung. Puh Jinsung was surprised. You know me. Pete introduced himself. I haven't properly introduced myself yet. I am Bratislava Pete. You can call me Pete. I've heard quite a lot about you from the White Jade family. Puh Jinsung pointed at himself. Why would Se-yun's family mention me? Pete's gaze sharpened. He placed a hand on his chest, and a powerful aura began to radiate from him. It's a bit sudden for a first meeting, I know, but would you care for a duel? Bratislava Pete stepped closer. Will you spar with me? Puh Jinsung was still processing it. Huh? Me? People outside immediately recognized him. Is that Pete? The former European youth champion. Yeah, but why is he wearing our school uniform? Puh Jinsung was filled with doubt. Asterisk, I don't know who he is, but he seems famous. But why is Kim Se-yun reacting like this? Asterisk, he turned to her. He seems like a friend of yours. Kim Se-yun hid fearfully behind him. No, he's not. He's more like an assassin sent by my family. An assassin? Don't worry about that. Kim Se-yun immediately looked away. Let's just calm down first. I don't see any reason for us to fight. Let's talk it out. Bratislava Pete pressed further. No, Jinsung. My reason for being here is indeed to escort Lady Kim Se-yun, but I also want to test your strength. Puh Jinsung's face went pale for a moment. The crowd started whispering. What's going on? It looks like the acting captain is about to fight. Footsteps echoed. What's all the noise? And Yong Anhao walked over imposingly. So you're Bratislava Pete. Pete immediately greeted him. A pleasure to meet you. And Yong Anhao. I am Bratislava Pete from Slovakia. And Yong Anhao replied flatly. I know. Pete continued. It is an honor to be known by you. However, Yong Anhao's attitude remained cold. So what do you want? It seems you have business with our HT Club's acting captain. Puh Jinsung's face turned white. Asterisk, I'm the acting captain. Asterisk, Bratislava Pete explained. And Yong Anhao, I want a practice match with Jinsung. But Yong Anhao cut him off. Ida usage is prohibited within the barracks. You need permission from a superior. Pete tried to persuade him. But isn't there already a monster-level superior right here, Mr. Yong Anhao? At that, Yong Anhao's expression shifted. Clap. Then let's do this. Suddenly, he grabbed one of Puh Jinsung's hands. Bratislava Pete was also grabbed. What the? And Yong Anhao pulled both of them forward. Then let's settle this with a simple arm wrestling match. Bratislava Pete burst out laughing. Ha, I didn't see that coming. You're clever. And Yong Anhao looked at Puh Jinsung and said, I'll take it as both of you agreeing. Jinsung forced a laugh. What is this? And Yong Anhao spoke with a threatening tone. Puh Jinsung, you better win this for me. For the honor of the HT Club. Is this really necessary? Right then, someone pinched Puh Jinsung's ear. Ow! Kim Se-yun had also turned serious. You have to win. Puh Jinsung ruffled his hair in annoyance. Sigh. I have a bad feeling about this. Bratislava Pete remained confident. Go easy on me, Jinsung. He then turned to Lady Kim Se-yun, acting like a romantic gentleman. For you, my lady, I will definitely win. Please watch me. Kim Se-yun was dazed for a moment. And Yong Anhao ordered, all right, let's begin. 1 round to decide the winner. No other rules. Ready? Bratislava Pete kept his smug look. I'll show Lady Kim Se-yun my true strength. Puh Jinsung felt a bit helpless. The countdown began. Go! Bratislava Pete instantly reacted to the signal. Both men applied force immediately. Puh Jinsung's face turned pale. He's fast. Bratislava Pete started talking strangely. Jinsung, do you believe in the existence of absolute talent? Puh Jinsung suddenly jerked his hand back. Why are you so tense? What were you saying? Pete continued. In this world, talent is real. You can see it even in a game like this. Puh Jinsung suddenly paused. Wait, Pete, do you also believe in the connection to the soul? Pete said while straining, I don't think people with weak Ida are necessarily weak. But those who are exceptional, they're just on a different level. In an instant, a powerful light flared up. Hearing those words, Puh Jinsung couldn't stay calm anymore. Hearing that, I definitely can't lose. Bratislava Pete remained arrogant. Jinsung, just give up. What? Puh Jinsung suddenly flipped the momentum. Pete's expression hardened. Ugh, so strong. Puh Jinsung's expression turned dangerous. He still hasn't gone down? Bratislava Pete was struggling to hold on. No way. This terrifying energy, is it yours, Jinsung? Puh Jinsung replied immediately. Pete, If you don't give up now, your arm is going to break. Pete's arm felt like it was being crushed. At that moment, and Jong Ho stepped in to stop it. That's enough. He analyzed the situation. If you two keep going, someone's going to get hurt. Bratislava Pete's attitude turned cold. Jinsung, was that terrifying surge of power your Ida? Park Jinsung gave a sinister smile. Yeah. Shortly after, they began a brief conversation. If that's the case, that wicked energy. You want to settle this with another game? I originally thought it wasn't just a normal sword, but I didn't expect. Bratislava Pete suddenly became tense. That is an energy I have no desire to absorb. With that, he turned to leave. That's enough for today. And Jong Ho blocked his path. Wait a minute, Bratislava Pete. And Jinghao's expression grew more serious. Do you have a place to train in Korea yet? Bratislava Pete replied with full confidence. Not yet. But are you saying that as an invitation to join your team? And Jinghao immediately stepped closer to clarify. I'm not interested in things like that. But if you don't have one, you can use the HT Club's facilities whenever you want. Bratislava Pete rejected him flat out. Thanks, but no thanks. Do I look like someone who needs to pump iron? And Jinghao suddenly became pensive. Bratislava Pete, speaking objectively, you're a genius with superior Ida and a natural fighting spirit that's already reached the peak, so it's true you don't need more muscle training. But in Jinghao's face had been deadly serious from the start. At this moment, his voice sounded a bit different. Being learned doesn't mean you stop learning. No matter who they are, I hope they never stop striving. Finally, Bratislava Pete stepped outside. You're more interesting than I thought. And Jinghao. His expression shifted as well. It seems coming to Korea was a good decision. Back in classroom 20. Ms. Kim Shiren, I'm very interested in this. The national value of an awakened possessing high-level Ida. A group of people were sitting inside chatting. And your views on the rising moral decay caused by these traits. Oh, Mr. Extra. Kim Shiren turned around instantly. Oh no, Pete. He needs a seat. Hey, you get out of the way. Come here, Mr. Extra. Park Shinching looked a bit awkward. Huh? No, it's fine. I'm gonna go exercise. Kim Shiren's expression became extremely dangerous. The extra, Park Shinching, stepped forward in fear. Sergeant Pete, please move. This is my seat. Bratislava Pete shot back immediately. Jinching, didn't you say you're gonna train? That's irrelevant, he argued back. Bratislava Pete's face darkened. How baffling, right, Ms. Kim Shiren? Seeing this, Kim Shiren shouted loudly. Hey, this is disgusting. Get lost before I punch you in the face. 2nd Squadron, 10th Platoon, Corporal Kim Shiren. Corporal Kim Shiren, please report to the medical clinic. At that moment, Kim Shiren snapped out of it. I'm saved. She hurried outside. The medic is calling me, so... Park Shinching breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm gonna go train. Bratislava Pete blocked Jinching's path. Can we talk for a moment? He looked slightly surprised. It seemed training was out of the question. Kim Shiren poked her head in from outside. Doctor, what is it? Before she could finish, the doctor happily called her in. Sorry for calling you in during lunch. Let's talk over some dessert. Kim Shiren's face went pale instantly. Dessert. In the end, she still had to sit down. It's cute, isn't it? Eat up, huh? Thank you, ma'am. The doctor became more cheerful than ever. If it's not enough, just say so. I still have plenty here. Kim Shiren wanted to protest. Do you usually eat this much, doctor? The doctor laughed and replied, Of course not. I only bought this much because I'm with you today. Usually, I only have about 30. The doctor spoke while eating. The next sentence made Kim Shiren tremble uncontrollably. Have you thought about that matter yet? The doctor continued, sorry. This is my first time recruiting, so I might have put too much pressure on you. Kim Shiren waved her hands immediately. No, I should be the one thanking you. Her expression wasn't happy at all. That offer is too good for me. So good that I'm afraid to accept it. The doctor went on, Kim Shiren, you are going to become a master. With that, the doctor's attitude shifted instantly. Join Maesre. Maesre is a master organization in Korea. Only the most outstanding individuals in each field can join. The Bayou Kim family is a master clan that focuses on using family secrets to train warriors, while Maesre recruits talent from all over the country. This is a special elite force established by Korea's highest authority, Lee Exin. It includes the best masters in every field to deal with national emergencies. That is Maesre. The doctor spoke with absolute certainty. Join Maesre. I am convinced you will become a great master. Kim Shiren was still hesitant. Military medical officer. As I've said before, I'm a swordsman with many flaws. But the doctor remained cheerful. The project I'm recommending you for in Mace is Guardian and Defense Master. I value your protection and defense skills more than your swordsmanship. Kim Shiren's expression changed immediately. As you surely know, I am forced to become a successful swordsman. The doctor stood up abruptly. Now, Shiren, from the moment you asked me about the aura shield, I was sure of it. The doctor stepped closer. We can definitely help you grow. Of course, the prerequisite is that you agree. Shiren still tried to argue. I'm a spirit closely linked to the sword. I must become an elite swordsman. The doctor kept a calm face. We have no intention of stopping you from walking the path of the sword. If you can become a swordsman with superior defensive capabilities, wouldn't that be a good thing too? Shiren's expression remained gloomy. Asterisk, just as I thought. She doesn't understand. Since I was a child, I wished I had no talent for the sword. I don't want to use skills that hurt others to become the strongest. But no matter how hard I try to appear mediocre, my Ida only grows stronger. Asterisk. Everyone was going crazy looking for Kim Shiren. That girl skipped practice again. And my swordsmanship has already reached the aura realm. Shiren continued to struggle. At that moment, the female medic smiled and said, I see. You're worried about your family, aren't you? No member of the Bayou Kim family is ordinary. The doctor continued, but wouldn't it be exciting if you joined us secretly? I think joining Mach, learning everything you need, and then leaving wouldn't be a bad idea. Shiren was still undecided. This female medic was a master associated with Mach, someone who had reached the highest level. Looking at the doctor, Shiren's mind was a mess. Asterisk, those who become masters usually have pride and ambition on a completely different level. This doctor surely harbors her own ambitions of mastery. That's why she probably can't understand someone like me who doesn't share those goals. Can Ida really not be changed? In this situation, how would Jinsung answer? Asterisk, Shiren stood up abruptly. I'm sorry. I need more time to think about this. Asterisk, others view your Ida as trash. That's why you've always had to walk a difficult path to prove yourself. You constantly struggle to control an Ida that wants to swallow you whole. So when my aura shield first appeared, I was so happy I almost jumped for joy. Asterisk. Asterisk, but when I saw Yong Anhao plunge down the cliff, I realized something. When using the aura shield against Yong Anhao, if I'd only focused on defense, I would have been suppressed by him. Asterisk. But when I used the power of the aura shield to attack, I didn't just force Yong Anhao to retreat, I also blocked Jioba's attack. Shiren left with a flurry of thoughts. Asterisk, if even Korea's top master can't lead me down a different path, then what will happen? Moreover, if even defensive training can be used to harm others, what am I supposed to do? Asterisk, the door slowly closed. I just don't know anymore. Elsewhere, Bratislava Pete and Park Jinsung met. Jinsung, I want you to give up on her. Shiren doesn't belong with you. Park Jinsung was pensive for a long time. How can I give up something I never had in the first place? Bratislava Pete remained dead serious. I admit your strength is admirable, but someone like Shiren shouldn't be with someone like you. Park Jinsung spoke up immediately. It seems Shiren's usual attitude toward me has caused you to misunderstand. Bratislava Pete's tone remained sharp. Jinsung, elite people have their own paths. He continued to explain. With the way you've lived your life until now, you can't bring Shiren happiness. Park Jinsung shot back instantly. Hey, happiness? I think I get what you're after now. I should have known the moment you mentioned talent. The atmosphere between them turned tense. Just as I thought, Bratislava Pete was still trying to analyze the situation. Sergeant Pete believed that a person's talent was more important than the person themselves. Meanwhile, Jinsung believed that people were more important than talent. Park Jinsung's expression shifted. Are you saying that not all souls are equal? Bratislava Pete answered immediately, of course. His face remained incredibly stern. Then what about those in the lower classes? Are they supposed to spend their entire lives in mediocrity? At that moment, Bratislava Pete seemed to realize something. That is why there is noblesse oblige. Those with high social standing and great power also have corresponding duties. Bratislava Pete became even more serious. The nobility will take care of them. Park Jinsung countered immediately. That's not enough. His face was now ice cold. You can't rank souls. An evaluation system with long-winded titles and meaningless bragging has no right to decide someone else's future. Bratislava Pete stood his ground. Someone without talent like you can't help Shiren at all. Park Shinshin stepped forward. Stop setting limits for other people. His footsteps finally came to a halt. Pete, I don't care if you think Ida decides a person's life, but I absolutely will not accept you imposing that mindset on someone who wants to change by their own will. Like Shiren, broad as lava, Pete still didn't get it. Someone with noble talent like Shiren should fulfill her responsibilities. Park Shinshin continued to question him. Are you just ignoring her personal wishes? Broad as lava, Pete went on. Shiren's Aeochelous shield. Although her achievements are impressive, her talent shouldn't develop in that direction. Park Shinshin countered again. Shiren's life belongs to her. Whether she uses Ida's swordsmanship to fight or to cook rice, that's her own decision. Broad as lava, Pete maintained his original stance. Talent is innate. Shiren was destined to become the greatest swordsman. Park Shinshin turned away helplessly. Sigh, it looks like our personalities just don't click. Broad as lava, Pete called out from behind him. I knew at the moment I saw you in the recording. The two continued their confrontation. Pete, let me tell you something. You can't use ranks to categorize souls. Now you're even dropping the honorifics with my name. You'd better be ready. Broad as lava, Pete was incredibly arrogant. Jinshin, as I said, you are strong, but your strength is incomplete. It will be very hard for you to reach the level of those geniuses. Park Jinshin immediately summoned his dagger. I don't know what Pete's Ida is, but I can feel he hasn't fully activated it yet. Park Jinshin's expression was deadly serious. He's way too full of himself. With that, he lunged forward, launching the first attack. You just keep that elite pride of yours and watch closely. Broad as lava, Pete could hardly believe his eyes. Jinshin, the two sides began to clash violently. Broad as lava, Pete grabbed Park Shinshin's arm. Are you kidding me right now? Where's that bloodlust you showed last time? Broad as lava, Pete provoked him. Do you think you could defeat me without going all out? Park Shinshin was quickly pushed back, but his expression was actually more relaxed. His strength is overwhelming. I didn't expect that. At this point, Broad as lava, Pete began to radiate a powerful energy. Attacking me with the pommel of your knife? You're far too soft-hearted. Jinshin, if you don't give it your all, you're going to get hurt. Park Shinshin snapped back. I didn't realize your stamina was this good. You don't look like someone who trains regularly. Broad as lava, Pete remained arrogant. I've never actually trained. Because I don't need to. Park Jinshin shouted again. Hey, Pete, you really are an obnoxious jerk. But broad as lava, Pete was perfectly calm. I can't help it. This is just the gap between us. Park Shinshin thought for a moment. The opponent has the physical advantage. In that case, a perfect leap. Park Shinshin lunged forward, dagger in hand. I hope you don't complain when you're in the infirmary later. Broad as lava, Pete dodged easily. It seems you're finally getting serious. Broad as lava, Pete's expression was extremely dangerous. His attack is rank B, while mine is only rank D. No wonder Shiren was interested in him. Park Jinshin instantly spotted an opening. Now's the time. He let out a loud shout, raising his dagger. I'm sending you straight to the infirmary. Just stay down. Broad as lava, Pete confidently blocked the strike. Unfortunately, that won't be necessary. Broad as lava, Pete finally drew his weapon. I originally intended to wait for you to use the power you showed in the training room. His expression suddenly became more dangerous than ever. But it seems you have no intention of using it. So, I'll end this match right here. Broad as lava, Pete and Park Shinshin continued their battle. Broad as lava, Pete's face was full of provocation. Still not going to use your full strength? However, Park Shinshin's mind was racing. He can easily block my attacks. Moreover, this style of attacking, Broad as lava, Pete kept pressing forward. It seems you don't plan on going all out. Jinshin, I'm disappointed. The two sides exchanged offense and defense nonstop. Park Shinshin's expression grew heavier. He's intentionally mimicking my moves. The guy had an incredible talent for learning and copying everything instantly. Broad as lava, Pete pointed his sword forward. Jinshin, as I said, let's end this quickly. Park Shinshin slowly stood up. The best result would be beating you with just this dagger. His expression had changed as well. How unfortunate. Broad as lava, Pete immediately took his stance, shifting into a defensive position. It seems you finally changed your mind. His vicious bloodlust activated. The skill absolute murder in his eyes. Sensitive targets who feel the master's killing intent lose their will to fight. Broad as lava, Pete became serious. This aura is even more malicious than before. Park Shinching finally used his true strength. The malicious one here is you, Pete. You've been copying my fighting style. Lava Pete remained calm. I thought doing so might provoke you. Park Shinching shot back immediately. Provoke me? One arrogant thought. Lava Pete was as calm as ever. Arrogant? Do you see whether or not I have the right to be arrogant? Calibal, grade, Ida, A+. Comprehensive combat power, A+. The magic sword of Fergus from Irish mythology. It was left in the land of the fairies, known as the Great Greedy One, or the Devourer of all things, capable of making the wielder perfectly mimic the opponent's movements. However, this is limited by the wielder's own range of motion. Park Shinching smiled to himself. Asterisk in this fight, he's the one with the advantage. With an ability like that, you certainly have the right to be arrogant. Asterisk. Park Shinching turned away. Not only that, you also have a body perfectly suited to use that ability. Lava Pete remains serious. You speak as if you understand my power very well. Absolute talent. It devours the target's Ida, refining and developing it into something of the wielder's own. Only one Ida can be devoured at a time. If two devoured Idas are too similar, the first one will disappear. The size of the Ida that can be devoured depends on the master's mental power. Current Ida devoured. None. Park Shinching immediately channeled power into his dagger. Asterisk his strength and his ideals are both quite lofty. Facing this much killing intent, and he doesn't feel threatened at all. It seems his life hasn't been all smooth sailing either. Asterisk. Park Shinching lunged forward in an instant. But I absolutely will not back down. Lava Pete also easily blocked the attack. It seems you don't like me mimicking you very much. Then this time, let me show you my own swordsmanship. Something with a tail seemed to appear. Park Shinching tried his best to dodge, but he was still knocked back. Park Shinching's expression changed immediately. Even though the attack's speed slowed down, you were still able to push me back. The tip of the sword glided gently through the air. Shinching, I haven't even started yet. Lava Pete grew even more serious. Crutches. Key. Park Shinching carefully considered the situation. Asterisk, he only changed his stance, but the air around him has shifted. At first glance, it's just a simple forward thrust, asterisk. But by tilting his body to the side, he minimizes his surface area, which helps him withstand follow-up attacks. Park Shinching slowly stood up. Asterisk, the attack path displayed by my Ida is also fainter than usual. Truly an incredible talent. Asterisk. Lava Pete continued to provoke him. Not going to attack first? Then allow me. The tension on both sides reached a boiling point. Park Shinching gently raised his hand to block, looking a bit stunned. What? He's already prepared for the next attack that quickly? Park Shinching was immediately sent flying backward, slamming hard into the wall. Lava Pete slowly walked forward. Hey, Shinching, are you hiding something? He looked extremely annoyed. Why? Why is that smile of yours so unsettling? Park Shinching struggled to his feet. I've never seen anyone so superior to me in every way. His expression became more dangerous. Forgive my somewhat rude behavior. Park Shinching seemed to be brewing something. I originally thought I could face you without using this power. The dagger had also changed, but it seems I was wrong. Park Shinching was becoming more dangerous by the second. Excellent work, Pete. Lava Pete's gaze shifted instantly. You're finally planning to use that power I saw last time. His expression turned deathly serious. I let my guard down in the training room, but this time will be different. A violent burst of light erupted, as if the very fabric of space was being torn in two. The two of them clashed with brutal force. Lava Pete's expression flickered for a moment. You blocked my strike with just one hand. Unbelievable. Park Chansung maintained his arrogant smirk. You're the one I find unbelievable. I thought I could take you down, but it seems I can't keep up with you at all without using this power. Park Chansung lunged forward. And so, first-class assassin Ida, utilizing a portion of Absolute Steel's combat power. Release right arm seal. Now. Park Chansung's expression grew increasingly menacing. I hope you're prepared to take responsibility for this. After all, this is exactly what you wanted. Lava Pete struggled to hold his ground. How is this possible? He only reinforced his right arm, yet he's maintaining his original strength. I thought your ability was about concentrating all your power into one side. Park Chansung's demeanor shifted instantly. Is that what you think? His face grew colder by the second. Well, you're close enough. Let's just go with that for now. Brada's lava Pete was shoved back, his face contorted in shock. Park Chan-sung unleashed a sudden surge of power. Let me show you something interesting. Brada's lava Pete was instantly gripped by fear. Could it be? A blinding light appeared. Nay banger. Now, radiating a lethal aura, Park Chan-sung drew his dagger. Brada's lava Pete scrambled to dodge, the tip of the blade stopping inches from his face. Park Chan-sung's movements were terrifyingly precise. The space around them fell into chaos. Brada's lava Pete finally spoke. To swing a dagger at that speed and stop it perfectly before impact. Impressive. Park Chan-sung gave a sly grin. Can you mimic this move, Pete? Brada's lava Pete turned away immediately. Chan-sung, you're much stronger than I imagined. That terrifying right arm is the true face of your Ida, isn't it? Park Chan-sung replied playfully. When I use a dagger, I can mimic techniques to a certain extent, but in the end, I can't be as terrifyingly perfect as you. Brada's lava Pete sheathed his sword. I wouldn't dream of imitating that right arm performance. I never expected you to be able to mimic my moves. Park Chan-sung remained confident. Is my Ida too dirty for you to swallow? The other replied. You can distinguish between different Idas? Sorry, I only eat things that taste good. Park Chan-sung chuckled. If you try to swallow my Ida, you'll end up with a nasty stomachache. However, Brada's lava Pete's next words left him stunned. Besides, I already have an Ida I want to devour. He spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Until then, I need to keep my stomach empty. Suddenly, he stopped. A dark aura radiated from Park Chan-sung. His expression turned dangerous. I'm warning you, Pete. Don't even think about laying a finger on Kim Se-hyun. Brada's lava Pete remained calm. That is the family head's decision. Park Chan-sung frowned. I can't interfere in the affairs of another clan. Just listen to me. Technically, you can. Actually, the family head wants to meet you. That was the real purpose of this meeting. Park Chan-sung looked surprised. What? Then why the hell were we just fighting? Pete added, I wanted to see your true strength for myself before taking you to him. Brada's lava Pete's face filled with excitement. And since you won, I'll give you a piece of advice. You'll never be able to understand our family head. He's twice as bad as I am. An elitist even worse than this guy? Park Chan-sung felt a chill of apprehension. He finally spoke up. Hey Pete, why exactly do you follow the orders of the White Jade Kim family? Brada's lava Pete answered immediately. The family head will teach you that himself today. Park Chan-sung started to tremble. Wait, did you say today? A vast expanse comes into view. At Sea International Airport. A man steps out of a car. This is ridiculous. A giant bear is laying waste to an airplane, its expression incredibly fierce. I was woken up by some guy. He said there'd be plenty of meat for me to eat here. The man stopped in his tracks. A talking Ida. Where's my meat? His confusion grew. There are many types of Ida, but I've never seen one this massive, let alone one that talks. The man's gaze turned suspicious. This could be the work of pest or some terrorist organization. I need to end this as quickly as possible. As Lee Xian approached, the crowd recognized him instantly. It's Ida Captain Lee Xian. Is that really him? We're saved. The bear stopped abruptly. Who are you? Lee Xian stepped closer. My name is Lee Xian. The bear sat down. You smell delicious. Lee Xian remained perfectly composed. This is my first time meeting a talking Ida. Who is your master? The bear roared. My master said there'd be a mountain of meat waiting for me when I woke up. Lee Xian thought to himself. It can talk, but it doesn't seem very bright. Lee Xian burst out laughing. Your breath stinks. I suggest you gargle with salt water after every meal. His expression sharpened instantly. To be safe, I should. Suddenly, a blinding light flared, manifesting an Ida race similar to those in human mythology. Several clans and organizations had researched this for a long time and achieved some results, including the White Jade Kim family. Lee Xian immediately transformed. He who does not fear death shall live. He who seeks only to survive shall perish. However, most of those experiments, only a few individuals can truly house a legendary power within their souls. He who does not fear death shall live. He who seeks only to survive shall perish. One of them possesses the power of a great figure in Korean history, Lee Sun-exen, a naval commander and military genius. S-rank Ida, S-rank overall combat ability. Battle record, 26 battles, 26 wins. Battleship, twin dragon swords. Li Xin seemed to transform into a different person. Come forth, twin dragon swords. Li Sun Xin, S-rank, Ida. The swords used by the legendary general Li Sun Xin can unleash his full power. With a subtle swing of the blade, Li Xin unleashed a strike. A single blade paints the land in crimson. The bear froze. What are you doing? Immediately after, it fell into a blind rage. Left-hand blade, twin dragon swords. A single blade paints the land in crimson. The bear seemed to take a direct hit. Effect. Upon activation, moisture from surrounding objects condenses into sharp spears to assault the enemy. Li Xin looked up at it. Stop making so much noise. My ears are starting to ring. The bear wouldn't stop wailing. I don't want to eat rotten meat. You shouldn't have run toward the shore. Instantly, a massive pillar of water shot upward. Li Xin watched quietly. I wanted to get more info about its master, though. The sword began to glow. If I let it escape to the sea, people would start looking down on me, wouldn't they? Foreigners and locals alike would be talking behind my back. 3 blades swung. The land changes color. Lightning began to flicker. The bear in the sea was instantly struck by a bolt of lightning. It thrashed in the water in agony. It hurts. I don't need meat anymore. Li Xin seized the opportunity. It actually survived that lightning strike. A blinding radiance erupted. The bear seemed to be sucked in. What is this? It struggled desperately. It hurts. I can't swim. Li Xin was momentarily stunned. That level of endurance is terrifying. His expression shifted. This talking Ida is incredibly strong and has amazing stamina. It's not even fully grown enough to target humans intentionally. This whole thing is very suspicious. I really want to investigate this further. He immediately joined the 2 swords together. However, hesitation leads to defeat. Li Xin shouted, "Come to me, my battleship." Summon battleship. Power is significantly enhanced. S-rank Ida, the legendary fleet that once crushed pirate armadas, summons 12 fully equipped warships with complete fire and defense systems. While on the sea, they're indestructible. The dragon heads can breathe purgatory hellfire. A loud command rang out. All units, fire! The bear scrambled to dodge. Its cries grew louder. It hurts. It burns. Li Xin watched from above. It's still holding on? This is the toughest Ida I've ever faced. The bear fell into a total panic. Spare me. I have a long life ahead of me. I want to live. I still want to eat meat. Li Xin continued his command. I'll handle your rations. For now, leave this place quietly. The fleet deployed the crane wing formation. The ships surrounded the enemy in an arc like a crane's wings, crushing the opponent. The destructive power of the purgatory hellfire increased tenfold. SSS rank overall combat power. A blinding beam of light shot out from the ships. The bear thrashed in desperation. I don't want to die. Li Xin's external armament deactivated. His body finally returned to normal. Sigh, what a headache. His expression suddenly changed. Let's see how that bear's master reacts. Inside a massive building, the silhouette of a man appeared. It's so dark in here, don't your eyes hurt? Kim and Yong walked in with an odd gait. I guess you have to get used to it, right, Chief? The person next to him reacted instantly. Oh, you're back. The two talked for a moment. That was quick. It's all thanks to you. Thanks. I have something to tell you. The other person's expression turned somber. I went to the place you mentioned. That 2-star monster has been dealt with. Kim and Yong seemed to have expected it. I figured. After all, its opponent was Li Xin. If it died, the carcass should have floated to the surface, but it's completely vanished. Kim and Yong was shocked. What? Did that old man Li Xin take it? The other man replied immediately. If he had, I'd be able to sense its breath easily. But I feel nothing. They continued their conversation. I didn't know he possessed that kind of ability. The number 1 monster we're sending is about to arrive in Korea. The other's face fell. I'm worried it'll get wiped out just like the bear. If that happens, our entire plan falls apart. Kim and Yong was still calculating. Still, without thorough preparation, we can't attack Li Xin yet. When a number 1 monster arrives, I'll try to keep the old man distracted. They exchange a few more words. Is there any way to revive it? That stupid bear forgot our warning not to go into the sea. Seems there's no way. If they're gone, so be it. Special marks had appeared inside. Fortunately, we can still summon others. At that moment, a bodyguard stepped forward. Young Master Chansung, please come inside. Part Chansung stood frozen for a moment. In the vast space, only their 2 silhouettes remained. The bodyguard stepped up to report. Family head, I have escorted young Master Park Chansung back. Send him in. The doors slowly creaked open. The figure of a man appeared ahead. Park Chansung immediately introduced himself. Greetings. I am Park Chan. Before he could finish, the man showed his impatience. You're late. Insolent brat. Se-Hyen's grandfather turned stern. You are far too late. Park Chansung looked awkward. I feel like the distance between us is a bit much. May I come closer? The man snapped back. Sit right where you are. Park Chansung was still uneasy. Yes, sir. Man, does he hate me that much? The air grew thick with tension. The silence felt eternal. Park Chansung's anxiety spiked. Why is he just staring at me without saying a word? Finally, he had to speak first. Do you mind if I have something to eat? Se-Hyen's grandfather replied. That's why I had the food laid out. Then, he went straight to the point. I'll be blunt. You're the punk who's been filling my granddaughter's head with nonsense, aren't you? Park Chansung replied while eating. Nonsense? I'm not sure what you mean, sir. Se-Hyen's grandfather roared. I'm asking if you're the one who's been corrupting my granddaughter. Park Chansung remained serious. Are you talking about the Radiant Shield? That's a power Se-Hyen earned through her own hard work and effort. Why are you so angry? The grandfather's rage flared. You idiot. You know nothing. You're the one who seduced her into this. Park Chansung panicked and tried to explain. Wait, please save the scolding for later. I know you have things to ask me, and I have questions for you too. The old man grew even more severe. What a classless brat. After this, I'm definitely going to take my anger out on you. Park Chansung pressed on. What was so curious that you call me all the way here? The grandfather's face darkened. Aside from finding out about the nuisance hanging around my granddaughter, I heard you were there when Pete attacked. He grew even more solemn. What did my granddaughter do there? Park Chansung sat quietly. She stepped up to save everyone, just like it said in the news. The grandfather kept his stern pose. You fool. Do you think I called you here just to ask about something everyone already knows? I'm asking if you saw with your own eyes my granddaughter defeating Kim In-young. Park Chansung was confused. What? The man continued. Those titled as the strongest hold that name because they're the strongest anywhere, at any time. I'm curious if she truly earned a victory worthy of her title as the Sword Fairy. Park Chansung avoided eye contact. Se-Hyen fought Kim In-young the longest. Didn't you hear it directly from her? Se-Hyen's grandfather turned dead serious. Tell me clearly. In an instant, the memory of that scene flooded back. Even though Se-Hyen fought Kim In-young the longest, only Bayan Ji-young and Kim Se-Hyen knew that he was the one who actually defeated him. Telling the truth would only put Se-Hyen in a difficult position. Park Chansung finally spoke. To save me, Se-Hyen drove Kim In-young away. The grandfather finally stopped. I see. His next words shocked Chansung. That's only natural. If she couldn't even handle a piece of trash from the pest attack by herself, she truly has no right to be my granddaughter. Park Chansung clenched his fist. I'm sorry, but what you just said, compared to the truth, that's going a bit too far. Kim Se-Hyen almost lost her life fighting Kim In-young. He raised his voice. Even with an A-rank Ida, she's still just a high school student. The grandfather remained unmoved. You speak as if you didn't almost die yourself. My granddaughter is not like ordinary people, high school student or not. Park Chansung gritted his teeth. So what? The grandfather continued his verbal assault. I already told you, you idiot. Those called the strongest are the strongest anywhere, at any time. Park Chansung's anger boiled, but he tried to restrain himself. She's your granddaughter. What if she had died back then? What would you have done? Se-Hyen's grandfather roared. You dare suggest Se-Hyen could have died fighting that lowlife? As he spoke, a tiger manifested behind him. Watch your mouth. The tiger slowly prowled toward Park Chansung. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Yet, Park Chansung remained perfectly calm. You're blocking my view. Scram. The grandfather was stunned. He thought to himself, asterisk incredible. That tiger is a masterpiece I poured my soul into creating. Yet this kid isn't panicking at all. He's got some guts. Asterisk, the tiger thought. For someone his age, the scent of blood on him is terrifyingly thick. Park Chansung spoke up. Hey kitty, can you get off the dinner table? The tiger immediately turned its head to look at its master. Shiren's grandfather seemed to realize it too. This kid can actually threaten a creation forged from my own unwavering will. He's quite impressive for someone so young. The two began to trade words. Are you alright? What do you mean by that? There are many rumors that I'm a troublesome person. Shiren's grandfather's face suddenly darkened. I admit, regardless of age, you possess a powerful will. But do you truly believe that's enough to threaten me? Park Jinsung stared at him, still analyzing the situation. You're right. Shiren's grandfather shot back. What are you looking at? Blood bone art. The user can use a brush to summon anything they draw. The more complex the work and the more focused the user, the more realistic the summoned creature feels. Park Jinsung continued to think. On the contrary, if he possesses such excellent ida, why choose to fight? Is there a reason he must use those masterpieces for combat? Shiren's grandfather immediately lost his patience. You fool, I can see right through your thoughts. The Baiyu Kim clan must produce stronger goblin descendants. He began to talk more. Because I am a man, not a goblin. But through iron determination, I have led this family as a race until today. Park Jinsung asked in return, Do you cherish Corporal Kim? The man replied, Do you not see my anger? I will not say a second time. Park Jinsung grew more serious. Then, do you cherish her because she is your granddaughter, or because she is the highest level goblin this family has ever produced? Shiren's grandfather's expression grew even heavier. You talk too much, kid. Park Jinsung continued to argue. If Corporal Kim Shiren wasn't a goblin sword master, if she were just an ordinary person, would you still love her? The Baiyu Kim clan is a family that exploits their entire bloodline to create a mutated existence known as a goblin. The madness the family members endure from generation to generation is something an ordinary person could never imagine. Clearly, the expectation for a talent like Kim Shiren to appear is beyond anyone's understanding. However, the reality was quite the opposite. I thought she had everything. Born into a prestigious family, possessing excellent ida. I never imagined she was being treated like this. By the way, is it okay that you come home this late every day? Yeah, I don't really like being at home anyway. Shiren's grandfather and Park Jinsung continued their confrontation. That's quite an interesting remark. Are you starting to like me? I like your guts. Park Jinsung continued. But before that, allow me to ask one question. Granted. Park Jinsung's expression turned solemn. Why did you bring Pete to Korea? Why would a Pete like him follow your orders? Shiren's grandfather seemed amused. I'll allow you one question, you filthy brat. He doesn't take orders from me. I simply showed him Shiren's ida and proposed a marriage to that girl. Park Jinsung immediately countered. Just as expected, they didn't even ask for Shiren's opinion. Then why did Pete? Park Jinsung suddenly realized. Wait, I heard the Baiyu Kim clan isn't allowed to marry outsiders to maintain the Baiyu goblin bloodline. Pete's silhouette appeared again. Another ability of Pete's ida. Park Jinsung asked further. How long have you been planning this? Just waiting for Pete to use his ida? I know you're wary of that kid's power. Shiren's grandfather seemed to be dodging the subject. If she still hasn't met my expectations by graduation, I intended to let Pete devour her spirit. Even so, I still believe my granddaughter can become stronger. So strong that even Pete won't be able to absorb her. Park Jinsung's attitude toughened. There's a reason she doesn't want to go home. So that's why you were so angry when she learned the Halo shield. Shiren's grandfather continued. It's obvious that with a weak sword born to protect others, she will never become the strongest. A spirit must climb to the peak alone. This is what our Baiyu Kim clan has waited 1,000 years for. That is my granddaughter, Kim Shiren. Park Jinsung felt these words were meaningless. It seems there's no convincing you. Now I understand why Shiren wanted to escape this house so badly. Shiren's grandfather grew even more furious. You're starting to cross the line. His expression became increasingly unpleasant. The only reason this conversation lasted this long is because I found your courage somewhat amusing. But in the end, I must say this. Stay away from Shiren. You are of no use to our family. More ida began to appear in the surroundings. Park Jinsung couldn't sit still anymore, because I never had any intention of doing that. Everything seemed to freeze. Even the surrounding scenery stilled to observe. The courage he's showing now must be due to the ida he's hiding. A kid with no known background, ability, or ida. Park Jinsung was still trying to suppress his anger. As I thought, you and Shiren are completely incompatible. A giant python opened its jaws. Indeed, he and Shiren don't match. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Grandfather. Shiren suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Grandfather. The spirits vanished instantly. The aura surrounding Park Jinsung also disappeared. Shiren walked over angrily. Why do I have to be on the patrol team with that Pete guy? Shiren's grandfather immediately argued back. Shiren, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to get close to him? Shiren grew even angrier. I told you already, I don't like him. Suddenly, she noticed something. Park Jinsung shyly raised his hand in greeting. Hey there. Shiren was stunned. You piece of junk. The two immediately looked at each other. Why are you here? It's just a coincidence. Shiren slowly approached. Piece of junk? No, Jinsung. Her expression turned joyful. Did you come to meet my family, so you could propose to me? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Park Jinsung became flustered. Shiren, this isn't the place for jokes. Shiren's expression immediately changed. Sorry, I need your help with something right away. The two were instantly stunned. Grandfather, Shiren shouted, forget about that Pete guy. Why don't you consider marrying me off to Jinsung instead? Shiren's grandfather grew even more enraged. Have you caused enough trouble? Kim Shiren, wipe that look off your face this instant. Maintain the dignity of a lady of the Bayou Kim family. Shiren asked bashfully, what? Park Jinsung suddenly had a thought. Isn't that her older sister? Her mother looks so young too, like she's in her early 20s. How old is she exactly? Shiren's grandfather's face darkened again. You came at the right time. I just finished talking. Shiren, show these two out. Shiren immediately stepped forward. Yes, patriarch. You both heard him, didn't you? Get up and move it. Park Jinsung thought to himself. Try to kick me out again? Fine by me. Shiren immediately whispered. Let's get out of here quickly. Shiren suddenly became stern. So you're the Park Jinsung from the rumors. They began to speak. Yes, miss, I am. No need for introductions. It's unlikely we'll meet a second time after today. Park Jinsung stiffened. Her words and gestures are exactly like Shiren's grandfather. She really is a younger version of him. I am still a Bayou spirit, a former spirit capable of manifesting the power of imaginary creatures. Total combat power, Bayou Kim family, former spirit. Shiren immediately shouted, Kim Shiren, go change your clothes and patrol area 3 with Pete. Shiren immediately protested. With Pete again? No, I don't want to. Shiren's expression changed instantly. You don't have the right to refuse. An hour ago, a massive Ida attacked the port of Incheon. Although I heard it's been handled, the government is still on high alert and has requested our assistance. Protecting national security is the responsibility of the Bayou Kim clan. Park Jinsung was shocked. Wait, miss, there was an attack at the port of Incheon? Shiren didn't hesitate to tell him. That's right. The Ida captain handled it. However, the casualties were heavy. The special psychiatric hospital was almost completely destroyed. Many people are still missing, and the government is working hard to find them. Park Jinsung finally understood. So that was it. Shiren's expression changed immediately. You looked so confident earlier. Why is your face so pale now? Do you have relatives living in Incheon? Park Jinsung's face instantly darkened. No, I don't. Shiren continued to probe. It seems you have something on your mind. I won't ask further. But that's the situation over there. Kim Shiren, get ready. In the end, Shiren could only accept it. Yes. Park Jinsung also felt something was wrong. This is the first time I've seen Kim Shiren like this. Regardless, she has no other choice. Park Jinsung suddenly spoke up. Ma'am, I have something I want to say to you. Shiren seemed to want to say something. Jinsung. Shiren's expression suddenly changed. Remember this well. You are just an outsider. You have no right to interfere in our family's business. Park Jinsung said immediately, starting tonight, I will be patrolling with Shiren. Today has been a terrible day. The two talked while walking. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? It's fine. Shiren looked a bit shy. I really didn't expect you to stand up to my aunt like that. Park Jinsung seemed to be avoiding the subject. It was just a momentary impulse. Shiren laughed happily. What kind of impulse was that? She suddenly turned serious. The two chatted as they walked. Jinsung, did you know that female combat medic is working with MASH? It makes sense. She's so talented. She also invited me to join MASH, but not as a swordsman. It's a completely different position. Park Jinsung added, well, that's great. Shiren gripped her sword tightly, even though I can wield a sword skillfully. But Park Jinsung immediately encouraged her. What are you hesitating for? He became more cheerful. If you know the moves that hurt others, you'll also know how to avoid them. Just do what you love and don't worry about anything else. Shiren seemed to realize something. Stand up and chase your dreams. Shiren. In this moment, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Shiren stepped closer to Jinsung and said happily, "Thank you so much." At that moment, Shiren truly smiled. Seeing her lovely appearance, Park Jinsung couldn't help but feel shy. A week later, under the lights, everything is just too unstable. A man was sitting on a chair. I really shouldn't have posted that online that day. Who would have thought something so horrible would actually happen in Incheon that day? Lee Xin let out a sigh. As a result, my post only got a little interaction and was ignored by everyone. He was still searching. Regardless, I investigated a certain schoolgirl. I didn't expect her to have gone through so much. Lee Xion's expression grew more serious. What an unhappy childhood. After the Incheon port incident, she became a victim of the Pete economic crisis. Her uncle, her only living relative, has also gone missing. If this bear-type Ida is Pete's new weapon, then this attack. Lee Xin felt extremely uneasy. Have I looked into this too deeply? My head is starting to hurt. Suddenly, a woman walked up. "Hey there, young man." Lee Xin immediately looked up. "Can I help you with something, ma'am?" The woman handed him a book. "Hold this for me." Lee Xin still replied with a polite smile. "Which cult's invitation is this?" "I'll just hold it for now and toss it later." "Yes, ma'am." He looked at the book with some hesitation. Thump, an inverted cross. The material of this book is actually quite good. Turning to the first page, a beast appeared, complete with illustrations. Lee Xin continued to observe closely. A winged lion. It looks so real. They did a meticulous job. Immediately after, a familiar bear appeared. This is the bear-type Ida that attacked the port of Incheon. Lee Xin was stunned after receiving this book. What exactly is hidden in this book? If it weren't for the language barrier, I could have read it. A giant shadow appeared behind him. I have to take this back for further investigation. A voice seemed to ring out. Truly shameful. Lee Xin looked up immediately. A giant hand appeared before his eyes. Since that day, I've been patrolling for 3 hours every day, starting at 8 p.m. Wow, I'm a fan of yours. It's strange that the family hasn't intervened, but I guess it's for the best. Shiren checked the time on her phone. Regardless, her face still looked a bit tense. He's coming soon. A familiar figure appeared. "Oh, you're finally here." However, the person who appeared was Bratislava Pete. Shiren was stunned. "Why are you the one coming here instead of Jinsung?" Bratislava Pete immediately explained the situation. "Hello, Shiren. I'll be patrolling with you today." Shiren looked a bit unhappy. Did something happen to Jinsung? Did my aunt pressure him? Was it Aunt Shirzhen? Bratislava Pete immediately reassured her. No, not at all. You don't need to overthink it. Bratislava Pete reassured her again. She asked back, "Then why?" Pete continued, "I made a request. I had to bow my head to Jinsung and explain that I had something to say to you." Shiren's face remained serious. "Pete, I heard you came to Korea to absorb my Ida. I can give it to you now, so why don't you just use this chance to go back to your country?" Pete continued, "I have no intention of going back to Slovakia for the time being." Shiren curiously asked why. Pete began to strike up a conversation. "Because I like you, so much that I won't let others push us around." Shiren was a bit displeased. "We've only known each other for a short time." Pete still smiled and replied, "That's right, I fell for you just by watching your videos." His expression suddenly changed. "Miss Shiren, the reason I wanted to patrol with you is..." Shiren immediately turned away. "Sorry, I have to check this first." A message appeared on the screen. "Pete, you got this message too, right?" "I got it as well." The two immediately turned serious. "It looks like we'll have to talk another day. Don't we see each other every day?" "What do you mean by another day?" The two immediately rushed off. "We have to get there right away." At the basketball court, Park Jinsung pushed the door open. "A long time no see, Captain." Everyone turned to look at him. "How have you been since that match?" Park Jinsung's expression became more serious. "It really has been a long time, monolid kid. But if you dare tease me again, I'll make you do 10 more push-ups." Everyone immediately countered. "Captain, how does it feel to date our camp's idol? What did you two do late at night?" Fingers pointed and whispers filled the air. "We were just patrolling the streets, but anyway, make it 20 more push-ups. We won't give up. We'll burn every last drop of our life force until we get the answer we want." Rows of backpacks were neatly lined up. After everyone finished training, "We were just teasing Senior. Why did you walk away? You're ruining the mood." "What's this? A school notification?" Park Jinsung's expression turned strange. "Senior, was there an accident?" Yong Anhao walked in from outside. "Unfortunately, today's training ends here." Another notification appeared on the screen. We have to head to the assembly point immediately. A monster appeared here. Fall back. Retreat. We need to carefully reorganize our formation. Everyone was terrified. Reorganize the formation. Is this really an idea? The idea immediately spoke up. What bad luck. He looked extremely impatient. I just need to head north. I have no intention of harming you right now. Everyone was struck with terror. Rows 1 through 3, maintain attack formation. Rows 8 through 12, prepare for long-range attacks. The idea grew even angrier. I told you, I'm just going north. The person on this side immediately ordered, fire. A series of continuous attacks were launched at the idea. What bad luck. Those arrows were instantly shattered to pieces. He cursed in annoyance. Damn it. These little humans are persistent. Charge. The idea simply stomped his foot lightly, sending everyone crashing to the ground. Attack team, retreat. Another team immediately stepped forward. Huh, is that an idea? Incredible. He can easily destroy half our forces just by walking. Shiren's grandfather made his rounds. Shiren also turned around at that moment. Awaiting your orders, Your Excellency. Shiren's grandfather turned his head away immediately. You will face that monster head-on. I'll have the others flank it as much as possible. Shiren took the order, understood. But where are Shiren and Pete? Shiren's grandfather was also standing outside. They're definitely on their way here, don't worry. Yes. He began to observe from the perimeter. Begin. Yes, sir. A painting was brought out. Shiren's grandfather immediately activated his Ida. This situation doesn't look too optimistic, does it, Dyer? The idea on this side was looking around when, suddenly, it sensed something. The sound of a footstep rang out, and its face was filled with shock. You. Shiren slowly stepped forward. You're a bit special. The idea continued to provoke him. But you alone aren't enough. Get out of the way, human. Shiren immediately shot back. Where's your master? The idea replied. My master is deep in slumber in a dimension even I cannot sense. I am the first creation born from the curse. You may call me the first creation, human. A silhouette appeared. You talk a lot for some idea. The white jade goblin finally manifested in human form. After all, you're just a terrifying weapon that needs to be brought to heel. Manifest. White jade goblin, human possession. Former goblin, manifest the power of imagination upon the host's legs. Steps of the Eastern Dragon. The idea was filled with dread. How unlucky. Why won't you humans understand? Shiren lunged forward instantly. What is there to understand? A perfect leap. His expression grew even more stern. Even if its body is massive and sturdy, I just need to strike its eye from a blind spot. A blinding flash of light countered the move. The idea lamented. How unlucky. Shiren was slightly taken aback. It tilted its head the very moment before it was hit. Could its eyes really not keep up with my movements? The idea continued. Do you really want me to hurt you? Is it because it's an idea that it has the instincts of a wild beast? Shiren tried once more. This time I won't make a sound. I'll attack from a different blind spot. Shiren raised his leg high. The idea continued to groan. Same thing this time. How unlucky. However, a foot blocked the attack. It can sense my exact position without even looking. Shiren was instantly sent flying into the air. His face was contorted in pain. This isn't just common instinct. There's something else. Shiren plummeted. Dara quickly rushed over to catch him. It's the master's tiger. Thank you. Dara immediately pushed Shiren aside, and that massive foot slammed down. The idea looked incredibly annoyed. Ha, how pathetic. You're in the same situation as me, aren't you, tiger? Dara now lay motionless on the ground. Truly pathetic. It slowly lifted its foot. I empathize with your pain. It suddenly turned in another direction. Ah, how unlucky. The divine lion remained motionless. Shiren's grandfather watched from above. To think Dara would lose so miserably like that. His face twisted with frustration. I'll use my next spirit beast to stop that monster. Get Shiren out of there now. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Shiren's grandfather seemed to have a plan. Move out, my creatures. Go and protect Shiren. At that moment, a powerful surge of light radiated outward. A swarm of Ida appeared simultaneously. Did you really think these weaklings could stop me, old man? A brilliant light emerged from the painting. You fool, your real enemy is this. An eerie light radiated. The entire space was engulfed beneath the divine lion. The others struggled to stand. Are you all right, Lady Shiren? We must quickly return to the patriarch side. Shiren's grandfather looked down from above. Shiren, can you still move? Shiren stubbornly replied, I can. Shiren's grandfather continued, I'd love to let you rest, but there's no one else to stand against that monster. His expression changed instantly. It's either my strike team or you. The divine lion mocked them again. It seems you're all quite stubborn. To think that such persistence can't even get you close to me. The divine lion lunged forward to attack. How disappointing. Shiren's grandfather gripped the painting in his hand. My strongest spirit beast was destroyed in the blink of an eye. The divine lion replied nonchalantly, disappointing indeed. Immediately after, he looked around. But I should warn you first. A massive, powerful hand reached out. You won't escape. Everything seemed to freeze. The patriarch, the divine lion, launched a swift attack. Shiren skidded a long distance back. His expression was dead serious. Dragon's roar, breaking form. The divine lion stood back, observing. At that moment, the shadow of a dragon slowly emerged. Shiren struggled to back away. He was already exhausted. The divine lion turned and mocked. That last move actually looked like something human. Shiren snapped back. Don't mess with me. I've still got plenty of moves left. The divine lion's face became more menacing. No, it's all over now. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Shiren's grandfather stood paralyzed. Our Shiren. Oh no. His eyes were filled with horror. We can't sense any breath from him anymore. We've confirmed his death. The divine lion launched another attack. You're next, old man. Grief-stricken, Shiren's grandfather didn't even try to defend himself. Shiren. But then, completely unexpected, a blinding light appeared before him. Bratislava Pete and Shiren had finally arrived. Shiren's face was full of worry. Grandfather, are you okay? The divine lion frowned at the new arrivals. How tragic. To think these promising young people have to die because of that old man. Shiren couldn't help but think. Someone died? No. His grandfather immediately screamed. Shiren, run. He's a monster. You're no match for him. Bratislava Pete approached the patriarch. Please try to stay calm. Shiren asked his grandfather with total seriousness. Where's Aunt Shiren? Shiren's grandfather was overwhelmed with grief. Take my granddaughter and run. This is my final request. Bratislava Pete replied instantly. I understand. He tried to step closer, but Shiren pushed him away. Grandpa, I'm not going anywhere without you. Master Shiren, I'll explain everything later. Immediately, everyone was forcibly moved. Shiren resisted fiercely. You think I don't know what's happening? A suit of blue armor suddenly manifested on Shiren. The old man struggled to his feet. I've always believed that the power to protect others was priceless. But after losing Shiren, I finally understand how truly wonderful the power to protect someone is. The only thing this foolish old man can do now is protect the two of you from this monster. Shiren's grandfather continued to order. Pete, what are you still doing there? Hurry. Yet, instead of acting, he turned to leave. Wait, what are you doing? Grandpa. He held his brush, painting as he spoke. I never imagined you would kill Shiren too. I'll make you regret this. The divine lion remained fearless. Such a shame. It seems you still don't understand humans. In legend, that evil dragon's power would drain the life out of every living thing nearby. Even a white jade goblin, my daughter. The painting appeared. Shiren, the child I raised. Shiren's grandfather gave the command. This piece is called The Evil Dragon and the Goblin. This is the final and greatest fusion I have ever created. But it was only to buy time, so that the two children could escape. The divine lion was suddenly clamped in a bite. The man struggled with all his might. Disappointing. The divine lion remained unfazed. Even if legend and destiny are on your side, old man, it still isn't enough. In an instant, a massive pool of blood appeared. Now only a dragon remained, biting from behind. The divine lion quickly defeated the dragon. Shiren's grandfather looked up. The brush in his hand had run completely dry. I thought I had reached the pinnacle of calligraphy. But it wasn't enough. It seems I still have much to learn. The divine lion raised its foot again. Let me send you to the one you love, old man. Shiren's grandfather could only offer a quiet smile. You talk too much, you damn lion. The others were still trying to find their positions. Unbelievable. Puh Jinsung slowly approached the sergeant. Have you seen the lieutenant's squad? I haven't seen him yet. And Yong Anhao spoke up immediately. Try calling him. but the screen showed no connection. Does your phone have a signal? My phone seems to have lost its signal too. Yeah, it looks like the network is down. Puh Jinsung grew more anxious. I don't know why, but I have a really bad feeling about this. And Jing Hao tried to look around. It seems the mastermind has blocked all signals in this area. His worry became uncontrollable. The White Jade clan is definitely fighting here. These sounds of battle must be from them. I don't see Pete, so he might be with them. Puh Jinsung was still trying to keep his emotions in check. The White Jade clan is one of the strongest. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. But why do I feel so uneasy? The sound of slow footsteps echoed. What if the White Jade clan can't stop that monster? What if something happened to them? And Jing Hao seemed to realize something. If you leave now, you'll be considered a deserter. Puh Jinsung turned around instantly. Sergeant and Jing Hao. He continued. Our mission is to evacuate and protect the civilians. That task is hard enough on its own. Puh Jinsung tried to avoid his gaze. But Jing Hao's stance didn't waver. Puh Jinsung was stunned by what he said next. However, since the network is down, we need to bolster the search party to assess the situation. That's no easy task either. Hearing this, Puh Jinsung bowed deeply. It seems you're the most suitable person for the job, since you've worked with the White Jade clan before. I'll report to the other officers. Thank you, Sergeant. Puh Jinsung immediately took the assignment. Get moving. Remember, once you've gathered enough info, don't forget to come back. Sir. He rushed off without looking back, hoping everything was okay. The idea suddenly went wild. How unfortunate. What was so great about that old man that made those kids sacrifice themselves? Pete frowned. First of all, do you even deserve to be called a divine lion? I couldn't sneak into the sanctuary that even the patriarch and Lady Shizhen couldn't enter. At that moment, he leaped forward. If that's the case, I'll use force to get the patriarch out. A voice rang out. Pete, what are you doing here? I told you to go with Shiren. Pete finally turned and apologized to the patriarch. To me, making sure the people I love don't suffer is more important. His hands clenched tight. Then, patriarch, please allow me. Pete, could it be? Absolute talent. Calibalk. It can only be used on a single target. It absorbs the target's Ida and makes it the user's possession. If another Ida is absorbed while one is already held, the previous Ida's ability vanishes. The size of the Ida that can be absorbed is proportional to the user's mental strength. That Ida is a pain. How unlucky. Immediately after, a beam of light shot from its mouth. It spread its wings and soared high into the air. The people below cried out in pain. My ears. The divine lion approached Pete. Trash like you doesn't deserve to fight a divine lion like me. Why? You humans were the ones who attacked us first. The divine lion sat down. Stop joking. Are those wings only temporary? Oh, don't tell me you're actually pitying me. From the rubble, a voice spoke. You never intended to leave this city alone. You intentionally came through here to harm the citizens and destroy the streets. The divine lion looked annoyed. I'm the only one the people trusted. It's because I empathize with their pain that I have to be this cruel. Pete's expression changed instantly. No, you're not that kind of person. Those are just excuses. You're just trash using us as a pretext to attack. You planned to kill us from the very beginning. My roar has completely isolated this city. No one is coming to help you. This place will be your grave. A hand lowered. But I'll let you live. Pete replied coldly. No thanks. Absolute talent. Calibalk. Ida absorption. Skeletal art. Absorption rate 30%. Ida alteration. Imagination weapon forge. Calibalk. Imagination weapon forge. Absorption rate 30%. Combat ability A+++. Pete said confidently. Patriarch. It seems we make a good pair after all. The only problem is that absorption takes time. It looks like only my right arm can handle the absorption for now. The divine lion looked back, thinking, stay back, don't give me a reason to kill you. A flash of light sparked. His hands gripped the weapon tightly. Pete stood like a hero, wielding a weapon destined to destroy demons. The divine lion was stunned for a moment. Holy Spear, Longinus. Absorption rate 30%, limit rate 95%, combat ability yes. Pete collapsed to his knees. Just launching the spear had drained all his strength. The divine lion lunged again. I have to call it back. However, that arm stopped. To think my self-healing couldn't fix this wound. It grabbed Pete. Kid, you got talent actually being able to summon the holy spear. Pete struggled. Are you still going to let me live? Of course. It frowned. But it seems you've got other things on your mind. Shiren and Shizhen were sitting below. Pete's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. What should I do? Run away? I can't leave them behind. How am I going to die? Tears fell. It's so scary. What do I do? Pete still resisted. There's someone I want to save. You mean the one you've been staring at this whole time? The two of them continue their dialogue. That's right. Please, just let Se-yun live. If you do that, I won't resist anymore. The divine beast looks straight at Pete. Unfortunately, do you really think you're in a position to negotiate with me? I have absolutely no reason to spare him. Pete freezes. I knew you'd say that. Just one last time. Oh gods, please grant me this. A blinding light erupts. Something stronger than the holy spear Longinus, or even a bit weaker is fine, as long as it's something I can use at 100% of my power. Blood-sucking dagger. Combat power. D+++. Pete is beyond frustrated. Why? Why did Park Jinsung's dagger appear now, of all times? The divine beast roars. I do not acknowledge your talent. Even though I should kill both you and your master, I will keep my word. I clearly thought of the strongest weapon. So why? Pete swings the dagger forward repeatedly. I'll only be taking your ability. In an instant, a stream of crimson blood sprays out. Absolute talent, Calibalg. Combat power, A+. Imagination bred weapon. Combat power, A. Pete collapses to the ground instantly. Se-yun slowly approaches. Oh, what a shame, Pete. For a genius to end up stripped of his talent like this. Pete gasps for air. I'm sorry. I just wanted to protect everyone. Se-yun can't stop crying. He sacrificed everything to save you. He empathized with you, but you couldn't do the same for him. You're pathetic. Se-yun frowns. Shut up. All of this. The divine beast counters. I can't hear you. If you want to pity me, speak up. Se-yun roars in fury. You're the mastermind behind all of this. You damn lion. Horns immediately begin to sprout. It's because I wasn't strong enough. It's all because I was weak. If I just had more power, all of this could have been settled. Se-jin's form shifts instantly. The trouble I've run into because of Se-jin's stubbornness and this damn lion. The tension in the air is reaching a breaking point. The divine beast stands there quietly. Oh, I see your resolve now, kid. White Jade Goblin. Combat power, A+. The goblin has abandoned fame, focusing all energy, skills, and abilities, including chi and raw power. It seems you have no intention of backing down. Current system, perfect swordmaster. Combat power, A+++. 4 evil tigers slaughter, enhances the user's strength. The two sides lunge at each other, and the battle begins. Se-yun turns cold and ruthless. Get on your knees, you lion. The ground begins to crack and shatter. The divine beast is now facing real danger. Its expression shifts instantly. I'm being pushed back. Se-yun dives down from above. In an instant, everything feels like it's being torn apart. Se-yun presses the assault. Kill. He's exhausted now. I'm going to kill you. The situation is getting more dangerous by the second. I will definitely kill you. But unfortunately, the horn is snapped off. The divine beast continues its attack. If all of you had attacked me at once, you might have had a chance. It seems you still can't empathize with others. Shut up, he snaps back. Humans only learn their lessons after they suffer. But people like you won't shed a tear until you see your own coffin. Se-yun lunges again. I told you to shut up. His face is twisted with despair. The divine beast continues to provoke him. You must empathize with others. Fighting alone only leads to defeat. A voice rings out from behind. Hey, you lion. A small figure appears. We just need to fight side by side, right? Park Jinsung has finally arrived. You're the one who backed us into a corner. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Se-yun still can't believe what's happening. Why? Why are you here? He loses control and rushes over to interrogate Park Jinsung. You idiot, why haven't you left yet? Jinsung thinks to himself. This is more dangerous than I thought. There are corpses everywhere. Pete looks like he's at death's door. So many people are missing. Se-yun's grip finally loosens. Sorry, I'm late. Why are you here, you moron? Se-yun can't stop sobbing. Why? The divine beast stops. The scent coming from you is strange. Are you the one who caused all this? The divine beast steps forward. Yes, I make those without empathy live in despair. Park Jinsung steps in front to block him. I don't get what you're babbling about, but I'm going to stop you. You damn monster. Park Jinsung grows more menacing. First of all, what the hell is this thing? I need to figure out what its ability is. 2 streaks of blood immediately flow from Park Jinsung's eyes. The divine beast is stunned. Oh, the scent is getting stronger. What does that smell? Cough, cough. Even my Ida is... The divine beast closes in. Ew, why do you smell just like us? Park Jinsung gives a dangerous smirk. Damn it, it's because you're a mutt, some cross between a bird and a giant dog. You stink like a beast. Do you ever even bathe, you piece of crap? This is the first time I can't see through a monster's ability. The divine beast is impressed. You're much stronger than the others. That scent in your mouth is especially thick. He roars again. What? Liar. I brush my teeth twice a day. Se-jin speaks weakly. Jin-sung. He immediately screams, run, get out of here. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes. Park Jin-sung manages to catch his body. Got you. He helps him sit to the side, while Se-yun is still sobbing. Jin-sung, what are you planning to do? He tries to scream, don't go. If you make one mistake, you'll... Park Jin-sung pulls out his dagger. It's okay. Fragment of murderous intent. Combat power. Absorption part. Combat enhancement. The divine beast looks up. How disappointing. Is this all you've got? First of all, a piece of filth like you is even weaker than the ones before. Park Jin-sung thinks, if I don't risk my life, I won't win. Just a little more. He slowly raises the dagger. Just a little more, and I can awaken the murderous intent within my body. At least enough to see its info. Fragment of murderous intent. Absorption part. Right hand enhancement. New absorption part. Eyes. Every single time. The murderous intent awakens in a different part of the body. Right leg, lower abdomen, left shoulder. Park Jin-sung tries to keep control. I'm getting too excited. Se-yun's expression changes. I don't want him to see me like this, controlled by my own bloodlust. But I'm about to lose my mind. Fragment after fragment of murderous intent. The new absorption parts are going wild. Ha ha ha. Except for my heart and head, my entire body has been awakened and enhanced. The divine beast is genuinely shocked. Why don't you just attack already, you weakling? The first monster in the book of Daniel. The one executed for treason by King Nebuchadnezzar, who wrote about the monster from his dreams. Legend says everything in that book is tied to the truth of reality. The first monster is the only one with human thoughts. Infinite empathy can exist within a human. Park Jin-sung speaks up. This whole mess happened because of you, haha. It's your fault. The divine beast continues to provoke him. What a pity. Just do what your soul tells you. Murderous intent has already taken over. You'll probably lung at me soon. Empathy can sense the will and malice of others. Park Jin-sung slowly stands up. You understand me? Oh, so that's empathy, huh? Hee hee. No wonder I couldn't feel anything before. What a pain in the ass. The divine beast's mind begins to race. I'm curious, before I kill him, I want to know why he gives off that scent. Does it have something to do with the person I'm looking for? The divine beast clenches its fist. I'll help you free yourself. Actually, never mind. Park Jin-sung fires back, no, don't. The two of them close the gap. Park Jin-sung gives a cold laugh. Huh, you just need to listen to me. The divine beast's eyes turn to ice. The scent is so strong my nose is going numb. Park Jin-sung has finally transformed completely. See? You think you're going to walk away from this. Complete murderous intent. Combat power, S rank. In this state, killing is nothing but a triviality. The divine beast shouts. It seems you still believe you can kill me. Come then. However, both of them stop. Park Jin-sung has noticed Se-yun behind him. Complete murderous intent. He's been entirely consumed by the urge to kill. Park Jin-sung laughs manically. But then, he turns around to leave. The divine beast is baffled. Where do you think you're going? At the same time, it lifts a nearby car. If you want to leave, deal with this first. It hurls the car. Try this on for size. Park Jin-sung dodges it with ease. His expression turns even more lethal. What's wrong? You want to die first. The divine beast grows even more furious. A loud crash echoes. You're the one who started this. Park Jin-sung dodges gracefully. Is that so? The first monster in the book of Daniel. Based on combat power, it shouldn't be harmed by any attack below a rank. The divine beast charges forward. Blood is still seeping from the wound on its hand. I can't believe it. A monster that can block an A rank attack was actually wounded by a D+ rank dagger. Park Jin-sung finally stands still. His face now looks like that of a cold-blooded killer. So this giant dog bleeds like a human too? You aren't a dog? Or are you a special breed? Truth is, I don't really like animal cruelty. The divine beast is instantly terrified. That horrifying scent is back. Puh Jinsung moves with blinding speed. You know, he sounds disturbingly excited. What my uncle did to my dog back in the day. You don't know? It was just like this, a series of slashes. And like this and this. Ha ha ha. The divine beast screams in agony. You human, you're a lunatic. Puh Jinsung is still submerged in bloodlust. The divine beast is now paralyzed with fear. My head is spinning, it's too much. This murderous intent. It's swallowing me whole, I can't even stay conscious. It tries to attack one last time. I can empathize with you. Someone with an aura, just like ours, you die here today. Puh Jinsung slowly steps on the divine beast. You know, just because he once cut off my arm and made me crawl like a dog. Puh Jinsung raises his dagger. Can you even imagine it? The blade plunges straight into the divine beast. Puh Jinsung is spiraling further into madness. A single slit from the arm to the shoulder. How does it feel? Do you have any idea how she tortured me? Try empathizing with me now. If you know how it feels, then tell me. The divine beast begs, stop, don't grab me. But the sharp blade continues to rip through its body. You human! A powerful light explodes outward. Puh Jinsung is slammed into the ground. Cough, cough. His expression is incredibly dangerous. No matter how lethal your sin is, your physical body is ultimately just human. The divine beast slowly approaches. What a shame. You still can't beat me. The divine beast struggles to stand. Even if it dies, it will return to its master. It won't truly perish. I'm curious, human. Have you ever truly looked at yourself? Puh Jinsung slowly steps forward. Huh? What? The divine beast continues. I'm asking if you've ever looked at the person hidden deep inside you. Puh Jinsung asks blankly. Me? What? It continues. I'm certain you haven't. After all, murderous intent is usually aimed at others. He immediately snaps back. Bullshit. Why should I care about anyone else besides my uncle and aunt? The divine beast continues. I'm talking about your own self. Puh Jinsung feels a flicker of fear. A rush of memories floods back. Hack. Bobby, where are you? I'm so scared. I'm so lonely. The divine beast seems to be trying to manipulate his mind. I want to see you destroyed, human. I'm very curious to see what happens next. Back to reality. Human, I empathize with you deeply. Puh Jinsung slowly raises his head. I also acknowledge you. Those words finally strike a chord. So, feel your true self. An image of Poppy lying on the ground appears. Puh Jinsung wails, reaching out his hand. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm the one who killed you. His aunt and uncle stand by, laughing with delight. If it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have died. It's you. You're the one who killed him. Puh Jinsung finally snaps back to reality. He looks at his bloodstained hands. He died because of you. I hate you. You should just die. If you disappeared, everyone would be so happy. You don't deserve to live. You're the reason everyone is miserable. A chorus of deathly whispers rings out. Kill. This suicidal murderous intent can be suppressed. Except for the urge to kill, all other senses are temporarily discarded. The divine beast's face turns pale. Even with the power of clairvoyance, it's completely impossible to read this man's intent. The divine beast tries to observe Puh Jinsung. All of that murderous intent is directed at himself. I want to die. Kill me. Just kill me. The divine beast slowly moves toward him. Puh Jinsung speaks. You know, his face suddenly shifts. Should I go kill someone or be killed? Or should I just die? The divine beast immediately tries to stop him. A massive surge of light erupts. Everything becomes a blur. The divine beast is shocked. Clairvoyance doesn't work on this human. Through the dust, a small figure begins to emerge. Puh Jinsung appears. I've decided. The divine beast tries to close the distance, but this time, he's the one who gets wounded. I'll do both. Puh Jinsung appears like a ghost. This time, the dagger is driven into the ground. The divine beast immediately recognizes the move. Tiger's slaughter. Puh Jinsung stands perfectly still. Self-destructive murderous intent. Tiger slaughter. Cannot accept items outside the user's skill range. The user can only accept items that are compatible or related to their past. His voice continues to echo. You can kill me, right? The divine beast struggles to stay in control. Right? Bone binding trap. The divine lion struggled to resist. I don't believe these bones belong to you, human. When someone other than the owner uses them, their movements are restricted. However, a true user can forge these bones into their own weapons. A half-blood creature will suffer twice the backlash. The lion pleaded, "Please, Sab, kill me before you die." A piercing scream echoed. Park Jansung suddenly snapped awake. "What's this? You're pathetic." The divine lion was still thrashing. "What is your name, human?" Park Jansung smirked. Would it make a difference if I told you? Your desire to be killed is clashing with your urge to kill. You're lost, aren't you? You don't know what to do. The divine lion continued. "If you tell me, I'll grant you the gift of death. I have to make him crave death even more to escape this place." He finally replied, "My name is Park Jansung." The divine lion struggled with all its might. "And what about your soul?" Park Jansung let out a raspy laugh. You're trying to play me too?" The divine lion felt a sudden chill of fear toward the man. Park Jansung charged forward, dagger in hand. "I know how it goes. My aunt and uncle were always lying to me." The divine lion grew more terrified. "I don't know anything about that. I just don't understand you." He turned away. "I won't be fooled again. Never. Why don't you take a guess?" The divine lion screamed. "Wait, didn't you say you wanted to kill and be killed? I'll give you the ultimate battlefield and the deadliest opponents." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey." The killing intent radiating from Park Jansung intensified. "Shut up. I think it's time for you to die." The divine lion trembled violently. "Fine. Maybe this is for the best. If I die, I can finally leave this place. I have to force him to face me." Park Jansung marched forward aggressively. "Do you have any idea what my uncle used to do to me?" Park Jansung's expression turned gleeful. "Found it. You picked up a bone. This one's a bit big, though." It's a flying tiger spine." Park Jansung examined the bone closely. "He used to use something just like this to beat my back every single day." His expression shifted instantly. "But I'm thinking this isn't just for backs." The divine lion fell back into a state of pure terror. "This bloodlust. Jansung, no, just kill me." The screams grew more piteous. "Jansung." The entire area was a landscape of ruins and debris. A group of people arrived at the scene. "What is this?" The sound of slow footsteps approached. A mountain of bleached bones. Looking at the devastation, "I can't hold back." Park Jansung turned toward the group. "Look at this. This is your rib. I'm giving it back." The group continued to move forward. These bones were scattered all across the city. Suddenly, Park Jansung drove the bone straight through the lion's head. As he did, he screamed, "Nurse!" The doctor immediately ripped off his mask. "Who is?" In that moment, the doctor gasped in shock. "Jansung? It's Park Jansung from middle school. Or is it?" The two behind him stopped in their tracks. "You know him? Who is he?" "That thing is a high-level monster." "But why does it look like it's Park Jansung's victim?" Park Jansung was still trying to run away. "Hey, aren't you going to answer me?" His face darkened instantly. "You want to die?" Park Jansung looked intensely interested. "Is that what you want?" He appeared before the group in a flash. The doctor tried to shield the others behind his back. "Everyone, let me help. Quickly, summon Ida." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "What?" Park Jansung beamed. "Don't worry. I'll save you from that old man." The doctor was stunned. "What? Don't go near him. What are you talking about?" Park Jansung lunged forward again. "But in exchange, you have to kill me, okay?" Yunayon tried to coordinate from behind. "He's the one who turned the city into this mess." Power and passion became one. The two sides clashed. Park Jansung's expression soured. "What's with this turtle-slow attack?" Both sides came to a halt. The bone clattered to the ground. The man on this side let out a shout, startling the doctor. The doctor grew pale, his anxiety spiking. "What do I do? Is this person radiating all this killing intent really the Jansung I know?" Just then, a voice called out, "Agent Yunayon! Agent Yunayon!" Energy surged instantly. Healing successful, provided the target's heart or brain is still 70% functional. This effect only works on ailments the user is familiar with. Each use of this skill inflicts extreme mental fatigue on the user. The man had finally returned. Hey old man, doesn't your hand hurt?" The two sides traded blow after blow. Strength and passion merge. Merge, merge, revive, merge, revive. Park Jansung continued to resist. "Old man, just stand still for a second, will you?" The man was instantly ensnared by a bone trap. Park Jansung closed the distance. "Remember this? He gave a cruel smile. I've fought you before, uncle. Since when did I become your uncle? Blood sprayed across the ground. Park Janshin grew even more excited. Does it hurt? Uncle? Well, does it hurt? You used to do this to me, too. Do you have any idea how much it hurt back then? Nyon stood frozen. Do you hear me? Stop. You have to listen to me. Nyon activated the skill again. Revive, revive. The man recovered. Revive. His face was masked in pure terror. I'm begging you, stop. Agent Nyon, I can't take this pain anymore. Park Janshin suddenly let him go. Oh boy. Tiger Slayer. A staff made from a rotted trunk, hands stained deep with blood. In an instant, everything was shredded to pieces. Nyon knelt in a pool of blood, his face pale. Footsteps echoed. Nyan. Nyon fearfully pushed his hand away. What the hell are you thinking, Jansheng? You just killed those two. Park Jansheng immediately grabbed his hand to lead him away. Hey, you stuffed animal. Where do you think you're going? He crawled over to the divine lion. The lion was still trying to move. Ugh, a weak voice spoke. Human, it seems you aren't hurt much. Park Jansheng must really like you. You're lucky. Nyon was beyond shocked. Oh my god, a talking monster. Ida number 01. A thought flashed through his mind. I don't know why he wants to use your hand to commit suicide, but I can't miss this chance. I can't let that bastard torture me anymore. I have to convince him. The divine lion spoke again. Park Jansheng wants to die by your hand. Nyon gasped. What? The divine lion let out a roar as blood sprayed from its head. If you want to live, I suggest you don't miss this opportunity. Based on his mental instability, he'll lose control soon. The divine lion struggled. I hope you succeed. In that moment, the entire space descended into chaos. Park Jansheng looked terrified. Oh right, I was just about to talk about dying with that stuffed animal. Nyon tried to stop him. Jansheng, why do you want to die? Why do we have to do this? Park Jansheng stepped closer. Because I'm a bad kid. You're a nurse, right? Since you're an adult, you can easily kill a bad kid, can't you? Right? Nyon collapsed to the ground. Oh god. Park Jansheng's expression flipped instantly. What? You can't kill me? Nyon began to tremble. Then I don't need you anymore. A broken voice called out. Jan. Chung. Gasped Wheeze. What? I said useless people should just die. That's why I have to die countless times every single day. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Hey, Se-yun. He slowly dragged his body up. Park Jansheng. Park Jansheng recognized him. Hey, Vice Captain. Se-yun continued. Let him go. The tip of the sword was trembling. Oh, that sword. Park Jansheng immediately switched targets. That's the one. You can do it, Vice Captain. Nyon screamed. Run. Run, Se-yun. Cough, hack. Se-yun's mind was in a violent turmoil. During the great battle at Pete, Jansheng returned to normal after cutting off his own horn. But now, after killing countless Idas, he shows no sign of waking up. Even so, this is the only thing I can do. The sword stayed pointed forward. Se-yun tried to focus. Horn, please don't grow. Just get out of there. Park Jansheng gripped the blade. His face contorted. Finally, this sword. This sword can do it. I'll finally be able to die happy. What? What are you doing? Park Jansheng held the blade tight. Let go of the sword. Park Jansheng grew more and more erratic. I'm not a swordsman, so I can't hold it properly. Just stab me, Vice Captain. You'll kill me perfectly, won't you? Se-yun suddenly kicked him hard. Are you insane? Telling me to stab you? Get a grip. Park Jansheng's body twisted as he stepped forward. You can't do it, Vice Captain. You can. With a sword like this, you don't even need much strength. Please, I don't care how many times you stab me. The people behind tried to intervene. Calm down, you idiot. Stop right there, you terrorist. Se-yun looked back. The crowd had surrounded Park Jansheng. One of them stepped up to support Nyon. It's okay. Lee Xin is almost here. We'll buy time until he arrives. Park Jansheng became even more intrigued. What's all this? More old guys? When are you going to bring the whole set? But is that kid really the target? Should we start the suppression plan now? Nyon immediately tried to stop them. Don't. We aren't strong enough. Please keep a safe distance. The man asked what he meant. Park Jansheng waved his hand. Oh, what? You're here too? Hey there. You're surrounded. Deactivate Ida and surrender. Park Jansheng looked confused. I already said hello. I always try to be friendly when I see you. And yet, you want to fight me? If you don't surrender, we will use force. Park Jansheng suddenly cursed. Ah, damn it. Looks like I have to kill people again. Tiger Slayer. Killing intent billowed from Park Janshing's entire body. The bystanders were terrified. What is this? An Idaha with human teleportation abilities? It's the cloak fashioned by Black Demon number 103,673. Se-yun was struck with disbelief. Park Janshing strolled forward nonchalantly. Hey, old-timers, I don't need you anymore. I can survive on my own now. Se-yun began to shake. No, 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 no. At this rate, everyone is going to die. I have to stop him. I have to. Park Jansheng charged forward like a madman. Zo, di. Just die. A sword pierced through Park Jansheng's body. Se-yun had finally resolved to bring him down. Park Jansheng stared at the blade protruding from his chest. Se-yun was trembling uncontrollably. I just... At that moment, Park Jansheng turned around and nodded. I knew I could count on you, Captain. I knew you could kill me. He reached out and wiped the tears from Se-yun's face. But you know, if you're going to stab someone, you should aim a little higher. Park Jansheng collapsed to the ground. Se-yun couldn't stop the tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The blade was slowly withdrawn. I'm sorry. Park Janshing's body looked as if it were beginning to fade away. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Se-yun immediately cradled his head. Jansheng, are you awake? Park Jansheng looked terrified. Se-yun tried to soothe him. Jansheng, say something. Park Jansheng finally came to. Se-yun, the bloodlust, the self-destruction, that look in his eyes was still incredibly dangerous. Se-yun continued. Jansheng, are you with me? I'll get you first aid, just hang on. Park Jansheng flinched away. Oh no, what'd I just do? The two struggled. Jansheng, no, that's not what I wanted. Blood. There's blood everywhere. Blood and corpses everywhere. Park Jansheng moaned incessantly. That's not what I wanted. Jansheng, what are you doing? Jansheng. The atmosphere became suffocating. Snap out of it, Jansheng. Someone save me. Mount Jingxiu, Sun Palace. Has the firstborn returned? The two continued their conversation. Yes, they returned after finishing the sabotage. According to my reports, those bastards in the south took a heavy hit. Kim Rin-yong added. But wait, the place where the firstborn appeared. Isn't that the place you told me to raid? Which place was that? Kim Rin-yong turned abruptly. If even you don't remember, who will? I suffered ultimate humiliation, and this is how you treat me? The other person countered. My apologies, but when I summoned the Book of Daniel, I needed someone to draw their attention. You sent me, Kim Rin-yong, just to be a distraction. He gave a sinister laugh. If you showed up, they'd assume your location was the priority. Besides, you aren't weak enough to be beaten by some nobodies. Kim Rin-yong added. Senior, you even knew my exact location. You really are a piece of work. Number 2 continued. That's exactly why I chose you. The third and fourth descents are already fated. They'll appear soon. Kim Rin-yong hesitated. Oh, so it's finally happening? He smirked. That's right. Just wait a little longer, and our era will arrive. Park Jansheng lay on the hospital bed, his face drenched in sweat. The sword was stained with fresh blood. Park Jansheng's face fell. The divine lion appeared before his eyes, as everything seemed to descend into chaos. Park Jansheng jolted awake. He breathed heavily, his chest heaving, his eyes scanning the room. Shiren sat by his side, her heart racing with anxiety. Jinsheng, at her cry, Park Jansheng bolted upright. Shiren, a sharp, stabbing pain surged through his entire body. Shiren quickly reached out to support him. Don't force yourself. Lie back down. How long have I been out? 3 days, you idiot. Park Jansheng turned his gaze toward me. I need to get up. Shiren immediately pushed him back. Huh? You think you're Jesus or something? You think you can recover in just 3 days? Stay put and rest a while longer. Outside, a man stepped into the room. Ha ha ha. You really should listen to your lady. A man has to cherish his wife if he wants a happy home. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Commander Li Xian. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and asked with genuine concern, Private Park Jansheng, are you feeling any better? Yes, I'm all right. I'm feeling a bit more like myself now, sir. Li Xian continued. Good. We have a lot to discuss, so I'll have to ask for a bit of your patience. First of all, the two of them began their conversation. The National Disaster Management System and the National Crisis Warning System have officially identified you as a Level 1 national disaster. Specifically, a tangible disaster. A tangible disaster? Park Jansheng repeated, stunned. Li Xian's expression turned dead serious. They've determined that you're a threat to life, property, and public safety, not to mention the national economy and several other sectors. It seems both agencies agree. You are more dangerous than a hurricane or a terrorist attack. Lee Xin went on to explain. However, this information is restricted to high-ranking officials. No one else knows. Do you understand what that implies? Park Shinching asked. What does it mean, sir? It means I've suppressed all the intel, Lee Xin added. Park Shinching was floored. What? Lee Xin remained perfectly calm. You are South Korea's only SS rank Idaha. Even I, or Yoon Yuing, only reached S rank. It seems you hid your power well in the past, and now we finally understand why you felt you had to. Park Shinching gripped his blanket tight. I'm deeply sorry, but if you want me to use my Ida again, I don't think I can do it. Lee Xin cut him off immediately. Private Park Shinching, the world is spiraling into the most chaotic era in history. This place is far from peaceful. Crime and mortality rates are climbing daily, and issues that don't show up in statistics, like racial discrimination, are only getting worse. Lee Xin continued. I apologize for judging you solely based on your file, but you need to realize what's expected of you. Park Shinching listened in silence. Nothing changes just because nations are at each other's throats. It's not just Korea. Other countries are making suspicious moves too. I'm just. Lee Xin tried to comfort him. Our country needs your strength. Your power. Park Shinching couldn't hold back his tears. You need the strength? The strength of a crazed murderer. Lee Xin lifted the boy's tear-streaked face, his expression incredibly solemn. Do you remember the first time we met? Don't give up on yourself. We need people who believe in the soul's potential for growth. Shiren stood by, watching silently. The growth of the soul, he finally understood. Asterisk, that's right. At the White Jade Kim family, everyone was taught to submissively follow the path the soul had laid out. Until now, I've lived for the sake of Ida, not for myself. Asterisk. Shiren's resolve became firmer than ever. I won't let a soul dictate my life anymore. The growth of the soul, Park Shinching murmured, his face looking like he was losing his grip. My soul is the soul of a killer. What would you possibly need a killer's soul for? Lee Xin slowly stood up. Do you have any idea how much damage was caused by this incident? He continued, casualties are around 12,000. Property damage from the destruction of the city center is estimated at 3.4 trillion won. The scale of the loss is beyond imagination, something ordinary citizens can't even begin to wrap their heads around. However, Private Park Shinching, you were the one who stopped this disaster. Lee Xin kept encouraging him. As an aide to the state, no, as a citizen of this country. Park Shinching looked on in shock as Officer Lee Xin suddenly bowed his head in gratitude. I sincerely thank you. Everyone in the room bowed in unison. Park Shinching couldn't stop the tears from falling. He still tried to protest. But I'm the one who killed your comrades. But then, Lee Xin added, but you are also the one who saved this city. Without you, this place would have been a pile of rubble long ago. Lee Xin's expression grew even more earnest. Your actions saved everyone living here. So, stop drowning in guilt. Get your head back in the game. Park Shinching finally stopped sobbing. The others were still looking at him, all expressing their gratitude. It was the first time he had ever felt this way. Park Shinching took a slow step forward. Giving thanks to the person who killed your friends. That must be incredibly hard. Park Shinching decided to face it all. They hadn't lost their dignity, nor had they let anger cloud their judgment. They acted like real adults. They reached out and showed goodwill, and he wasn't going to ignore that. He couldn't let guilt destroy him. He had to move forward. Park Shinching declared firmly, but I don't intend to keep using the Ida I used before. Shiren was startled. What? His stance was unwavering. But that won't stop me from moving forward. For the sake of those I killed. Lee Xin beamed with joy. Thank you, Private Park Shinching. You are truly a strong man. And don't worry, I was actually going to ask you to avoid using Ida anyway. It seems no one but me has the power to stop you if you go overboard. Park Shinching asked, so what happens to me now? Lee Xin immediately made an offer. I'm sending you abroad for a few months. Hopefully, by the time you're back, the Korean public will have forgotten. Park Shinching was stunned. What? If possible, I still want to finish my studies. Finish my military service. Lee Xin reassured him. Don't worry about that. Think of this trip as a short-term study abroad program. Oh, and as of now, you're officially promoted to sergeant. At the Korean International Airport. Have a safe trip. Sergeant Park Shinching. Zheng Hao stepped forward to see him off. Don't you dare get lazy while I'm not around, Park Shinching. The moment you get back, I'm throwing you straight into a fitness test. The two hugged for a long time. Make sure to call. Yeah. Shiren looked a bit down. Text me every day, okay? I will. Finally, the plane took off. I'll definitely come back stronger. John F. Kennedy International Airport. Park Shinching finally stepped off the plane. A group of people looked at him with clear irritation. He's here. That piece of trash. Hey, don't call our captain trash. Teddy happily greeted Park Shinching, who had arrived right on time. He stepped forward and knocked on a door. Anyone in? A voice echoed from inside. Come in. He walked in slowly. Excuse me. Reddy Tseeps was completely focused. You too. Make yourselves comfortable. Park Shinching entered shyly. Oh, just call me SPF. Everyone on the team calls me that. SPF? Why did you call me here? Reddy Tseeps continued. You little fraud. Who else knows you can read Ida? There was no mention of that skill in the files Li Xian sent me. Park Shinching thought for a moment. Probably no one else. I never told anyone, even back in Korea. So Li Xian doesn't know? He might not. That's quite an ambiguous answer. Reddy Tseeps flashed an intrigued smile. A moment later, he leaned in toward the little fraud. Join my team. The two stood face to face. I think I misheard you. I said, join Delta Force. I'm a member of the Hanyang team. Reddy Tseeps was furious. The Delta Force I led is... A piece of paper was handed over. TCH, forget it. We'll talk details later. Let's handle the main business first. Park Shinching watched intently. We've identified a Jack the Ripper copycat at JFK, and another one in a brothel. Reddy Tseeps looked grim. Your mission is to locate the target, and use your Ida to narrow down the suspects. Keep an eye out for an Ida shaped like a blade. John F. Kennedy International Airport. TCH, isn't it a bit too quiet? Park Shinching rubbed his eyes irritably. How many days has it been? My eyes are bone dry. I'm exhausted. Hey, Captain, why don't you catch some shut-eye? If you pass out, the whole operation fails. Reddy Tseeps approached. An hour ago, we caught someone in the slums who looks like a leader of the Heavenly Gate sect. Right now, I need you all to stay on surveillance and remain combat ready. Having said his piece, he turned to leave. The translator and this little fraud, follow me. Let's go. Upon arrival, Park Shinching looked around. Reddy Tseeps suddenly changed his mind. Go rest, kid. No, I'm fine. Everyone started talking. Any new leads? Nothing at all. But why was that leader caught so suddenly? It feels like he did it on purpose. I'm not sure. He has many faces, so I have to go verify him myself. The team has successfully locked down the slums, so we're bound to run into him. The radio crackled to life. Asterisk horrific murders are breaking out across the city. It is now 90% confirmed the killer is working through a hit list. Asterisk SPF, this is it, Reddy Tseeps said. TCH, we've been played. Our intel leaked. Looks like there's a mole in our ranks. A massive wave of assassins has appeared at JFK. Local police can't handle the situation due to a lack of manpower. That's... Everyone stay calm, kid. Reddy Tseeps tried to reassure them. It's fine. I'll handle this. Requesting orders. Reddy Tseeps whipped out his radio. Teams 1 and 3, capture as many assassins as possible. Deploy the suicide squad if necessary. Team 2, block all exits. Ensure no one leaves the airport. What should we do? Reddy Tseeps flashed a sly grin. I'm heading there now. He set the radio down, his entire body radiating a murderous aura. This is the first time I've been stabbed in the back like this. It's a fresh feeling. That's why I want to handle this mission alone. Park Shinching was visibly shocked. What? Bats? There are bats in the car. Reddy Tseeps asked blankly. You got a problem with bats? Not exactly, but good. He looked incredibly amused. Haha, it's hunting time, kid. You and the translator go find the Heavenly Gate leader. Team, for we'll go with you. Park Shinching grew even more worried. I want to go to the airport too. A swarm of bats suddenly gathered, blotting out the sky. The sound of rapid footsteps grew louder. Zhu Donghu screamed incessantly in terror. They clearly waited for Tseeps to leave before showing up. Instead of standing there grinning like a moron, run. The group was now struggling to fight back. Innocent people were being slaughtered. Cries for help rang out everywhere. Bian Jing continued to observe. He screamed crazily. You people from Tseeps, you think you can just run away? Another group launched an attack. Senior, Run while I draw their fire. Bien Jing was fuming on his end. These pieces of trash. They stole the car, and now they wanted to run on foot? Go. I'll cover you. Finally, he couldn't say another word. Bien Jing kept cursing. Come at me. Stomp the floor. I run a little slow, so what? I'm not the only one who's gained weight. Increase the weight of yourself and your opponent. Plus, increase the weight of the enemy's gear. Max stack 20 times. The floor instantly shattered. Bien Jing was ecstatic. Perfect. Release the confined object and use it as a weapon. A massive chunk of earth was hoisted into the air. Amazing. Damn it. Is he coming? Bien Jing stopped abruptly. A scene of horrific slaughter unfolded before his eyes. You pieces of garbage. Your timing couldn't be worse. The person on the other side was surprised. Senior Bien Jing. He beat the enemy's back like a madman. You bastards, get the hell away from me. His face was pale. Several weapons were lodged in his body. What the hell is this? How embarrassing. Zhu Donghu gave a light hop and lunged forward. The people nearby fled in terror. Senior, don't you die on us. Phew. Bien Jing cursed again. Shut up, you moron. I'm not gonna die. Jing, let me see that wound. Turn hands into scissors. Heal the wound. A soft light filled the entire space. I'll treat you right away. Suddenly, a blade thrust forward, catching Bien Jing off guard. The wound had been stitched up. The person said with concern, I've stitched the surface, but the inside isn't healed yet. Don't overexert yourself. The battle raged on. No, let the children live, you monsters. Another sharp object was pulled out. Don't overexert? Yeah, like that's an option. Release the confined object and use it as a weapon. Bien Jing regained his strength. He smiled and said, Take this, you trash. Sigh. Senior, can't you just rest for a second? At this rate, you're going to meet the Grim Reaper early, you know? The person behind watched as enemies appeared without end. Zhu Donghu said sheepishly, Yeah, looks like I've got to lend a hand too. A chaotic team, held together only by sheer will. He squeezed his eyes shut. Everything began to come into focus. Running is useless. He looked delighted. Li Chenghua, you possess top-tier Ida. You're much stronger than me. If you put your heart into it, who knows how many amazing skills you could unlock. His hand tightened into a fist. Bien Jing has to try harder. Jinxing, I'll do my best too. The battle was still a mess. Bien Jing was nearing exhaustion. Damn it. Don't these guys ever get tired? Good job. A swarm of bats appeared. Seeps' voice echoed from within the swarm. Everyone looked up instantly. Bats, darkness, mist. Could it be? Seeps. Ready Seeps is here. Ready Seeps appeared in an instant. The vampire count. He walked forward slowly. Where did you get the nerve to show off in a place where my shadow falls? The crowd went wild. Haha, kill them. Kill them all. Kill. 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 Ready Seeps' expression grew even grimmer. Looks like there are about 300 of you. The bats swarmed. One of the attackers was covered in them. The others panicked, but one still charged die. Ready Seeps stood perfectly still, not even bothering to dodge. The attackers grew even more excited. But in that moment, everyone froze. Ready Seeps turned and asked, What do you think you're doing? He stepped forward lightly, taking them down. Failures like you could never kill me. Ready Seeps looked dangerous. You're going to be a delicious meal. Everything seemed to vanish into nothingness. The attackers were reduced to dry skeletons kneeling on the ground. Ready Seeps finished and turned around mockingly. I thought you'd be better than this. Turns out you're just small fry. The others were paralyzed with fear. Regret comes too late. Vampire. The blood in their bodies was being drained. Awaken, my hungry ghosts. Vampire count. Hungry ghosts can't use Ida, but their physical abilities are boosted immensely. The attackers slowly shriveled up. I recently collaborated with the Mexican government to handle a drug cartel. The quality of the hungry ghosts this time is very high. The voice of death rang out. You don't even deserve to be my hungry ghosts. Turn to ash. Park Shinching was confused. Will the airport be okay? Teddy comforted him. Don't worry about that. Master Seeps is a monster. His nickname is literally the Monster Gentleman. Teddy, don't you think we should go over and help? He immediately shot back. No way, we have to follow orders. But think about it. If we don't catch their leader, the scale of this disaster will be unimaginable. You get it? I get it. The surrounding landscape suddenly turned desolate and empty. Park Chansung looked around and asked, It's gotten too quiet here. Yeah, something's off. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the radio. This is Delta Force, Squad 4. We've localized Ready Seeps' vehicle. He is the target. Park Chan-sung turned back and asked, "The target? Please exit the vehicle, then continue to the left. In about 30 seconds, you'll see the main road." Park Chan-sung continued to listen intently. "We'll meet you there." Over. The car screeched to a halt, and Park Chan-sung slowly stepped out. No response. Teddy immediately pointed toward the car and said, "Let's turn back. I've got a bad feeling about this." "But you still protested. Everyone else is out there risking their lives. We have to do something too." Teddy finally gave in and followed. "Damn it. Wait for me." As they walked, they talked. "Hold on, this is weird. You see it too? Why are there so many empty clearings around here?" Park Chan-sung reacted instantly. He sprinted forward. Teddy shouted from behind, "Hey, what's wrong? Don't just run off on your own." Park Chan-sung pushed himself to his limit. "I know where it is." He suddenly remembered. They clearly identified themselves as Delta Force Squad 4. "Oh no, it's a setup. Our intel leaked. Looks like the enemy planted a mole. They called you Ready Seeps. Just call me SPF. My teammates all call me that. And they mentioned I was the target." Park Chan-sung shouted at the top of his lungs. "It's a trap." He screamed out, "Delta Force Squad 4. Get out of there. Run. We can't waste this chance to wipe out this nuisance of an organization." The others' expressions immediately turned grim. These elites had experience working with Ready Seeps. One of them stepped forward, killed them. But that experience is worthless against that red-haired girl. Fine then, Jack the Ripper. Park Chan-sung ran desperately. Damn it, the power gap is too wide. Delta Force is no match for him. And this feeling, there's probably more than one enemy. We have to retreat. Jack the Ripper continued to close in. Everyone on this side was paralyzed with anxiety. Is he behind us? A blade lunged straight forward. Jack the Ripper laughed maniacally. Ha die. Suddenly, a hand slammed hard against his back. Two people charged from the front. Jack the Ripper grew even more excited. "I can see your every move clear as day, you know?" Agonizing screams echoed through the air. The others hit the dirt. "Retreat. We've been played. If he's really the one who slaughtered all those girls, by a rough estimate, he's stronger than 50 men combined." Park Chan-sung finally came face to face with him. Besides, if he absorbs the strength of the Delta Force members, how powerful will he become? Bloodblade. Park Chan-sung spoke with total gravity. "Everyone, I'll handle him alone." Jack the Ripper looked surprised. "Oh, you're just like me." He replied, "There are more enemies coming. I need you all to go deal with them and their leader." The others were stunned. "What?" You finally realized. Damn it, an unknown reactionary force, their leader, plus hundreds of assassins. I have to report this to the captain right now. The group immediately scrambled away. "Fall back for now. We'll regroup when necessary." Park Chan-sung thought to himself, "Everything's settled for now. We managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. Jack the Ripper is getting more frenzied. Now it's just him left." The atmosphere instantly turned suffocatingly tense. After a kill, the effectiveness of killing intent is amplified, making everyone within a certain radius feel like they're choking. Jack the Ripper giggled. "Oh, you're quite the tough nut to crack, aren't you?" Park Chan-sung replied calmly. "I know dragging this out won't do me any favors." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "That Asian kid is the one who ruined our plans." His gaze became even more dangerous. A strange silhouette emerged from within. A man stepped out slowly. "I've met plenty of killers, but I've never seen eyes so bloodshot." He suddenly roared, "I'll kill you right here." Negating the sixth commandment can drive those detached from society or causality into a trance. Anyone in that trance will be controlled by the killer's Idaha. Park Chan-sung struggled to hold his ground. Where the hell are they getting these Idahas from? I have to stop this woman first." He lunged forward, but his opponent quickly parried the strike. The two began a fierce back and forth. "What the hell is this? She's blocking every single one of my attacks with ease." Park Chan-sung was shocked. "Here it comes." Both sides instantly became locked in a desperate struggle. Park Chan-sung hit the ground, just as the cult leader approached. "Damn it. How are you feeling?" He sneered, starting to feel the resentment build up. Park Chan-sung slowly stood up. "Of course. I've always been fed up with everything around me. Now you have two choices. Become my hound or become Jack's toy." Park Chan-sung remained incredibly calm. "What kind of hound do you think I'd be? It seems you've read my Idaha, haven't you?" The man replied immediately. So you really can read my eye, huh? He stepped forward slowly. Let's see then. I'm curious myself. I want to see what I'll become. The man flashed a dangerous smile. Perfect. He drew closer. I see infinite potential in you. You could become an existence that transcends human limits. All you need to do is disregard the moral boundaries humans have set. A glow slowly began to emanate. I will help you deal with everything in this world that fuels your resentment. Negation of the 10 Commandments. His hand pressed firmly against Park Chan-sung's face. Now, go kill everyone you wish were dead. Park Chan-sung stood motionless. The man was ecstatic. Poor boy, my Ida. But right then, he spoke up. Really? Father, is this the best you can do? The man was utterly stunned. Why? The brainwashing didn't work? Is it possible there's someone in this world who feels no resentment at all? Park Chan-sung shot back. Huh? Me? Without resentment? As if a flood of bitter thoughts surfaced. Of course I have it. Even though I'm proud of this power, I always end up causing trouble for those around me instead of protecting them. I don't have the confidence to control my own bloodlust. I'm still hesitating, and it pisses me off. Park Chan-sung's expression suddenly shifted. I'm beyond frustrated right now. Can't you tell? Even so, the man suddenly screamed, Jack! Jack! He shrieked with all his might. Jack, things are out of control. What if I use my killing intent to create a protective shield? Jack the Ripper whipped his head around. Can I do it? Everything around Park Chan-sung began to warp. What if I lose control like before? A skeleton slowly materialized. I'm scared. Jack the Ripper's demeanor changed too, but there was no other way out. If I keep being afraid of myself, that woman really will kill me. Park Chan-sung remembered the words he said at the hospital. I'll keep moving forward. Even though I said that, I wasn't sure I could. Can I really control myself? Lee Xin was still cheering for him. I believe in your potential. Park Chan-sung leaned back. I can't find that same confidence anymore. A voice snapped him back to reality. Son, his parents appeared again. Nothing is impossible. Just face it calmly. We believe in you. Park Chan-sung stopped midair. A satisfied smile spread across his face. In an instant, Park Chan-sung's entire body transformed again. Jack was horrified. This killing intent, this feeling, I have a very bad feeling about this. He lunged forward immediately. I have to kill him now. Things were spiraling out of control. Jack charged with everything he had. My killing intent is disappearing. What are you doing, Jack? Kill that brat already. I can't. One more step, and I'm dead. His legs gave out, and everyone collapsed to the ground. I don't want to die. I'm scared. What's happening? Park Chan-sung was still struggling to restrain himself. He tried to force the killing intent out of his body. Get out of me. His expression grew increasingly menacing. D, you look just like a murderer. Look at all the prey waiting for you. Don't you want to kill them? Just imagine the beautiful, blood-soaked scene about to unfold. Park Chan-sung dropped to his knees. Damn it. I'm about to be swallowed by this bloodlust again. Park Chan-sung was in agony. If I can't take it anymore. He grabbed a knife and plunged it into his own leg. Intense pain surged through his entire body. Blood began to flow. He pulled the knife out, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Park Chan-sung held the great sword, his face incredibly grim. The sky turned clear. What? The sky is clear again? Park Chan-sung was overjoyed. The blade can absorb all surrounding killing intent. When a user attacks, the power is multiplied. When defending, the defense stat is doubled. This ratio increases as the blade is upgraded. Park Chan-sung's eyes snapped open. In that moment, he thought, wait, what? He immediately threw the sword down. Damn it, is the blade screaming? At that same moment, a wave of killing intent erupted. It absorbed all the killing intent, didn't it? Is something coming out? Everyone immediately hit the ground, vomiting. Park Chan-sung reached out to touch the black mass. What is this? It looks like a black shroud. In an instant, the thing shattered into countless fragments. People started rolling on the ground in agony. The black substance wrapped tightly around everyone, lifting them into the air. Help me. Jack the Ripper was still trying his best to protect the leader. Jack, we have to get out of here fast. Protect me. Park Chan-sung was still sitting there. Who are you? What the hell are you? Could you be the master of this sword? His expression shifted instantly. It seems it has its own consciousness and desires. Maybe this is a part of my own soul. If something like this is part of me, it's honestly embarrassing. Fine. From now on, I'll call you Omi. Nice to meet you, Omi. Jack charged from behind, blade raised. Die, you monster. Park Chan-sung whipped around. The blade swiftly parried the attack. Park Chansung praised it. Wow, good job. Omi. Immediately after, the sword in his hand vibrated. Park Chansung was deep in thought. No way. It's not just absorbing my killing intent. It's absorbing the intent from all these crazed cultists too? If that's the case, this is the perfect weapon. He pointed the sword straight ahead. How should I put this? Killing chainlock. Jack's face paled. Unbelievable. Jack charged straight ahead. Anyone who thinks they can block a strike with the strength of 50 men become a sacrifice for the Celestial Peak sect. The two sides clashed. Jack suddenly turned serious. Huh? His face twisted in sheer agony. Park Chansung leveled his sword. His expression changed instantly as well. Jack let out a savage roar of laughter. Wahaha! His countenance shifted completely.